In the year 737 of the AG era, a year destined to be inscribed with blood and flames, the twilight of the planet Vegeta cast a sanguine hue across the sky. Luoti's consciousness struggled within the viscous cold, akin to a drowning soul desperately striving to surface. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, the intense sensation of suffocation compelling him to inhale deeply, only to draw in a sweet, yet unfamiliar liquid. Cough, cough, cough. Flailing his limbs, he encountered the smooth, unyielding surface of a curved barrier. Before him lay a hazy expanse of pale green, through which he could discern dim lights above. Was he trapped inside a glass chamber filled with liquid? Panic surged within him like rampant weeds. His last recollection was of laboring at a computer, desperately meeting deadlines. How could this be? IDK 77, Perot, basic physical assessment complete. Neural response speed, low. Energy affinity, low. Cellular vitality, low. Comprehensive evaluation, lower tier warrior, limited potential. A cold, emotionless electronic recording abruptly echoed in his ears, speaking a language he had never encountered, yet inexplicably understood. Perot. This name functioned as a key, swiftly unlocking the floodgates of memory. The torrent of chaotic images bombarded his mind. A roaring giant ape, exploding planets, a skull-emblazoned flagship suspended in the cosmos, and a black-haired infant with a tail being placed into this incubation pod. Looking down, he beheld his own diminutive, pale baby hands and feet. Have I transformed into an infant? A ludicrous and horrifying thought emerged. Then came an overwhelming influx of information. Saiyan, Planet Vegeta, warrior race, and a subjugated species ruled by King Frieza. Saiyan? I have traversed into the realm of Saiyans. The magnitude of shock nearly halted Luoti's cognitive processes. Yet, immediately following was an uncontrollable surge of joy mingled with fear. The world of Dragon Ball, a realm imbued with ki blasts, flight techniques, Super Saiyans, and the ability to annihilate universes. He had become a member of this formidable race. Even as a lower-tier warrior, it signified he possessed a starting point far exceeding that of mere mortals. Ah, well, since I am here, I shall accept it. Perot, is it? How fortuitous that it is but one character short of my original name. Thus, from this moment forth, I shall be Perot. He embraced the reality of his transmigration with enthusiasm, prepared to confront life anew in a different guise. Becoming a Saiyan sparked a flicker of delight within him, for being a Saiyan promised boundless potential. Yet, this joy was ephemeral, like a fleeting bloom. For he grasped a crucial piece of information amidst the fragmented memories. The current year was 737 of the AG era. This revelation fell upon him like a bucket of ice water, sending chilling waves coursing through his being. 737, the year of Planet Vegeta's destruction. Frieza will obliterate this place this year. A profound dread constricted his throat, rendering Perot nearly breathless. He had only just awakened, scarcely had time to experience the strength of this body, and yet he was to face death again. Moreover, to be reduced to cosmic dust alongside the planet itself. No, I must escape. Immediately. At once. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else that he pounded against the glass dome before him, and the body of this 3-year-old infant unleashed an astonishing power. Perhaps it was designed this way, or perhaps he triggered some mechanism in his urgency. He heard a soft hissing sound as the curved glass dome slowly slid open. Cold air rushed in, causing him to shiver. Perot scrambled out of the incubation pod, his damp body landing on the frigid metallic floor. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a room brimming with futuristic technology. Rows of similar incubation pods were neatly arranged, each containing a slumbering Saiyan infant submerged in liquid. Outside the room, he could vaguely hear the raucous laughter and coarse banter of adult Saiyans, exuding an unrestrained vitality. Did it seem tranquil? The surface of Planet Vegeta maintained its customary order. These proud compatriots remained enmeshed in their delusions of being the strongest warrior race in the universe, eagerly anticipating their next conquest. They remained entirely oblivious to the fact that their sovereign, King Frieza, had raised the blade against the entire Saiyan race. This deceptive calm sent Perot's heart plummeting into an abyss of despair. He clenched his teeth, using his still uncoordinated legs to support his body as he stumbled toward the enormous observation viewport at the edge of the room. Rising on tiptoe, he strained to cast his gaze upon the sky beyond the window. The heavens of Planet Vegeta exhibited a foreboding dark crimson hue. Above that ominous sky, amidst the distant celestial backdrop, massive warships loomed, resembling a bloodthirsty swarm of locusts, having silently suspended themselves in the void. They hung there, colossal and formidable, an invisible terrifying pressure firmly sealing the entire planet within its grasp. The purple and white insignia of skulls emblazoned on the side of the enormous spacecraft sent tremors through Perrault's very soul, even from such a great distance. The Frieza force, they had arrived, indeed. They have come. Perrault's complexion drained of color, his tiny frame trembling slightly from overwhelming fear and anger. He beheld countless burning landing pods, akin to meteors of death, detaching from those warships. Destruction was now on a countdown. What to do? He was merely a 3-year-old infant with a combat power likely in the single digits. What could he possibly do? Run to inform King Vegeta of the truth, setting aside whether he could even meet the king, who would believe the nonsense of a lower-tier warrior infant. He would simply be dismissed as mad. Perrault knew that even if he spoke out, no one would believe that Frieza would annihilate the Saiyans. Perhaps only Bardock's group would take heed. It appeared Bardock might already be aware. Despair enveloped him like a cold tide, gradually drowning his consciousness, consuming the flicker of life he had just ignited. Was his miraculous journey through time merely to undergo a second, even more thorough death? No, I refuse to accept this. At the very moment when Perrault's heart was torn asunder by endless anxiety and fear, teetering on the brink of collapse, a clear sound resonated, as if echoing directly within the depths of his soul, akin to the ringing of a savior's bell. Beep. Detecting host survival will surpass limits, meeting ultimate binding conditions. Origin system is activating. 1050. 100. Activation successful. Host, Perrault. Welcome to the Hall of Power and Evolution. A dazzling blue light screen, visible only to him, and imbued with a sense of futuristic technology and vastness, unfurled before his eyes, akin to opening the gateway to a new world. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the System. Is it the decline of morality? Parrot gazed at the azure light screen that materialized before him, flowing with torrents of data, and was instantly engulfed by overwhelming ecstasy. The system. It is the system. As an avid reader, he understood precisely what this meant. It was the quintessential golden finger of a traveler, the sole straw of hope in dire straits, and the ultimate tool for ascending to the pinnacle of life. This sudden miracle was akin to the first ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds of despair, allowing his once icy heart, gripped by fear, to feel a flicker of fervent hope. Wonderful. System, you have not arrived late. Your timing is impeccable. Parrot was on the verge of tears, suppressing the turbulent emotions within him. This was not the time for excitement. Clutching onto this lifeline, he placed all his hopes upon this unexpected variable, fervently calling out in his heart, System, I am about to perish. Do you have any means to help us escape this planet? Please, teleport me directly or provide me with a spacecraft at once. However, the response to his urgent plea was not the solution he had envisioned. Instead, it was the cold, emotionless mechanical voice of the system, like the chilling winter wind that dispersed the warmth he had just begun to feel. Warning. The host's current environment is detected as a highly dangerous zone, Planet Vegeta. A devastating strike is expected to arrive in 28 minutes and 17 seconds. Issuing ultimate survival mission. Escape from Planet Vegeta. Success reward. Issued based on task completion evaluation. The light screen even displayed a large crimson countdown that continuously diminished. 002816, 002815. Each second that ticked away felt like an invisible hammer striking Parrot's heart, causing the flicker of hope he had just felt to tremble. System, do not issue tasks. Do you have any way for me to leave this cursed place immediately? Parrot screamed in desperation within his mind. All rationality was ignited by the instinct to survive, and all hope was firmly tethered to this sudden savior. Yet, in response to Parrot's desperate cries, came another seemingly trivial task prompt. Ding. Newbie task issued. The cost of survival. Task objective. Obtain the first source point 0100 before the planet's destruction countdown ends. Task reward. Newbie gift pack X1. Planet destruction countdown. 002810. The frigid tone of the system's prompt rang like a final judgment, permanently etching itself into Parrot's mind, as if mocking his naivety. Damn it. Parrot swore furiously, his heart plunging to the depths of despair. Clearly, Hoping for the system to benevolently whisk him away from Planet Vegeta was futile. The system even required him to complete a task first. Only 10 minutes remained before Planet Vegeta was set to explode. Moreover, this cursed newbie gift pack required him to obtain some source point to claim it. What on earth is a source point? How does one even acquire it? He was trapped in this tiny cultivation chamber. Where could he possibly find a source point? Would it simply fall from the sky? System, how does one obtain the source point? Clinging to his last shred of hope, Parrot frantically shouted internally, his gaze scanning the silent cultivation chamber like a scanner. Here, apart from himself and the oblivious Saiyan infants sleeping in nutrient solutions, there was nothing. Where could he find anything of origin? Eliminate living beings to plunder their life source and obtain source points. The system's response remained succinct, yet bore a stark cruelty. Akin to an ultimatum. 002-757, 002-756 time was racing by. The scent of death grew more pungent. Kill. Parrot's heart constricted sharply. A chill racing from his toes to his head. As a soul hailing from a peaceful era, educated in modern times, the concept of killing weighed heavily upon him. Shackled by moral and legal constraints. Back on Blue Star, he struggled even to slaughter a chicken. After attempting to cut its throat, it still managed to run away, and he ended up with neither chicken nor feathers. Yet, outside, the increasingly vivid and deafening roar echoed. Energy beams sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, accompanied by the incessant tolling of a death countdown in his mind. These elements relentlessly assaulted and compressed his moral boundaries. If he did not kill, he would not obtain the newbie gift pack. And that gift pack was perhaps the only treasure that might hold the key to reversing his fortunes. It might contain powerful weapons, escape tools, or crucial items to turn the tide. Failing to secure the newbie gift pack would mean losing the first glimmer of hope bestowed by this system, and he might very well lose his last chance at survival. The harsh reality pierced through Parrot's final hesitations like a steel needle. At this moment, life and death were at stake. Moral dilemmas were irrelevant. The instinct to survive roared like a beast within his chest, rendering moral constraints laughably pale in the shadow of the planet's impending doom. However, an even more brutal truth lay before him. Even if he wished to kill, he lacked the capability. With a combat power of merely 5, he was a quintessential weakling, incapable of harming even a hair on a chicken. His frail infant body could scarcely contend with a chicken, let alone assault fully armed Frieza soldiers. Despair surged like a tide, engulfing him once more. Just then, a brilliant white beam of light erupted from the surface of the planet like a meteor in reverse. With an indomitable spirit, it charged toward the massive Frieza spaceship that floated ominously in the sky, resembling a demonic palace. The aura contained within that light was both tragic and heroic. Parrot's pupils constricted, and his brow instinctively furrowed. Is it Bardock? He recalled that poignant scene from the original narrative in an instant. Bardock, the father of Son Goku, a low-level warrior with foresight. Upon uncovering Frieza's sinister plot, Bardock had charged alone toward Frieza in a final, futile act of defiance. Witnessing that beam of white light, which symbolized resistance and finality, Parrot felt an unwavering certainty in his heart. Bardock has made his move. This meant Frieza's patience had worn thin, and the final destruction sequence had been initiated. The time left for him was truly dwindling. He may not even have the 20 minutes indicated by the system countdown. Parrot's anxiety intensified. As if he were being roasted over an open flame. The shadow of death loomed large. He had to discover a way to obtain the source point. Immediately. At once. An icy and dark thought surfaced uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. He abruptly turned around, directing his gaze toward the room. The rows of oval cultivation pods, resembling gigantic cocoons, stood neatly arranged. Within the transparent chambers lay Saiyan infants, oblivious to the impending catastrophe, sleeping in their nutrient solutions. These too were living beings. Just then, the system seemed to have accurately captured the dangerous and intense fluctuations within him, and the prompt resonated at an opportune moment, bearing a tone of subtle temptation. Tip: source points are closely linked to biological vitality. The stronger the creature you eliminate, the more source points you will gain. And vice versa. Eliminating a life form with a combat power of 100 will yield 100 source points. This frigid calculation felt like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the ignoble thoughts that had just begun to rise within Parrot. Only 100 source points for killing a creature with a combat power of 100? Parrot's heart sank, revealing an unmistakable disappointment on his face. The Saiyans before him, still in their infancy, possessed battle power comparable to his own, with only slightly better ones being marginally superior. The points he could gain from defeating one were negligible. It seemed he could no longer place his hopes on nurturing these Saiyans in the incubation pods. He quickly calculated that even if he hardened his heart, the number of enemies he would need to defeat to accumulate 100 source points was an astronomical figure he could not achieve in a short time. Moreover, the psychological toll and time cost of such actions were burdens he could not bear. Collecting 100 source points was, at this moment, an insurmountable challenge, a task almost impossible to complete. Was he to give up? Abandon this novice task and the potential opportunity contained within the novice gift pack? Yet, to persist would be futile. Remaining here would only lead to his demise. The priority was to preserve his life and escape this planet on the brink of explosion. If the system was unreliable, he could only rely on himself. Resolutely, Parrot gritted his teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He had to change his mindset immediately. He could not place all his hopes on a system that defied logic. It appeared that, in the end, he had to depend on himself. Parrot swiftly redirected his hopes towards the spaceship. Saiyans frequently ventured into battle. There were places on the planet where spaceships were docked. If he could find one, even the smallest reconnaissance ship, there was still a glimmer of hope for him to escape from Planet Vegeta. Time was of the essence. Parrot hesitated no longer and set off. He propelled himself with all the strength he could muster, his short legs moving with urgency. Stumbling yet resolute as he dashed out of the despair-laden incubation room, he ran desperately towards the direction he vaguely remembered might lead to a spaceship landing platform. He had to carve out a path for himself before death arrived. Chapter 3. The heart of Jine. Parrot sprinted down the cold, futuristic metallic corridor with his small legs, which seemed so ill-suited to his urgent state of mind. The smooth walls reflected his tiny, anxious figure, while the surroundings were filled with intricate intersections and tightly shut hatches, resembling a vast labyrinth. Guided by fragmented memories and a faint sense of direction, he searched for the path to the space alley, the only route that could potentially lead to a spaceship and salvation. However, his physical limitations made his efforts increasingly arduous. How fast could the legs of a 3-year-old infant move? Each step felt clumsy and slow, and the once spacious corridor now appeared interminably long and despairing. His breath grew rapid, and his small chest heaved violently as his strength waned. He felt like a hamster futilely running in a wheel, seemingly striving but possibly going nowhere. Where on earth was it? After searching for a considerable time, he still found no clear signs or pathways leading to the space alley. The anxiety within him spread like wildfire, intertwining with the relentless countdown echoing in his mind, burning away his sanity. With every passing second, his hope of escape dwindled. He could not continue like this. He needed to move faster. Clenching his teeth, Parrot disregarded everything and accelerated, almost rolling and crawling towards what appeared to be the outer building. He burst through a somewhat heavy airlock door, and blinding light assaulted him, accompanied by the deafening sounds of explosions and the whistling of energy weapons. He found himself outdoors. Before him lay the once orderly cityscape of the Saiyans. However, in the sky, the Frieza army had already descended. Parrot's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He assessed his surroundings and began to run frantically, attempting to circumvent the chaotic areas and head towards the direction in his memory where the space alley might be located. His small figure appeared insignificant amidst the towering structures. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure standing atop a tall building out of the corner of his eye. It was a female Saiyan, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. She gazed skyward, her silhouette imbued with an indescribable sadness and resolve. Parrot instinctively halted, staring at her, feeling an odd familiarity. "Is that Jine?" Parrot murmured uncertainly. He strained to recall her image. The elegant figure gradually aligned with his memories. It was indeed Bardock's wife, the mother of the future protagonist, Sun Wukong, Jine. Upon recognizing her identity, an uncontrollable joy spread across Parrot's face. To encounter a familiar and relatively kind adult Saiyan in such dire circumstances was a stroke of fortune. Perhaps he could enlist Jine's help to reach the space alley and board a spaceship to escape from Planet Vegeta. She must know where the spaceship was located, and given her status, she might have a way to acquire one. With this thought, Parrot raised his small hand and waved vigorously at the high-placed Jine, shouting with all his might, "Aunt Gine." He confirmed it. Indeed, it was Aunt Gine. Parrot's parents had a good relationship with Bardock and Jine, occasionally visiting him in the incubation pod. Given their generational differences, it was only natural for him to address Jine as Aunt. However, his parents had perished in an accident during a battle last year and would never return. Thus, he remained an orphan, utterly alone. Perhaps his voice was too faint. Lost amidst the distant clamor, Jine remained unresponsive, absorbed in her world, gazing anxiously at the war-torn sky, seemingly searching for something or someone. Aunt Gine, Parrot called out again, this time straining every ounce of air from his lungs, his voice significantly louder, causing his small face to flush slightly. This time, Jine seemed to have heard him, turning her head slightly, looking around in confusion for the source of the voice. Here, Aunt Gine, I'm here, Parrot shouted, waving his arms with all his might, attempting to make himself more noticeable. Jine looked down, her gaze quickly locking onto the small figure below, desperately waving. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, not expecting to see an infant Saiyan alone in such a perilous place. Her brow furrowed with concern, and without hesitation, she gracefully descended from her height, landing softly in front of Parrot like a falling leaf. Aunt Gine, Parrot exclaimed, his face lighting up with a relieved smile upon seeing her so close. Up close, Jine's features radiated warmth, embodying the unique resilience of a Saiyan. Her eyes filled with concern. Parrot, how did you end up here? Jine asked in astonishment, crouching down to meet his gaze. You should have been safe in the infant incubation pod. It is extremely dangerous outside. Her tone conveyed confusion, but more so, a deep concern. She reached out, gently scooping up the tiny Parrot and cradling him close to her heart. In that moment, Parrot felt a wave of warmth and a sense of safety. A stark contrast to the perilous escape he had just endured in the cold corridor and hazardous outdoors. Jine exuded a faint aroma, a blend of a warrior's sharpness and a comforting gentleness. However, there was no time for idle pleasantries. He hastily said, Jine Bomu, there is no time to explain. The situation is dire. You must take me to Taikongxiang immediately. Taikongxiang? Jine was perplexed, adjusting her hold on Paluit while expressing her concern. What do you intend to do there? It must be chaotic. Listen to your aunt. It is dangerous outside. You cannot wander about. I will return you to the cultivation chamber, she insisted. No, we cannot go back, Paluit exclaimed, urgency gripping him as he clutched Jine's clothing. There is no time for explanations. It is precisely because of the danger that we must go to Taikongxiang. After all, I was destined to be sent to another planet. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the Saiyan decree. He had no time to explain the horrifying truth of Frieza's impending destruction of the planet. According to Saiyan customs, any infant born and raised in a cultivation pod for 3 years, and whose battle power was assessed to be of lower warrior status, would be collected and dispatched to remote, desolate planets, ostensibly for colonization, but in reality, it was a death sentence. He wanted to use this as an excuse. However, Jine shook her head, her tone gentle yet resolute. No, Paluit. Even if you are to be sent away, we must wait for the official arrangements and notifications. You cannot run about on your own. It is too dangerous. It is safer to stay in the cultivation pod. Once this turmoil has passed, you can go to Taikongxiang. Wait. We cannot afford to wait. Paluit was nearly on the verge of leaping from Jine's embrace, his small face flushed with anxiety. If we wait any longer, the entire Vegeta planet will be doomed. At that point, no one will be able to escape. We will all perish. At that moment, Jine, still naive, believed this was merely a larger-than-usual inspection by King Frieza, or a warning and reprimand for the Saiyans' recent actions. Deep down, she might have felt unease. But she could not fathom that Frieza would annihilate the entire planet. She thought that even if some uncontrollable conflict arose, her husband Bardock and the formidable King Vegeta could resolve it. She was still waiting for Bardock's return. Paluit, what are you talking about? Jine's brows furrowed tighter, her face etched with confusion and worry. How could the planet possibly be doomed? Are you ill and speaking nonsense? As she spoke, Jine gently placed her soft hand on Paluit's forehead to check his temperature, genuinely concerned for his well-being, believing he was unwell. Her caring gesture, however, left Paluit feeling a wave of helplessness and despair. He looked into Jine's eyes, filled with worry yet lacking true comprehension of the crisis, and felt a chill settle in his heart. The barriers of communication, the disparity in information, and the underestimation of Frieza's cruelty rendered his warnings mere frantic ramblings to Jine. Time was relentlessly slipping away. The crimson countdown flashed maddeningly in his mind, akin to the grim laughter of death. Chapter 4. Desperate cries and fleeting hopes. Listening to Jine's concerned, yet completely disconnected response, Paluet felt a wave of helplessness wash away the flicker of hope he had just ignited. It was impossible to explain. He was utterly at a loss, his heart shrouded in deeper despair. He opened his mouth but could not produce any meaningful sound, as though an invisible hand had gripped his throat. At that moment, a brilliant burst of energy erupted in the sky. Like a supernova detonating in near space, it instantly illuminated the dim world in a blinding white, even overshadowing the flames burning in the distance. Both Paluet and Jine were drawn to the sudden radiance, instinctively looking up at the sky. There, suspended in the heavens, the colossal, infernal spaceship of Frieza loomed ominously, beneath which countless shadows surged in a swarm, akin to a locust invasion. That was Frieza's army, numbering in the tens of thousands. Amidst the dense ranks of enemies, a relatively small, yet exceptionally radiant figure, trailing a white aura, charged fiercely toward Frieza's legion with unwavering resolve. Explosions of energy erupted in its wake, resembling fleeting fireworks igniting against a black canvas. The battle has commenced, Paluet declared, his heart gripped by icy terror as he recognized the valiant silhouette rushing toward the enemy. He understood all too well what this signified. The sky was now ablaze with conflict, yet this seemingly brave resistance was but the final lament before annihilation, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and strength of the foe. Bardock. Jine's brow furrowed, her gaze trembling with endless worry and fear. She recognized that presence. It was her husband, watching him charge alone into the boundless enemy forces. Her heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. She clutched Paluet tightly, her arms trembling with the force of her grip. Jine Bomu, there is no time. Please tell me where Taikong Xiang is. I will go there myself. Paluet urgently implored, seizing the fleeting moment when Jine's attention was drawn to the battle overhead. Bardock's actions signified the approach of the final hour. He could no longer afford to delay. Yet, as Jine regained her senses and looked at the desperately anxious Paluet in her arms, she felt uneasy about allowing an infant to venture alone into such chaos. No more buts, Paluet nearly shouted, his small body trembling with agitation, his tone infused with unprecedented urgency and severity. If we wait any longer, it will truly be too late. This time Frieza has no intention of sparing us Saiyans. He seeks to annihilate Planet Vegeta and kill us all. If we remain, we will all die. Not a single one will survive. What? Frieza intends to destroy Planet Vegeta? How is that possible? Jine was utterly shocked, her body trembling with disbelief, her face reflecting utter incredulity. This news was too horrifying for her to comprehend, completely overturning her understanding. Paluet, where did you hear this? Please do not speak such nonsense. She instinctively retorted, seeking a rational explanation. We Saiyans are loyal to King Frieza, fighting for him far and wide. Why would he destroy Planet Vegeta without reason? It is utterly baseless. She simply could not, and would not, believe in such a nightmarish prophecy. There is no time to explain. He insisted. He is the malevolent emperor of the universe, doing as he pleases without needing justification. To him, we Saiyans are nothing, merely tools to be discarded at his whim. Paluet's voice trembled with fervor as he tried to shatter Jine's last vestige of hope with the starkest of truths. Yet, Jine remained impervious to reason, her ingrained beliefs and fear of overwhelming power preventing her from accepting this grim reality. She shook her head, persisting in her convictions. Paluet, you must calm down. I do not know where you heard such absurd news, but King Frieza should not treat us this way. It is too dangerous outside. I will take you back to the cultivation chamber, where it is safe. She did not truly heed Paluet's dire words, believing instead that the child had simply been frightened. Paluet felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness and defeat wash over him. He looked at Jine's worried yet stubborn face, realizing that a forceful stance would no longer sway her. In desperation, his tone suddenly softened, tinged with pleading and even a hint of tears. Jine Bomo, you cannot stand by and do nothing. In my household, I am the sole survivor, the last of my lineage. Please, I implore you, take me to the Taikong Xiang. Suddenly, he shifted his tone and delivered a shocking revelation. After all, did you not also send Kakarot away? He fixed his gaze intently upon Jine, articulating each word with precision. Even if Kakarot and I are both destined to be dispatched to remote planets as subordinate warriors. He was sent away earlier than scheduled. Is it not possible that you had a hand in this? Had Uncle Bardock not harbored a foreboding premonition? Upon hearing this, Jine trembled violently, her gaze darting down at Perrault, her complexion draining of color, filled with horror. How do you know this? A tempest of dread surged within her. The decision to send Kakarot away was rooted in Bardock's vague intuition, a secret that belonged solely to their family, known to few. She was astonished that Perrault possessed knowledge of Bardock's inexplicable foresight, though she herself struggled to comprehend her husband's occasional prophetic instincts. This matter had indeed planted a seed of unease within her, pivotal in their ultimate decision to send away their youngest. How could a mere 3-year-old infant be privy to such information, unknown even to many adult warriors? Seeing Jine's shock, as though struck at the heart of the matter, a flicker of hope ignited anew within Perrault. Seizing the moment, he urged eagerly, "Let us not dwell on how I came to know this. I shall explain at a later time. For now, we must hasten to the Taikong Xiang. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." Jine regarded Perrault deeply. Her once clear eyes now brimmed with endless questions and astonishment. The Perrault before her, with his speech, logic, and an urgency and fear far beyond that of an infant, felt utterly unfamiliar. It was as if he had transformed entirely. No longer the quiet babe in the incubation chamber. She glanced skyward again. Bardock's luminous form continued to weave through the enemy ranks, yet his energy was palpably waning. And the encirclement by Frieza's forces was tightening. The battle raged on, but the outlook was decidedly grim. Reflecting on Bardock's previous premonition, coupled with Perrault's anomalous demeanor, which suggested an awareness of deeper truths, an ominous cloud enveloped her heart. Turning back, as if grappling with a difficult resolution, her gaze steeled, and she nodded resolutely. "Very well, I shall take you there." Perrault's heart soared with joy at her words, nearly bursting with exhilaration. Finally, she had acquiesced. "Let us proceed swiftly," Perrault urged impatiently. Jine nodded, casting aside her hesitation, embracing Perrault tightly. A surge of energy emanating from her as she prepared to propel herself toward the Taikong Xiang. At that moment, an explosive sound erupted not far ahead. As if a meteor had struck, a shadow plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently to the ground less than 10 meters away. Dust and debris billowed upward like a mushroom cloud. The tremendous impact caused the earth to quake violently, fissures spider-webbing across the ground, and a horrifying crater formed. Both were momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events, their movements frozen. As the dust settled, they beheld a grotesque figure lying in the center of the pit, clad in tattered Frieza force battle attire. The being was bloodied, limbs contorted at unnatural angles, evidently gravely injured. Yet it appeared to cling to life, its chest barely rising and falling, emitting intermittent, incoherent groans of pain, one eye staring vacantly at the crimson sky. This dying cosmic soldier loomed as a harbinger of doom, obstructing their path to survival. In Chapter 5, The Awakening of Power, the ailing extraterrestrial seemed to sense their presence. With great effort, it turned its lone functioning eye toward Jine and Perrault. The instinct for survival rendered it oblivious to the absurdity of their juxtaposition. Summoning its last vestiges of strength, it opened its mouth, spilling forth a torrent of dark red blood mixed with internal fragments, and emitted a weak, winded plea. "Save me." Perrault gazed at the helpless figure in the pit, a surge of uncontrollable elation washing over him, his heart racing with excitement. Was this not a windfall from the heavens? No, it was a source point from above. If he could defeat this being, perhaps he could acquire some essence of power. This thought, like a devilish whisper, swiftly extinguished any remaining hesitation within him. Perrault, fueled by an unknown force, perhaps the urgency of survival or the latent influence of the system, suddenly broke free from Jine's warm and anxious embrace, landing deftly on the ground. "Perrault, where are you going? It's dangerous outside," Jine exclaimed in alarm, reaching out to pull him back. Yet Perrault paid her no heed, his focus entirely on the extraterrestrial in the pit. He approached with short, determined strides, attempting to project an innocent demeanor, soothingly declaring, "Fear not, big brother. I am coming to save you." The alien, on the brink of death, felt a flicker of absurd hope ignite within its heart. In this dire moment, a Saiyan child was willing to extend a helping hand. Perrault quickly reached the extraterrestrial's side, crouching down, his small hand resting seemingly innocuously on its shoulder. "Do not worry. I will take you to the healing chamber, and you will be fine." Upon hearing this, The alien's tension eased considerably, its taut nerves relaxing, and the waves of pain and weakness surged forth, clouding its consciousness. It even closed its functioning eye, awaiting rescue. However, a barely perceptible glint of coldness flickered in Perrault's eyes. With his other small hand, he silently grasped a shard of debris, sharp-edged from the impact, and held it tightly. The moment had arrived. "Farewell, you wretched creature." Perrault's expression morphed into a sinister mask as he uttered an icy command, entirely at odds with his tender age. He raised the jagged stone and channeled all his meager strength into it, driving it mercilessly into the alien's unprotected temple. "You." The extraterrestrial's eyes flew open, pupils contracting in shock and terror, filled with disbelief. It had never anticipated that this seemingly benevolent Saiyan child would unleash such treachery. Its words went unspoken, a muffled sound escaping as the skull shattered, the sharp stone penetrating deeply, spraying a mixture of red and white fluids, mingled with shattered bone, across Perrault. The alien's body convulsed violently, and it emitted a final, meaningless gurgle. The last vestiges of its life flickered and extinguished, leaving behind a void of confusion, fury, and resentment. Perrault. Jine stood at the edge of the pit, witnessing this sudden turn of events, her body trembling, her eyes wide with profound shock and disbelief. She could hardly believe her eyes. A mere 3-year-old child had decisively and cruelly slain a gravely injured foe. The chilling aura of lethal intent radiating from Parrot sent an inexplicable shiver down her spine. Yet, at that moment, Parrot paid no heed to any of this, even neglecting to wipe the blood from his face. Upon confirming the alien's demise, a pure and joyous smile illuminated his countenance, reflecting the thrill of achieving his goal. At that instant, the system's melodious notification finally resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating a Frieza Force basic soldier with a combat power of 1032. Origin points acquired, 1,032 points. He had made the right gamble. Even for merely claiming a head, one could earn origin points. The system's rules proved to be remarkably practical. Following this was another notification: Novice task completed. Reward: Novice Gift Pack X1, issued to System Space. Splendid. He had finally received the Novice Gift Pack. Elated, Parrot felt nearly compelled to leap with joy. He forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, eagerly commanding the system in his mind. System, quickly, unveil the Novice Gift Pack and reveal its treasures. The light screen shimmered, displaying the following: Novice Gift Pack successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Combat Power 1000. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Senzu Beans X100. Acquired one-time skill key concealment, lasting 60 minutes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ordinary Kamehameha skill. Parrot gazed at the 3 lines of text on the system's prompt panel, his brow instinctively furrowing. The earlier euphoria cooled somewhat, and he muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction. Is this it? Just these? He had anticipated more extraordinary rewards, such as instant teleportation, invincible starships, or experiences of transforming into a Super Saiyan. At the very least, he had hoped for a power boost in the hundreds of thousands. However, in response, only the system's cold, mechanical follow-up notification persisted, commencing reward distribution. As the voice faded, Parrot felt a jolt of energy surge through him. He distinctly sensed an unparalleled force, akin to a volcanic eruption, surging forth from the depths of his being without warning. This power was both fiery and gentle, instantly coursing through every vein and cell. Combat power increase, 51,005. What is this? Parrot was utterly astonished, his pupils dilating. The rapid influx of strength and the palpable sensation of his body visibly growing stronger sent shivers throughout him, yet he was intoxicated by it. He could distinctly feel his power escalating at a terrifying pace. His muscles became denser, his bones sturdier, and the energy flowing within him grew more magnificent. This surge of strength peaked in an instant, yet it felt as if he had undergone years of arduous training. Parrot immediately checked the system's attribute panel and saw his combat power leap from a pitiful 5 points to an impressive 1,005 points. Moreover, he naturally acquired streams of unfamiliar information in his mind regarding the techniques for channeling energy to unleash Kamehameha waves. These techniques felt instinctual, deeply engraved in his consciousness. Parrot gently clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. His body brimmed with formidable strength and an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and confidence surged within him. He had become several hundred times more powerful than his previous feeble infant form. This transformation was nothing short of terrifying. Driven by curiosity and exhilaration, he slowly raised his hand, attempting to channel the energy within as instructed by the techniques in his mind. He noticed the air in front of his palm slightly distorted. A fist-sized energy wave, flickering with unstable white light, rapidly manifested, emitting a faint humming sound. Parrot aimed this nascent energy wave at a nearby boulder, roughly the height of a person. With a resounding bang, the energy wave struck the stone with precision, shattering it into countless fragments. Not only that, but the residual force of the energy wave also created a blackened crater in the ground, about the size of a basin and half a foot deep. Incredible! Parrot marveled at his own creation, astonished, his small face flushed with excitement. He never imagined he could achieve such a feat soon after. A wave of elation surged within him. He was no longer the weakling at the mercy of others. Once he calmed down, he quickly assessed his situation. 1,000 points of combat power was still 1,000 points. Although it was somewhat lacking, it was sufficient for action. As long as he avoided a direct confrontation with the elite of the Frieza force, he would be fine. The immediate priority was to flee from the planet Vegeta. The contents of the novice gift pack were indeed somewhat disappointing, lacking any miraculous rewards. Nevertheless, 1,000 points of combat power were decent. While not exceptional in the universe, it was on par with an ordinary adult lower-class Saiyan warrior. At the very least, he had secured the basic capital for wandering and surviving in the cosmos. Furthermore, if this strength were to be placed on Earth, it would render him invincible. He recalled the blue planet where the Dragon Ball saga commenced. Once he escaped the planet Vegeta, he would head to Earth, where he could reign supreme, focusing on training, with the potential to grow even stronger in the future. Earth was undoubtedly the best option he could conceive, offering a relatively safe environment while concealing immense potential and opportunities, such as the Kami's Temple and the hyperbolic time chamber. At this moment, with power in hand, the path ahead seemed clearer. Parrot took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and turned to the still-shocked Jine. Now was the time to hurry to the spaceport. He also activated the one-time skill key concealment, ensuring that within these 60 minutes, his superficial combat power would remain at 5, appearing as merely 5 points even to energy detectors. Chapter 6, Slaughter and Silent Transformation. Jine stared blankly at Parrot. She possessed a graceful and alluring figure, her curves exquisite. The prolonged logistics work had not rendered her frail. Rather, it added a unique resilience and strength to her feminine beauty. The bloody scene moments ago and Parrot's subsequent peculiar behavior, standing still, his expression shifting between furrows of concern and quiet joy, murmuring to himself, left her puzzled and bewildered. What had happened to this child? How had he unleashed such power? Parrot, what are you doing? Jine suppressed her astonishment, softly inquiring, her tone laced with confusion and a hint of unnoticeable concern. She stepped closer, trying to glean answers from his expression. It's all right, Aunt Gine. Let us continue toward the space alley. Parrot snapped back to reality, concealing the remnants of excitement from his newfound power, shaking his head and refraining from explaining anything. The existence of the system was his greatest secret, and this was certainly not the time for explanations. Jine nodded, no longer probing, but her doubts lingered. In that fleeting moment, she had indeed sensed that Parrot's body seemed to undergo an indescribable transformation. His aura had sharpened significantly, yet she was uncertain of what had transpired or if it was merely a figment of her anxiety and concern. All right, Jine said, redirecting her focus to the journey. Let us go, Aunt Gine. Parrot urged again, observing her graceful silhouette. He understood that every moment wasted increased their peril. Frieza's death squads would not wait for anyone. After his combat power increased by 1,000 points, he no longer needed to rely on Jine to traverse the distance. However, to Parrot's surprise, Jine once again bent down, gently yet firmly lifted him, and placed him in her embrace before rising to continue her journey. Parrot felt a slight astonishment, as he had intended to run alongside her. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, being carried in such a manner was not only effortless, but also a splendid way to conserve energy. He nestled his small head against Jine's warm embrace, his gaze involuntarily exploring her features up close. Upon closer inspection, with her exquisite visage and graceful figure, she indeed stood out as a beauty among the Saiyans. Unlike most female Saiyans, who exhibited a more rugged or fierce appearance, Janae's facial features were softer and more delicate, imbued with a gentle charm. Parrot recognized that Jine was a unique presence among the Saiyans, distinguished particularly by her character. In contrast to the generally brutal, cold, warlike, and arrogant nature of her kin, she was remarkably kind and gentle. She did not possess an ardent desire for battle or conquest. Consequently, her combat power was only around 420 points. Moreover, due to her aversion to bloodshed and warfare, she voluntarily chose to remain on Planet Vegeta to pursue other work. Thus, she currently served in the logistics department as a meat distributor, responsible for food processing and allocation, entirely detached from frontline combat. Such a choice was exceedingly rare in the power-worshipping Saiyan society. Jine moved swiftly, and although she carried Parrot, her movements remained agile. At times, she flew low to evade obstacles and chaotic areas on the ground. At other times, she leaped from the remnants of buildings, gliding through the apocalyptic landscape like a nimble female leopard. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky had intensified. The white silhouette of Bardock, resembling a moth drawn to flame, charged through the densely packed enemy forces, galloping fiercely and unmatched in valor. His energy waves detonated continuously, clearing the surrounding universe beings, yet more enemies surged forth, seemingly endless. As Jine pressed on, she could not help but frequently glance up at the familiar figure battling alone in the sky, seemingly opposing the entire world. Her heart filled with boundless worry and anguish. She longed to rush to his side and fight alongside him. Yet she understood that her strength was negligible in such a confrontation and would only serve as a hindrance to him. Parrot also gazed skyward, but his attention was predominantly focused on the universe beings plummeting like dumplings from the sky, struck down by Bardock. Some of these unfortunate souls perished during their descent, splattering into a puddle of flesh, while others still clung to life, moaning in agony as they struggled in craters or ruins. To him, these beings, gasping for breath, represented living, breathing sources of energy. Such an opportunity was rare. Without a moment's hesitation, a glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in Parrot's eyes. He raised his small hand and unleashed the energy wave he had just learned, targeting a gravely injured universe being attempting to crawl out of the impact crater. A beam of white light shot forth from his palm. The energy wave struck the being's head with pinpoint accuracy, instantly ending its life. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Successfully killed a basic soldier of the Frieza force. Gain source points, 1,200 points. Parrot felt a surge of delight within as the notification confirmed his success. Indeed, the finishing blow was effective, and the rewards were substantial. This seemed to trigger a switch within him. He moved both hands, unleashing energy waves like invitations from the Grim Reaper, relentlessly targeting the scattered, gravely wounded universe beings along the way, coldly reaping their lives and source points. Successfully killed a basic soldier of the Frieza force. Gain source points, 980 points. Successfully killed a basic soldier of the Frieza force. Gain source points, 1,800 points. Parrot feverishly harvested, functioning as a highly efficient reaper. The system notifications flashed frantically in his mind as the source points soared. He was completely immersed in the exhilarating thrill of rapidly accumulating capital. Oblivious to the increasingly stiff body and incredulous gaze of Jine in his arms. Jine sensed Parrot's actions. She looked down to see his joyful expression, her brow furrowing slightly. What was happening with this child? Could a mere infant with a combat power of only 5 points perform such attacks? Observing Parrot continuously launching energy waves at the fallen soldiers, she felt perplexed, as this behavior exceeded her comprehension of an infant. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Parrot, what are you doing?" Parrot was momentarily startled but maintained a calm facade, his mind racing as he concocted a reason, responding lightly, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just concerned that these guys aren't fully dead and might hurt someone when they hit the ground." He endeavored to make his tone sound as if it were motivated by a sense of public safety. After considering his words, Jine found little fault in his logic. After all, those universe beings were enemies and indeed posed a potential threat to those on the ground, even if Saiyans did not have strict definitions of civilians. She even thought that Parrot had a keen mind and was rather kind-hearted, capable of considering such matters amid the chaos. Without dwelling further, she remained focused, swiftly navigating the tumultuous streets and buildings with Parrot in tow. Chapter 7. Life and Death at High Speed, carrying away Aunt Gine. Minutes later, A large area with a well-organized layout and distinct functional zones appeared at the end of their line of sight. The space alley was now within reach. Almost there. Just ahead was the space alley. Jine took a shallow breath, raising her hand to indicate the grand cluster of buildings ahead. This area known as the space alley was less of a street and more akin to a vast spaceport. The towering command tower pierced the crimson sky, its navigational lights flickering erratically under the energy interference. On the wide takeoff and landing platforms rested various spaceships of all sizes and shapes. Some were round. Others resembled soaring birds, while some featured sleek, streamlined designs, their metallic shells reflecting a cold sheen in the midst of the raging flames. Numerous connecting passages and energy conduits snaked across the ground and overhead bridges like colossal serpents. At this moment, the area appeared considerably quieter than usual. With many spaceships left idle, Parrot gazed at the imminent space alley with elation, as if he had grasped a ticket to survival. Wonderful. Once aboard a spaceship, he could escape the impending doom of Planet Vegeta. He silently cheered within. Subsequently, Jine, cradling Parrot, selected a relatively quiet backup takeoff platform and descended onto the ground of the space alley. At this time, a lizard-like universe being responsible for ground services in the space alley noticed their arrival. Although puzzled by the sight of a female Saiyan carrying an infant, he promptly approached them, his face adorned with a respectful expression. Parrot looked up at Jine, his eyes conveying urgent information as he softly called, "Aunt Gine." Jine understood his meaning, nodded, and then shouted to the staff member, "Prepare a spaceship for me. Quickly." "Yes, ma'am." The universe being replied respectfully, turning to lead the way while muttering in confusion, "I wonder why so many spaceships are idle today, yet there are so few requests for use." Jine, accompanied by Parrot, followed the staff member as they swiftly navigated through the complex passages. Before long, they found themselves before a diminutive, streamlined, white circular spacecraft. The vessel, though modest in size, resembled a single-person reconnaissance ship, yet could accommodate 2 or 3 individuals if pressed. It rested silently upon the launch pad, exuding an aura of cold, technological sophistication. "How splendid! Jine, let us depart at once," Parrot exclaimed, gazing at the technologically advanced spacecraft that symbolized salvation, unable to contain his joy. At last, they could leave the planet Vegeta. Jine cradled Parrot in her arms as they approached the spacecraft. With a soft hiss, the hatch slowly opened, revealing a somewhat cramped yet fully equipped cockpit. However, Jine did not step inside. Instead, she lowered her gaze to Parrot, her expression complex, and softly said, "Parrot, you must go on without me." Parrot furrowed his brow, taken aback by Jine's decision to remain at this pivotal moment. "Aunt Gine, please come with me," he urged. After all, she had just aided him, and he could not bear to witness the gentle-hearted Jine walk towards her demise. The spacecraft appeared capable of accommodating 2 people if necessary. Yet, Jine resolutely shook her head, her gaze fixed upon the tumultuous skies where fierce battles raged. Her voice, imbued with unwavering determination, declared, "I must stay. Bardock is still fighting, and I wish to be with him." Living and dying together was her sole thought at that moment. "But if you stay, you will surely perish," Parrot exclaimed, his tone urgent. He could not bear the thought of this kind-hearted woman, who had once helped him, facing death alone. "I am not afraid," Jine replied, turning to Parrot with a gentle yet sorrowful smile, one that radiated a profound tranquility, as if she had come to terms with life and death. Her voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. "Without Bardock, no place holds meaning for me." Parrot observed the resolute expression on Jine's face and understood that no amount of persuasion would sway her. Her heart had become intertwined with Bardock's, forever bound to this planet. With this realization, he refrained from further protest, feelings of regret mingling with an incomprehensible admiration for the Saiyans' almost fanatical pride and emotions. Jine gently set Parrot down, preparing to guide him into the cockpit. Just then, the sky darkened with a deep crimson hue, as if the very heavens had been drenched in thick blood. A chilling wave of terrifying energy emanated from beyond the atmosphere. Jine and Parrot looked up simultaneously, and there, suspended in the sky, hung a massive, star-like crimson sphere. It radiated a destructive light, its size obscuring a significant portion of the sky. Like a demonic eye surveying the world below, poised for annihilation. Parrot's face turned pale. He recognized the impending doom. Frieza had made his move. That was Frieza's death energy ball. With this strike, the planet Vegeta would be utterly obliterated. This is bad. Frieza has attacked. Aunt Gine, come with me. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Parrot urged, his voice hoarse with urgency. Yet Jine seemed unaware of his plea. She gazed at the colossal energy sphere in the sky and the flickering white light below, desperately resisting. Her eyes trembled with endless worry, despair, and a hint of determination to remain with Bardock. Suddenly, a deafening rumble shook the atmosphere, as if the entire planet was crying out in agony. The crimson energy sphere descended towards planet Vegeta, radiating an aura of destruction. Where it passed, space itself appeared to warp. This is terrible. Parrot's expression turned grave as he shouted at Jine, who seemed lost in a trance. Aunt Gine, we must leave. His voice, laden with the intensity of his battle power, thundered in her ears, finally breaking through her near-ecstatic state. At that moment, witnessing the cataclysmic energy sphere, Jine comprehended the truth of Parrot's words. Frieza truly intended to annihilate all Saiyans. However, understanding did not equate to altering her choice. She abruptly pushed Parrot into the cockpit, urgently instructing, Parrot, you must leave. I wish you luck. I will remain here on planet Vegeta with Bardock. Her voice trembled, yet remained resolute. Parrot's brow furrowed, feeling a mix of frustration and a newfound respect for her steadfastness. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to deliver one final, impactful statement. Locking eyes with Jine, he spoke earnestly. Aunt Gine, I have foreseen all of this. I also foresaw Bardock. He will not die, survive, and you will meet him again. Yet, the heartbroken Jine appeared unconvinced by Parrot's words, perceiving them as mere comforting lies. She shook her head sorrowfully, reaching to close the hatch. How could she be so stubborn? Parrot cursed under his breath, his expression darkening. With the deadly energy ball approaching, the earth began to fracture under its terrifying pressure. He could delay no longer. With swift resolve, Parrot moved decisively, appearing behind Jine in a flash, leveraging his greater speed to strike her gently on the nape of her neck. Umph! Jine gasped, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before her body succumbed to weakness. Parrot quickly caught her, dragging her into the narrow cockpit of the spacecraft. Fortunately, the vessel could accommodate two, and with Parrot's smaller stature, it was not overly cramped. With a soft hiss, the hatch closed, sealing out the apocalyptic sights and the overwhelming energy waves from the outside world. Inside, tranquility enveloped them, broken only by the faint hum of the machinery. Parrot positioned the unconscious Jine in the pilot's seat, occupying the space before her. Staring at the control panel, cluttered with countless buttons, levers, and blinking lights, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. What on earth was the launch button? He had been an ordinary office worker in his previous life. How could he possibly pilot a spacecraft? Time was of the essence. With determination, Parrot slammed his finger down on the largest and most prominent buttons, those marked with engine symbols. Beep. Whir. A cacophony of alert sounds erupted, and the console lights flickered wildly. Suddenly, the spacecraft jolted violently, blue flames erupting from its base. At last it responded, slowly lifting off the ground and ascending into the air. The spacecraft accelerated, adjusting its trajectory, breaking free from its confines like a bird escaping a cage, racing towards the atmosphere beyond planet Vegeta. Splendid. It's finally in motion, Parrot exclaimed, watching through the viewport as the ground below shrank rapidly. The impending energy sphere looming closer. A surge of elation coursed through him, mingling with the exhilaration of narrowly escaping disaster. His journey on planet Vegeta seemed to be drawing to a close amid this perilous flight, while a new adventure awaited them among the vast cosmos. Aboard this petite white spacecraft. Chapter 8. The Fall of Stars and the Emperor's Gaze. The white circular spacecraft carrying Parrot surged forward like a salmon swimming upstream, propelling itself rapidly towards the atmosphere beyond planet Vegeta. The engine expelled a long, azure tail flame, tracing a desperate trajectory against the backdrop of a crimson sky. The spacecraft shook violently, the pressure from breaking through the atmosphere causing the hull to emit a mournful groan under the unbearable strain. Simultaneously, a death energy sphere unleashed by Frieza, a colossal orb reminiscent of a blood-red star, hurtled toward the core of planet Vegeta with an irresistible intent for destruction. As the energy sphere traversed its path, the atmosphere was ruthlessly torn apart, creating visible, distorted shockwave ripples. The clouds were utterly vaporized, as if the sky had been brutally excavated, leaving a gaping maw leading to the abyss. Moments later, under the horrified gaze of Parrot through the porthole. The energy sphere struck the vast expanse of Planet Vegeta with uncanny precision and silence. Instead of the anticipated instant explosion, a more terrifying, bone-deep annihilation ensued. The rumble was not that of an explosion, but the anguished wail of the planet's crust being utterly destroyed, a lament emanating from the very core of the planet. The entire planet Vegeta trembled violently. Even in the void of space, one could observe the planet's surface cracking like porcelain, with enormous fissures crisscrossing it. The energy accumulated within the planet for eons spiraled out of control in an instant. Storms raged, magnetic fields went haywire, and extreme celestial phenomena erupted simultaneously across the globe. The death energy sphere did not detonate immediately. Instead, it sank deeply into the core of Planet Vegeta like a red-hot iron ball plunged into ice and snow. The Earth of Planet Vegeta continued to fracture more severely. From the unfathomable crevices, torrents of crimson magma surged forth, akin to the planet's lifeblood, erupting violently and flowing freely, transforming vast stretches of land into a searing inferno. Parrot watched in shock, his heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, nearly forgetting to breathe. This spectacle was an entirely different realm from what he had witnessed in television special effects. To witness a colossal planet, a world that nurtured countless lives, being so violently pierced, torn asunder, and cracked was an indescribable shock, instilling a profound sense of fear and insignificance that struck at the very soul. At that moment, the spacecraft narrowly escaped the now thin and chaotic atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, entering the relatively tranquil expanse of space. Having temporarily evaded the direct impact of that destructive energy, Parrot couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the tormented planet below. Under his watchful eyes, the magma beneath the surface of Planet Vegeta churned like a boiling ocean. The magnetic chaos rendered global communication and energy systems utterly paralyzed. Turbulent air currents ravaged the planet, forming superstorms that swept across the globe. Faintly, he seemed to hear the anguished cries of countless Saiyans, their desperate wails echoing in terror. Though this sound could not travel through the vacuum, the essence of despair seemed to penetrate space, lingering heavily in his heart. Towering columns of magma, resembling colossal dragons, surged from the planet's fissures, shooting skyward, even breaching the cosmic void, before cascading back down like blood tears. The sight was both magnificent and tragic. Parrot's gaze remained fixed upon Planet Vegeta, watching as it transitioned from a vibrant celestial body to its impending doom. As time elapsed, Planet Vegeta became increasingly battered. Its tectonic plates twisted and displaced. Its overall shape began to distort, appearing grotesque, as if it were a misshapen clay ball on the verge of total collapse. Finally, after a brief interval, as the destructive energy reached its zenith, the core of Planet Vegeta violently contracted, then suddenly erupted in an unimaginably brilliant, blinding white light. Enough to sear the eyes of mere mortals. Planet Vegeta detonated. The silent explosion unfolded in the vacuum of space. Against the profound darkness, Planet Vegeta blossomed into an extraordinarily radiant, yet fleeting spark. Countless fragments of the planet shot forth at astonishing speeds in all directions, while the core's lava rapidly cooled in the vacuum, transforming into myriad dark red meteors. The blinding radiance compelled Parrot to instinctively close his eyes, overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. When the light diminished, he reopened his eyes to a scene reminiscent of a fireworks display, imbued with a strange yet brutal beauty. Filled with endless desolation, a race, a civilization, dissolved into cosmic dust within this ephemeral spectacle. Parrot's gaze involuntarily shifted elsewhere. In that void of space, despite the considerable distance, he could feel Frieza observing his creation with indifferent detachment from the expanse above his colossal spaceship. Parrot clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. A torrent of indescribable emotions churning within him. Was this the power of the Supreme? A mere gesture could obliterate the world, treating billions of lives as inconsequential. A yearning for absolute power intertwined with profound fear took root in his heart. Would he ever attain such heights? This thought, akin to a seed, fell upon the fertile ground of his recently transformed heart. Just as his emotions surged, Frieza, elegantly holding a wine glass and admiring the most beautiful fireworks in the universe, seemed to sense something amiss. His crimson, reptilian-like eyes subtly glanced toward Parrot's spacecraft, a glint of cold light flickering within his gaze. Despite the distance, the surrounding cosmic space felt as if it had grown colder, thicker, due to his mere glance. Beside him, his ever-loyal subordinates, the rotund pink Dodo and the green-haired Zabon, immediately noticed the slightest change in Frieza's demeanor and raised their gazes in unison. It appeared that a presumptuous monkey was attempting to escape from the king's grasp. Zabon spoke coldly, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain and mockery. Upon hearing this, Dodo activated the energy detector affixed to his face. An invisible ripple instantaneously traversed the space, probing Parrot's small spacecraft, which was attempting to accelerate away. Upon detecting 2 life energy signatures aboard the spacecraft, Dodo's voice resonated with a deep, gravelly tone as he reported to Frieza, Lord Frieza, the fleeing spacecraft contains 2 energy signatures. One has a battle power of approximately 420, pitifully weak. The other, has a battle power of only 5, even inferior to refuse. Frieza, upon hearing this, remained as impassive as a still pond, showing no reaction, as if he had merely heard an ant attempting to crawl away from its anthill. Dodo, fully aware of Frieza's character and understanding this was an opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty and efficiency, eagerly volunteered, "Lord Frieza, please allow me to eliminate these 2 stragglers." With that, Dodo's aura shifted slightly as he prepared to embark on his extermination mission. Just then, Frieza on his throne finally spoke, his tone devoid of any ripple, calmly stating, "Send a small reconnaissance team. Such trash does not warrant your personal intervention, Mr. Dodo." In his eyes, deploying a high-ranking officer for a mere battle power of 5 and 420 was a gross insult to strength. Dodo immediately halted, his expression devoid of discontent, instead bowing even more respectfully. "Yes, I shall obey your command, Lord Frieza." He ceased his pursuit and promptly utilized the communicator to casually deploy a nearby patrol fleet of small reconnaissance ships to chase after the inconsequential escape pod. At that moment, far away in the fleeing spacecraft, Parrot felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar the instant he caught a glimpse of Frieza's gaze. He stood frozen in shock, gripped by a fear that stemmed from the very instinct of survival. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead as he gasped for breath, as though he had just engaged in a life-and-death struggle. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that he was being scrutinized by an indescribably terrifying presence, sending shivers down his spine and causing his very soul to tremble. It was undeniably Frieza. He had discovered my existence. This thought rendered him utterly cold. Was this the fearsome cosmic overlord, Frieza? Merely a glance from him? Parrot murmured to himself, his voice quivering uncontrollably. For the first time, he viscerally understood the despairing oppression brought about by an absolute disparity in power. Just then, a resounding thud echoed from the ship's exterior. It was not the result of weaponry, but rather the cataclysmic explosion of Planet Vegeta, unleashing a colossal energy shockwave that finally caught up with their still-adrift vessel. In an instant, the ship trembled violently like a frail leaf in a storm. Warning lights flashed frantically, and sparks erupted from the control panel. The spacecraft lost all semblance of control, hurled into the void like a stone cast forcefully into the depths of the cosmos. Parrot found himself tossed around the spaceship like a mere toy, desperately clutching the seat to stabilize his form, tightly shutting his eyes to endure the dizzying turmoil. With only one thought echoing in his mind: survive. Chapter 9. After the catastrophe and the defiant cultivation system, it was uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps just a few minutes, or maybe a century. In the disorienting drift through the cosmos, the concept of time blurred. The violent rolling and shaking gradually subsided. The spaceship, propelled by inertia, finally stabilized, resuming its smooth autopilot trajectory toward an unknown coordinate. Parrot, still shaken, felt his heart racing within his chest. He shook his head, slightly dazed from the impact, and hurriedly checked the condition of the ship, himself, and Jine. He first glanced at the control panel. Although the data stream was chaotic, the indicator lights representing the ship's core status were reassuringly green. The ship did not emit any piercing alarms and continued to navigate normally according to its preset program, seemingly unscathed by the recent shockwave. He himself was relatively unharmed, aside from minor bruises and a pronounced sense of dizziness. He quickly turned to Jine, who remained unconscious but, thanks to the safety system's restraints and the protective recess, had not sustained any injuries. Her breathing was steady, though her brow was slightly furrowed, as if even in her dreams she could not find peace. Everything appeared to be fine. Having confirmed their temporary safety, the anxiety that had been lodged in Parrot's throat began to ease slightly. He slumped down in front of Jine, exhaling a long, trembling breath. Gazing through the porthole, he beheld a starkly different celestial vista. Although their flight had not lasted long, aided by the explosion's shockwave, they had already distanced themselves from the region where Planet Vegeta once resided. Behind them lay only endless darkness and distant starlight. The once existent planet was nowhere to be seen. Nor was Frieza's terrifying craft. Had he truly escaped? A profound sense of unreality washed over him. Regardless, he had successfully fled the destruction of Planet Vegeta. He had snatched his life back from the clutches of the cosmic tyrant, Frieza, momentarily evading the imminent peril of death. Just as he began to settle his thoughts and contemplate his next course of action, the familiar, chilling system notification chimed once more in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the ultimate survival task, escape from Planet Vegeta. Task completion score, 90. Evaluation, resourceful and decisive, adept at utilizing all available resources. Yet there remains room for optimization in crisis management and route planning. Task reward issued, system-exclusive cultivation system, basic version, 1. Parrot stared at the text displayed on the luminous screen, his mind flooded with questions. The relief of surviving the ordeal quickly solidified into bewilderment and confusion. Was this it? He had fought tooth and nail, teetering on the brink of death as the planet exploded, nearly succumbing to Frieza's mere gaze. And yet the reward was this ambiguous-sounding thing? An inexplicable ire surged within him. System, have you made a mistake? A task completion score of 90. And you reward me with this? What is this trinket? You are being exceedingly stingy. Parrot could not contain his frustration, feeling as though the system was dismissing his harrowing experience. Surviving such a gripping event, and all he received was this vague-sounding reward. How utterly disappointing. He thought to himself that he did not demand much. Even a few hundred or million points of combat power directly infused would suffice. That would be commensurate with the peril he had just faced. As if sensing his dissatisfaction and skepticism, the system's emotionless notification chimed again, beginning to explain the reward in detail. System cultivation system, basic version, a scientifically tailored exercise regimen for the host. The host must bear a weight equivalent to double their own gravity daily, completing 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, 10,000 squats, and a 50-kilometer run. Upon completing all daily tasks, an additional 200 points of combat power will be granted. This increase has no upper limit and can be compounded with the host's normal training growth. Parrot paused, intrigued by the prospect of a fixed daily increase of 200 points. But before he could ponder further, the system continued its explanation, the text on the screen scrolling rapidly. If the host bears a weight of triple their own gravity and completes all exercises, an additional 300 points of combat power will be granted, and so forth. By bearing a weight of 9 times their own gravity, the host can earn an additional 1,000 points of combat power. By bearing a weight of 10 times their own gravity, the host can earn an additional 2,000 points of combat power. By bearing a weight of 20 times their own gravity, the host can earn an additional 3,000 points of combat power. By bearing a weight of 100 times their own gravity, the host can earn an additional 20,000 points of combat power. By bearing a weight of 1,000 times their own gravity, the host can earn an additional 200,000 points of combat power. By bearing a weight of 10,000 times their own gravity, the host can earn an additional 2,000 points of combat power. The system continued its relentless explanation, the numbers soaring higher and higher, seemingly without end. Parrot's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as the earlier anger and dissatisfaction evaporated, replaced by mounting shock and elation. Enough! Enough! This is sufficient. I comprehend. He hastily shouted in his mind, interrupting the seemingly infinite stream of data. I concede. I acknowledge that my previous voice was a tad loud. I was short-sighted, unaware of your prowess and significance. Palotra's attitude underwent a complete transformation, his face adorned with a beguiling smile as he repeatedly expressed his apologies to the system's luminous interface. This training system was nothing short of extraordinary. He had finally grasped its essence. By merely completing the prescribed training tasks, he would not only experience normal growth through exertion, but could also receive additional fixed combat power enhancements. This was truly remarkable. It signified that his development would transcend the confines of innate talent, presenting him with a clear, stable, and, one might say, miraculous path to strength. Immediately, Palantir began to calculate, setting aside other considerations. If I were to simply bear a weight equivalent to my own gravity while completing the training, that would yield an extra 200 points of combat power daily. Accumulating 200 points each day translates to 6,000 points over a month. Over the course of a year, that amounts to an astounding 73,000 points of combat power. Should I increase my burden to twice my weight, I would gain 300 points per day, totaling 9,000 points monthly and 109,500 points annually. With a triple burden, the daily gain would be 400 points, equating to 12,000 points a month and 146,000 points in a year. This is merely the minimum weight standard. Should I endure even greater loads, my growth would be exponential. If I persist in this manner, it would not take long for my combat power to effortlessly surpass the million mark. Breathless with excitement, S eyes sparkled with fervor. Over time, even if I am unable to transform into a Super Saiyan due to lineage or other limitations, the consistent and substantial increase in combat power could very well enable me to defeat Frieza and perhaps even surpass the Super Saiyan status. I am destined for greatness. I am truly on the verge of soaring to new heights. Elated, Pao jubilantly gestured in the pilot's seat, struggling to contain his overwhelming joy. The confusion and anxiety he once felt about the future had dissipated, replaced by a clear and hopeful pathway to strength. A definitive plan began to form in his mind. Once I reach Earth, I will find a secluded spot to immerse myself in this extraordinary training system. First, I will set a modest goal. Clenching his fists, S eyes shimmered with determination. Within 10 years, if I do not achieve a combat power exceeding 100 million, I shall not emerge into the world. With this training system, no matter how vast the universe, there is nowhere I cannot go. The shadow of Frieza still loomed, but within his heart ignited a flame of hope and ambition, capable of tearing through all darkness. Chapter 10. Crisis. Unable to reach Earth? Ascalator envisioned a glorious future, mapping out how to reign supreme on Earth using the training system. A faint and pained voice broke through his thoughts. It was Jine, awakening from her slumber. She slowly shifted her graceful form, even in unconsciousness, and her long eyelashes fluttered before her slightly dazed eyes opened. As consciousness returned, a sharp pain in her neck prompted her to raise a hand to massage it, her brow furrowed with discomfort and confusion. She recalled being due to the cramped space within the mini-spacecraft. Palantir had been leaning against her. Sensing her movement, Palantir quickly composed himself. Turning to regard the slowly awakening Jine, softly calling out, "Aunt Gine, how are you? Are you all right?" His tone bore a subtle hint of guilt and concern, as he was the one who had incapacitated her. Jine's voice was hoarse as she surveyed her surroundings, taking in the narrow space filled with instruments, while outside the window, the deep, star-speckled void of space loomed. "Where are we?" she asked, bewildered, her mind lingering on the chaotic surface of Planet Vegeta. After a moment of silence, Palantir realized he could not conceal the truth and replied candidly, "Aunt Gine, we are inside the spaceship, and we have already left Planet Vegeta." "What?" Jine's body trembled, as if struck by lightning, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. "We have left Planet Vegeta? How can this be? What about Bardock? What has happened to him? And what of Planet Vegeta? What is the current situation?" Panic etched on her face, a torrent of questions poured forth, underscored by anxiety and a foreboding sense of dread. "Aunt Gine, please do not panic," Pao attempted to soothe her, but his words bore an unforgiving weight. "Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza, and the Saiyans there he did not finish." Yet the gravity of his tone and the unsaid words conveyed a grim reality. "Destroyed? How can this be?" Jine's complexion drained of color, disbelief clouding her features as she shook her head, as if rejecting the most ludicrous of lies. She could not accept that her homeland, though harsh, had been the repository of all her memories and attachments, was simply gone. "I am not jesting. This is the cold, hard truth." Pao met her incredulous gaze with a steady expression, his tone calm, yet resolute. "We have escaped, but as for the others, they likely perished alongside Planet Vegeta, lost to the cosmos." "No, this is absolutely impossible," Jine murmured, her face as pale as a ghost, her eyes void of focus, shaking her head repeatedly. The overwhelming sorrow crashed over her like a tsunami, rendering her breathless. Suddenly, It was as if she had grasped at a glimmer of hope, and she became animated, exclaiming, "No, I must go back. I need to find Bardock. He must still be alive. He must be waiting for me." Jine, devastated beyond measure, struggled to rise. Ignoring her aching body as she reached for the control panel of the spacecraft, determined to turn back to the now non-existent star system. Seeing this, Po was alarmed and swiftly intervened, grasping her wrist firmly and admonishing, "Calm down, Aunt Gine. It is futile to return now. Planet Vegeta has been obliterated, and nothing remains. What could you possibly achieve with your current strength? You would only be walking into death." Jine looked at Kalotura in astonishment, the pressure on her wrist causing her pain. She had not anticipated that this seemingly small power could possess such strength, rendering her unable to resist. This power far exceeded that of an ordinary infant, perhaps even surpassing her own. Pa's words were akin to a bucket of ice water, dousing her grief-clouded mind. Listening to these harsh yet realistic assertions, Jine's frantic motions gradually subsided, and she fell silent. Indeed, she was merely a logistics personnel with low combat power, scarcely a warrior. What could she accomplish by returning? Only to accompany the fallen, utterly meaningless. Yet, the thought of Bardock possibly vanishing alone into the cosmos tore at her heart. She feared not death. She only wished to be with Bardock, even if it meant sharing his fate with Planet Vegeta. Observing Jine's despondent expression, filled with despair, Po could surmise her thoughts. He sighed softly and said, "Aunt Gine, perhaps Bardock is still alive." Jine suddenly lifted her head, gazing at him intently. To provide her with a flicker of hope and motivation to endure, he felt compelled to weave a half-truth. "You must strive to survive. In the future, perhaps you may reunite." Is that truly the case? A faint spark ignited in Jine's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Ka, seeking to validate his words. Even the slightest possibility was enough to serve as her reason to persevere. "I possess certain unique abilities as well." Parrot steeled himself, striving to project an air of unwavering sincerity as he gazed at Jine. "I am aware that Uncle Bardock has managed to turn peril into safety in past crises. Perhaps this time will be no different. A warrior of his caliber must possess his own opportunities. I have a profound premonition that he is certainly unharmed." Jine's eyes quivered intensely, her reason informing her that the likelihood of surviving the planet's explosion was exceedingly slim. Yet, Parrot's resolute tone, coupled with the enigmatic qualities he had previously exhibited, stirred a flicker of belief within her heart. Moreover, an inexplicable feeling, one that was difficult to articulate, whispered to her that Bardock may indeed be safe. Her ruby lips trembled slightly, as if she wished to speak, but found her throat choked with emotion, rendering her voiceless. A torrent of immense sorrow intermingled with a thread of faint hope surged within her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears that fell silently. Noticing this, Parrot understood that she had absorbed some of his words and continued earnestly, "Aunt Gine, now that we find ourselves in this situation, we must look forward. Furthermore, you are not entirely devoid of support. You still have Kakarot and Laddies." Upon hearing the name Kakarot, Jine's expression froze momentarily, as if a realization had dawned upon her. She looked at Parrot, her eyes regaining a hint of their former brightness. Indeed, she still had children. She had her youngest son Kakarot, who had been sent to another planet, and her eldest son Laddies, who was out fighting alongside Prince Vegeta. They might still be alive. For the sake of your family's eventual reunion, I believe you should carry this faith and strive to live on, Parrot said sincerely. To live is to harbor hope. Jine felt deeply moved by his words. The tenuous hope for Bardock's survival, combined with the possibility that her two sons were still among the living, shone like two faint lights in the darkness, illuminating her heart that was nearly engulfed by despair. Parrot quietly observed Jine, noting the transformation in her demeanor. She was an astute woman. At this juncture, she must have begun to form her own decision. Would she surrender to sorrow and move towards destruction, or would she bear the burden of hope and strive to survive? After a brief moment, Jine inhaled deeply several times, wiping the tears from her face with the back of her hand. Although her eyes were still red, her emotions had settled considerably, and a glimmer of determination, characteristic of a mother and wife, returned to her gaze. Parrot recognized that she had made her choice, and his heart felt a sense of relief. He spoke, "Aunt Gine, this is not the time to be engulfed in grief. We must strategize our next steps. Let us head to Earth, where it is relatively safe. Can you check where the coordinates for Earth are? We can set a course directly there." He recalled that Jine was knowledgeable about Earth's coordinates. as Kakarot had been sent there. All right, Jine nodded, her voice still hoarse and slightly choked, but now steadier. She understood that she must pull herself together. Parrot smiled with relief, glad to see her stabilizing. Soon, Jine gathered her composure and began to adeptly operate the spacecraft's control system. Her delicate fingers moved swiftly across the complex buttons and touchscreens, calling up the interstellar navigation interface, preparing to input Earth's coordinates. However, her movements soon slowed, her expression darkening as her brow furrowed tightly. After several attempts with different commands, the screen's feedback plunged her heart into despair. Parrot, sitting beside her, watched her changing expression with growing concern, and an ominous premonition gripped him. He quickly inquired, "What is it? What seems to be the problem?" Jine lifted her head, her face pale and her voice heavy with gravity. "The core module of the interstellar coordinate navigation system has malfunctioned. We cannot locate it, nor can we manually input the precise coordinates to reach Earth." "What?" Parrot exclaimed, his face draining of color. The momentary relief he had felt from persuading Jine and the subsequent rewards from the system evaporating. A new crisis enveloped their small escape pod, akin to the vastness of space itself. Though they had narrowly escaped death, they now seemed adrift in an endless cosmic sea. Chapter 11. Survival and Desperation and New Perils. How could this happen? Could the aftershocks from the explosion of Vegeta's planet have affected the spacecraft, resulting in a navigation system failure? Parrot's expression turned grave, his voice betraying a subtle tremor. The flicker of hope that had arisen moments ago was now shrouded in darkness. That must be the case, Jine confirmed heavily as she scrutinized the flickering error codes on the console. The energy level of the shockwave was too high. It likely damaged the core chip of the coordinate positioning module. A malfunctioning interstellar navigation system poses a fatal issue for navigating the vast cosmos. Without a clear direction, we are like travelers in an endless desert, bereft of a compass, destined to become silent driftwood in the universe once our resources are depleted. This is a matter of life and death. Aunt Gine, can you repair it? Or do you have any contingency plans? Parrot clung to the last shred of hope as he looked at Jine. He wished that this woman, who had worked in logistics and had experience with various devices, might have some solution. "I'm sorry, Parrot." Jine raised her head, her face filled with regret and helplessness as she shook her head. "I cannot repair it. This is a highly sophisticated interstellar navigation system that requires specialized equipment and knowledge. I am merely a food distribution officer." Her expertise did not lie in this area. A wave of despair washed over Parrot, sapping him of strength. Having just escaped a cataclysmic life and death crisis, he now faced the prospect of losing himself in the cosmos and slowly perishing. Why was this journey fraught with such hardship? It felt as though fate were playing a cruel joke on him. However, he knew he could not succumb first. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. Though they faced immense peril, it was not yet time to give up. He reassured the guilt-ridden Jine. "It's all right, Aunt Gine. This is not your fault. Let us consider other alternatives. There must be a way out. There is no absolute despair in this world." For now, he could only place his hopes once again on the system, which was sometimes helpful and at other times frustratingly unyielding. Parrot then concentrated, mentally reaching out to the system with a beseeching tone. "System, great system, is there any way to resolve the current crisis? Even something that could repair the spacecraft's navigation system would suffice. Help us." After a moment of silence, just as Parrot feared the system would remain unresponsive as it had before, it surprisingly reacted this time. The screen unfolding before him. The host can exchange for a universal repair function in the system shop, which will repair all current malfunctions of the spacecraft. Wonderful. Parrot's heart soared, as if he had grasped a lifeline, eagerly thinking, "What are we waiting for? System, quickly, exchange this universal repair function for me." However, the system's next prompt doused the flame of hope he had just ignited. Exchanging for the universal repair function requires 50,000 source points. The host currently has a balance of 28,400 source points, insufficient for the exchange. "What? Are you kidding me? Unable to exchange? Are you toying with me? Why even mention it if I can't exchange?" Parrot was momentarily taken aback, but then an uncontrollable fury surged within him, his face flushing with anger. He couldn't help but question whether the system was deliberately messing with him. First, you offer hope, only to immediately reveal insufficient conditions. Such a profound psychological disparity is unbearable for anyone. It could very well induce a heart attack. At that moment, he gazed at the cold system display. wishing he could conjure a knife to cleave through this wretched system. The system remained silent, unresponsive to his fury. Parrot suppressed the tumultuous anger surging within him, recognizing that losing his temper would not resolve the issue. He lowered his stance, even infusing his voice with a hint of desperation as he tentatively inquired, "Does the system have any other, more affordable solutions? Or can we perhaps defer payment? A loan would suffice. I could take a loan of 21,600 points and promise to repay it. I will repay double." Yet, the system's reply was chillingly cold and mechanical, devoid of any emotion. No such rights. Damn it. Parrot could no longer contain himself, letting out a loud expletive, his frustration manifesting as he struck the nearby wall, producing a dull thud. It was evident that he could no longer rely on the system, which had faltered at a critical moment. Sitting beside him, Jine was startled by Parrot's sudden outburst in profane language. She looked at him with concern, cautiously asking, "Parrot, what is wrong? Do you have a solution?" Unbeknownst to herself, although Parrot was merely a 3-year-old child, she had unconsciously begun to regard him as her anchor of hope, entrusting her aspirations to this enigmatic boy. Parrot weakly shook his head, despair etched across his face. He leaned back, collapsing into Jine's gentle embrace, staring vacantly at the cold metallic wall above him. If even the system was powerless, what could he possibly do? Jine, observing the despondent and listless Parrot, felt a pang of sorrow. She gently held him, using the calmest tone she could muster to reassure him, "Parrot, do not lose heart. Although the navigation system is malfunctioning, the ship's life support and propulsion systems are functioning normally. Moreover, our destination is a life-sustaining planet with a well-established ecological system, confirmed by prior exploration. As long as we reach there, there is still hope for survival." Jine's words pierced through the darkness like a shooting star, reigniting the flicker of hope in Parrot's nearly lifeless heart. He abruptly lifted his head from her embrace, his eyes fixed on her with urgency as he asked, "Really? Is what you say true? That planet can sustain us?" "Yes." Jine nodded affirmatively, even though she herself could not precisely recall which planet it was. "Wonderful. Truly. The heavens do not forsake the desperate," Parrot exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. As long as it was not a desolate planet devoid of life or an inhospitable wasteland, there was still a chance for redemption. However, Jine suddenly shifted her tone, her brow furrowing slightly. This abrupt change caused Parrot's heart, which had just settled, to leap back into his throat. "But what is it?" Parrot asked anxiously, unable to afford any further complications after finally glimpsing a glimmer of hope. "I believe I overheard the clan mention this planet," Jine recalled, her brows knitting in concentration. "They said it might be somewhat dangerous, but I cannot remember the specifics." After all, she did not directly participate in battles and was not well versed in the information regarding the planets that needed to be conquered. "Dangerous?" Parrot paused, then waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, as long as it allows us to survive. If there is danger, we will exercise caution. Worst case, we can find a place to hide and focus on training." At this point, what could be more despairing than being lost in the cosmos, waiting for resources to run out? Furthermore, with his current combat power of 1,005 points, while he could not claim to be a superpower in the universe, he should possess enough strength for self-preservation, right? Dealing with beasts from primitive planets or low-level civilizations should not pose much of a problem. Jine nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. Even if she was worried, there was little they could do at present. They could only take things one step at a time. "And Jine, how long do you think it will take us to reach that planet?" Parrot began to map out their upcoming journey. At the ship's current cruising speed, it will take approximately 3 months, Jine estimated after checking the navigation log. "By the way, Parrot," Jine suddenly seemed to recall something of great importance, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment and concern as she revealed a potential major issue. "This ship is a small one, so its life support system, including air circulation and reserves, is designed for a single occupant. If we both use it simultaneously, it will only last for about 2 months. Is that so?" Parrot frowned, recognizing this as a significant problem. If it were merely a shortage of food, he would not be overly concerned, as he possessed the magical beans rewarded by the system, with each one capable of sustaining hunger for at least 7 days. He had 100 magical beans. If they shared them and used them sparingly, they could last for a year and a half without issue. The critical concern, however, was oxygen. Oxygen was a grave issue. Without sufficient supplies, they would not survive long enough to reach the planet, as they would soon suffocate in the ship. Thus, Parrot took a deep breath, embracing a last-ditch effort as he once again delved into his mind, calling upon the system. System, is there anything that can solve the oxygen issue? Something affordable. This time, the system responded swiftly. The host can exchange for a portable oxygen generator from the system shop, requiring 25,000 source points. This device can automatically filter and produce oxygen, sustaining normal breathing for 2 people for 4 months. Parrot's eyes brightened at this news. This could work. But how large is it? The ship's space is limited. Can it fit? He quickly confirmed the crucial parameters. The system oxygen generator has a volume of 10 cubic centimeters. 10 cubic centimeters? Fortunately, it is not very large and can easily be accommodated within the ship. Parrot felt a surge of joy and immediately checked his source point balance. 28 for 100 points. Just enough. I will exchange 25,000 source points for this, he decisively declared, confirming the expenditure of 25,000 source points, exchanging for the portable oxygen generator. Exchange successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired the oxygen generator. Would you like to install it immediately? Parrot was somewhat surprised by the system's efficiency this time, even offering installation services. Without hesitation, he confirmed, install. As soon as he spoke, a barely perceptible glow emerged from the corner of the ship, followed by a palm-sized, simply designed circular metal device materializing and firmly securing itself to the floor. Installation successful. The device is now activated. Almost immediately after the notification sound, both Parrot and Jine distinctly sensed the air within the ship, which had felt stifling due to their breathing, transform into a refreshing and invigorating atmosphere. A faint, grassy scent of oxygen began to be continuously produced. The oxygen generation system was operational. What is this? The air suddenly improved significantly, Jine exclaimed, gazing at the newly appeared, softly humming circular metal device with astonishment and disbelief. Aunt Gine, with this, we need not worry about the oxygen issue anymore. Parrot's face lit up with a sigh of relief as he explained, this device can provide us both with sufficient oxygen for 4 months, ample time to reach our destination. With that, he retrieved a handful of verdant shandog from the system's space and handed them to Jine, elucidating, Aunt Gine, these are shandog, an extraordinarily miraculous food. Consuming one not only instantaneously restores all physical strength and injuries, but also ensures that one will not require sustenance for the next 7 days. What? Such marvel? How can this be possible? Jine received the unassuming beans, her astonishment evident on her face, filled with disbelief. A mere bean possessing such extraordinary effects? This notion entirely upended her understanding. Parrot, how did you acquire these? She could not help but inquire, her gaze flitting between Parrot and the oxygen device, her curiosity reaching its zenith. Of course, it's true. If you doubt it, try one and experience its satiating effects for yourself, Parrot replied vaguely, sidestepping her question. As for how I obtained them, that is of no concern to you. I shall tell you when the opportunity arises. He had no intention of divulging the secrets of the system at this juncture. Jine gazed deeply at Parrot, her eyes brimming with surprise, confusion, and a hint of inexpressible complexity. She found herself increasingly perplexed by this child, who had become shrouded in mystery, enveloped in a veil that rendered him inscrutable. Well, given the circumstances, despite my myriad doubts, I choose to trust Parrot. After all, this child has wrought too many miracles. Upon witnessing her acceptance, Parrot smiled faintly, a great weight lifting from his heart. With the issues of sustenance and oxygen temporarily resolved, they could finally proceed without concern. Thus, the diminutive white spacecraft carried the two of them, traversing the cold, dark expanse of the cosmos towards an unknown destination, silently and resolutely. However, neither Parrot, immersed in the fleeting tranquility, nor Jine, harboring worries, perceived the lurking danger. Far behind their vessel, nearly merging with the dark cosmic backdrop, a few sinister reconnaissance ships belonging to the Frieza force silently locked onto their signal, stealthily trailing them like sharks sensing blood. A new peril was not far removed. It merely lay in wait within the shadows, anticipating its moment to strike. Chapter 12. By Bo Ju Jianxing, and the coward time passed imperceptibly. Under the regimen of daily system training, the satiating effects of the shandog, and Jine's gentle companionship, 3 months swiftly elapsed. In the vast, boundless cosmos, the solitary mini-white circular spacecraft continued its journey along the predetermined course, akin to a diminutive meteor streaking through the darkness. Having spent 3 months confined within the almost suffocating confines of the spacecraft, Parrot felt as though he would suffocate from the monotony. With nothing to occupy his time except gazing at the unchanging starry expanse outside, the sheer isolation was enough to drive anyone to madness. Fortunately, Jine's graceful presence and amiable nature provided occasional solace. Without her, he would have surely succumbed to insanity from prolonged seclusion. Her existence was the sole beacon of warmth and comfort in the frigid metallic environment. One day, with her keen attention to the navigational data, Jine finally bore a look of relief, turning to Parrot and softly announcing, "Parrot, we are almost there." Upon hearing this, Parrot sprang up from the floor, his face alight with joy. "Are we finally here? That's wonderful. I was nearly suffocated from the weight." He eagerly approached the viewport, peering outside. Baibo Jianxing was the ultimate destination of their arduous 3-month journey, the beacon of hope for their future survival. "Look ahead," Jine affirmed, pointing towards the main observation window. In moments, as the spacecraft drew nearer, a colossal, breathtaking planet dominated by shades of blue and green slowly emerged from the black cosmic shroud, coming into clear view for the two. The blue represented boundless oceans, while the green illustrated vast, unbroken primal forests, with white clouds delicately draping the landscape like gossamer. Parrot was overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of awe. The planet's enormity was not merely a function of its cold diameter, but rather an oppressive presence brimming with untamed vitality that seemed to engulf them. From within the spacecraft, it appeared to occupy their entire field of vision, evoking a profound awareness of their own insignificance. "This planet is immense," Parrot exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "It surpasses all my expectations." "Indeed," Jine replied, standing beside him, gazing at the magnificent sphere. "Baibo Jianxing is truly colossal. Its size is several times that of our home planet, Vegeta. According to our scans, its diameter exceeds 63,700 kilometers." She continued to relay the known facts. "This planet is characterized by its expansive primordial oceans, a labyrinth of enormous inland lakes, and a network of rivers that crisscross like veins. On land, towering supergiant forests thrive, with roots so immense they protrude from the ground like mountains. In summary, this is a planet that preserves its ancient visage, teeming with wild allure and an unrefined ecosystem. Over 63,000 kilometers in diameter, 5 times larger than Earth." Parrot observed intently through the viewport, astonished by the planet's raw aura. From the vastness of space, its colors bore a resemblance to Earth, interwoven in blue and green, magnified exponentially, exuding an even greater sense of grandeur and peril. "Parrot, brace yourself. The spacecraft is about to automatically enter the atmosphere," Jine warned, glancing at the flashing indicators on the control panel. Skillfully, she wrapped her arms around him, using her body as additional cushioning, while ensuring the makeshift safety belt was secure. Parrot remained quietly enveloped in Jine's warm embrace, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the viewport, unwilling to miss a single moment of their descent. A low rumble reverberated through the spacecraft's hull as it adjusted its angle, penetrating the atmosphere of Baibo Jianxing. The sound of air violently rushing against the craft filtered through the layers, and the exterior was instantly engulfed in a fiery shroud of superheated plasma, transforming the viewport into a sea of orange flames, as if traversing through the gates of hell. Only then did Parrot slowly retract his gaze, acutely aware of the sustained overload and tremors accompanying their atmospheric entry. The spacecraft plummeted toward the verdant surface of the planet like a blazing meteor, steadily descending. The view below transitioned from mere blurred colors to increasingly distinct shapes, limitless forests, serpentine rivers, and the towering roots reminiscent of a dragon's spine, cloaked in foliage. Meanwhile, shortly after Parrot's spacecraft successfully breached the atmosphere of Baibo Jianxing, the specter-like Frieza force vessels that had been stealthily trailing them arrived at the planet's periphery. However, unlike Parrot, they did not plunge into the atmosphere. Rather, they halted abruptly, as if colliding with an invisible wall, suspending themselves in the frigid vacuum of space. Within one of the spacecraft, a cosmic being sporting an exaggerated rooster hairstyle inquired perplexedly through the internal communication channel to the team leader. "What is the matter, Captain? Are we not pursuing them? The target has already entered the planet." The leader, a red-skinned alien with a fearsome visage, fixed his gaze intently upon the immense blue-green orb before him. Rather than exhibiting the ferocity of a predator, His eyes betrayed a profound sense of wariness, even fear. He barked sharply, "Pursue them? Do you all wish to court death? Do you comprehend where we are? With our mere 3,000 to 4,000 combat power, entering there would merely serve as a sacrificial offering. Where exactly are we, Captain?" Another oblivious crew member asked, still unaware of their destination, having been merely tasked with pursuing two seemingly insignificant Saiyan monkeys. The red-skinned captain inhaled deeply, his tone heavy with foreboding. "That is Bibo Jugan Star, a planet classified as highly dangerous, requiring the deployment of an elite team such as the Jinyu Force to handle it. Do you understand?" He deliberately emphasized the name of the Jinyu Force, attempting to convey the terror associated with it. "What? It requires the Jinyu Force?" The communication channel erupted with gasps of disbelief and astonishment. The Jinyu Force, renowned as the most elite combat team under the command of King Frieza, comprised members who were all formidable warriors. If even they deemed this planet worthy of serious caution, then should they recklessly venture in? They would be lucky to leave with their bones intact. The captain added with trepidation, as he seemed to have heard terrifying rumors about this planet. At that moment, his subordinates fully grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces paling with fear as they dared not mention pursuing the target again. "So, Captain, what shall we do now?" The rooster-haired alien asked anxiously. "If we return empty-handed without completing the mission, our fate will likely be no better." Within the ranks of the Frieza force, the penalties for failure were exceedingly severe. "Fear not." The red-skinned captain seemed to have already devised a plan, snorting coldly. "Those two worthless monkeys, one with a combat power of over 400 and the other a mere 5, are pitifully weak. There is no need for us to intervene. The primal environment of this planet, along with its terrifying creatures, will suffice to ensure their demise 100 times over." "Is that true, Captain? Are you certain they will not survive?" The rooster-haired alien queried, still harboring some doubts. "Let us do this, to ensure absolute certainty, and to have an explanation upon our return." The captain pondered for a moment before issuing his command. "Jito, you shall lead your squad to the nearby small moon or find a meteorite belt to station yourselves, closely monitoring the movements of Bibo Jugan Star. Report any unusual occurrences immediately. If, after a period, say 1 to 2 months, there are no life signals detected, we can reasonably conclude they have perished. At that point, you may return to report." You want me to stay behind?" Jito, the rooster-haired alien, exclaimed, his face contorting with reluctance. Why must he be the one left to monitor this perilous planet? "We shall naturally return to headquarters first to report the situation," the captain replied flatly, his tone leaving no room for dispute. "But Captain, this place is far too dangerous," and Jito attempted to argue, seeking to alter the decision. Yet, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by the captain's icy voice. "What is this, Jito? Do you wish to defy orders?" The atmosphere within the communication channel plummeted to a chilling silence. "Very well, Captain, I will obey orders." Jito, sensing the coldness and threat in the captain's words, shuddered. He recognized he had no choice but to accept this daunting task with a heavy heart. After a considerable time, the red-skinned captain's spacecraft, accompanied by several reconnaissance vessels, adjusted their course. They ignited their engines and departed into the starry void, vanishing into the depths of darkness, leaving only Jito's solitary small spacecraft behind. Akin to an abandoned sentinel, reluctantly, he inched toward the desolate asteroid belt near Bibo Jugan Star, embarking on a lengthy and nerve-wracking surveillance mission. As Jito gazed at the vast, beautiful, yet perilous blue-green planet in the distance, he muttered curses against the two wretched Saiyan monkeys and the captain who had left him behind. Chapter 13. The terrifying planet Bibo Jugan Star. Above a realm of untamed wilderness and forest, a fiery streak, trailing a long tail of flames, tore through the primordial tranquility of the sky like a divine spear of retribution. With a mournful howl, it plummeted rapidly. The tremendous noise and the peculiar sight in the heavens immediately caught the attention of numerous primitive creatures below. Some ferocious beasts, engaged in tearing apart their prey, lifted their heads, their murky eyes reflecting the descending fireball. Birds of extraordinary wingspan, perched atop trees akin to skyscrapers, emitted sharp cries. Even some lurking entities in swamps or caves subtly turned their awareness skyward. Under their watchful gaze, the colossal fireball, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, hurtled down toward the desolate, densely vegetated mountains below. Boom! A sound erupted far more thunderous and terrifying than any thunderclap, as if the very earth had been struck by an invisible colossal hammer. From the point of impact, a shockwave visibly expanded in a circular motion, instantly leveling ancient trees, thick vines, and jagged rocks within hundreds of meters, reducing them to mere rubble. The ground quaked violently, cracking open, as smoke and debris ascended, forming a small mushroom cloud. The spacecraft, resembling a broken toy, crashed heavily onto the savage earth. Its sturdy alloy shell, under such a fierce impact, appeared woefully fragile, creating a massive charred pit several dozen meters in diameter and several meters deep. This violent collision shattered the already damaged spacecraft into a jumbled mess, twisting its structure grotesquely, with parts scattering in all directions. Even the hatch was flung away in the chaos, exposing a scene of utter disarray within. Parrot and Jine, though secured by safety devices at the last moment, were inevitably thrown from the craft due to the tremendous forces of disintegration. Like two stones catapulted from a sling, they landed heavily on the rocky ground not far from the pit, rolling awkwardly for some distance before coming to a halt. Ouch, that hurts. Parrot felt as though his entire body had been disassembled, a sharp pain forcing him to suck in a breath, as if his very organs were being displaced. He could not afford to linger in agony. He hastily retrieved a senza bean from his system space, popping it into his mouth and chewing it down. A warm surge coursed through him, banishing all pain and discomfort like a receding tide, instantly replenishing his spent energy. Not only that, but he sensed his physical strength had slightly increased due to the rigorous impact and the restorative power of the bean. The traits of a Saiyan began to manifest. Once restored, Parrot anxiously scanned the surroundings for Jine, Aunt Gine. Soon, he spotted her not far away, sprawled on the ground, covered in dust, her clothing torn by branches. Appearing quite disheveled, Parrot hurriedly rushed over, carefully assisting Jine to her feet. Her complexion was pale, a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, and her breath was faint, indicating she had sustained serious injuries. Aunt Jine, how are you? Hold on. He unhesitatingly retrieved a magical bean and gently fed it to her. As the bean took effect, Jine's pale visage visibly regained its rosy hue, and her weak breath became steady and robust. Slowly opening her eyes, she gazed at the concerned Parrot and softly said, "Thank you. Parrot, I am fine now." "That is a relief," Parrot sighed, feeling a genuine sense of ease as he observed her recovery. His gaze shifted toward the nearby wreckage of the spacecraft, still emitting wisps of black smoke and in such a state of disrepair that its original form was nearly unrecognizable. A look of discomfort and regret crossed his face as he sighed. "It seems our spacecraft is completely beyond repair, utterly unfixable. This means we may not be able to leave this planet anytime soon, possibly forever." "I'm sorry, Parrot. It was my failure to control the landing," Jine expressed, her face reflecting profound guilt, believing that her inability to stabilize the ship led to the disastrous crash. "It is not your fault, Aunt Jine," Parrot reassured her, shaking his head with a serious tone. "The ship's navigation system was malfunctioning, and the autopilot program must have been affected as well. The fact that we managed to land on solid ground instead of plunging into the ocean or crashing into a mountain is already a stroke of luck. This is not your fault. There's no need for self-reproach. As long as we are unharmed, that is the best outcome." Comforted by Parrot's considerate words, Jine nodded and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Parrot did not respond immediately. Instead, he climbed out of the deep pit, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. They found themselves in a typical rugged valley, where the surrounding weeds grew thick and lush, nearly reaching his waist. The trees stood tall, each one requiring several people to embrace, their canopies obscuring the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through. The air was filled with the earthy scent of soil, the fresh fragrance of vegetation, and a faint, primal odor reminiscent of wild beasts. He turned back to Jine, who had followed him up, her elegance still apparent despite her disheveled appearance. "Aunt Jine, this place is not suitable for prolonged stays. Although the noise from the crash might have temporarily driven away the surrounding creatures, once things settle down, we cannot rule out the possibility of curious or hungry beasts being drawn here. We know little of our environment. It would be prudent to depart and find a relatively safe location to regroup and devise a long-term plan." "All right, I will follow your lead." Jine nodded in agreement with Parrot's assessment. However, deep down, Parrot held a measure of confidence in his own abilities. He thought to himself that with over 1,000 points of combat power, As long as he did not provoke any formidable beasts, he should be safe. After all, races like the Saiyans, known for their innate combat prowess, were rare in the universe, and primitive planets hosting creatures with average combat levels exceeding 1,000 should be quite uncommon. Moreover, as he surveyed the wild, primal environment brimming with natural vitality, a sense of excitement welled within him. This untamed, challenging locale was an ideal training ground. His system's training methods would undoubtedly find better application here. Aunt Gine, let us search the wreckage for anything useful before we leave. Before long, after rummaging through the debris, Jine returned to Parrot's side, cradling a few items that were barely intact. All right, Parrot, this is all we could find that might still be of use. Let us go, she said softly, her tone tinged with uncertainty about the future. Parrot examined the few items she held, which primarily consisted of high-energy compressed food. Although they had magical beans, these backup supplies were crucial for survival in critical moments. Among them were a multifunctional survival toolkit, a first aid kit, and a few changes of clothing. While the quantity was limited, they remained essential. To Parrot's surprise and delight, Jine had also managed to uncover an energy detector that appeared to be in perfect condition. Let me take a look at that, Parrot said as he reached for the familiar device, resembling a monocular, and adeptly affixed it to his left eye. With this tool, they would better understand the dangers lurking in their surroundings. He activated the energy detector, and with a series of mechanical beeps, the device's lens began to display rapidly fluctuating values, scanning the life energy responses in the vicinity. However, upon viewing the numbers that continuously updated and locked in on the detector's lens, the ease and confidence on Parrot's face evaporated, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. His expression darkened, and he could not help but mutter an expletive. On the lens, the figures indicating life energy intensity cascaded like a waterfall: 980, 867, 963, 890, 1,150. And over there, 1,200? This one, 1,300? Wait, that one is 1,500? Parrot, seemingly dazed, muttered these staggering figures aloud. All these numbers represented the combat power of various creatures detected by the energy detector, scattered throughout the mountains, marshes, and even the skies. How can this be? How can they be so powerful? Have we landed in the lair or stronghold of monsters? Parrot's heart sank to the depths. The creatures detected boasted outrageous combat powers. And they were not solitary. They appeared in swathes. Any one of them was likely far stronger than both him and Jine combined. This is bad. We are truly in deep trouble. Parrot's expression turned grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had calculated every possible outcome. Yet he never anticipated that this seemingly primitive planet would harbor such formidable creatures. This was entirely illogical. Just how terrifying was the ecological environment of this planet? The safe haven he had envisioned had crumbled in an instant. His combat power of over 1,100 now seemed utterly inadequate here. Not only was reigning supreme out of the question, but merely surviving long enough to find a secure refuge had become a monumental challenge. The excitement for training that had just ignited within him was doused by the harsh reality like a bucket of ice water. The true challenge of survival was only just beginning. Chapter 14, Desperate Escape and the Initial Battle. What is it, Parrot? Why do you look so pale? Have you discovered something? Jine observed the sudden shift in Parrot's expression, now clouded with fear, and her heart raced as she hurriedly inquired. Parrot took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Though his voice retained the childlike pitch that was characteristic of his youth, now imbued with an incongruous gravity. Aunt Gine, we may be in serious trouble. The energy detector indicates that many powerful creatures are lurking nearby, with combat powers generally exceeding 600 or 700. And there are plenty surpassing 1,000. What? Many creatures with combat powers over 1,000? Jine's face drained of color, her body trembling. Her own combat power was only 420, and while Parrot was enigmatic, she assumed it was not exceedingly high. Faced with so many formidable monsters, were they not merely escaping from one danger into another, destined for demise? Her gaze involuntarily fell upon Parrot. Although the child's previous performances had consistently astonished her, she found it utterly implausible that he could stand against so many ferocious beasts, each with a combat power exceeding 1,000. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in her mind, as if she had unearthed a long-forgotten piece of information from the depths of her memory. Her expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, I remember now. I had occasionally heard the warriors who ventured out speak of it. They said that on the Bibo Jujingsing, resources are extraordinarily abundant, yet it is also home to numerous primitive and fierce beasts. Their temperaments are savage, and there are countless creatures with combat powers in the hundreds, with many more boasting thousands. Most alarmingly, there are numerous terrifying beasts with combat powers exceeding 10,000. Previously, she had dismissed these warnings due to her indifference toward the conflicts. It was only now that she recognized the gravity of the situation. Parrot, with a heavy expression, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of her words, and perhaps even worse than what Jine had conveyed. Within just a brief moment, he had detected, through the energy scanner, that the dense forest surrounding them concealed at least several hundred creatures with combat powers ranging from 2,000 to 5,000. Moreover, in a direction approximately 20 kilometers away, there existed an entity with an extraordinarily strong energy response, boasting a staggering combat power of around 12,000. It was undeniably a colossal threat they could not provoke at this moment. What should we do? We had just narrowly escaped the destruction of Vegeta Xing. Is it truly the case that we are fated to perish on this unfamiliar planet? Jine's voice trembled with despair. However, in the next instant, she bit her lip, and a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. In this moment of extreme danger, her first thought remained the protection of Parrot. She grasped his small hand and urgently said, "Parrot, you are still young, and the road ahead is long. If those beasts come charging at us, I will find a way to hold them off. You mustn't concern yourself with anything. Quickly flee and find a concealed place to hide. Survive." She was willing to sacrifice herself to secure a sliver of hope for Parrot, and it must be said that her intentions towards him were genuinely sincere. Parrot felt a surge of emotion within, but remained silent. This was not the time for sentimentality. His energy scanner continued to sweep the surroundings in a rapid 360-degree scan, his mind racing to analyze the intensity and density of energy responses in various directions. He sought a path where the monsters were relatively scarce and weaker, for only in this way could they possibly find a glimmer of hope. "Hurry, Parrot. Do not hesitate," Jine urged anxiously. This place was far too perilous, and every second they lingered increased the risk of discovery. At that moment, Parrot's eyes brightened as he finally pinpointed a direction. He raised his small hand, pointing southeast, and spoke rapidly. "Aunt Gine, let us go that way. There are relatively fewer wild monsters in this direction, and they seem weaker." The direction he indicated indeed had sparse life energy responses detected. Although creatures with combat powers exceeding 1,000 were present, their numbers were significantly diminished, with most concentrated just above 1,000 points, while those exceeding 2,000 were situated farther away. As long as they were cautious, they had a chance to traverse this path. "All right, we shall proceed that way." Jine completely trusted Parrot's judgment at this moment and nodded without hesitation. Subsequently, the two wasted no time and immediately set off, moving swiftly towards the chosen southeastern direction. Though Parrot was small in stature, his combat power exceeding 1,100 endowed him with remarkable agility and speed. He took the lead, scouting the path and remaining vigilant, moving with the swiftness of a leopard through the forest. Jine followed closely behind, striving to maintain their pace. However, just as they had barely distanced themselves from the site of the spaceship crash and were about to plunge into the denser, untamed jungle ahead, a thunderous roar filled with ferocity and hunger erupted from the bushes beside them. "Aunt Gine, be careful." Parrot reacted swiftly, instinctively grabbing Jine's wrist and forcefully pulling her back several meters. Almost simultaneously, an explosive sound erupted as the towering, dense bushes were shattered by a formidable force. A beast of terrifying size, resembling a saber-toothed tiger but magnified several times, burst forth. Its body was covered in dark red, metallic-like scales, with a row of sharp bone spines adorning its back. A tail, akin to a steel whip, lashed against the ground, leaving deep impressions. Its massive head, with blood-red eyes, locked onto Parrot and Jine, while thick drool dripped from its gaping maw, exuding a nauseating stench. Parrot. Jine's face turned as pale as a sheet, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Despite her modest combat power, her instincts were sharp from the sudden appearance of this beast. She sensed an extremely dangerous and potentially fatal aura. Parrot's expression was equally grave, his heart racing as he noted the figure displayed on his energy scanner. "Damn it. This creature's combat power has reached 1,200 points. The beast's strength had surpassed his own combat power of 1105. More critically, While he possessed strength, he lacked real battle experience. And the creature was evidently a seasoned hunter of this jungle. This imbalance rendered their situation exceedingly perilous. What? 1,200 points of combat power? Jine repeated in disbelief, her face revealing utter despair. A creature of such caliber could effortlessly eliminate her, with her combat power of merely 420 with a single strike. Parrot, do not mind me. You must flee. I will confront it. Jine suddenly pushed Parrot behind her and stepped forward, her face adorned with a martyr-like resolution, her expression unwavering. She was prepared to sacrifice herself, determined to buy Parrot even a few seconds to escape. No, Aunt Gine, we cannot confront it head-on. That would be suicidal. How could Parrot allow her to do such a thing? In a moment of desperation, he shouted, I will carry you. Without waiting for a response, he bent down and hoisted Jine's graceful form onto his relatively slender shoulder. Then, channeling all his strength, he propelled himself forward. With a resounding thud, the ground was dented beneath his feet as Parrot, carrying Jine, shot forward like an arrow towards the jungle in their planned southeast direction. He chose flight. It was the most rational decision at this moment. However, to Parrot's astonishment, the saber-toothed scaled beast reacted with astonishing speed. It seemed to have already locked onto the two intruders. Seeing its prey attempting to flee, it let out a furious roar. With immense power, its massive body unleashed an incredible speed unbefitting its size, resembling a red flash as it closed the distance in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a foul wind rushed toward them, and the beast's colossal claw, capable of shattering stone, descended upon Parrot with a deafening shriek. Should it strike true, the consequences would be dire. Parrot's heart raced as he sensed the impending danger, adrenaline surging within him. Without time for contemplation, he freed one hand, summoning a not particularly powerful white energy wave that he instinctively hurled towards the incoming claw. Simultaneously, he exerted his core muscles, twisting his body midair in an attempt to dodge to the side. Bang! The energy wave collided with the beast's claw, producing a muffled thud. Although the hastily unleashed energy wave had limited power and failed to inflict significant damage on the thick-skinned creature, it did char a few scales on its claws. Nonetheless, the shockwave and brilliance from the explosion effectively disrupted its movements, causing it to veer off course. This provided Parrot and Jine with a precious moment of respite, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Even so, the residual shockwave from the energy collision still swept over them. Parrot felt a sharp pain in his back, his vital energy surging violently as he and Jine were thrown like tumbleweeds. Losing their balance, they crashed into the dense underbrush nearby, scratched by the branches and leaves. Coughing, Parrot expelled a mouthful of foul air, not daring to pause, and quickly struggled to rise. Without checking his injuries, he grasped the still frightened Jine and continued to sprint desperately deeper into the jungle. He understood all too well that lingering here would only heighten their peril. The explosion and energy fluctuations might attract even more, possibly more formidable beasts from the surrounding area. They needed to shake off this creature as swiftly as possible and find a safe refuge. Parrot pushed his speed to the limit, maneuvering skillfully between the sturdy trees while carrying Jine. However, the saber-toothed armored beast, with a combat power of 1,200, had clearly been thoroughly enraged and relentlessly pursued them. Its speed was astonishing, and its familiarity with the terrain far exceeded Parrot's, making it impossible to shake off. The heavy footfalls and furious roars echoed ominously behind them. Parrot's heart raced with anxiety, yet he found himself at a loss, forced to run for his life while trying to exploit the complex surroundings. He made sudden turns, navigated around massive trees, and even deliberately knocked over deadwood to create obstacles, attempting to outmaneuver the ferocious predator in a desperate bid to gain distance. A thrilling chase unfolded in the wild, untamed wilderness. As Parrot bore Jine, weaving skillfully between giant trees and scattered rocks while evading the relentless saber-toothed beast, his mind raced, keenly observing the creature's patterns of movement in search of its vulnerabilities while also identifying a potential escape route. Jine, propelled forward by Parrot's swift pace, felt the rush of wind whipping past her and the beast's roars growing ever closer. Her heart brimmed with worry, yet she was equally astonished by Parrot's displayed prowess. She never expected this seemingly small child to be so formidable. Despite carrying another person, he maintained such remarkable speed and agility, skillfully engaging with the terrifying beast. Had it been her, she would have likely perished countless times at the beast's first assault. Parrot's strength surpassed her wildest imagination. This individual not only possessed immense power, but also extraordinary speed and endurance, with an intimate knowledge of the terrain that rendered them incomparable. Parrot gasped as he analyzed their situation, his tone heavy with urgency. If we continue to flee like this, we will never outrun it. We will only be dragged along, exhausting our strength and energy. The longer we delay, the greater the noise we create, which will inevitably attract even more dangerous creatures, placing us in an even more precarious situation. What should we do now? We cannot defeat it, Jine said anxiously, her voice tinged with helplessness. The disparity in strength was a harsh reality. Parrot did not respond immediately, his gaze scanning the surrounding environment like a radar. Suddenly, he spotted a cluster of massive rocks, stacked like houses, not far to his right. In between them, a narrow and deep natural crevice formed, appearing quite sturdy, with a small entrance that was easy to defend yet difficult to attack. His eyes lit up, and he quickly made a decision, speaking rapidly to Jine. Aunt Gine, do you see that gap between the giant rocks over there? I will take you there to hide temporarily, and then I will deal with that bothersome creature behind us. Parrot, what are you planning? No, that's too dangerous. Jine exclaimed in alarm, clutching tightly to Parrot's clothing. She could not bear to watch Parrot risk his life for her. Rest assured, Aunt Gine, I know what I'm doing, Parrot replied with resolute confidence. My combat power exceeds 1,000. I am not without the ability to fight back. Only after I eliminate this creature can we safely escape. In truth, he had already resolved to leverage the Saiyans' unique abilities for a daring gamble. A plan to rapidly enhance his combat prowess using the Senza beans and a near-death experience took shape in his mind. However, before Jine could finish her protests, Parrot had already approached the rocky crevice. Seizing the moment, he summoned his strength, deftly tossing Jine towards the narrow entrance of the stone gap. His control over his power was impeccable, allowing Jine to land safely at the entrance. Stay inside and do not come out, no matter what sounds you hear. Parrot admonished firmly, his gaze resolute. Jine stumbled slightly as she regained her footing at the crevice's mouth. Turning back, she could only see Parrot's small yet upright figure resolutely facing the roaring beast charging towards him. Parrot, please be careful, Jine called out, her voice quivering with emotion. Her eyes filled with endless worry and gratitude, her small hands covering her mouth tightly. Having shed his burden, Parrot felt a sense of lightness wash over him. His gaze sharpened as his internal energy erupted, propelling him forward like a white flash skimming the ground. Rather than retreating, he charged directly at the saber-toothed armored beast, whose massive form loomed like a mountain. The beast's reflexes were indeed swift. It was taken aback by this audacious challenge from such a small figure. Its crimson eyes glinted with ferocity as, just as Parrot closed in, its massive claws, capable of shattering rock, swung toward him with a formidable force. The speed was astonishing. The impact reverberated through the forest like the thunder of a colossal drum. Parrot unleashed all his might in a punch that collided fiercely with the armored claw. The shockwave expanded violently from the point of contact, stirring up dust and fallen leaves from the ground. The outcome revealed that Parrot's strength was slightly inferior. The beast's power, far exceeding 1,200, surged like a tidal wave, numbing his arm. His vital energy surged violently, causing a sweet taste to rise in his throat, and he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashed through several tree trunks the width of bowls before finally landing with a thud in a dense thicket, falling silent. In contrast, the saber-toothed armored beast was merely staggered a few steps backward by the recoil before regaining its footing. It appeared somewhat surprised that this diminutive creature had been able to withstand its claw without perishing. This bewilderment caused it to shake its massive head in confusion. Parrot, collapsed in the underbrush, felt as if all his bones had shattered, and excruciating pain washed over him like a tide. He coughed up blood, his insides feeling as if they had shifted. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the saber-toothed armored beast's raw power, which far exceeded what the data indicated. This single blow had left him severely injured, robbing him of most of his combat strength. Damn it, this hurts. Parrot cursed inwardly, but his eyes shone with an unusual brilliance. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately used his remaining hand to crush the celestial bean that had long been prepared and held in his mouth, swallowing it whole. A miraculous transformation ensued. In mere moments, an overwhelming surge of life energy engulfed his entire being. All pain vanished instantaneously, fractured bones healed, damaged organs restored, and his depleted strength was entirely replenished. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that both the strength of his body and the energy within him had increased beyond his condition prior to injury. His combat power had indeed risen, albeit modestly, by approximately 100 points, bringing it to around 12-20 points, nearly equal to that of the saber-toothed scaly beast. This was the crux of his strategy, to capitalize on the Saiyans' unique talent, which allowed for a significant boost in battle power after recovering from severe injuries. Especially when returning from the brink of death, the celestial being served as the perfect catalyst for this restorative process. Excellent. I feel invigorated. Let us proceed. Feeling the surging power within him, Parrot ignited with fierce determination. He leapt from the thicket, launching himself forward like a bullet, charging at the saber-toothed scaly beast that had just regained its senses. Bang, 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 boom. In a flash, man and beast engaged in another fierce battle. This time, Parrot refrained from merely brute force and instead attempted to employ his ki, integrating the combat techniques he had observed in his past life, engaging the ferocious creature in a dance of skill. Yet, to maximize his potential, he still opted for perilous exchanges of blows, each strike landing with palpable force. Each collision set his blood surging, igniting the Saiyan essence within him. The instinct for battle and desire to win were ignited, burning fiercely. After several rounds, Parrot bore many new scars, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breath ragged. Although the saber-toothed scaly beast had not suffered any lethal wounds due to its tough scales, it was still pained by Parrot's more powerful fists, letting out an angry yet pained roar. It could not fathom why this small creature seemed to grow stronger with each blow. At that moment, Parrot, due to a slight misjudgment and evasion, was struck hard by the saber-toothed scaly beast's full-force attack. Boom. Parrot's body was smashed to the ground like a meteor, the tremendous impact embedding him deep into the soft earth, creating a human-shaped crater. This time, his injuries were more severe than ever before. Countless bones were likely shattered. His organs ruptured, and the excruciating pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness, forcing him to emit a cry of agony. Yet, lying in the depths of the earth, Parrot felt no fear. Rather, an indescribable excitement and joy surged within him, for he sensed that the barrier to his breakthrough was tantalizingly close. He bore the agony and swallowed another celestial being. Instantly, an even more tumultuous energy erupted within him. His injuries healed in an instant, and he was revitalized. Filled with an unprecedented strength, he felt every cell in his body rejoicing. Boom. He violently overturned the soil covering him, soaring from the pit like a deity, landing firmly atop a massive rock. He gazed down at the saber-toothed scaly beast, which was approaching with a sense of pride from its earlier assaults. A cold and playful smile gracing his lips. He clenched his fist tightly, the joints cracking audibly, feeling the power surging within him. This time, his recovery had significantly boosted his combat power by at least over 300 points. Now, his combat power exceeded 1,500 points, nearing 1,600. His strength had completely surpassed that of his opponent. Furthermore, from their previous exchanges of injury for injury, he had keenly observed and identified a critical weakness in the saber-toothed scaly beast, a small area beneath its neck, devoid of scales and of a lighter color. This appeared to be a relatively vulnerable spot. It must come to an end, Parrot whispered, his gaze sharpening like a blade. The saber-toothed scaly beast seemed to sense the sudden surge of dangerous energy emanating from this diminutive adversary. It growled uneasily, but its primal instincts compelled it to attack once more. With its limbs digging into the ground, it charged towards Parrot, akin to a heavy tank. Yet, Parrot remained calm, his gaze steady. He raised his hand, and an energy wave, more solid and thick than before, rapidly formed in his palm, emitting a piercing hum as it shot directly towards the saber-toothed scaly beast's face. This energy wave held sufficient power to genuinely threaten it. Bang! The energy wave struck the saber-toothed scaly beast squarely in the face, resulting in a violent explosion. Flames and shockwaves scorched the scales on its head, causing it to unleash an unprecedented, blood-curdling scream of pain, momentarily halting its advance. Its massive head was knocked to the side, revealing that critical weakness beneath its neck. Now, Parrot's eyes sparkled with intensity. Under the cover of the exploding energy wave, he moved like a specter, swiftly closing the distance to the saber-toothed scaly beast. His right fist, primed with all his might, condensed a highly compressed energy orb, pulsating with a heart-stopping force. Die for me. Accompanied by a roar, Parrot unleashed this full-strength strike, embodying over 1,500 points of combat power, delivering a devastating blow precisely to the unprotected weak spot beneath the saber-toothed scaly beast's neck. The ground-shaking explosion reverberated. A blinding white light engulfed a significant portion of the beast's neck and chest. Its tough flesh was easily pierced and torn apart, blood and shattered bones scattering in all directions. The saber-toothed scaly beast's enormous body was hurled away by this terrifying force like a rag doll, crashing through several thick tree trunks before finally succumbing in a cloud of dust and wood chips, twitching a few times before falling silent. The battle had finally come to an end. Parrot stood atop the giant rock, breathing heavily, gazing at the fallen behemoth. A surge of triumph over a formidable foe swelling within him, along with a deeper understanding of the Saiyan potential. This wild planet was not only a source of peril, but also an exceptional stage for his rapid rise. Chapter 16. A momentary respite and lingering concerns. Jine had been anxiously curled up in the crevice of a rock, her eyes fixed on the breathtaking battle unfolding outside through a narrow gap. Her heart raced in tandem with the unfolding events. Each time she witnessed Parrot being brutally struck by the ferocious beast, crashing into trees or being buried in the ground, her heart would nearly stop, and she would gasp in worry, tears welling in her eyes. Several times, she felt compelled to rush out and assist him, even if it was just to divert the beast's attention. Yet, each time she was about to act, she would see Parrot once again rise with resilience. Even with a more formidable spirit from the debris or pit, this compelled her to halt her movements, clasp her hands together, and silently pray to all known and unknown deities, beseeching for Parrot's safety. When she finally witnessed Parrot conjuring a remarkably powerful energy wave, sending the once mighty saber-toothed scaly beast flying and leaving it bloodied and incapacitated, Jine's heart, which had been in suspense, finally found peace. An overwhelming joy surged through her, prompting her to emerge from the rock crevice, nearly bubbling over with excitement, her face radiating a smile of relief. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated within Parrot's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating a saber-toothed scale-armored beast with a combat power of 1260 and earning 1260 source points. At last, it is over. Upon hearing the notification, Parrot let out a slight sigh of relief, feeling the surge of power within him and the source points he had gained. A wave of accomplishment washed over him. However, he did not let his guard down. Rather, he became even more vigilant. He understood that the commotion from the recent battle was significant, and the scent of blood would likely attract other predators. With a swift movement, he vanished from the chaotic scene like a wraith, keen to avoid being cornered by any newly attracted hunters. He quickly returned to the area of the great stones where Jine was hiding and found her anxiously awaiting his return. Upon seeing Parrot appear unscathed, Jine's face lit up with a brilliant and reassuring smile. She rushed forward, enveloping Parrot's small frame in a tight embrace, as if to confirm his very existence. Parrot, how are you? Are you truly unharmed? Are you injured anywhere? Jine gazed at him with deep concern, and after releasing him, she hurriedly inspected him for any hidden injuries, fearing he might have endured pain to spare her worry. Jine, Auntie, worry not, I am perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. Parrot twirled to showcase his unblemished state. Yet, his expression turned serious as he continued. However, the noise from the battle was too loud. It is unwise to linger here. We must leave swiftly and find a safer location. Very well, let us depart at once. Jine nodded without hesitation. Subsequently, Parrot led Jine onto the path of escape once more. This time, they proceeded with heightened caution. Parrot made full use of the energy detector to avoid areas with strong energy reactions in advance. Given the abundance of formidable beasts surrounding them, being besieged by multiple powerful creatures would place them in extreme peril with their current strength. Although both had done their utmost to conceal their presence and chose a relatively safe route, the jungle was not devoid of highly alert beasts or those with unique sensory abilities. Some astute beasts did manage to detect the two unwelcome guests. Fortunately, those that engaged them, whether through aggression or mere chance, generally possessed lower combat power, falling between 600 to 900. For Parrot, whose strength was now close to 1600, dealing with them was considerably easier. Often, a precise key blast or a swift strike would suffice to dispatch them, thus avoiding drawn-out skirmishes that could invite greater trouble. As they traveled, they also collected a modest number of additional source points. Witnessing Perrault dispatch those beasts, which to her still seemed quite dangerous, Jine could not help but exclaim, "Perrault, you are truly remarkable. To possess such strength at such a young age is almost on par with Prince Vegeta." In her limited understanding and experiences, she could think of no one else, aside from the renowned genius Prince Vegeta, who possessed such formidable combat power at such a tender age. What is impressive about that? Perrault shook his head, his expression devoid of pride, instead tinged with seriousness. "I am still too weak." If, prior to fleeing Planet Vegeta, he had perhaps reveled in his newfound combat power exceeding 1,000 points, the brutal reality he had faced on this primitive planet had utterly crushed any sense of superiority he once felt. Here, possessing over 1,000 combat power did not even guarantee the ability to protect oneself. By rights, with such formidable combat power, your birth assessment should have classified you as an elite Saiyan warrior, just like Prince Vegeta. Why, then, were you deemed a lower-class warrior? Jine pondered aloud, recalling Perrault's identity with curiosity. "I do not know, perhaps so, or there might be other reasons," Perrault responded indifferently. The existence of the system had altered everything. Past assessments held no significance. Discussing it now was futile. Auntie, our immediate priority is to find a relatively safe place to rest. Nightfall will bring greater dangers to the jungle. "Yes, you are right," Jine nodded, no longer pursuing the trivial matter. After cautiously traversing the dense jungle for about half an hour, avoiding several areas of intense energy reactions, Perrault led Jine, with her graceful figure, to a higher mountain peak. Standing there, they were greeted with a broad view. Below lay a tranquil valley encircled by steep cliffs. Within the valley was a relatively expansive flat area, adorned with several exceptionally tall trees. A winding, clear stream meandered along one side, forming a natural haven with water sources and a relatively level terrain. "This place seems quite suitable, easy to defend yet hard to attack, and it has a water source." Perrault assessed the valley's topography and remarked to Jine, "I will first use the detector to check for any lurking powerful beasts within the valley and its surroundings. If there are none, or if the threat is minimal, we might be able to settle here temporarily." "All right, be cautious in your investigation," Jine nodded, feeling satisfied with the valley's environment. Perrault then activated the energy detector in his left eye, carefully scanning the valley below. A series of soft beeps echoed as the detector relayed clear feedback on the life energy responses within the valley. "Strange." Perrault frowned at the data displayed on the lens. "What is it, Perrault? Are there powerful beasts inside?" Jine asked, immediately sensing his tension. "No, quite the opposite." Perrault shook his head, his tone tinged with confusion. "There are no significant energy responses from powerful beasts in the valley. Only a few ordinary creatures with combat power between 200 to 400, which pose no threat to us." "Isn't that good?" Jine sighed in relief, responding. "We can easily deal with them, then clear the area for a temporary resting place." Perrault nodded but did not relax his vigilance. He adjusted the detector's direction and range, conducting a broader scan of the surrounding forest. After a thorough examination, the data indicated that while there were still numerous beasts within a 20-kilometer radius of the valley, their strength distribution was relatively normal. The majority had combat power below 1,000, with only a few exceeding that threshold, and they were situated a considerable distance from the valley. Compared to the previously traversed areas teeming with beasts boasting thousands in combat power, this location indeed appeared much safer. Based on the detection results, there are very few formidable beasts around the valley that could threaten us. If we merely intend to rest here temporarily, it certainly seems to be a safer choice. Perrault began to analyze the situation. "That's excellent. Let us rest in the valley tonight. I can use some tools I've found to set up a simple arrangement." Jine's face bore a weary yet hopeful expression. The months of cosmic travel and their recent harrowing escape had left her physically and mentally exhausted. However, Perrault remained troubled, deep in thought. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. This natural haven, with water sources, flat terrain, and defensible positions, was inexplicably unoccupied by more powerful beasts, leaving only a few weaker creatures behind. It seemed quite illogical. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something lurking beneath. As dusk approached, the light within the jungle began to fade, and the distant howls of unknown beasts echoed through the air. They indeed found themselves lacking a better refuge. To wander aimlessly through the perilous night jungle posed even greater risks. After some contemplation, Parrot ultimately made a decision. He turned to Jine and expressed his concerns along with a compromise. Aunt Gine, let us rest here for the night. However, for safety's sake, we shall not descend to the valley's bottom, but rather find a sheltered spot atop this mountain. The view here is excellent. Should any formidable beast appear unexpectedly, we will be able to detect it promptly and make a swift escape. Excellent, Parrot. You truly are thoughtful. Let us proceed as you suggest, Jine replied, immediately expressing her agreement and sincerely praising Parrot's caution and attentiveness. Parrot smiled, saying little more. Upon reaching a consensus, the two sprang into action. They quickly descended into the valley, easily driving away or dispatching the few feeble beasts within, thereby clearing a safe area. In their fortunate endeavor, they also managed to hunt a massive herbivorous creature resembling a goat, estimated to weigh around 500 kilograms. For Parrot, who had subsisted on compressed food and Saiyan for over 3 months, this was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity to savor a hearty meal. He found himself yearning for the aroma of roasted meat. Parrot, you have labored all day. You must be weary. Allow me to handle the preparation of this beast for dinner. You should rest, Jine offered, taking it upon herself to cook the enormous goat. Parrot nodded, not declining her assistance, and replied, I appreciate your efforts, Aunt Gine. However, if anyone has truly worked hard, it is you. Without you along this journey, I would have perished countless times. Jine shook her head, her tone sincere as she gazed at Parrot with gratitude and reliance. After handing over the energy detector to Jine, allowing her to remain vigilant while preparing the meal, Parrot settled on a rock at the mountain's peak, overlooking the valley. He observed the sky, noting that several hours remained before the day would conclude. He couldn't help but ponder. Was the remaining time sufficient for him to complete the day's training tasks as mandated by the system? Although the weighted exercises were arduous, the rewards were substantial. In this treacherous environment, time was of the essence. Enhancing one's strength was imperative. Each increment of power provided an additional layer of security for their survival. He needed to adapt to the rhythm of this place swiftly, integrating his training into the fabric of daily survival. Chapter 17. Gravity Training. Increasing combat power in the serene valley. The gentle flow of the stream momentarily dispelled the external threats. Jine was diligently preparing the massive goat by the crystal-clear river, skillfully skinning and cleaning its entrails. She intended to prepare a sumptuous roast to reward both herself and Parrot for their arduous journey. Meanwhile, Parrot sat alone on a smooth boulder, his brow slightly furrowed. Lost in contemplation, he focused his mind, silently communicating with the system. Suddenly, the Azure system interface, flowing with streams of data and visible only to him, reappeared before his eyes. Throughout the 3-month voyage through the cosmos, aside from daily exercises, he had devoted most of his time to studying this system and had gained a rudimentary understanding of its fundamental functions. In essence, the core logic of this system was straightforward. As long as one possessed sufficient source points, they could exchange for nearly any item imaginable within the system's marketplace. From the miraculous Saiyan, which restored vitality, to an array of powerful skills and equipment, it encompassed a vast spectrum. Additionally, the system panel displayed several other seemingly advanced functional areas. For instance, bloodline enhancement, law comprehension, and time-space training chambers. Just the names alone evoked a sense of awe. However, these advanced functions remained inaccessible, marked in gray, with astronomical source point requirements that Parrot could not yet meet. Consequently, the only items he could realistically utilize were those of a more basic nature, priced more modestly within the system marketplace. For instance, he had previously exchanged for Saiyan, which was clearly priced at 10,000 source points per piece. Although still expensive for him, it was at least tangible. Moreover, the marketplace offered a dazzling array of various skills and techniques, including Kamehameha, Chi Yuan Slash, and numerous intricate methods of Chi control and combat techniques. Each one incited Parrot's fervor. Yet, the skill he desired most was the one named instant transmission. This wondrous ability, mastered by the Yadalat people in the original narrative, could potentially be their beacon of hope for escaping this perilous planet. No matter where one found themselves, as long as they sensed Chi, they could instantly arrive at their destination, undoubtedly one of the ultimate means of cosmic travel. However, upon seeing the staggering price of 10 billion source points required for the instant transmission skill, the flickering flame of hope within him was extinguished mercilessly. 10 billion source points. To him, that was an unfathomable figure. Such a goal was far too distant to contemplate. He must instead focus on diligently enhancing his own strength step by step. In this perilous world teeming with savage beasts, lacking sufficient power could lead to untimely demise, leaving no room for lofty aspirations. Parrot shook his head, casting aside unrealistic fantasies and returning to reality. Enough of idle dreams. I must concentrate on the present and find ways to swiftly elevate my strength. With a sigh, he redirected his focus to the most pressing issues at hand. Thereafter, he shifted his gaze to the equipment section of the system marketplace, particularly the category for gravity training devices. He was acutely aware that the Saiyan physique, when combined with gravity training, yielded exceptional results. The system panel displayed numerous styles of gravity suits, ranging from fitted vests to fully encompassing training garments, capable of providing gravitational multipliers from a minimum of 1 to as high as tens of thousands. The variety granted him ample options. Parrot meticulously examined the prices. The gravity suits rated from 1 to 9 times were relatively affordable, ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of source points, well within his current capacity. His gaze continued downward. The tenfold gravity suit, priced at 100,000 source points, appeared promising, offering sufficient pressure. The 20-fold gravity suit, priced at 200,000 source points, boasted even greater efficacy, but was somewhat costly and might prove burdensome for him at this juncture. Ultimately, after weighing his options, Parrot settled on the 10-fold gravity suit. The price of 100,000 source points was exactly within his means. He checked his balance. After a harrowing escape, he had at least slain over 100 ferocious beasts with combat powers ranging from 600 to 900, accruing more than 110,000 source points in total. After spending 100,000 points, he would still have a surplus. Furthermore, the pressure exerted by the 10-fold gravity suit should align perfectly with his current combat power of approximately 1,600, providing optimal training effectiveness without being entirely unmanageable. Thus, Parrot no longer hesitated and silently murmured, "System, exchange for the 10x gravity suit." Confirming the consumption of 100,000 origin points. Exchanging for the 10x standard adaptive gravity training suit. Exchange successful. Gravity suit being distributed. As the system prompt sounded, a moment later, a faint glimmer appeared in the empty space before Parrot, revealing a neatly folded gray outfit resembling soft training garb. Parrot's expression brightened as he reached out to take the suit. It felt incredibly lightweight in his hands, almost as if it had no weight at all, due to the gravity suit not yet being activated. He hurried behind a boulder and quickly donned the gravity suit. The fit was impeccable, as if it had been tailored just for him, breathable and unrestrictive. Once fully dressed, Parrot took a deep breath, adjusted the flow of energy within him, and, following the system instructions, activated the gravity suit with a thought. In an instant, an overwhelming weight, as though emanating from the very depths of the earth, suddenly bore down on every muscle and cell of his body. This sensation was unlike the uniform gravity experienced on Planet Vegeta. The gravity produced by the device was more sudden, clearer, and far more intense. Parrot felt his body suddenly sink, nearly losing his balance. He stumbled and involuntarily knelt on one knee, pressing the earth beneath him into a shallow pit. Breathing became somewhat laborious, as each movement required several times the effort he was accustomed to. However, for Parrot, whose physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary beings and who possessed the resilient physique of a Saiyan, this weight, though heavy, remained within the realm of endurance. Gritting his teeth, he slowly rose from the ground, striving to adapt to the abrupt tenfold burden. At that moment, Jine, who was preparing food by the riverbank, noticed Parrot's unusual behavior. Seeing him suddenly kneel and then struggle to stand, she couldn't help but ask, "Parrot, what's wrong? Is your injury from the battle still not healed?" "Aunt Gine, I'm fine. Please don't worry." Parrot turned his head, forcing a relaxed smile as he explained, "I am merely engaging in a special training method to strengthen myself." "Oh, so you are training," Jine replied, finally at ease. She gazed at Parrot's youthful yet resolute face, recognizing that the child's maturity far exceeded his years and that he was incredibly diligent. She was unaware of how Parrot had undergone such a monumental transformation in such a short time, acquiring so many mysterious abilities. Nevertheless, it seemed that everything was progressing in a positive direction, all for the sake of survival. With that thought, her heart swelled with pride and support. Jine did not disturb him further and continued to focus on preparing the food, readying to roast the meat. Meanwhile, Parrot embarked on his arduous training. He bent down, placing his hands on the grass, and began to perform push-ups under the oppressive weight of the tenfold gravity. Each movement was exceptionally slow and laborious, with his arm muscles screaming in protest, and soon sweat drenched his brow. Before long, bolstered by his indomitable will and a body gradually adapting, he began to acclimatize to the basic movements required under the 10x gravity suit. The speed of his push-ups slowly began to increase. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the valley. Parrot, drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, persisted in performing weighted push-ups, while Jine, not far off, expertly kindled a bonfire, carefully roasting the prepared enormous goat beast. The aroma of the roasting meat gradually wafted through the air, mingling with the fragrance of the grass. Time flowed slowly amidst this focused training and bustling cooking, the sunlight in the sky shifting from afternoon to dusk. The atmosphere in the valley felt warm and tranquil. Only Parrot's quiet counting as he continued his push-ups could be heard. 9987, 9988, 9989, intertwined with the sounds of Jine turning the meat and the crackling of the fire, creating a primitive yet vibrant symphony. Parrot persisted in his push-ups, his forehead now covered in beads of sweat that flowed down his youthful yet resolute cheeks, dripping onto the grass beneath him and forming a small dark patch. His breathing grew labored, and his arms trembled slightly, yet the light in his eyes remained unwavering. 9,992, 9,993, 9,994, 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Upon completing the final push-up, Parrot exerted himself to rise, staggering slightly as he stood. He panted heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, as if his lungs were ablaze. Though his body was utterly exhausted, his spirit felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and satisfaction, even reveling in the challenge. This was not merely for the impending 2,000 battle power points. It was also a crucible for his willpower and transcendence. Good. Onward. Parrot granted himself no time for respite, understanding that any lapse in focus would make it even harder to regain momentum. He immediately lay back and began performing sit-ups under the tenfold gravity. Each crunch was extraordinarily arduous, with his abdominal muscles protesting in agony. 1, 2, 3, 4. He executed the sit-ups slightly faster than the push-ups. Yet each ascent felt as though he was carrying a small mountain. By now, Jine had roasted the goat to a perfect crisp on the outside while remaining tender on the inside, the fat sizzling on the fire and producing an enticing sound, the rich scent of meat wafting throughout the valley. She occasionally cast worried glances at Parrot, observing him drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth in perseverance, which tugged at her heartstrings. After approximately 40 minutes, Parrot finally completed 10,000 sit-ups. His abdominal muscles felt numb. Without even wiping the sweat from his brow, he stood up, swayed slightly, and immediately began performing squats. Each squat and rise placed immense pressure on his thigh muscles, as if they were filled with lead. His breathing had become labored and rapid, akin to a bellows. Another lengthy 40 minutes passed. Parrot finally finished 10,000 squats. By this point, he was completely drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from water. The gray gravity suit clung tightly to him, outlining the slightly bulging contours of his muscles from extreme exertion. His legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to support his weight. Jine looked at Parrot, who appeared utterly exhausted and nearly on the verge of collapse, feeling profound concern. Throughout this ordeal, she couldn't help but ask him several times to take a break and eat something before continuing. Yet, each time, Parrot merely shook his head, responding in a hoarse voice that no matter how tired he was, he could not stop. This endeavor was crucial to his path of becoming stronger and determining their survival on this planet. Hearing such words, Jine, though pained, understood Parrot's resolve and refrained from further urging him. She silently cut a large piece of the roasted meat, wrapped it in clean leaves, and set it aside to keep warm for him to eat once he finished. All right, the final challenge, a 50-kilometer run. Parrot wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, clenched his trembling fists firmly, and his expression radiated unwavering determination. He knew this would be the ultimate test of endurance. Despite his body being pushed to the brink of exhaustion, every muscle protesting vehemently, he resolutely told himself to persevere. For it is only beyond the limits that true breakthroughs occur. With that thought, he began to move. He circumnavigated the valley's edge, selecting a route to embark on a protracted journey of weighted running. Each heavy footfall struck the ground with a dull thud, though fatigue threatened to overwhelm him. Sweat cascading from his brow, he maintained an impressive pace, bolstered by his formidable willpower. Under tenfold gravity, each stride covered an extraordinary distance. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the sun finally dipped below the horizon. As night descended, the last remnants of twilight were devoured by darkness, and twinkling stars began to dip the sky, outlining the mysterious Milky Way. Parrot continued to run tirelessly, aware that he was nearing the final lap of his regimen. His steps grew increasingly laborious, his movements noticeably sluggish. Each advance seemed to drain every ounce of energy, as if his legs were shackled with immense boulders. Yet, propelled by his indomitable spirit, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, his gaze fixed firmly on the distant glow of a welcoming campfire. After yet another agonizing moment, he staggered back to the warmth of the fire, dragging his nearly numb legs, and approached Jine and Ai, who had been patiently waiting. The instant he halted, completing the final segment of his training, the long-anticipated system notification resonated in his mind like a celestial melody. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing all items in today's system training regimen, gaining an additional 2,000 points of combat power. He had succeeded. A radiant smile broke across Parrot's face, and he could not help but release a triumphant howl that echoed into the night. He felt an unparalleled warmth and strength surging through him, as if a new life force had emerged from the void, instantly infusing every corner of his being. This newfound energy washed away all traces of fatigue, soreness, and weariness, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, vigor, and vitality. Every ounce of persistence and effort had been worth it in that moment. Jine and Ai observed Parrot with quiet concern, her gaze fixed on him as he endured this almost torturous training. Upon witnessing his completion and the powerful howl he emitted, she too exhaled in relief. Yet, almost immediately, she appeared to discover something astonishing. Looking down at the energy detector she had been holding, she then raised her eyes to Parrot, her expression rife with shock and disbelief, murmuring, "How is this even possible?" For she had clearly seen the combat power reading on the detector for Parrot soar dramatically, akin to a rocket launch, fluctuating wildly. In mere moments, it had skyrocketed from nearly 1,600 points to a staggering 3,680 points, leaving her in a state of utter astonishment and wonder. What secrets lay hidden within this child? Chapter 18. The Dawn of Grueling Training. A surge in combat power. Jine and I gazed at Parrot, unable to restrain herself from pointing at the energy detector, her voice trembling. "Parrot, your combat power just..." "Oh, it's nothing. Just a slight increase after some training," Parrot replied, stretching his muscles and feeling the surge of energy within, his tone nonchalant, as if it were a trivial matter. "A slight increase. This is a monumental leap, utterly unbelievable." Jine and Ai remained enveloped in shock at this near-instantaneous surge in strength. She had never witnessed nor even heard of such an occurrence. Perhaps even the renowned Prince Vegeta could not match such a terrifying growth rate. In that moment, her perception of Parrot transformed entirely, evolving from mere reliance and gratitude towards a mysterious child to a profound respect for a future powerhouse. She began to regard Parrot as an extraordinary Saiyan genius, genuinely feeling joy and pride for him. Suppressing the tumult within, she returned to the matter at hand, speaking gently. "Parrot, after such an extensive workout, you must be starving. The food is ready. Please eat something to replenish your strength." As she spoke, she used clean leaves to present him with a substantial portion of freshly roasted, golden brown goat meat, emanating an enticing aroma and glistening with juices. "Thank you, Jine and Ai. I'm nearly starving. I haven't had a decent meal in over 3 months." Parrot's face lit up with genuine delight, his eyes glimmering with longing as he beheld the mouth-watering roast. He eagerly accepted the piece of meat, larger than his own face, and without hesitation, he began to devour it, oblivious to its heat. The juices smeared across his lips, yet he paid no mind. Jine and Ai watched him, reminiscent of a famished beast, and gently reminded him, "Parrot, eat slowly, be careful not to choke." Her tone was filled with maternal concern. However, Parrot was completely absorbed in the delectable meat, his mouth stuffed, seemingly deaf to her advice, mumbling incoherently in delight. It must be said that Jine and Ai was indeed skilled in preparing meals. The roast was perfectly cooked, with a crispy exterior and tender, juicy interior, a delightful balance of fat and lean meat. With merely a few simple seasonings found aboard the spaceship, she had crafted such a delicious dish. After a laborious swallow, Parrot sighed contentedly and gazed at Jine, sincerely exclaiming, "Jine, this roast is exquisite. Far better than any I've ever tasted. I'm glad you enjoy it. When you're hungry, everything tastes good," Jine replied, smiling at his satisfaction as she tore off another piece for him. "Take your time, don't rush. This goat is quite large, and there's plenty more." "All right," Parrot nodded, finally slowing his pace, though he continued to savor each bite. He was relishing his first decent meal in 3 months, a steaming feast that filled him with immense happiness and contentment. As he ate, he mused to himself, "It seems having Jine along brings numerous advantages. At least the journey won't be so dreary, and I can enjoy such delicious food at any time." This undoubtedly added a warm hue to his arduous survival journey. The two sat by the campfire, relishing their hard-earned meal while engaging in casual conversation. Mostly, Jine inquired about Parrot's vague memories of Earth and expressed her concerns for his future. The atmosphere was unusually warm and relaxed. It must be noted that Saiyan appetites were truly formidable, with astonishing digestive capabilities. Before long, the massive goat beast, weighing several hundred kilograms, had been entirely consumed, save for the inedible bones, leaving only a complete skeleton beside them. Remarkably, over 2/3 of it had found its way into Parrot's stomach. The intensity of his training and his growing body necessitated a considerable energy intake. After finishing their meal, the two did not immediately rest, but rather lingered by the warm fire for a while longer, digesting their food and savoring a moment of tranquility and stability. Subsequently, Parrot felt a certain discomfort from the sweat accumulated on his body due to the exercise. He rose and made his way to the nearby riverbank, where he refreshed himself with the cool stream water. The icy water invigorated his skin, awakening his senses. As the night deepened, countless stars twinkled in the sky, resembling a piece of black velvet adorned with myriad diamonds. The valley was enveloped in silence, broken only by the gentle murmur of the stream and the occasional chirping of unknown insects. Beside the campfire, Jine, who had been tirelessly toiling throughout the day and remained in a state of heightened tension, finally succumbed to fatigue. Curling up on the soft hay-covered ground and drifting into a deep slumber, her breathing was steady and elongated, and the glow of the fire cast a serene light on her profile. Parrot sat beside her, unable to immediately fall asleep. He gazed at Jine, whose graceful form remained captivating even in slumber, and reflected on the extraordinary events that had transpired. Time travel, the destruction of planets, fleeing, arriving on an alien world, and battling ferocious beasts. Everything felt like a surreal dream, as if he had stepped into a fantastical realm. However, taking a deep breath of the crisp, fragrant air, he fully accepted and confronted this new reality. Since returning was not an option, he resolved to strive to survive in this world and grow stronger. With his current combat power exceeding 3,600, complemented by the Ki wave, he believed he could adequately handle the beasts nearby. With combat powers ranging from 1,000 to 2,000, Parrot began to calmly strategize for the future. After resting, he would commence training at dawn, completing the tasks of the System's cultivation framework, thereby gaining an additional 2,000 points in combat power. With his strength further enhanced, he would then venture forth to eliminate nearby beasts, not only to collect origin points, but also to expand their safe zone. He realized that the cultivation of strength and the collection of origin points needed to proceed in tandem. After all, while he possessed power, his combat experience was woefully insufficient, relying solely on instinct and brute force. He urgently needed to exchange for practical skills to train systematically, allowing him to effectively harness his rapidly increasing strength. Most importantly, he needed to first exchange for methods of energy control and flight techniques. Parrot's gaze fell upon the single-eye energy detector beside him, and his expression turned grave. He understood that such energy detectors typically had monitoring and feedback functions. Once activated, their unique energy signals could easily be captured by the Frieza force's surveillance systems. Therefore, to conceal his whereabouts and the fact that he was still alive, he needed to swiftly learn how to expertly control his energy, minimizing his reliance on the energy detector. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, he would strive to avoid using the detector altogether. Concealing oneself was the first step to survival. Parrot accessed the system shop to check, The basic method of energy control required 200,000 origin points, while flight techniques required 100,000 origin points. Together, that amounted to 300,000 origin points, a considerable sum, but with his current strength, he believed that with effort and by hunting more beasts tomorrow, he could collect the necessary points. Parrot considered this, feeling that the goal was not beyond reach. He then turned his attention to Jine, whose strength was merely 420. In this perilous world, she was undeniably too weak. If he were not by her side, even encountering a slightly stronger beast could cost her life. Thus, he needed to devise a way to enhance Jine's strength, ensuring she possessed at least a modicum of self-defense capabilities. This was an urgent and significant matter. With a sigh, Parrot lamented, everything required origin points. Skills and equipment, there were never enough points. The pressure was immense. Nevertheless, he realized that overthinking would be futile. He needed to ensure he rested adequately to face the challenges of the next day. Shaking his head, he resolved to quiet his racing thoughts and prepare for rest. He had prudently spent a small number of origin points to exchange for a compact energy fluctuation alarm device, which he set up at the valley's entrance and surrounding directions. Should any creature with combat power exceeding a certain threshold approach, the device would emit a faint vibration to alert him, providing a measure of early warning. However, he dared not let his guard down and sleep too soundly. After all, in this perilous wilderness, absolute safety was an illusion. Any lapse in vigilance could be fatal. He had to remain somewhat alert. Time slipped by quietly in the tranquil night. Perhaps the mountaintop location they had chosen was indeed relatively concealed, or perhaps luck was on their side. This night seemed to favor Parrot and Jine, as the alarm device remained silent. Aside from the rustling of small animals, no unforeseen events disturbed their peaceful slumber. The next day, as dawn began to break and a faint azure hue appeared on the horizon, Parrot awoke as if programmed like a precise biological clock. The surroundings were still shrouded in the darkness before dawn, just enough light to discern the outlines of nearby objects, as if one could see their own fingers. He glanced at the system's built-in clock. It was approximately 4:30 a.m. Parrot rose silently, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Jine. Stretching widely, the joints in his body crackled like a finely tuned machine warming up. He tiptoed to the riverbank, splashed his face with the cold stream water, dispelling the last remnants of sleep, and instantly felt invigorated. Excellent. A new day had begun. It was time to continue growing stronger. Filled with determination and with a sharp gaze, he performed a few simple stretches and warm-up exercises before activating his tenfold gravity suit once more. The familiar weight enveloped him instantly. Without hesitation, he commenced the day's training regimen. He bent down, placing his hands firmly on the ground, starting with the most fundamental push-ups, one after another. Under the pressure of tenfold gravity, each movement was filled with challenge. As time passed, sweat began to bead on his brow, and his breathing grew labored. An hour later, as the eastern sky gradually brightened with a pale hue, signaling the dawn's arrival, Parrot finally completed 10,000 weighted push-ups. Without pausing, he rolled over and began his sit-ups. Perhaps his body had gradually adapted to this high-intensity weighted training, or perhaps it was the increase in physical capability brought about by his heightened combat power. This time, he completed his sit-ups even more swiftly than the previous day, achieving his goal of 10,000 in roughly 30 minutes. Feeling the warmth radiating from his muscles, which were slightly heated from the rigorous exercise, and the vibrant energy coursing within him, Parrot was filled with confidence in his training for the day. The path to strength lay in the persistence and sweat of daily effort. Chapter 19. Territory Cleansing, 500,000 origin points. Parrot continued to diligently complete his squats under the pressure of tenfold gravity. With each squat and rise, his thigh muscles tightened and relaxed like steel, sweat trickling down his temples. In the dawn-lit valley, only the sound of his heavy breathing and the muffled sound of his footsteps could be heard. At that moment, Jine, still lying on the grass, fluttered her eyelashes a few times before slowly opening her eyes, awakening from her slumber. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and instinctively searched for Parrot's figure. When she saw him drenched in sweat, vigorously engaged in high-intensity training in the soft glow of dawn, her face registered surprise. "Parrot, you're up so early to train?" The dawn had only just begun to break. "Good morning, Jine, Auntie." Parrot turned to glance at her, displaying a smile gleaming with perspiration. Yet, his rhythmic, deep squats continued without interruption. "Good morning." Jine responded, her gaze fixed on Parrot's youthful yet resolute profile. She understood the motivation behind his relentless efforts. Every drop of sweat was dedicated to ensuring their survival on this perilous planet. The thought filled her heart with a pang of compassion. You keep training. I will prepare breakfast for you. Jine stood up, brushing off the grass from her clothes, determined to support him so he could focus entirely on becoming stronger. I appreciate your hard work, Jine Auntie. Parrot replied gratefully, as he needed to concentrate on his training. Jine smiled gently at him before heading to the riverbank, where she splashed her face with the crisp stream water and began to gather ingredients for their meal. The valley's ecological environment was splendid, rich in resources. Soon, she spotted several game birds resembling wild chickens foraging amidst the grass. These birds possessed low combat prowess, typically around a few dozen points. Given Jine's combat strength of 420, she could easily handle them for breakfast. Her movements were swift, a testament to her experience in logistics. In no time, she returned with a few plump wild chickens, rendered unconscious by her precise strikes. These creatures were significantly larger than ordinary earth chickens, each weighing several dozen kilograms, their feathers vibrant and their flesh appearing succulent. Additionally, she collected some bright-colored wild fruits and a variety of tender greens along the way to enrich their breakfast. Once Jine skillfully cleaned and prepared the wild chickens, removing their feathers and entrails, she rekindled the campfire and set the whole birds to roast. She creatively mashed some of the wild fruits into a jam, mixing it with the greens as a condiment to slather on the chicken. Immediately, a delightful aroma, a blend of fruity and meaty scents, wafted through the valley. Time passed gradually amidst Parrot's arduous training and Jine's busy cooking. Perhaps due to the enhanced physical strength from his increased combat power and further adaptation to the gravity suit, Parrot completed his 10,000 squats in roughly 30 minutes, significantly more efficient than the previous day. The final challenge awaited him, a grueling 50-kilometer run. Parrot steadied his breathing, embarking on a determined series of laps around the valley's perimeter. Under tenfold gravity, each step remained heavy, yet his speed had markedly improved, his figure blurring in the brightening morning light. Meanwhile, Jine carefully monitored the roasting chickens, ensuring they cooked evenly, occasionally glancing up with gentle eyes following Parrot's relentless pursuit of his limits. An hour later, as the sun fully ascended above the horizon, casting golden rays throughout the valley, Parrot triumphantly returned, having completed the demanding run. He was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his gravity suit soaked. The intense exertion had taken a toll on his stamina. However, the hardships endured were worthwhile, for at that moment, a familiar, intoxicating surge of new power erupted from deep within him. The system notification promptly arrived, confirming that 2,000 combat points had been credited. This newfound strength instantly dispelled his fatigue, replenishing his energy and invigorating him with an abundance of vitality. With the 2,000 point increase combined with the 3,600 points he had acquired the day before, his combat power now exceeded 5,700 points. Feeling the powerful force coursing through him, far beyond yesterday's capabilities, Parrot brimmed with confidence. This strength, if approached with caution and not provoking the formidable beings with combat power exceeding 10,000 that he had detected, should suffice for self-preservation in the surrounding areas. Jine Auntie, breakfast is ready. Come and eat. At that moment, Jine removed the golden brown, sizzling wild chickens from the fire, placing them on clean leaves as she called out to him. Okay, coming. Parrot replied with a smile, deactivating his gravity suit. Feeling his body lighten as though he could float, he settled by the campfire, and together they indulged in a sumptuous breakfast infused with primal flavors. The roasted wild chicken paired with fruit jam and sweet greens was a delightful experience. As they ate, Parrot turned to Jine and said, after breakfast, I intend to venture into the surrounding areas to eliminate those formidable beasts that pose a potential threat to us. You should accompany me. I am uneasy leaving you here alone, but if I go with you, won't I hinder your movements? I might distract you, Jine hesitated, fearing she would become a burden to Parrot's endeavors. I can wait in the valley for you. Trust me, I will take care of myself and hide well. I won't be a liability, I promise, Parrot assured her, his voice firm. With his combat power now soaring to over 5,700 points, he felt entirely capable of protecting Jine during any combat scenarios. It's safer for us to act together, and I can keep an eye on you. If you remain here alone, I might not reach you in time if something unexpected occurs. All right then, thank you, Parrot. Jine felt touched by Parrot's resolute and thoughtful demeanor, softly expressing her gratitude. No need to thank me. We are partners, Parrot replied earnestly. Besides, if it weren't for you caring for me on the ship and preparing food, I doubt I would have made it this far. Now, let us finish our meal and set off. All right. Jine nodded, hastily immersing herself in her food, warmth and a sense of being needed flooding her heart. Once they had both satisfied their appetites, Parrot took a brief moment to rest before leading Jine, whose graceful form radiated lightness. Together, they leapt effortlessly from the valley, landing in the surrounding forest. Utilizing their energy detectors, they began to meticulously search for and locate the nearby formidable beasts with strong energy signatures. Parrot identified the primary targets for elimination as those creatures with combat power ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 points. Beasts within this range posed a moderate threat, yet with his current strength, he could handle them with relative ease while also earning valuable source points. The detector indicated that approximately 10 kilometers from their valley, in a marshy area, 3 beasts congregated, with energy readings of roughly 1,200, 1,300, and 1,400 points. Parrot swiftly guided Jine in that direction, intentionally slowing his pace to allow her to keep up. Along the way, they encountered several scattered beasts wandering through the jungle. These creatures possessed combat power below 1,000 points and posed no threat to Parrot. He even found it unnecessary to use his energy waves, dispatching them with swift punches or kicks, instantly defeating them with precision and efficiency. Easily harvesting a modest yet accumulating number of source points, they soon arrived at the swamp area, permeated with the scent of humus. In the distance, 3 ferocious beasts were seen drinking from the muddy waters. Each beast was distinct in form, but radiated an aura of menace. 1. The swamp giant pincer's beast was covered in a dark blue, heavy exoskeleton, resembling a crocodile, but possessing 6 robust limbs and a pair of enormous pincers. Another lurked within the murky waters, slender like a water python, yet adorned with ghastly green poisoned sacs and bony spines, the venomous water viper. The third soared in the low sky, its bat-like wings and beak as sharp as a drill, the rending void drill bird. Without a moment's hesitation or any feigned attempts, Parrot unleashed his full strength under the undeniable disparity of power. His form darted forward like a specter. Boom, hiss, bang. 3 resounding thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Parrot first appeared at the side of the swamp giant pincer's beast, delivering a punch imbued with terrifying force that shattered its seemingly impenetrable exoskeleton, pulverizing its insides. In a swift motion, he released a concentrated ki wave that accurately pierced the head of the venomous water viper, laden with poison sacs. Finally, leaping into the air, he executed a hand strike imbued with a sharp ki blade, cleaving the rending void drill bird, which had just registered the threat and attempted to ascend, in two. The entire sequence was executed with precision and swiftness, occurring in the blink of an eye. The 3 ferocious beasts, each boasting combat powers exceeding 1,000, could not mount even a semblance of effective resistance before being instantaneously vanquished by Parrot's overwhelming prowess. The system's notifications sounded repeatedly, marking yet another influx of source points. After effortlessly dispatching these 3 beasts, Parrot remained unfazed, accompanied by the awestruck Jine and Ei, as they promptly proceeded to the next marked gathering point of formidable beasts indicated by the detector. Thus, Parrot operated like an efficient harbinger of order. Utilizing his formidable combat strength of over 5,700 and the detector's precise guidance, he busied himself from dawn until noon, tirelessly traversing the jungles, mountains, and rivers surrounding the valley. As the midday sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled light upon the forest floor, Parrot finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had successfully cleared all detected beasts with combat power exceeding 1,000 points within a 20-kilometer radius centered around the valley, standing atop a high point. Surveying the significantly safer surrounding area, Parrot accessed the system panel. Upon observing the enticing string of numbers following his source point balance, a satisfied smile graced his face. A full 500,000 source points. At last, he could exchange for the urgently needed skills. Chapter 20. An increase of 15,000 combat power. In 3 days, Parrot stood in the woodland clearing where he had just eliminated the beasts. Meanwhile, Jine and EI was diligently searching nearby, attempting to procure useful materials from the formidable carcasses, such as hard horns and unique pelts. Parrot called out to Jine and EI, Aunt Gine and EI, it's getting late. It's already noon. Let us return. I find myself a bit hungry. Jine and EI, crouched beside one of the beasts, looked up, wiped the fine sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, and replied, "Oh, all right. I'm nearly finished here. We shall head back." Subsequently, Parrot and Jine and EI deftly navigated through the dense forest, making their way back to their camp at the summit of the valley. Upon returning to the camp, Jine did not take a moment to rest, but immediately began preparing lunch. She skillfully kindled the fire and processed the fresh ingredients she had gathered earlier. Meanwhile, Parrot sat cross-legged upon his usual large stone, fully concentrating on communicating with the system. With 500,000 source points at his disposal, he was finally able to exchange for the long-awaited skills. System, exchange for the method of controlling ki and the art of aerial movement. Parrot silently invoked, filled with anticipation. In the next moment, the system responded, and data flowed across the light screen, confirming the expenditure of 200,000 source points. Exchanging for the basic method of controlling ki. Exchange successful. Confirming the expenditure of 100,000 source points. Exchanging for the basics of aerial movement. Exchange successful. Excellent. Splendid. Quickly impart the training methods to me. Parrot urged eagerly, commencing knowledge infusion for product distribution as the system's notification faded. Parrot felt as if a clear spring had been poured into his mind. An overwhelming torrent of unfamiliar yet profound information surged forth. This knowledge elaborated on the essence of ki, detailing methods to perceive, guide, condense, and unleash ki more intricately within the body, as well as the principles and techniques for utilizing ki to counteract gravity in order to achieve free flight. These insights felt innate, deeply imprinted in the recesses of his memory. After quietly digesting the information for a brief moment, Parrot slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his gaze. He had grasped the complex information at a preliminary level. While mastery would require practice, he had at least comprehended the principles and pathways. Is this the method for controlling ki and the art of aerial movement? It is an entirely different concept from the chaotic release of ki waves based solely on instinct. How wondrous! Parrot marveled, feeling the intricate methods of utilizing ki resonate in his mind. This would exponentially enhance his efficiency in harnessing his own power. He glanced at the system panel, noting a remaining balance of 200,000 source points, sufficient to purchase a 20-fold gravity training suit. Greater gravity would yield more efficient training and a substantial increase in combat power. System, exchange for the 20-fold gravity suit, Parrot declared without hesitation, promptly utilizing his remaining source points in their entirety. Investing in oneself always promises the highest return. Confirming the expenditure of 200,000 source points. Exchanging for the 0-fold standard adaptive gravity training suit. Exchange successful. Product distribution. With the announcement, a faint light flickered, and before Parrot appeared a new training suit. Similar in style to his current 10-fold gravity suit, but darker in color and seemingly crafted from a denser, more resilient material. Excellent. This will significantly enhance my training efficiency tomorrow, Parrot smiled with satisfaction. As he held the new 20-fold gravity suit, he glanced at the 10-fold suit he was currently wearing. The system-provided gravity suits possessed remarkable adaptability and malleability, automatically adjusting to fit the wearer's physical characteristics optimally. Thus, he decided to offer the 10-fold suit, which he had grown accustomed to Jine and EI. Although the 10-fold gravity would not have as pronounced an effect for Jine and EI, who currently possessed only 420 combat power, it would at least keep her in a state of weighted training, aiding in the maintenance and gradual enhancement of her foundational strength and ki. Any assistance is better than none. The plan for the coming days became clear to Parrot. He resolved to focus on cultivation, diligently enhancing his strength, while simultaneously practicing and mastering the newly exchanged method of controlling ki and the art of aerial movement. With the surrounding beasts posing no immediate threat, he could devote himself to training without concern for safety. Once he had initially learned the method of controlling ki and the art of aerial movement, his combat power would ideally reach around 10,000 points. Armed with greater resources, he could then explore further afield, seeking more resources and opportunities to acquire source points. Upon achieving a combat power of 10,000, coupled with more sophisticated utilization of ki and flight capabilities, he would be ready for the next phase of his journey. As long as one refrains from courting death by provoking those terrifying entities with combat prowess in the tens of thousands. The fundamental self-preservation capacity on this planet should be assured, Parrot mused. At this moment, there was still a bit of time before Jine finished preparing lunch. Seizing this precious interval, Parrot immediately began to practice the preliminary techniques of chi control that he had recently acquired in his mind. He closed his eyes, focusing intently to sense the chi within him, which surged like a mighty river, attempting to guide it along a specific path for smoother and more concentrated flow. After immersing himself for about an hour, Jine finally completed a sumptuous lunch, the rich aroma awakening Parrot from his meditative state. After the two savored this energizing meal, Parrot adhered to the principle of balancing work and rest, taking a brief half-hour nap to relax both body and mind. Upon waking, he felt invigorated. He retrieved a set of tenfold gravity training gear and explained its usage and effects to Jine in detail. He also began to instruct Jine in the basics of chi control, hoping to aid her in rapidly enhancing her own strength. Training, especially in methods that require deep focus and meticulous mastery of energy, can be a tedious and mentally exhausting endeavor. It demands immense patience and unwavering perseverance from the practitioner. In the following days, Parrot diligently honed his chi control techniques and aerial maneuvering skills, while also humbly seeking Jine's guidance to learn foundational combat experiences and techniques. Although Jine herself was not particularly skilled in combat and possessed limited fighting power, growing up in Saiyan society had endowed her with an understanding of evasion, striking, and timing, making her far more adept than Parrot, who relied solely on instinct despite his raw power. Recognizing the ample room for improvement, Parrot set aside his pride as a strong fighter to earnestly learn and address his shortcomings. Thus, the days slipped by in a fulfilling and disciplined regimen of rigorous training. Each day, Parrot rose early without fail, clad in 20-fold gravity gear, completing the extraordinarily demanding training regimen outlined by the system. Following this, he dedicated considerable time to meditative practices, finally controlling his chi, or repeatedly attempting and failing to master aerial techniques. Afternoons typically involve combat practice with Jine, applying the theoretical skills learned in real time while also providing her with guidance in practical situations. 2 days swiftly passed amidst sweat and concentration, leading to the evening of the third day. The twilight cast a warm orange hue over the valley. Whoosh! Above the valley, a dark silhouette darted through the air at remarkable speed, flitting like a butterfly among flowers, skillfully maneuvering, halting abruptly, changing direction, and ascending. It was Parrot, who had initially grasped the basics of aerial techniques, practicing his flight. Meanwhile, in the valley, wisps of smoke rose, mingling with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, suffusing the air with the essence of life. Jine, graceful and lithe, squatted by the campfire, carefully tending to several plump, unknown birds roasting on a spit. Overseeing the nearing completion of dinner, she rose, shielding her forehead with her hand, gazing up at the free-flying silhouette in the sky, a gentle and contented smile gracing her face. She called out, "Parrot, dinner is ready. Come down." Hearing Jine's voice, Parrot halted his training midair. He looked down at her enchanting figure illuminated by the setting sun, a relaxed and joyful smile breaking across his face as he replied, "Okay, I'm coming." He manipulated his chi, tracing a graceful arc in the air, descending lightly like a returning bird, creating a gentle breeze as he landed beside Jine. He inhaled deeply, enchanted by the golden, sizzling birds, and exclaimed, "Wow, it smells amazing. Just the aroma alone is mouth-watering. Go wash your hands by the river, then come eat," Jine urged, unable to contain her laughter at his eager expression. "All right," Parrot responded eagerly, scampering to the riverbank. He quickly washed his hands and face before dashing back, settling down by the campfire, ready to enjoy dinner. As they gathered around the warm campfire, savoring the delicious meal, they chatted amiably, sharing insights and amusing anecdotes from their training that day. The atmosphere was harmonious and cozy. The results of their intensive training over the past 3 days were remarkable. Both had begun to master the techniques of chi control, enabling them to perceive and manipulate the energy within them with greater precision. Parrot had successfully developed his aerial skills, realizing his dream of moving freely in the air. Jine, already capable of flight, had seen improvements in her technique and speed with the refined control of chi. More importantly, after 3 continuous days of rigorous training, especially with the steady acquisition of 3,000 combat power points from completing system tasks each day, Parrot experienced a qualitative leap in strength. His combat power finally surpassed the 10,000 mark, reaching an astonishing 15,000 points. The meteoric rise in his abilities would surely be deemed terrifying by any outsider. As he enjoyed the delectable roasted meat, Parrot began to formulate new plans. Starting tomorrow, he would once again venture forth to harvest the essence points of beasts in more remote areas. Once he collected enough essence points, he would return to focus on his training for a time. This time, he intended to bring Jine along, at the very least aiming to enhance her combat power to a level where she could ensure her own safety. He could not always keep Jine by his side. She needed to grow strong independently. Chapter 21. 18,000 combat power and Jine's refinement over these 3 days. Jine had witnessed Parrot's astonishing growth firsthand. Although she could not quantify it as precisely as an energy detector, her basic perception of chi allowed her to feel clearly that Parrot's energy expanded and solidified at an astonishing rate each day, seemingly without limits. This left her utterly amazed and profoundly shaken. Such an unprecedented rate of growth, defying the conventional norms of Saiyan progression, could not be described by ordinary logic. It was the mark of a prodigious talent. She even doubted that even the legendary Super Saiyans exhibited such exaggerated potential in their infancy. Yet amidst her astonishment, her feelings were primarily those of genuine joy for Parrot. The stronger he became, the greater their chances of survival on this perilous planet, and the more hopeful their future appeared. Moreover, after 3 days of dedicated training, they had mastered chi control, no longer needing to rely on an energy detector that might expose their whereabouts. They could sense the strength of surrounding creatures through their own chi and could, to a certain extent, conceal their own energy, hiding their combat power. This undoubtedly made their actions more secure and discreet. During dinner, as Parrot savored the exquisite roasted meat, he spoke to Jine. "Aunt Gine, let us venture out again tomorrow. This time, I wish to expand into more distant regions to eliminate stronger beasts and gather resources." Upon hearing this, Jine paused momentarily, her hand holding food faltering. She understood that this meant facing even greater unknown dangers. However, seeing Parrot's confident gaze, she nodded without hesitation, signaling her agreement. She trusted Parrot's judgment and strength. After this expedition, they would continue their journey together. Polymer swallowed the food in his mouth, gazing at Jine with a serious tone as he declared, "I shall systematically guide you in your training. At the very least, you must acquire the ability to independently confront ordinary dangers and possess the combat strength to protect yourself." Upon hearing this, Jine felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She recognized that Parrot had always been considering her well-being. "Thank you, Parrot, for doing so much for me." Her voice quivered with emotion. "We are now partners who rely on each other. Expressing gratitude feels unnecessary." Parrot smiled gently and shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute. "As long as we can survive together and live better, that is the best outcome." Jine's brows quivered slightly, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "Parrot, you." She wished to articulate her profound gratitude and emotions. However, before she could finish her thought, Parrot interrupted her. His expression turned slightly serious as he said, "By the way, Jine, there is something I must clarify. To enable you to rapidly enhance your combat abilities and keep pace, the training process ahead may be exceedingly arduous, even painful. You must be thoroughly mentally prepared." He contemplated utilizing the magical beans and near-death experiences to awaken the Saiyans' potential, but he knew that this process would be far from easy. Upon hearing his words, Jine's expression grew solemn. She set down her food and nodded earnestly, her gaze resolute. "I understand, Parrot. Rest assured, no matter how difficult or exhausting it may be, I will persevere and will not hold you back." She yearned to grow stronger, not solely for her self-preservation, but also to assist Parrot. "Excellent. With your assurance, I feel at ease," Parrot responded with a smile. "Let us finish our meal and get ample rest. We shall embark on our training journey early tomorrow morning." "Yes." Jine nodded vigorously, her bright eyes sparkling with undeniable determination. The following morning, as dawn broke softly, Parrot, like a precise clock, had already risen. Donned in a 20x gravity suit, completing all the training modules of the new day. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, His combat power surged by another 3,000 points. At that moment, his own strength had reached an astonishing combat power of over 18,000 points. Feeling the burgeoning power within him, he brimmed with confidence regarding the forthcoming endeavors. After sharing a simple yet nutritious breakfast with Jine, the two wasted no time and simultaneously activated their flight techniques. Gently levitating into the air, departing the valley campsite and venturing towards the vast unknown. Parrot hovered in midair, closing his eyes to keenly sense the various energies around him, both strong and weak. After a moment, he opened his eyes, locking onto a direction where the energy was relatively dense and powerful, towards the east. There were evidently more life forces in that direction, with several of them exhibiting notable strength. Jine, let us head that way. Parrot pointed towards the east. All right. Jine nodded and followed closely behind. Subsequently, the two transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the east. During their flight, Parrot's spiritual perception swept through the forest below like a radar, identifying any formidable beasts with combat power typically around a few thousand points. Whenever he encountered such creatures, he would dive down without hesitation, swiftly eliminating them and collecting the essence points with efficient precision. As they journeyed eastward for approximately 50 kilometers, Parrot noted that the strongest beasts he had sensed and dispatched along the way had combat powers merely exceeding 5,000 points, none presenting a significant challenge. However, as they delved deeper, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the forest ahead, filled with ferocity, authority, and immense energy, akin to a thunderclap. The sound reverberated, causing leaves to tremble and cascade down. Parrot and Jine, suspended in midair, halted, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the source of the sound. Parrot, that creature ahead possesses an overwhelming aura. Jine's complexion paled slightly as she sensed an oppressive force emanating from the owner of the roar, far surpassing all the beasts they had encountered before, instilling a primal fear within her. Indeed, I can feel it, Parrot replied with relative calmness. He concentrated and stated, this creature's combat power must be at least around 12,000 points. Its energy is profound. It is quite a formidable opponent. In truth, he had specifically come seeking to confront a creature of such caliber. 12,000 points? That's incredibly strong. Jine was taken aback, her face betraying her concern. This figure felt unattainable to her. Jine, you should wait here and keep your distance. I will return shortly, Parrot said casually, as if addressing a minor task. Parrot, please be cautious. Jine understood that accompanying him would only complicate matters, suppressing her worries as she earnestly cautioned him. Parrot nodded, offering her a reassuring glance. Then, like a hunting falcon, he swiftly descended towards the source of the furious roar in the forest below. The dense treetops expanded rapidly before his eyes, parting as he descended. Soon, he discovered the beast responsible for the roar. It was an extraordinarily massive creature, towering over 10 meters, resembling a moving small building. Its form was akin to that of a bear, yet its body was cloaked in thick, dark golden fur, gleaming like metal. A line of menacing, sword-like bone spines grew along its back, glimmering in the morning light. Its limbs were as sturdy as pillars, with claws resembling sharp hooks. A pair of crimson eyes, filled with savagery and hunger, rose up to face Parrot, emitting a threatening growl. This creature was known as the Huojiao Jinjia Jianbeixiong. Without hesitation or the need for further words, Parrot, brimming with absolute confidence in his strength, launched his attack. The combat power of 18,000 points erupted forth within him, and his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he hurtled towards the chest of the Jinjia Jianbeixiong with the force of a human cannonball, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom and shockwave. The Jinjia Jianbeixiong reacted swiftly. The primal instinct of the beast alerted it to the imminent danger. It roared fiercely. Its colossal paw, capable of shattering boulders, swung towards Parrot in an attempt to intercept him. However, Parrot's assault took it by surprise, his speed and strength far surpassing that of the beast. A resounding thud echoed through the forest as Parrot's fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck the chest of the Jinjia Jianbeixiong, arriving just before the beast could react. The resilient dark golden fur and thick muscle were torn asunder, caving in under the impact. The immense force penetrated deeply, and the Jinjia Jianbeixiong's massive body could not withstand it, letting out a pitiful wail of agony as it was sent hurtling into the air. It was as if a bowling ball had been thrown with full force, crashing through a dozen towering trees that required several people to encircle, scattering wood chips in its wake. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it collided violently against the mountainside, causing a significant section of the solid rock to collapse, burying it beneath a cloud of dust and rubble, coming to a halt. In just a single strike, the beast lay in a state of severe injury, its bones shattered and muscles torn, teetering on the brink of death. Parrot had gained considerable combat experience and understood the importance of delivering a finishing blow. He offered no respite to his opponent, his figure flashing once more to materialize before the half-buried head of the colossal bear. In his grasp, a sphere of energy, highly compressed and radiating waves of devastation, had long been formed. It was over. Accompanied by his frigid pronouncement, Parrot forcefully pressed the energy wave against the enormous head of the golden-armored bear, contorted in agony and terror. Boom! The searing white light consumed all, and the violent explosion shattered the bear's massive head along with a portion of its shoulder into a storm of blood and flesh. The battle unfolded from inception to conclusion in the blink of an eye. Parrot, with an expression devoid of emotion, gazed upon the lifeless form of the gigantic carcass. Only after confirming the arrival of the source point as indicated by the system did he slowly ascend, returning to the side of Jine, who had been anxiously observing from above. Parrot, was the battle truly over so swiftly? Jine looked at the devastated battlefield below, along with the headless corpse of the beast, stunned into near silence. The fierce confrontation she had anticipated never transpired. Indeed, it has been resolved. Parrot smiled and nodded at her incredulous expression, his tone flat, as though he had merely swatted a fly. This is far too swift. Jine found herself at a loss for words to describe her current feelings as she regarded Parrot's youthful visage. She felt that this child was more monstrous than those ferocious beasts. Subsequently, the two took a brief respite before continuing their journey, delving deeper into the eastern expanse. Throughout the ensuing journey, Parrot began purposefully seeking out beasts with relatively lower combat power, yet sufficient to pose a mortal threat to Jine, specifically those with power levels between 300 to 400. Upon identifying a suitable target, he refrained from intervening, allowing Jine to engage in combat. This was undoubtedly an extremely perilous and arduous challenge for Jine, whose combat power barely exceeded 400 and whose battle experience was relatively scant. Time and again, she was injured, bleeding, and even teetered on the brink of death beneath the claws and fangs of these beasts. Yet, Parrot maintained a calm demeanor at the sidelines, only offering guidance in the direst of moments or swiftly using a healing beam to pull her back from the precipice of death. Through these experiences, teetering on the edge of life and death, and bolstered by the dual effects of the healing beams and the latent potential of the Saiyans, Jine's strength began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace. Her aura grew increasingly solid, her gaze sharper, gradually shedding the frailty of a support role to reveal the nascent form of a warrior. Parrot recognized that while this path was brutal, it was the most effective means for her rapid growth. Chapter 22, 140,000 Combat Power. A millennium of legend time flew by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this month, the lives of Parrot and Jine were structured and fulfilling. Nearly every day was spent in combat and training. Parrot diligently completed the rigorous exercise regimen prescribed by the system without fail. He donned increasingly heavy gravity gear, challenging his limits. Simultaneously, he persistently hunted the formidable beasts of this planet, both to acquire source points and to solidify and practically test his surging power. Jine, likewise, was not idle. Under Parrot's deliberate guidance and protection, she engaged in life and death struggles against various beasts of comparable strength. In this high-pressure, even brutal, practical training, combined with the miraculous restorative effects of the healing beams and the Saiyans' potential for power enhancement upon near-death recovery, her strength also saw significant improvement. Over the course of the month, through countless cycles of injury, recovery, and renewed combat, Jine's combat power skyrocketed from a meager 420 points to over 4,000. This rate of enhancement was nothing short of astonishing, akin to a rocket launch for an ordinary Saiyan. Her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, shedding some of her fragility while gaining the resolve and decisiveness of a warrior. As for Parrot's rise in combat power, it was even more astounding and jaw-dropping. Just 10 days prior, Upon feeling that he had gradually adapted to the pressure of the 20x gravity gear, he unhesitatingly exchanged it for the more advanced 30x gravity gear. The more intense gravity yielded even greater training benefits. After a month of arduous training, aided by the system's extraordinary fixed daily increments and his growth in the high-gravity environment, his combat power surged from 18,000 points a month ago to a staggering 140,000 points. This represented an explosive, geometric increase in strength. In just a month, his power had nearly octupled. Such a growth trajectory, if relayed back to the once proud Saiyans of Planet Vegeta, would leave all self-proclaimed geniuses questioning their own existence. With 140,000 points of combat power, Parrot had reached an invincible status on this primitive planet known as by Boju Genshing. During this period of exploration and perception, Parrot had discerned the approximate upper limit of strength on this planet. Within his aura's perception range, the most formidable beasts he encountered possessed combat power of only about 48,000 points. Compared to his current 140,000 points, the disparity was vast. In essence, Parrot had traversed from his initial trepidation upon arrival to standing atop the pinnacle of power on this planet in just a month, becoming the undisputed sovereign of this untamed land. One day, the sunset painted the sky in a splendid orange hue. Parrot stood atop a towering tree, so massive that it required 10 people to encircle it, gazing down upon the vast forest that he had mostly conquered. He accessed the system panel, observing the lengthy digits following the source point balance, feeling a sense of tranquility within. He had amassed 10 million source points, sufficient for the time being. It was time to pause the relentless hunting and dedicate himself to focused training for a while. He resolved that 10 million source points would adequately allow him to exchange for the next stage of gravity gear and numerous desired skills, sustaining his training expenses for an extended period. Moreover, he could not remain forever immersed in slaughter. Such a course was neither realistic nor advisable. He feared that prolonged bloodshed might adversely affect his state of mind, potentially giving rise to inner demons that could obstruct his aspirations for higher realms in the future. A balance between effort and rest is the path of cultivation. Since fate had deemed him a Saiyan, granting him the fortune of the system, which Saiyan would not yearn for the legendary golden orange-shrouded Super Saiyan? Parrot gazed at the evening glow on the horizon, a surge of ambition swelling within him. He understood that to become a Super Saiyan, not only was an immense foundational combat power required, but also a crucial condition, a sufficient quantity of S-cells. Yet, for the current Saiyan race, accumulating S-cells was the most challenging endeavor. Based on his previous knowledge of Dragon Ball, S-cells, aside from a fortunate few who inherit a considerable number from their parents, primarily increase through a peaceful and gentle state of mind nurtured over time. Thus, Parrot comprehended that his forthcoming training path could not merely be a frenzied pursuit of power. While striving for greater strength, he must also emphasize the cultivation of his spirit, learning to master his emotions and maintain inner peace and tranquility. Only then can he lay a solid foundation for his future transformation into a Super Saiyan. With a gentle whoosh, a figure gracefully appeared atop the tree where Paluet was situated. It was Jine. She gazed at Paluet, who was lost in thought, and softly spoke, "Paluet, I have gathered the ingredients we need for tonight and tomorrow. Shall we return?" A month of training and combat had not only greatly enhanced Jine's strength, but also seemingly improved her beauty. Her skin radiated a healthy glow from frequent activity, and her figure had become more proportionate and fit. She exuded a confident brilliance from within, her personality having transformed into a much more cheerful and sunny disposition. "All right, let us return." Paluet snapped back to reality, turning to Jine with a gentle smile and a nod. The two then leaped down from the treetop like two agile birds, employing the art of flight to return to their valley camp, which had become a safe haven. As the sun set, their silhouettes elongated against the sky. By the campfire, they enjoyed Jine's meticulously prepared delicious dinner while engaging in casual conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. In the midst of their meal, Paluet suddenly seemed to recall something important. He set down his food, looked at Jine earnestly, and asked, "Aunt Gine, have you heard of the Super Saiyan?" Jine paused, her hand holding the roasted meat halting midair, clearly taken aback by Paluet's unexpected inquiry about such a legendary topic. After swallowing her food slowly, she wore a puzzled expression and replied, "What is the matter, Paluet? Why do you suddenly ask about this?" "It's nothing," Just a sudden curiosity, Paluit replied lightly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of deeper inquiry. The Super Saiyan. Jine set her food aside, her gaze drifting to the flickering flames of the campfire, lost in reminiscence. I am not entirely certain. It seems more like an ethereal legend. I only heard it mentioned occasionally by some old warriors when I was young. They said a super warrior appears among our Saiyan race once every 1,000 years, possessing a golden aura like that of a deity and the power to devastate the world. As she spoke, a flicker of yearning and reverence flashed in her eyes. A super warrior that appears once every 1,000 years. What an exciting prospect. Paluit softly echoed, his gaze becoming distant. Jine quietly observed Paluit's unusually profound gaze for his age, wondering what grand ambitions might be swirling in his youthful mind. Suddenly, Paluit turned to her, his eyes burning with intensity, blending jest with sincerity as he asked, Aunt Gine, do you think we have a chance of becoming such Super Saiyans? Us? Become Super Saiyans? Jine was momentarily stunned by this audacious question, staring at Paluit as if he had uttered something utterly absurd. After a moment, she shook her head with a wry smile. The Super Saiyan is ultimately just a legend. I am unsure if it truly exists. Even if it does, given my aptitude and potential, I certainly have no hope of achieving it. She possessed a clear self-awareness. However, her tone shifted abruptly as she looked deeply at Paluit, her expression becoming profoundly serious and determined. If there truly is someone in this world who could become the legendary Super Saiyan, I believe that person must be you, Paluit. She added resolutely. A month ago, if someone had told me that any Saiyan could become a Super Saiyan, I would have scoffed, deeming it nonsensical. But after witnessing your growth over this past month, my conviction has wavered. She sensed that if even someone as extraordinary as Paluit could not reach that legend, then perhaps the Super Saiyan was indeed an unattainable dream. Haha. Paluit was amused by Jine's unwavering belief and laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Aunt Gine, don't conclude so early. Perhaps both of us could become Super Saiyans in the future. Dreams are meant to be had. As for me, I think I'll pass. Jine chuckled at Paluit's whimsical notion, shaking her head in self-deprecation. Having the strength I possess now feels like a dream in itself. I cannot dare to aspire to such legends. Don't be so disheartened. Paluit's expression turned serious. However, we are indeed far from that, both in strength and mindset. Therefore, we must focus on diligent training and steadily enhance ourselves. That is our most appropriate course of action at present. Jine nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Paluit's words. Seeking lofty goals without a solid foundation would be fruitless. So, Paluit looked at Jine and declared his decision. Starting tomorrow, we shall refrain from hunting ferocious beasts. Let us first calm our minds and dedicate time to training, consolidating our existing strength, while also attempting to cultivate our spirits. Jine, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Paluit, taken aback by his sudden change of pace, but quickly grasping the intent behind it. She nodded, responding succinctly yet firmly, All right, I will follow your lead. Chapter 23. 6 years of accumulation, striking the legend. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon and the valley was still shrouded in a chilly mist, Paluit and Jine rose like clockwork. Their disciplined lifestyle had instilled in them an extraordinary sense of routine. Together, they prepared a lavish breakfast in unison, quietly consuming it to replenish the energy needed for a day of training. After breakfast and a brief rest, they arrived at their usual training ground, ready to embark on a new day of rigorous practice. With a mere thought, Paluit communicated with the system and exchanged for multiple sets of gravity suits, ranging from 40 to 100 times the normal gravity. These supplies were meticulously prepared for their upcoming long-term, gradual training. Considering their current strengths and capacities, he equipped Jine with a 30-fold gravity suit, which posed a significant challenge for her combat power of over 4,000. As for himself, he unhesitatingly donned a 50-fold gravity suit, ready to embrace a new round of extreme challenges. Observing Jine, who had already suited up and wore a serious expression, Paluit said solemnly, All right, preparations are complete. Let us commence today's training. Yes, let us begin. Jine nodded, her eyes resolute, fully prepared to endure hardship. Thus, the two began their arduous training in this familiar setting. Paluit initiated the core exercises of the system's training regimen. Under the terrifying pressure of the 50-fold gravity suit, his movements became exceedingly difficult and sluggish, as if each motion was a battle against the pull of the planet itself. Even performing the most basic push-up required the exertion of all his strength. With his arm muscles trembling violently and sweat quickly soaking his forehead. This foreshadowed that completing the entire system training regimen would undoubtedly take much longer than before. Jine was not idle either, wearing the 30-fold gravity suit. She also struggled but gritted her teeth, diligently keeping pace with Paluit's rhythm as she engaged in foundational strength and endurance training. Their training regimen was both comprehensive and fulfilling. Engaging in various forms of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, he undertook a grueling 50-kilometer endurance run while carrying a heavy load. He participated in practical combat to hone his skills, refining the various techniques acquired through exchange until they reached perfection. Most importantly, he devoted time to meditation, cultivating a serene mind and nurturing the S cells that are pivotal to the legend of the Super Saiyan. His daily life became a repetitive cycle, simple and monotonous, yet filled with an insatiable thirst for strength and hope for the future. Time flowed slowly amidst sweat and focus. After a month, once Parrot had fully adapted to the oppressive weight of the 50 times gravity suit, he immediately upgraded to 60, then 70, and ultimately 80 times. It was not long before he successfully donned the 100 times gravity suit for his daily training. His power surged at an astonishing rate due to this almost masochistic high-intensity training and the systematic daily enhancements. Jine, too, did not lag far behind. Under Parrot's guidance and support, her rate of progress exceeded that of ordinary Saiyans. She successfully donned the 50 times gravity suit for her training, her combat power also rapidly advancing towards greater realms. Seasons changed, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, as the sun rose and tranquility enveloped the world, Parrot sat cross-legged atop the smooth boulder on the mountain where they often trained. With his eyes gently closed and breathing steady and deep, he engaged in his daily morning meditation, nurturing both mind and spirit. Over the course of 6 years, his physique naturally matured, yet due to the prolonged childhood characteristic of Saiyans, he still appeared as a youthful child, standing just over a meter tall, with a tender visage but profound eyes. Hidden within this seemingly juvenile form lay a terrifying power capable of shaking the stars. After 6 years of relentless training, his combat power had reached a staggering figure, one that would instill despair in the majority of the universe's strongest beings. 120 million. The magnitude of this power increase was nothing short of terrifying. Parrot estimated that with such combat power, he could challenge the ultimate form of the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. The exponential rise in his strength was largely attributed to the extraordinary system of training he had adopted. Reflecting on those 6 years, he realized he had trained under 100 times gravity for 1 year, 200 times for another year, 300 times for a year, 400 times for a year, and ultimately, 500 times for 2 years. Cumulatively, the combat power gained from the system's daily tasks amounted to an astonishing 95 million points, forming the cornerstone of his billion-level combat power. However, the path to strength was not without obstacles. Earlier, when his combat power was in the hundreds of millions, he had attempted multiple times to trigger the legendary Super Saiyan transformation through emotional guidance, only to fail each time. Theoretically, it was understood that with a foundational combat power of around 3 million and sufficient S cells accumulated within, one could successfully unleash their potential through an extreme emotional trigger, releasing energy in a torrent. Yet, despite feeling his power boiling, he always fell short of breaking through the final barrier, unable to embrace that legendary golden aura. Eventually, he spent an immense sum of 100 million origin points to inquire with the system, finally discovering the crux of the issue. Although his combat power surged rapidly, his physical and energy reserves far exceeded the standard. The S cells, central to transformation, were still slightly lacking in both quantity and quality. This deficiency stemmed from inadequate cultivation of his mental state. Consequently, in the recent year, he slowed his pursuit of pure power enhancement, dedicating most of his time and energy to inner cultivation. Daily meditation, introspection, and attuning to the rhythms of nature helped calm his restless heart, fostering a mental state as tranquil and profound as an ancient well. After more than a year of this nurturing, he sensed that his S cells, in both quantity and vitality, were now sufficient to support his ultimate transformation. Moreover, to ensure absolute certainty, he invested a staggering 300 million origin points to confirm with the system whether he had fully met the qualifications for transforming into a Super Saiyan. and whether there were alternatives to the conventional method of transformation through rage. The system affirmed that he indeed possessed all the necessary conditions for this transformation. Additionally, beyond the extreme anger-triggered potential release, the system provided another, more controllable yet skill-demanding method, concentrating and compressing energy to a specific energy node along the spine, akin to igniting a fuse and then explosively releasing it at a precise frequency. This method resembled the gentler transformation technique taught by the Saiyan mentor of the sixth universe to Cab. Thus, with meticulous preparation, Parrot resolved to attempt once more today to breach that long-coveted threshold, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Atop the mountain, Parrot slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. A flash of brilliant light burst forth from his gaze, akin to a sword, imbued with immeasurable power and formidable confidence, causing the very space before him to subtly distort. He inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and his muscles tightened, his back arching slightly like a drawn bowstring. Following the system's guidance, he cautiously began to mobilize the vast reservoir of energy within him. Initially, the air around him became chaotic, stirring up fine dust from the ground. But soon, a thunderous rumble erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. An indescribable force emanated from Parrot, expanding outward like an invisible wave. The sky transformed dramatically. The clear morning light was rapidly engulfed by thick, dark clouds that seemed to appear from nowhere. The wind surged, and bolts of silver lightning danced like frenzied serpents within the low-hanging clouds, rumbling ominously, as if the heavens were enraged by this audacious act. On a distant mountaintop, a graceful and elegant figure stood silently, Jine. After 6 years of training, she had become even more beautiful, her demeanor increasingly serene. At this moment, anticipation and an uncontainable nervousness flickered across her face. She could clearly sense the terrifying energy emanating from the direction of Parrot, climbing relentlessly as if it aimed to tear the very sky apart. She understood what Parrot was attempting at this moment, a moment poised to be etched into the annals of Saiyan history, one that could reverberate throughout the universe. Parrot, you can do it, she thought fervently, her hands clasped tightly in front of her, her beautiful eyes fixed unwaveringly on the center of the gathering storm, silently praying. At this moment, the phenomena in the world intensified further. Parrot's previously formless energy had now thickened into a tangible blue flame, surging with overwhelming might. As blue and white arcs of electricity, reminiscent of serpents, began to flicker and dance around him, it became evident that the immense energy within him was overflowing uncontrollably, manifesting as physical phenomena in the realm of reality. Most astonishingly, at the center of Parrot's back, at the location of his spine, a small, firefly-like golden halo was laboriously yet resolutely seeping from within him, gradually coalescing. Though faint, the golden light appeared resplendent and noble against the backdrop of dark clouds and azure flames. This was a clear indication that the S cells had been fully activated, heralding a transformation of great significance. Clenching his fists tightly, the knuckles turned pale from exertion, and veins throbbed on his forehead. He concentrated intently, immersing himself completely in the manipulation of the energy surging within him, cautiously guiding the vast essence, akin to rivers converging, towards the crucial energy node at his back. Compressing it with fervor, the deluge of energy surged within him, emanating a roar akin to a mighty tsunami. His body trembled slightly, bearing the immense burden of this forcibly converging power. The air around him seemed to solidify, space quaked, and the earth lamented. A profound metamorphosis, one that concerned the elevation of life itself, was quietly unfolding at the summit of this verdant mountain. The legendary golden light seemed poised to break all constraints and descend upon the world. At this moment, the energy emanating from Parrot had reached a critical threshold. The once stable blue flames roiled violently like a boiling ocean, expanding and flickering with bursts of dazzling golden light amidst the tumultuous flames. It was as if something was struggling beneath the blue exterior, on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon. His obsidian-like eyes, too, underwent transformation in response to the shifting flames, occasionally flashing with a cold, emerald hue, akin to cat's eyes, before reverting to their original state, reflecting the extreme instability of his internal energy. Most striking of all was his hair. Once smooth and black, it now stood upright, seemingly drawn by an invisible force. At the tips, golden glimmers appeared intermittently, suggesting that they were ready to completely shed the bonds of melanin and transform into pure gold. Meanwhile, the golden halo coalescing at the center of his back grew increasingly vibrant and radiant, resembling a miniature sun ignited upon his spine, exuding an overwhelming life force and an indescribable majesty. The heavens and earth trembled, as if unable to bear the impending birth of this supreme power. Dark clouds swirled madly, forming a colossal vortex, with electric serpents dancing violently at its core, thunder rumbling deafeningly. The ground beneath Parrot cracked inch by inch. Surrounding debris, dust, and even smaller plants began to defy gravity, slowly rising and suspending in midair, creating a surreal and breathtaking tableau. Parrot continued to exert all his strength, his brow quivering under the immense energy load, yet the determination and resolve in his gaze remained unshaken. He sensed that the barriers separating him from transformation had become as thin as a cicada's wing. From a distance, Jine clenched her hands tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. She held her breath, her heart racing, her gaze firmly fixed on the center of the swirling tempest, fervently praying for Parrot, placing all her hopes and faith in him. Suddenly, Parrot threw back his head and unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the realms, imbued with unparalleled strength and will. In that instant, a wave of indescribable, pure, and fervent golden light erupted from him, akin to a supernova, violently exploding outward and swallowing the flickering blue light and electric sparks. The brilliance illuminated the heavens and the earth. Parrot's once turbulent aura stabilized and transformed into a vibrant, blazing golden flame, both powerful and solid. This flame flowed like liquid gold and burned like an eternal sacred fire, emanating an intimidating aura of majesty and power. His previously dark hair was completely transformed, radiating a dazzling golden glow, standing upright, infused with wild, unrestrained strength. His once pitch-black eyes solidified into a cold and profound emerald hue, exuding an otherworldly calm and sense of control. He had finally succeeded. He had become a Super Saiyan. Atop the vast and unobserved peaks of the Baibo Jujin star, a golden legend was forged by a soul from another world, boldly descending upon the realm. The very fabric of existence seemed to celebrate his triumph, as the heavy clouds parted slightly in response to the golden radiance of his ultimate transformation. The heavens and earth erupted in an unparalleled golden brilliance, bestowing a divine golden sheen upon the mountains and forests. A deep, resonant hum, filled with power, emanated from the void where Parrot stood. He floated serenely in midair, enveloped by a roaring, potent golden flame that made him resemble a solar deity gracing the mortal realm. The powerful energy waves surged outward like relentless tides, shaking the very essence of space itself. Transforming into a Super Saiyan brought not only a surge of power, but also a subtle shift in his demeanor. Parrot's youthful visage, once marked by innocence, now appeared more stoic and formidable under the golden flames and emerald gaze, with sharper lines that exuded an irresistible charisma belonging to an absolute conqueror. What is this? Such an incredible and formidable aura. Jine, observing from a distance, was astounded by this miraculous scene, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves of shock and disbelief. She felt an overwhelming, cataclysmic force approaching, one that seemed capable of shattering stars, nearly suffocating her. This power surpassed all she could comprehend or imagine. Yet, in the next moment, an unbelievable thought struck her like lightning. Could it be? Jine's face was suddenly overtaken by immense joy and disbelief. She trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "He did it! Parrot succeeded! He truly became the legendary Super Saiyan." With all her strength, Jine spoke, her voice quivering from sheer exhilaration. In her eyes, a brilliant light sparkled, akin to the stars, filled with pride, admiration, and the thrill of witnessing history. At this moment, the happiest and most exhilarated was none other than Parrot himself, who had experienced it all firsthand. He lowered his head slightly, opened his hands, and examined his body enveloped in golden flames. He felt an unprecedented, almost limitless surge of terrifying power coursing through him, as if it would never run dry. Every cell within him cheered and roared with vitality. He gently clenched his fist, and a crackling sound resonated from the surrounding void, akin to glass shattering under immense pressure. The space around him twisted and trembled violently, as if on the verge of being torn apart by this pure force. This feeling is akin to a single punch that could effortlessly obliterate a planet. Parrot, engulfed by this cataclysmic power, felt an overwhelming surge of heroism within him. It was an entirely different essence from the strength he had previously possessed. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Indeed, such formidable strength. A radiant smile, brimming with a sense of achievement and joy, finally emerged on Parrot's face. Years of arduous training and countless failed attempts had culminated in this singular moment, rendering all past struggles immensely worthwhile. To acclimate to this surging and somewhat unruly power, Parrot began to subtly execute a series of punches and kicks amidst the desolate mountain peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His movements were indistinct, only leaving behind fleeting golden afterimages that flickered rapidly in the air. The terrifying force generated by these afterimages wreaked havoc on the earth beneath him, plowing through the ground like an invisible harbinger of destruction. Rocks shattered, vegetation disintegrated into dust, and unfortunate beasts that had been lured by the commotion were instantly transformed into blood mist, unable even to emit a cry. His speed transcended the limits of the naked eye, akin to genuine lightning, perhaps even faster. He left behind ephemeral trails of golden light in the air. How utterly astounding! In the distance, Jine stared in awe at the devastating spectacle that had unfolded with such effortless grace, her mouth agape in shock. Her ability to sense energy was now entirely overwhelmed by Parrot's movements. In her perception, Parrot had seemingly transformed into countless golden specks of light, simultaneously manifesting at various points in space. After familiarizing himself with this newfound, tempestuous power, Parrot gradually began to tame it, rendering it a touch more manageable. After practicing for a moment longer, he concentrated his thoughts, and in an instant, his form appeared to teleport, leaving behind a slowly dissipating golden afterimage. In the next moment, he silently materialized beside Jine. The dazzling golden aura continued to burn around him, making him appear almost divine. Jine gazed at this familiar, yet unfamiliar Parrot, taking in his golden spikes, emerald eyes, and the overwhelming aura of strength that surrounded him, feeling as though she were caught in an incredibly vivid yet absurd dream. She murmured, with a hint of uncertainty, "Parrot, have you become a Super Saiyan?" Observing her astonished and somewhat dazed expression, the cold contours of Parrot's Super Saiyan visage softened slightly. He revealed a familiar smile, filled with delight, and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, after years of hard work and many failures, I have finally succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan." His voice, influenced by the energy, resonated with a metallic timbre. "The legend of the Super Saiyan is indeed true, and it stands before me," Jine repeated, still somewhat dazed. Her gaze then fixated on Parrot's striking golden form, her eyes sparkling with an uncontainable brilliance. Within that light lay an uncontrollable excitement, exuberance, and a hint of profound envy. "You look so stunning. Parrot, you are truly remarkable." Her excitement rendered her somewhat incoherent, as she struggled to find words that could adequately express her feelings in this moment. Witnessing the birth of a legend. The impact was enough to etch this memory into her soul for eternity. Chapter 25. 6 billion battle power. Gazing at Parrot's imposing golden form, Jine's heart swelled with indescribable excitement and pride. She felt as joyful as a child and could not help but rush forward to embrace Parrot, entirely unperturbed by the searing and potent golden aura that surrounded him. She trusted in Parrot's ability to control his power. Holding him close, she examined his golden spikes, emerald eyes, and the increasingly handsome features of his face. Her expression of delight and pride was akin to experiencing her own transformation into a Super Saiyan. Parrot felt the warmth of Jine's genuine joy warming his heart. He tempered the searing energy that enveloped him, allowing her to embrace him, savoring the warmth of her affection and the unreserved care she offered. He sensed that Jine's heart was incredibly gentle and pure. After a considerable time, their excitement began to settle. Jine gently released Parrot, allowing him to stand on the ground while her hands remained on his shoulders. She looked at Parrot, her eyes filled with curiosity, softly asking, "Parrot, how did you manage to achieve this?" She struggled to articulate the miraculous transformation process. Understanding her inquiry, Parrot smiled gently at her curious yet hopeful expression and explained, "You wish to know how to become a Super Saiyan, correct?" "Yes, yes." Jine nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with an uncontrollable excitement and deep anticipation. Having witnessed the birth of a legend, the seed of hope within her had quietly begun to sprout. Becoming a Super Saiyan is not a simple endeavor. It requires meeting two fundamental conditions. Parrot began to speak, his tone still imbued with youthful clarity. Yet his demeanor exuded a convincing steadiness. Two conditions? What are they? Jine inquired earnestly, slightly furrowing her brow, eager not to miss any detail. First, one must possess a sufficiently powerful foundational battle power. Parrot raised one finger. This is the cornerstone of transformation, as the Super Saiyan form imposes a tremendous energy burden, and the body must be able to withstand it. Based on my understanding and experience, a foundational battle power of at least 3 million is required as a threshold. He paused and raised a second finger. Secondly, and perhaps more crucially and subtly, one must possess a sufficient quantity of S cells. S cells? What are those? Are they a new kind of cell? Jine's face reflected her confusion. She had never encountered this term before. You may understand it as a special type of supercell that resides within Saiyan bodies. Parrot explained in the simplest terms possible. Every Saiyan possesses S cells, but their quantity varies. The number and quality of S cells directly determine whether one has the aptitude to transform into a Super Saiyan. So that's how it is. Jine mused thoughtfully. She then lifted her head, her expression tinged with a mix of anxiety and hope, asking, "Do I have enough S cells within me?" This was the question she was most concerned about. This brings us to another characteristic of S cells, Parrot continued patiently. Aside from being inherited from one's parents, there is a very important way to enhance them. That is, through cultivating a peaceful, tranquil, and kind heart, which nourishes and increases the S cells over time. He looked at Jine, his gaze filled with affirmation and approval. This is also why our entire Saiyan race has not produced any Super Saiyans throughout our long history. Our kin generally exhibit overly impulsive, combative, and aggressive traits, which are detrimental to the nurturing and accumulation of S cells. However, Jine, you are different. Parrot's tone grew particularly earnest. Your nature is inherently gentle and kind, filled with tranquility and peace. Over the past 6 years of living on this planet, you have further maintained and deepened this state of mind. Therefore, I can confidently tell you that you have unconsciously accumulated a significant amount of S cells within you. What you lack is merely a further enhancement of your fundamental combat abilities. As long as you persist in your training and continuously improve your foundational strength while maintaining this tranquil mindset, one day you shall inevitably transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Just as I have today. Is that truly the case? Parrot, are you speaking the truth? Do I genuinely have hope? Jine gazed at Parrot with astonishment, her voice trembling with excitement, her eyes suddenly sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance. This revelation was akin to a beacon illuminating her path in the darkness. Indeed, absolutely. Parrot affirmed with a smile, your current combat power has already reached 1 million points, which is an impressive achievement. Moving forward, as long as you continue to train diligently and elevate your foundational combat strength to over 3 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan with the S cells accumulating within you will be almost a natural progression. In fact, beyond these two fundamental conditions, one typically requires a trigger, which is an extreme emotional upheaval, often manifested as rage, to ignite one's latent potential. However, he decided not to disclose this to Jine for the time being. As long as Jine fulfills the first two conditions, he would certainly find a way to assist her in overcoming the final threshold. There was no need to mention it now, as it would only add unnecessary pressure or foster erroneous obsessions. Wonderful. From now on, I shall strive even harder and train more diligently. Jine's face radiated with an expression of yearning and determination as she clenched her fists, declaring, I too wish to become a Super Saiyan, to possess the power to protect those who are dear to me. Parrot's success instilled her with boundless confidence and motivation. Yes, you certainly can. Jine, I believe in you. Parrot observed her spirited demeanor and encouraged her with a smile. Then I shall take your good wishes to heart. Jine beamed, and as she glanced at the sky, she remembered the matter at hand. I have been so engrossed in joy that I have spoken for so long. You must be hungry now, right? The transformation you just underwent must have consumed a great deal of energy, so I will prepare some food for you. Parrot nodded, feeling his somewhat empty stomach, and said, Then I shall trouble you, Jine. I will consolidate my Super Saiyan powers here and familiarize myself with this form. All right, focus on your training and leave the food to me. Jine understood the importance of solidifying her realm and refrained from further interruption. Turning with a light step to prepare the meal, her entire being seemingly rejuvenated by several years, brimming with vitality. After Gine departed, tranquility once again enveloped the mountain peak. Parrot dissipated his transformation, reverting to his usual state with black hair and eyes, sitting cross-legged to contemplate the path ahead. After becoming a Super Saiyan, my combat power has indeed surged by 50-fold as anticipated. He sensed the vast power within him. In his normal state, it was 1.2 billion, and upon transformation, his combat power reached at least 6 billion. What a terrifying figure 6 billion represents. This implies that he could easily crush the currently arrogant cosmic emperor, Frieza, with a mere flick of his hand. In the vast universe, possessing such strength would be sufficient to dominate a territory and become a formidable presence that instills dread in countless civilizations. Nevertheless, Parrot's mind remained remarkably clear. He understood that the universe is immense, teeming with hidden talents, and that the Super Saiyan form is merely a beginning, a ticket to a higher realm. He must work even harder and cannot afford to be complacent in the slightest. Moreover, he clearly felt that the Super Saiyan form consumes stamina and energy at an exceedingly rapid rate. In his current state, although he could maintain it for a considerable duration, he had yet to reach the point of complete mastery. He must at least achieve the ability to sustain the Super Saiyan form for extended periods, or even throughout the day, while also controlling this surging power with greater precision, ensuring that not a trace of it is wasted. The Super Saiyan form can actually be subdivided into several distinct stages or forms. The Super Saiyan first stage is the form he currently embodies. Possessing 50 times the power of his normal state, it is the foundational transformation but consumes energy quickly. The Super Saiyan second stage sees muscle expansion, with both strength and speed surpassing that of the ordinary Super Saiyan. In the original work, Vegeta fought against Cell's second form in this state without falling behind. The Super Saiyan third stage represents maximum muscle expansion, resulting in an extremely formidable increase in power. However, this is, in fact, a flawed transformation, a misstep. It bears a fatal flaw. While it significantly boosts strength, it drastically reduces speed. In true confrontations among the powerful, a singular pursuit of strength at the expense of speed is fatal. The Super Saiyan full power is the most perfect and ideal state of a Super Saiyan. It eliminates unnecessary energy waste, stabilizing one's aura and drastically reducing consumption. This allows for the perfect and sustained expression of Super Saiyan power. Normality is the Super Saiyan, and the Super Saiyan is normality. Therefore, my journey is far from over. Parrot's gaze was resolute. He must not ambitiously chase after Super Saiyan 2 or 3. The most crucial objective at present is to achieve the realm of Super Saiyan full power. This will lay the most solid foundation for my future endeavors towards higher forms. Forget it. There's no need to think so far ahead. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Parrot shook his head, casting aside his tangled thoughts. The immediate priority is to train, to solidify the Super Saiyan powers I have just acquired, and to strive towards the full power state. With that said, he focused his thoughts and once again connected with the system. Without hesitation, he spent 10 million source points to exchange for a set of training gear exuding an overwhelming pressure, a 1000x gravity suit. Only in such an extraordinarily oppressive gravitational environment can one swiftly adapt to and master the 50-fold surge of power that comes with being a Super Saiyan, taking the first solid step towards that perfect full power state. With a flash of light, the heavy training suit appeared in his hands. Parrot's expression hardened with determination as he donned it without hesitation. The next moment, a terrifying gravity, as if it could crush the stars, suddenly descended. A new, more arduous phase of training began. Chapter 26. 14 years of accumulation, Super Saiyan 3 shocks the universe. Thus, amidst the daily grind of training and warmth, another month quietly passed. During this month, Parrot had thoroughly mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He could enter and exit this form at will, and his control over his power had become significantly more refined. While training together with Gine and engaging in mutual sparring, he also took time to venture out and eliminate powerful beasts in the areas on the Bibo Jugan star that had recently grown or remained untouched, once again reaping a considerable amount of source points. His fervent collection of source points had a clear purpose. Firstly, it was to support the prolonged consumption of his grueling training. Secondly, it was to exchange for two critical skills that had been occupying his thoughts: instant transmission and Kaioken. The importance of instant transmission is self-evident. It is a divine skill he would never consider relinquishing. Whether traversing the vast universe, escaping peril in critical moments, or seeking specific targets in the future, this skill is simply an irreplaceable artifact for fleeing, traveling, and strategic relocation, enabling him to reach his desired destination in an instant. The Kaioken produced by the System S shop, however, differs from the version he knew in his previous life, appearing even more powerful and extraordinary. The description of the Realm King Fist reveals that upon successful mastery, it can be utilized in any fundamental state, including the transformation into Super Saiyan. Most importantly, it carries no adverse effects. What does this imply? It signifies that once he has perfected the Realm King Fist, he can unleash it without reservation in Super Saiyan form, multiplying its power by 2, 3, or even 20 times. The mere thought of such cumulative effects is terrifying. Parrot made a simple calculation. With a normal battle power of 120 million, transforming into Super Saiyan would yield a battle power of 6 billion. If he could flawlessly stack the Realm King Fist by 20 times in this state, his battle power would instantaneously soar to a staggering 120 billion points. This is a force sufficient to instill despair in any known adversary. However, while ideals are bountiful, reality can be starkly different. The cost to exchange for the Realm King Fist is exorbitantly high, requiring a full 2 billion source points. After years of arduous accumulation, coupled with recent hunting endeavors, he barely reached 100 million. The distance to his goal remains considerable. Thus, Parrot quickly devised a subsequent plan. He would focus on amassing source points on this planet while simultaneously continuing his personal training. He had no immediate plans to leave, for this planet is replete with resources and ferocious beasts, making it an excellent place for training and earning. In the days that followed, Parrot and Jine lived a structured and fulfilling life. They practiced in the morning light, perhaps went hunting or engaged in friendly sparring in the afternoon, and prepared dinner together in the evening, sharing their daily experiences and insights. They supported each other through arduous training and cherished the warmth of companionship in their simple lives, which, although uncomplicated, were filled with tenderness and joy. Time flowed like sand slipping through one's fingers, quietly passing in focus and tranquility. Soon, 14 years slipped by amidst the lush hills and verdant waters. On one particular day, atop the highest peak of the Baibo Jujin star, veiled in swirling mist, a tall, elegant young man stood silently. His stature was imposing, his long black hair flowing gently in the wind, and his features were as exquisitely crafted as a work of art. The slight upward curl of his lips exuded an alluring charm, as if he held a playful curiosity towards the world. This was Parrot, now matured. The 14 years had stripped away his childhood naivety, sculpting him into a remarkable young powerhouse. With a thought, his gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted around him, accompanied by a deep, resonating hum. As an overwhelming golden aura surged skyward, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, with golden spikes of hair and emerald eyes, his powerful presence stirring the surrounding clouds. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His aura, seemingly boundless, continued to escalate from this Super Saiyan foundation, akin to an unrelenting tsunami. With another resonant roar, a deeper vibration emanated from his very soul. The golden aura around him intensified, becoming more fervent and wild. Within the blazing golden flames, countless silver lightning bolts crackled and danced, reminiscent of a vengeful thunder god. He had directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a form exponentially more powerful than Super Saiyan. With a clear, resonant shout, Parrot's aura did not wane. Instead, it felt as though he had unshackled some deeper constraint. At a speed that was almost unfathomable, he surged towards a higher, more terrifying pinnacle, as if seeking to shatter all bonds of this world. At this moment, the energy radiating from him reached an unimaginable zenith. His terrifying presence spread like a tangible force, affecting the entirety of Baibo Jujin star. The earth quaked violently, as if the planet trembled in fear. The clouds above were completely torn asunder, reconfiguring into a colossal energy vortex centered around him, enveloping the entire sky. An intimidating power permeated every inch of space, causing all to wither and compelling living beings to bow in submission. This tremor was not confined to Baibo Jujin star. Even the surrounding cosmic expanse was affected. With nearby planets experiencing subtle deviations in their orbits, the planet itself vibrating slightly. Parrot clenched his fists, his body slightly bent, compressing and consolidating the boundless power within him. He erupted with a radiance more brilliant than the sun. His golden spikes of hair, under the ultimate infusion of energy, burst forth in a pure and fierce white light. From a distant, secure mountain peak, Jine looked on, her expression one of profound shock. She felt the oppressive force that seemed capable of annihilating stars and murmured to herself, "Is this the power Parrot possesses now? It is terrifying. The entire planet, even this universe, trembles under his might. Just how strong can he become?" With a thunderous roar, Parrot continued to unleash a more terrifying force. Akin to a flood breaking through a dam, the solid mountain beneath him, weathered through millennia, could no longer withstand this force and began to crumble and disintegrate. Enormous rocks cascaded from the mountainside like raindrops. Yet amidst that blinding core of golden light, another transformation occurred. Parrot's golden hair began to grow visibly longer and denser, cascading behind him like a golden waterfall. The destructive force within him continued its terrifying ascent towards a critical climax. Meanwhile, on a desolate planet nearby Bo-Ju-Jin star, pocked with craters and harsh terrain, a small Frieza army spaceship lay cleverly concealed within a barren valley. This was the outpost left behind to monitor Parrot and his companions. At this moment, alarms blared within the ship, and the chicken-headed alien sat trembling on the cold floor. Pale and terrified, the entire spacecraft shook violently, as if it might disassemble at any moment. What was happening? Was it a meteor strike? Or was the planet on the brink of explosion? Was today truly the day he would perish in this cursed place? Peering through the violently shaking viewport, he saw the ground outside convulsing wildly. Even the distant mountains were collapsing, causing him to feel as though his very soul was shattering, convinced that his end was nigh. Just then, he witnessed an unforgettable scene that sent shivers through his spirit. From the distant, massive, blue-green by Bo-Ju-Jin star, an unfathomably vast golden beam of light erupted without warning. This beam contained unfathomable energy, piercing through the planet's atmosphere and boldly traversing the cold, dark void of space, as if it had punctured a hole in the universe. The brilliance was such that it temporarily overshadowed the nearby stars. What was that? Divine retribution? The chicken-headed alien's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes wide as saucers, his mind a blank slate. On the peak of Bo-Ju-Jin star, Parrot's aura had swelled to an indescribably terrifying level. The golden flames burned like liquid fire. Within this scene, countless robust silver lightning bolts, wild and serpentine, twist and writhe. The energy fluctuations around him distort the very fabric of space, creating rippling waves. Most notably, his golden locks have grown to an astonishing length, nearly brushing his ankles, swaying behind him as if animated by an unseen force. His handsome visage has also undergone a transformation. His eyebrows have vanished, rendering his gaze sharper and more profound. With his pupils radiating an icy indifference that is chilling and terrifying, he has become more ruthless, seemingly embodying a pure, battle-born deity. At this moment, Parrot has finally succeeded in breaking through the final barrier, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. With a deep breath, Parrot attempts to calm the tempestuous energy within him, exhaling gently towards the ground ahead. Yet, this seemingly casual exhalation triggers a cataclysmic reaction. The earth before him erupts as if struck by an invisible, colossal hand, sending massive waves of soil and stone surging forward like a tsunami, reminiscent of a dragon's upheaval or the advent of doomsday. A profound chasm, unfathomable in depth and spanning several kilometers, unfurls into the distance with his breath. Witnessing this from afar, Jine, overwhelmed, instinctively raises a hand to cover her parted lips. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. How can a mere breath wield such world-destroying power? The sheer force leaves her feeling as though her very soul is suffocating, extinguishing any thought of resistance. Meanwhile, in the exalted realm of the Kaioshin Shin and his attendant Jebet stand at the edge of the temple, their expressions grave as they gaze into the seemingly tranquil yet turbulent cosmic expanse. Jebet, do you perceive that unsettling fluctuation? Kaioshin Shin speaks slowly, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Jebet nods solemnly, his face etched with shock. Indeed, my lord Kaioshin. What kind of power is this? It is not merely evil. It exudes a primal, destructive essence. It transcends layers of space to reach the Kaioshin realm. How is that even conceivable? We must ascertain the source of this energy. Kaioshin Shin furrows his brow, his tone heavy with concern. If left unchecked, It could spell disaster for the entire universe. Jebet, can you pinpoint the origin of this energy? I apologize, my Lord Kaioshin. Jebet strains to sense the energy for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. His astonishment still evident. The power is too overwhelming and chaotic. Its energy waves are interfering with my perception. It feels as though countless points in the universe are resonating, making it impossible to discern a specific location. Kaioshin's expression darkens further. After a moment of silence, a grim realization strikes him, and he speaks hoarsely. Could it be that Majin Buu has broken free from his seal? Surely not. Jebet gasps, though a hint of uncertainty creeps into his voice. Majin Buu's egg has been under constant surveillance. There has been no indication of energy leakage. It can't be him. Regardless, we cannot afford to be complacent. Kaioshin Shin takes a deep breath and resolves. His power is too fearsome. If it truly is him, it would be catastrophic for the universe. To be prudent, I believe we must personally investigate the site of Majin Buu's seal. Yes, my Lord Kaioshin. Jebet immediately bows in compliance, his countenance solemn. Chapter 27. The completion of Super Saiyan 3 and Jine's concerns. Meanwhile, at the primary base of the Frieza force, chaos reigns. Just moments ago, the critical energy monitoring system within the base was struck by an irresistible, terrifying energy flow that exceeded its design capacity. All monitoring instruments registered catastrophic spikes simultaneously, followed by a series of violent, chain-reactive explosions. Boom, bang. A cacophony of explosions and billowing smoke erupted across various sectors, the shrill alarm echoing throughout the base. In an expansive, technologically advanced command hall, Frieza remains seated in his iconic hovering pod. Yet, his crimson gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, penetrates the thick viewport, fixating on the seemingly calm, yet recently tumultuous cosmic void. His expression is dark and brooding, emanating an uncontrollable, dangerous chill. Not far behind him, Zarbin and Dodoria stand like statues, holding their breath, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. In this tense atmosphere, the irritable Dodoria barks at a panicked alien technician, scrambling at the control panel in an attempt to ascertain the cause of the explosions. Have you found anything? Which part malfunctioned? Why did the entire base explode? Why yes, Lord Frieza, Lord Dodoria. The trembling technician stammers, turning around in fear. We have preliminarily identified the cause of the explosion. Spit it out, don't stammer. Dodoria snaps impatiently. Why yes, the energy monitoring system's wide area scanning module detected an extraordinarily powerful, unknown energy signal. The energy levels surged upon detection to an immeasurable height, far surpassing the system's monitoring capacity. The system overloaded, causing the core processor to burn out, which triggered the chain explosion. Based on the remnants of the system data, the anomalous energy's power level is conservatively estimated to exceed 10 million battle power. What? Over 10 million battle power? How is that possible? When did such an energy reaction appear in the universe? Dodoria's face contorts with shock and disbelief. The signal's origin is unclear, and precise location cannot be determined. The technician shakes his head in panic. Unclear? Then why aren't you rushing to investigate? Employ every means at your disposal and uncover the truth behind this matter. Dodoria bellows, shaking the hall with his furious voice. Why yes, I will do so immediately. The technician, relieved to be released from the intense scrutiny, scurries away from the command hall. Silence envelopes the hall, broken only by the occasional crackle of electrical remnants. After a moment, Zarbin cautiously steps forward, whispering, Lord Frieza, regarding this matter. However, he is abruptly interrupted by Frieza's icy voice, cold enough to freeze the very soul. Dodoria. Dodoria jolts, quickly bowing in response, at your service. Frieza continues to gaze into the abyss of darkness, his tone flat, yet laced with undeniable menace. This matter is yours to resolve. Investigate thoroughly. I want to know who dares to create such a ruckus in my domain. Yes, Lord Frieza, I shall spare no effort in uncovering the truth. Dodoria bows lower, his voice trembling slightly with fear as he accepts this weighty command. An invisible storm seems to be brewing in the shadows of the universe. The vast golden beam, resonating with an unsettling aura, did not last long. Just a few breaths later, the beam of light abruptly converged and vanished into the formless vacuum of the cosmos, leaving behind only the faint tremors of spatial ripples in the surrounding star regions. On a desolate planet not far from Bibo Jujingsing, The alien known as Jititu gazed blankly through the viewport at the immense blue-green planet, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. He was completely unaware of the events transpiring on Bibo Jujingsing, as the golden beam of light exceeded the limits of his comprehension. After a moment, he snapped out of his stupor and hurriedly approached the communication console. He dared not speculate recklessly and could only report in the most conservative manner. He composed a brief message detailing the observations made that day and sent it back. Report to headquarters, an anomalous celestial phenomenon has appeared in the observation area, suspected to be a large meteor impact on Bibo Jujingsing, causing severe tremors on the planet and in the surrounding star regions. Additionally, a mysterious giant golden beam of light has briefly emerged from the surface of Bibo Jujingsing, lasting only for a short time, with its nature unknown. He sent the message, but uncertainty loomed in his heart regarding how far the signal would travel in the chaotic energy field and whether headquarters would receive it. After completing this task, Jituta slumped helplessly in his chair, his face etched with frustration and bewilderment. Initially, he had believed this would be a short-term surveillance mission and that he would soon return to the bustling military base. Yet, his repeated requests for return had been coldly rejected, ultimately being explicitly told he could not return until further orders were received. Over the years, he had submitted countless requests to his superiors for a return or even a transfer to another post, but they had all sunk without a trace, yielding no positive responses. He felt like a pawn randomly discarded in the corners of the universe, as if he had been completely forgotten. The only evidence that he had not been entirely abandoned was the sporadic resupply ships that arrived, their intervals growing longer with each visit. Sighing deeply, he gazed out at the beautiful yet perilous planet, uttering a voice laden with despair. Is it truly destined that I, Jitutu, must spend my life in this desolate place? Alone and forgotten? On Bibo Jujingsing, atop the ruins of a mountain, the dust gradually settled. Parrot stood silently in the void, surrounded by a terrifying and solid golden aura. His long, ankle-length golden hair flowed without wind, while silver lightning danced around him like loyal guardians. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to warp like rippling water. He appeared as a golden god of war, embodying destruction and power, having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. As he felt the unprecedented and seemingly boundless strength within him, a wave of indescribable excitement and accomplishment surged in his heart. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the space around him cry out under the pressure of his mere grasp. It seemed that with a simple squeeze, he could shatter this immense planet like fragile foam. He savored this newfound power. It was at least 4 times stronger than Super Saiyan 2. After 14 years of unwavering dedication to his training, his foundational strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. Currently, his base battle power had reached an astonishing 10 billion, a figure that would instill fear in any cosmic force. With this foundation, his Super Saiyan transformation would yield a battle power of 50 billion, while transforming into Super Saiyan 2 would result in 100 billion. Now, as Super Saiyan 3, his battle power had skyrocketed to a terrifying 400 billion. Such overwhelming strength would make it manageable to confront even the legendary Majin Buu should he appear. Parrot assessed his newfound power, feeling a burgeoning confidence. However, his mind remained clear, devoid of any arrogance. He pondered whether there were beings more powerful than Beerus, such as the god of destruction, or angels like Whis and Vados. Not to mention the omnipotent Zeno. The terror of these entities was far beyond his current comprehension. He must not allow his recent achievements to lead to complacency, nor should he neglect his training. The pursuit of power is an endless journey. At this moment, Beerus, the god of destruction, should still be in slumber, he mused, gazing at the endless sky, filled with both reverence and longing for that higher realm of power. Parrot, just as he was lost in thought, a gentle and caring voice called out. Jine, surrounded by a faint aura, flew into the area recently imbued with power, carefully avoiding the falling debris and residual energy. Years had passed, and thanks to the long lifespan of Saiyans, time had not marred Jine's beauty. Rather, her strength and broadened perspective made her radiate even more charm and grace. Jine, upon seeing her, the coldness and authority characteristic of Super Saiyan 3 melted away from Parrot's face, replaced by a warm smile from the depths of his heart. As he willed it, the ferocious golden aura and silver lightning around him receded like docile pets, calming down. His long golden hair returned to its original black color, reverting to his usual handsome appearance. He naturally extended his hand, gently pulling Jine's slender and resilient waist closer to him. This gesture had become second nature after years of companionship. Over the years, Jine had indeed grown more alluring. With her graceful, tall stature, her skin was vibrant and resilient from years of martial training. Her demeanor maintained a rare gentleness and tranquility for a Saiyan woman, while also showcasing a hint of warrior spirit. These two qualities harmoniously blended in her, creating a unique and captivating charm. Parrot, what was that form you just had? It looked so cool and terrifying. Jine leaned against Parrot, her lovely face turned up to him, her beautiful eyes reflecting remnants of shock and deep curiosity. Ah, this? Parrot replied, embracing her delicate, resilient waist, excitement and joy bubbling within him as he explained. This is a higher form beyond Super Saiyan 2, which I call Super Saiyan 3. What? Super Saiyan 3? Jine's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips slightly parted, her expression filled with incredulity. Heavens! There's a form beyond Super Saiyan 2? Parrot, how many times do you intend to surpass Super Saiyan? This was simply too incredible. She felt her understanding of him had been refreshed yet again. Hee, this is nothing, Parrot said with a smile, his tone modest. If he were to tell Jine that he still wished to surpass Super Saiyan 3 in the future, she would probably be left speechless. Such aspirations were still far beyond her current grasp. Hearing Parrot's dismissive remarks, Jine could not help but playfully roll her eyes at him. She extended her delicate finger to poke his chest lightly, her tone a mix of teasing and genuine delight. Is this not something? You nearly scared me to death. I felt as if the entire universe could be shattered by the aura you emitted. In your presence, I feel my battle power is as insignificant as a speck of dust. Though she felt immense pride for Parrot, deep down, she could not help but feel a subtle distance due to the vast disparity in their strengths. Parrot keenly sensed the fleeting complexity of emotions that flickered in her eyes. He tightened his arm around Jine's waist, drawing her closer, as he lowered his gaze to her beautiful eyes and softly spoke. Jine, the magnitude of power is not the sole criterion for measuring worth. Without your companionship and support over the years, I could not have focused on reaching this stage. We are a whole. His words were gentle yet resolute, effectively dispelling the shadow that lingered in Jine's heart. Leaning against his sturdy chest, she felt the undeniable affection emanating from him. A warm current surged within her, prompting her to softly hum in response. The two embraced in silence for a moment, savoring the tranquility and warmth that followed the release of their pent-up strength. After a while, Parrot spoke again, addressing the matter at hand. Jine, let us gather our belongings before we depart. I shall take you to that place for training. Once I have fully stabilized my Super Saiyan 3 power and mastered it, we will find a way to leave here and head to Earth. All right. Jine lifted her head from his embrace, her face adorned with a gentle and trusting smile as she nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Having lived together for many years, their bond had transcended that of mere companions. They were inseparable comrades and the most significant family to one another. Parrot's decisions would always receive her unreserved support. They had shared too many life and death experiences, leaving no secrets between them. However, a slight regret lingered. Although their relationship was growing closer, it seemed there remained a subtle barrier, neither a distance nor a disconnection, but rather an unspoken obsession or concern rooted deep within Jine's heart. Yet, Parrot was not in a hurry. He possessed both time and patience. He believed that as long as they continued to accompany each other, sharing experiences together, they would inevitably break through this final barrier, allowing their relationship to flourish unhindered. The warmth and understanding they currently shared was already a rare form of happiness. Chapter 28. Instant Transmission and Dimensional Training. Subsequently, they returned to their cozy campsite nestled in the valley. By the flickering campfire, the dancing flames warded off the chill of the night. They had just enjoyed a nourishing dinner meticulously prepared by Jine, feeling warm and relaxed. Jine was carefully tidying up the utensils and leftover ingredients, categorizing and packing some specially prepared, high-energy food for their upcoming extended training retreat. Most of these provisions were intended for their forthcoming period of intensive cultivation. Meanwhile, Parrot sat cross-legged on a fur mat, his mind delving within as he began to communicate with the system. After 14 years of relentless hunting on the planet by Boju Jin, coupled with previous years of accumulation, he had amassed a substantial fortune of over 6 billion source points. This finally afforded him the ability to exchange for two long-awaited core skills. System. Exchange for Kaioken and instant transmission, Parrot silently intoned, a glimmer of anticipation in his thoughts. The system responded swiftly and efficiently, confirming the expenditure of 2 billion source points. Exchanging for Kaioken with no side effects. Exchange successful. Relevant knowledge and training methods have been transmitted, confirming the expenditure of 1 billion source points. Exchanging for instant transmission. Exchange successful. Relevant knowledge and training methods have been transmitted. As the prompts faded, a wealth of information on mastering the breath control and amplification of Kaioken without self-harm flooded Parrot's mind, alongside the profound techniques for perceiving energy, locking coordinates, and folding space for instant transmission. This knowledge surged into his consciousness like a divine revelation, rapidly comprehended and absorbed. A sincere smile blossomed on his face as he realized he had successfully acquired 2 coveted skills. With these skills, his overall strength and mobility would experience a qualitative leap. He was well aware of the extraordinary nature of Kaioken, having thoroughly reviewed its product description. Understanding its potential to amplify power in any form without adverse effects, one of his ultimate trump cards. However, the specifics of instant transmission took him by surprise. The system's version seemed to blend the instantaneous teleportation of the Adaltrap people, which relied on sensing energy for positioning, with the God of the Kais method that required no energy sense, allowing one to arrive at a destination simply by knowing the coordinates or having previously witnessed the location. This combination of advantages promised versatility and convenience. After mastering this skill, he could teleport by sensing others' energy or instantly arrive at places he had previously seen or visited, relying on memory or coordinates. This undoubtedly enhanced the skill's practicality. Parrot pondered whether he could directly teleport to Earth. He contemplated this crucial question. According to the skill description, interplanetary teleportation necessitated one of 2 prerequisites, either having witnessed the true appearance of the planet or possessing its precise cosmic coordinates. Although he had seen Earth's appearance through various images in his past life, whether this would be applicable in this world remained uncertain. These uncertainties loomed. The skill description was somewhat ambiguous, and he could not guarantee its feasibility with absolute confidence. If direct teleportation proved impossible, he would have to devise a way to contact the Frieza force. Parrot murmured to himself, thinking of alternative plans. After all, they still had that energy detector to reach out to Frieza's army. Having exchanged for the 2 skills, he checked his balance and found he still had over 3 billion source points remaining. Parrot had a clear plan for this substantial sum. He intended to utilize all of it to access the system's dimensional training space for intensive cultivation. This dimensional training space was one of the system's advanced features, equipped with various unique training environments, including but not limited to supergravity zones and extreme climate simulations. Most importantly, it could generate combat puppets that matched the strength of the combatants for training purposes. Parrot was particularly drawn to these combat puppets, fully aware that while his strength had surged rapidly, he lacked the corresponding combat experience, especially against opponents of equal or greater strength. Most of his previous battles had been won through sheer power, lacking the crucible of evenly matched life and death struggles. If he were to encounter an opponent with combat power similar to his, or even slightly superior, but with far more experience, he might find himself in a perilous situation despite his strength. Parrot calmly assessed his shortcomings. Thus, he needed to swiftly address this singular yet potentially fatal deficiency. The system's dimensional training space provided the perfect conditions to hone this aspect. Jine, have you finished packing? Once you're ready, we shall set off. Parrot called out to the cozy little wooden cabin they had built together, which had sheltered them over the years and housed countless memories. Coming. Almost done. Jine's melodious voice echoed from within the cabin. Moments later, she emerged, carrying a bulging, oversized backpack that was taller than her. Despite the hefty load, her graceful figure remained light and enchanting, her face radiating anticipation for the new training journey ahead. Parrot gazed at her with a gentle smile. In truth, they had long been prepared for this decision to utilize the dimensional space for training. They have already stored a substantial amount of living supplies in the building designated as a safe zone within the spatial confines. After all, this time of seclusion may extend for a considerable duration. Fortunately, the system space possesses a remarkably convenient feature. Items stored within seem to exist in a state of temporal stasis, never succumbing to spoilage or decay. Come on. Jine walked over to Parrot, naturally extending her delicate hand to grasp his, speaking softly. Parrot nodded, instinctively wrapping his arm around Jine's graceful waist, drawing her gently closer. System. Initiate teleportation to the Yizhen Xiulang Kongjian. Parrot concentrated, communicating with the system. Yizhen Xiulang Kongjian Qinshang Chiren Kaisher Chansong. The system's prompt had scarcely finished when a soft and sacred beam of white light descended from above, enveloping the entwined figures of Parrot and Jine. The radiance was not blinding, but carried an extraordinary wave that traversed through space. Moments later, the white light, along with their forms, vanished from the camp like a fleeting illusion, leaving no trace behind. When Parrot and Jine felt solid ground beneath their feet, their vision cleared, revealing an environment starkly different from that of the Bibo Jukoan star. They found themselves in an extremely spacious half-circular plaza, its floor adorned with an unknown luminescent white material. The plaza was devoid of any objects, yet it radiated a serene and sacred aura, as if standing before the hall of some divine entity. Behind them stood a simplistic yet luxurious silver building, its smooth lines exuding a sense of futuristic technology. This was their home in the Yixian Kongjian, a sanctuary for respite between their cultivation endeavors. Beyond the curved perimeter of the plaza lay another realm entirely, a wondrous, vast, and seemingly endless world. The landscape before them was surreal and filled with supernatural phenomena. To the left loomed a mountain range ablaze with eternal dark red flames, the air thick with the scent of sulfur, the scorching heat palpable even from afar. To the right lay an expanse of icebound glaciers, the biting cold winds swirling with icy crystals, blue icebergs shimmering under an unknown light source. Further ahead, the sky twisted in a blend of purple and green. Enormous thunder rumbled like a dragon within the clouds, while the ground below was marred with bottomless fissures, chaotic energy surging forth from within. Strangely, some areas appeared distorted, with light bending in bizarre ways, creating mirage-like visions. This half-circular plaza and the building behind them resembled a secure island amidst a tempestuous ocean. The closer they drew to the plaza and building, the more stable the surrounding environment became. Conversely, as they ventured further from this sanctuary, the conditions grew increasingly harsh, fraught with extreme trials and unknown dangers. Gravity, air pressure, temperature, and chaotic energy surged exponentially with distance. Moreover, this Yixian Xiulang Kongjian possessed a remarkable function. It could regulate the flow of time between its interior and the external world. However, this advanced privilege remained locked for Parrot, requiring specific conditions or a hefty price to unlock. Additionally, cultivating within this space necessitated a continuous expenditure. For every day spent inside, an automatic deduction of 3 million origin points would occur. This price, once astronomical for the former Parrot, was now but a trifle for him, emboldening his lengthy use of the space. Parrot gently released his hold on Jine's waist and turned to her, softly saying, "Please, place your belongings in the house and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Once you are settled, we shall commence our training." "All right, I will be quick," Jine replied with a smile, shouldering her backpack as she briskly made her way toward the silver building. Parrot wasted no time. Taking a deep breath, he strode purposefully out of the protective half-circular plaza and stepped into the true training grounds beyond its arc. The moment he set foot outside, an entirely different pressure enveloped him. This place felt like another world. The air was unnaturally thin, tinged with chaotic energy. The climate was capricious, alternating between scorching heat and a bone-chilling cold in the blink of an eye. Various extreme weather phenomena unfolded in rapid succession, utterly devoid of predictability. Furthermore, even in this outermost region, the basic gravity was already 10 times that of the outside world. One could only imagine the terror of gravity deeper within. Parrot was also acutely aware of a crucial detail. Should he enter this space wearing a gravity suit, the effects of the suit would compound with the gravity of the space itself. This meant he could don a suit designed for 1,000 times gravity and step into an area with 100 times gravity, thereby experiencing a staggering force of 100,000 times. Such a scenario would undoubtedly elevate his training efficiency to an unparalleled level. Having acclimatized to the outer environment, Parrot no longer hesitated. He sought a real combat opponent. System summoned several battle puppets. He directly communicated his command. "Zhiling So Dao, John Do Healer Shengqing Zhong Zhengzat Sao Mao Suju, Shi Pei Ang Dengji, Gojin John Do, Suder Sungchung Wanbi." In the next moment, the space before Parrot shimmered and warped, rippling like water. 3 figures, exuding formidable energy, materialized from thin air. Their forms bore an uncanny resemblance to Parrot, identical in height, physique, and features, as if sculpted from the same mold. The only distinction was their hollow eyes, devoid of any emotional hue, embodying a pure, cold logic designed solely for combat. The greatest strength of these battle puppets lay in their adaptability. Their combat prowess was not fixed, but would adjust in real time to match the strength of their opponent. Whether Parrot fought in his normal state, transformed into a Super Saiyan, or even activated the Kaioken, the puppets would instantly elevate their capabilities to match his, ensuring they always provided him with the utmost challenge. As he gazed at the three reflections of himself, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Parrot. What followed would be the most brutal and effective trial of life and death against himself. His combat experience would be honed and elevated to new heights here. Chapter 29. Confronting Jine's Aunt Gine. Without a hint of hesitation, Parrot bellowed, unleashing the immense energy within him. Instantly, he was enveloped in a blazing golden aura. Silver lightning crackling around him, his hair cascading down to his ankles, his brows vanishing, and his gaze sharpening into a cold, piercing intensity. He transformed into the most powerful form of Super Saiyan 3. The terrifying energy pressure erupted like a storm, warping the surrounding space. In the next instant, he launched himself off the ground, leaving behind an energy crater from the sheer force of his takeoff. His figure shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, tearing through the air toward the three newly formed, expressionless battle puppets. The puppets reacted with astonishing speed, almost simultaneously with Parrot's transformation. Their hollow eyes gleamed with the same golden light, and they erupted into a Super Saiyan 3 aura that rivaled Parrot's own, silver lightning intertwining as their hair flowed freely. They flawlessly replicated Parrot's current form and power level. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the space. In an instant, for golden figures collided with each other like uncontrollable stars, their fists, feet, elbows, and knees transforming into the most lethal of weapons. Each impact erupted with a thunderous roar and visible shockwaves, a pure display of power devoid of any embellishments, causing the surrounding space to tremble and emit a heavy hum under the strain. From the very beginning, the battle escalated into a fever pitch. Their speed reached an unparalleled zenith, rendering their precise movements undetectable to the naked eye. Only fleeting golden afterimages could be seen darting across the vast and treacherous training ground, intertwining, separating, and colliding once more. The continuous, thunderous sounds of their physical clashes, alongside the violent explosions generated by their energy exchanges, resonated throughout the entire otherworldly space. Parrot intentionally directed the battlefield away from the safety zone of the plaza, ensuring that when Jine emerged, she would not be caught in the destructive aftermath of their combat. In that moment, the already bizarre training space grew even more chaotic and perilous, filled with violent energy storms. The rampant energy currents, akin to invisible blades, sliced through the air and earth. Countless explosive fireballs ignited in succession, small mushroom clouds rising incessantly, transforming the area into a veritable battlefield of hell. At that moment, having arranged her belongings, Jine stepped out of the silvery structure, only to be stunned into silence by the cataclysmic scene before her. How terrifying! Is this truly the spectacle of a Super Saiyan 3 engaged in full combat? She covered her crimson lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Even from a distance, she could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations that seemed capable of easily tearing her apart. Taking a deep breath to quell her racing heart, Jine ventured into the training ground, fully aware of her own limitations and hesitant to approach the core area where Parrot was engaged in a battle akin to that of gods and demons. She could only begin her training at a relatively safe distance from the edge of the plaza, where the environment was somewhat more conducive. With determination, Jine focused her mind, letting out a delicate shout as her aura surged around her. A dazzling golden flame erupted from within her, her hair transforming into gold and standing on end. Her eyes tinged with a hint of emerald. She had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 years prior, under Parrot's patient guidance and assistance. Jine had successfully awakened the S cells within her, achieving her first transformation into a Super Saiyan. The joy of that moment remained vivid in her memory. After successfully transforming, she had once confidently challenged Parrot. However, reality proved to be harsh. Even as a Super Saiyan, exerting all her strength, She could not even graze the hem of Parrot's clothing as he moved effortlessly. The chasm of power between them, akin to a vast abyss, deeply impressed upon her the magnitude of Parrot's strength and her own insignificance. Amidst his battle against 3 combat puppets, Parrot keenly sensed Jine's aura approaching and glanced her way during a brief reprieve in the fight. After years of training, Jine's progress was evident. Her current base combat power had reached approximately 20 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, her power soared to 1 billion. This strength was more than sufficient to easily overpower the current Frieza. This was still tempered by Jine's inherent aversion to conflict and her comparatively lesser dedication to training than Parrot. Otherwise, with her potential and the resources provided by Parrot, her base combat power could have been significantly higher. At that very moment, as Parrot momentarily diverted his attention to Jine, a battle puppet seized the fleeting opportunity. A cunning and fierce energy wave bypassed Parrot's defenses, striking him sharply in the back. Parrot gasped in pain, feeling the sharp sting of the impact. Even his formidable Super Saiyan 3 defenses unable to withstand it. He cried out, his body propelled like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater not far from Jine's training spot, dust swirling around him. "Parrot, are you all right?" Jine exclaimed, her heart racing as she rushed over, momentarily abandoning her training. Jumping into the pit, she anxiously helped Parrot to his feet, her face etched with concern. Parrot grimaced, rubbing his back. Although it hurt, his Saiyan resilience, combined with his own strength, ensured he was not critically injured. He smiled reassuringly at Jine, saying, "It's nothing, Jine. Just a minor injury. In battle, one must expect to be hit. You, however, must be more cautious." Seeing him in such a state made Jine feel both pained and helpless. She gently advised, "Be careful, don't push yourself too hard. Adapting to your strength takes time." "Yes, I understand," Parrot nodded, warmed by Jine's concern. As soon as he spoke, his expression sharpened once more, his golden aura exploding forth, stirring up dust and debris. With a swift motion, he transformed into a golden flash, charging toward the 3 relentless combat puppets once more. The intensity of battle escalated, resuming with even greater fervor and exhilaration. Having learned from his earlier distraction, Parrot focused solely on the fight, engaging in a frenzied struggle against the 3 puppets. Jine stood by the edge of the pit, watching Parrot dominate the battlefield, growing more fearless with each clash. A mix of helplessness and pride washed over her, prompting a soft smile as she shook her head. Gazing at him, her eyes shimmered with tender light, her heart brimming with gratitude. It was fair to say that without encountering Parrot all those years ago, without his protection, guidance, and the miracles he brought, she would not be who she is today. It was he who had rescued her from the destruction of Planet Vegeta. He had given her a new life and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. He had also allowed her to experience the warmth of being cherished and relied upon once more. Parrot had truly grown. Jine mused softly. He has become increasingly handsome and charismatic. Each day, he radiates vitality, like a little sun. I can hardly contain my feelings for him. What am I to do? Her eyes were filled with an inescapable softness and a hint of sweet turmoil as she watched him. She had sensed Parrot's strength from the moment he began to mature. Eventually, she made a decision to assist him in a different manner. At that time, she had already understood that the day would inevitably come. Yet, she had not anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. Never mind. Jine gently shook her head, as if to cast away her distracting thoughts. A faint smile gracing her lips. "I will face whatever comes, letting nature take its course." Regaining her focus, Jine reignited her fighting spirit and resumed her training. Thus, the days flowed steadily in the otherworldly space, fulfilling and orderly. Occasionally, Parrot would pause his intense confrontations with the combat puppets to train alongside Jine, personally becoming her sparring partner. He would don a high-magnitude gravity suit, suppressing his strength to match Jine's Super Saiyan form, patiently guiding her in various combat techniques and the application of energy. However, even with Parrot bearing the burden of immense gravity and only engaging with Jine in his base form, she remained unable to match him. The disparity stemmed from countless life-and-death struggles and the accumulation of experience, a difference in instinctive combat awareness that could not be bridged merely by raw power. After each battle practice, following Jine's defeat, Parrot would gently coax her into preparing her signature dish, the delectable roast chicken. This ritual became a silent, yet heartwarming game between the two. At the end of their rigorous training sessions, they would often find themselves drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. In those moments, they would leap into the spacious outdoor pool adjacent to their home, washing away their fatigue and perspiration. As they frolicked in the water, laughter echoed around them, momentarily healing the hardships they endured. Thus, they joyfully embraced each day amidst the challenges of rigorous training and the sweetness of daily life. In the blink of an eye, a month slipped by in this otherworldly realm of concentrated training. During this month of grueling exercises, both Parrot and Gene experienced rapid growth and consolidation in their foundational strength and vital combat experience. Parrot's mastery of Super Saiyan 3 power became increasingly proficient, greatly enhancing his ability to confront multiple adversaries and opponents of equal strength. Jine's combat techniques and her delicate control over energy also ascended to new heights. On one particular night, the simulated night sky of the otherworld glimmered with countless stars, and the Milky Way hung low, creating a breathtakingly dreamlike ambience. The nocturnal atmosphere exuded a serene tranquility. Parrot luxuriated in the natural hot spring pool beside their house, the warm water enveloping his body and washing away the fatigue from his training. Leaning lazily against the edge of the pool, he gazed up at the enchanting, albeit illusory, starry sky, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation and contentment. Meanwhile, Gene continued her practice in the water, focusing intently on techniques for breath holding and energy control. Suddenly, a chill night breeze swept across the surface of the water, causing Parrot to shiver slightly. Concerned that Gene might catch a chill, he tenderly lifted her from the water, effortlessly cradling her lithe form in his arms, and made his way towards the warmth of their home. Upon entering the brightly lit, warmly decorated interior, the soothing atmosphere dispelled the night's chill. Gene gently leaned against Parrot as she settled down, while he maintained a protective embrace around her delicate waist, as if to shield her from any lingering cold. Together, they sat, gazing out at the starry sky, sharing soft conversations about their training insights and engaging in lighthearted banter. The ambience was filled with warmth and tranquility, and all their exhaustion seemed to dissolve in the silence of their shared affection and companionship. As time flowed silently, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. For Parrot and Gene, these years represented a period of consolidation, transformation, and the solid accumulation of every moment spent together. Gene stood gracefully atop a towering mountain, her once youthful demeanor now radiating the charm of a mature woman, sculpted by the passage of time. Her hair danced in the wind, her demeanor calm as water, gentle as the moon, and irresistibly captivating. In that moment, a sudden sound pierced the air. Parrot appeared by Jine's side without warning. The instant his presence solidified, Gene sensed the soul-stirring aura emanating from him. Her face lit up with a radiant smile as she joyfully turned to him. With open arms, she embraced Parrot, exclaiming, "How about it? Is everything all right now?" "Yes, all is well," Parrot replied, his eyes filled with tender warmth. As he spoke, he instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her closer, a gesture that had long become their habitual tacit understanding, filled with protective intent. They had departed the otherworldly training space 6 months prior due to the depletion of their origin points, which necessitated training in the outer realm. After half a year of diligent effort, Parrot had successfully mastered the art of instant transmission and had simultaneously harvested a fresh batch of origin points. Just moments ago, he had instantaneously transported himself to Gene from the opposite end of the planet. "That's wonderful." Jine's eyes sparkled even brighter upon hearing his confirmation. "Shall we set off for Earth now?" "Not yet. We have another destination first." Parrot gently shook his head. He kept his arm around Gene as he gazed up at the azure sky and then towards the deeper cosmos. Long ago, he had sensed a faint energy in the starlit expanse that piqued his curiosity. "Parrot, where else are we going?" Gene followed his gaze, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Parrot remained silent for a moment before he instantly transported them both towards the source of that faint energy in the sky. With a whoosh, the space rippled imperceptibly, and their figures vanished from the mountaintop. When they reappeared, Parrot and Gene found themselves in an environment brimming with advanced technology. "This looks like a spaceship," they exclaimed in astonishment. "How did we end up in a place like this?" Jine's voice lowered, her surprise intensifying. Just as they stood bewildered, a trembling voice, filled with fear, called out from behind them. "Who are you?" How did you get in here? Parrot and Gine turned in unison to see a small, chicken-headed alien standing not far from them, clad in Frieza's army uniform. The creature's face was etched with disbelief and terror, its eyes wide in shock. Frieza's army, so that's what this is, Parrot realized instantly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Tell me, who are you, and how did you get in here? The chicken-headed alien demanded, desperately trying to maintain composure as it raised its energy weapon at Parrot and Gine. Parrot, disinterested in further discourse, flicked his fingers lightly. A minuscule, precisely focused energy blast shot forth, effortlessly piercing the alien's forehead. The horror, confusion, and immense reluctance etched on its face froze in an instant. It opened its mouth as if to utter something, but the light in its eyes swiftly dimmed. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, wide-eyed and devoid of life. A fitting end to its disbelief. After disposing of the body, Parrot and Gine began to meticulously explore the unexpectedly acquired spaceship, discovering that it possessed ample space. Approximately 100 square meters for living. The various functional systems and equipment are exceptionally well equipped. The navigation system, power engine, life support devices, and sleep pods are all present. With ample energy supply. This is splendid, Parrot. After a meticulous inspection, Jine's face illuminated with a genuine smile of delight. With this fully functional spacecraft, we can journey to Earth. This undoubtedly resolves their most pressing dilemma. Parrot nodded, a rare expression of satisfaction gracing his resolute face. It was indeed an unexpected stroke of fortune, akin to acquiring a ready-to-use, well-maintained spaceship. Over 200 square meters, which is quite spacious and comfortable for the two of them. Jine approached the control panel and instructed, "Set the Earth coordinates for navigation. We shall depart immediately." There was no need for them to return to the planet's surface to gather any supplies, for prior to leaving the alternate dimension, they had meticulously stored sufficient provisions for several years within it. Excellent. Jine responded with a smile, her face aglow with excitement for the new journey ahead. She promptly took her seat at the control panel, her slender fingers deftly maneuvering over the complex controls. As a Saiyan who had undergone systematic training, mastering basic spacecraft operation was part of her curriculum. Although the model differed, the fundamental principles remained consistent. She swiftly pulled up the star map, locking onto the planet Earth, a luminous blue dot located at the edge of the northern galaxy. Moments later, with the press of the final ignition button, the entire spacecraft shuddered slightly. The main engine at the rear expelled a brilliant azure flame, emanating a deep, thunderous roar. The spacecraft ascended steadily, transforming into a streak of light that pierced the silent darkness, racing toward the vast, star-studded expanse of the universe. Parrot moved to the viewport, gently enveloping Jine's graceful form in his embrace. Jine leaned into him, together gazing out at the magnificent and enigmatic starry sky. Countless stars twinkled like diamonds embedded in black velvet, casting varying degrees of light, while distant nebulae painted dreamlike hues. Parrot contemplated the endless universe, filled with joy and anticipation for their impending arrival at a new home, along with boundless dreams for their future life. However, the actions of Parrot and Jine were already being relayed back to Frieza's base, light years away. Their whereabouts had been exposed. Chapter 31, Frieza's Pursuit. Arrival at Earth inside the core base of Frieza planet. The atmosphere in the command center was suffocatingly tense, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. The cold metallic walls reflected a dim light, and various intricate instrument screens flickered silently. Frieza sat upon his iconic circular hovering seat, his crimson, reptilian gaze fixed intently on the massive main display screen before him. The image clearly showed Parrot and Jine. Along with the moment Parrot eliminated the monitoring Ginyu Force member and commandeered the spaceship. At that moment, Frieza's already pale complexion darkened to an extreme, as if frost could form from his fury. An invisible, suffocating pressure radiated from him, causing all personnel in the command center to hold their breath, wishing to shrink into the corners. Silence, a death-like silence, lingered for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Frieza's icy, emotionless voice slithered through the quiet hall like a viper's hiss. "Mr. Dodoria." Without turning his head, Frieza demanded, "Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? Why are there two Saiyans here?" His voice was not loud, yet it was laden with the utmost danger and murderous intent, with the word Saiyan particularly emphasized. Dodoria trembled at the sound, overwhelming fear gripping his heart. He quickly bowed his head lower, his voice trembling. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Frieza." This was a grave error on my part. Please, do not be angry. I will personally bring you the heads of these two oblivious Saiyan monkeys to atone for my mistake." At that moment, Dodoria felt both extreme terror and seething anger. He never anticipated that the mission he had deemed insignificant, one that could easily be resolved, would lead to the survival of the two Saiyans who should have undoubtedly perished. Moreover, years later, they had the audacity to kill his subordinate and escape boldly. This was a tremendous affront to him and the entire Frieza force. "I hope you do not disappoint me again this time." Frieza's gaze pierced Dodoria like an ice pick, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet. The danger in his words was unmistakable. "Yes, yes, Lord Frieza, I will not fail to meet your expectations and trust. I shall complete the mission." Dodoria was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. He understood that this was Frieza's final opportunity for him, should he fail again. A fate worse than death awaited him. After speaking, Dodoria wasted no time, almost crawling in a bowing posture as he hastily exited the suffocating command center. He needed to set off immediately, employing all means necessary to catch up to that cursed spaceship. Only by eliminating those two Saiyans in the most brutal manner could he quell the king's wrath and preserve his own life. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the universe, the spacecraft carrying Parrot and Jine maintained a steady superluminal cruise, gliding silently among the stars. Inside the cockpit, the atmosphere was in stark contrast to Frieza's command center. Warm and tranquil, Jine glanced at the star map, noting the marker indicating the sector they had just departed from. Her brow furrowed slightly with concern as she spoke. "Parrot, we have just killed that watcher and commandeered this spacecraft. It has caused quite a stir. I fear we may have attracted the attention of the Frieza force." "No worries. Let them come." Parrot, seated in the pilot's seat, replied with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of concern, even displaying a hint of indifference. He had anticipated the Frieza force would respond. However, with his current strength, he no longer regarded them as a threat. Aside from Frieza himself, who might pique his interest slightly, the other minions did not even qualify for his attention. Seeing Parrot so composed reassured Jine, and she nodded in agreement. Indeed, their strength had reached unimaginable heights, allowing them to shed any lingering fear of the Frieza force. Parrot turned his head to gaze at Jine's enchanting profile. Illuminated by the soft cabin lights, gently wrapping his arm around her delicate waist, and tenderly said, "This journey to Earth will take nearly a year to complete. Space travel can be rather dull. I suggest we not waste this precious time and continue our training, shall we?" With a smile, he effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, her light and graceful form cradled in his arms. As Jine gasped softly in surprise, he strode toward the spacecraft's resting and training area to practice. Nestled in his warm embrace, Jine's beautiful face radiated happiness, her lips curling into a gentle smile. For her, the opportunity to cultivate alongside Paluo was filled with significance and joy, whether they were training on perilous planets or enduring the monotony of interstellar travel. Days passed serenely in this warm and fulfilling companionship. Paluo's daily focus, aside from the essential monitoring of the ship's flight path, was engaging in combat with Jine. They would occasionally share insights in the relaxation area, delving into deeper applications of chi, or practice their techniques through sparring. At times, they would lean against each other, gazing through the viewport to admire the magnificent nebulae and meteor showers scattered across the cosmos. Soon, their near-isolated voyage through the universe extended nearly a year. On this particular day, the ship's navigation system emitted a crisp alert. Paluo, in approximately 10 minutes, would officially enter the solar system and arrive at Earth. Jine clasped Paluo's arm, her face alight with anticipation and joy. Paluo nodded, his gaze fixed through the expansive forward viewport, captivated by the approaching vastness of the starry sky. His own feelings of expectation and delight intensifying. This place would mark the true beginning of his journey in this world, the stage for countless narratives yet to unfold. Nearly 24 years had silently elapsed since the destruction of Planet Vegeta and their narrow escape. According to the timeline, it was now the year 761 of the AG calendar. Paluo pondered silently. If all went as planned, this year coincided with Reitai's arrival on Earth to seek Kakalvo, thus initiating the significant events surrounding Planet Namek. He wondered if they would arrive in time for this fateful reunion. Gazing at the starry expanse, he murmured to himself. Jine, nestled beside him, lifted her head, her beautiful visage reflecting a hint of confusion as she softly inquired, "What are you mumbling about, Paluo?" Returning his gaze to her, Paluot smiled gently and explained, perhaps we will have the chance to meet your two children, Kakalito and Reitais. Really? Janae's eyes widened in disbelief and joy. Will Reitais be on Earth as well? She had long harbored deep feelings of longing and guilt for her eldest son. Yes, Paluot affirmed, his tone imbued with confidence. Based on some information I have foreseen, if nothing drastic occurs, we may indeed encounter him. We might even witness a remarkable brotherly reunion. That would be wonderful. The spark of excitement and anticipation danced in Janae's eyes, as if she could already envision her children. I wonder how they are faring now? They must have grown into adults by now, right? Kakaloa was so small when he was sent away. Her voice was filled with maternal concern and sentiment. Paluot chuckled at her expectant demeanor, teasing, if I have grown up, they certainly have too. Who knows? Kakaloa might have started a family on Earth. You might just become a grandmother. Really? Janae gasped lightly, her expression a mix of astonishment and wonder. To be a grandmother? But I am still so young. She instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen, her gaze distant as she imagined that scenario, her expression tender yet complex. That is merely my speculation. Once we reach Earth, everything will become clear, Paluot replied, his laughter resonating warmly. He extended his arms, gently enveloping Janae in an embrace, allowing her to rest against his sturdy chest. Together, they gazed through the viewport at the profound expanse of the cosmos. The spacecraft adjusted its final trajectory, steadily and resolutely progressing towards the place known as Earth. Chapter 32. I Am Your Father. A mere 10 minutes later, Paluot's spacecraft finally breached the thin outer atmosphere of Earth, resembling a colossal fireball ablaze in the sky, trailing a long tail of flames as it pierced the azure horizon. Hurtling towards its designated landing site, a vast northern grassland. Meanwhile, at the juncture of this northern prairie and the snow-capped mountains, an intense battle concerning the fate of Earth and the destinies of the Saiyan brothers was drawing to a close. Reitais, arriving from the cosmos, was locked in a deadly conflict with Suin Wukong and Baekdalmawang. The battle was fierce, leaving the prairie marred with craters and scorch marks. A tremendous violet energy beam had just swept across the landscape. As the energy dissipated, Suin Wukong and Reitais lay amidst a pool of blood, both grievously injured with their chests pierced, breath shallow, teetering on the brink of death. The outcome of the battle was now apparent. Although Baek had also expended considerable energy, he still retained the ability to move. With a cold expression, he slowly approached the fallen Reitais, poised to deliver the final blow. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, growing louder and more deafening, as if some massive object was hurtling towards them at supersonic speed. Baek abruptly looked up, furrowing his brow, his signature antennae quivering slightly. What was that? A sense of unease washed over him, disrupting his focus. In the brief moment of his bewilderment, he caught sight of a flattened, silver-gray object, comparable in size to a house, tearing through the clouds with an imposing demeanor, trailing a scorching wave of heat and a howling sound as it sped past them just above ground. Reitais, lying on the ground and barely conscious from the agony, caught a glimpse of that familiar silhouette of a spacecraft from the corner of his eye. His pupils dilated as he was struck with profound shock. Why would a comrade's ship arrive on this desolate planet at such a moment? Baek, hearing Reitais' incredulous murmur, felt his tension heighten, as if facing a formidable adversary. One Reitais was already a considerable threat. If another ally arrived, Earth would be in grave danger. Under Baek's watchful gaze, the spacecraft executed a nimble turn, decelerating smoothly, and ultimately settled on the flat grassland not far behind him, stirring a cloud of dust as the engine's hum gradually subsided. With a soft hiss, the spacecraft's door slowly opened, shrouded in shadow, obscuring its interior. Both Baek and the barely conscious Suin Wukong stared tensely at the slowly opening door, their hearts racing. Was it possible that this newcomer was Reitais' ally? Baek's expression darkened, nearly oozing with anxiety. He felt an overwhelming pressure. Defeating one Reitais had already required a desperate struggle, and another would spell disaster. Yet, just as Baek's gaze remained fixed on the door, bracing for an imposing foe to emerge, a calm and clear voice suddenly resonated behind him, as if a ghost had materialized without warning. Has it come to this? It seems we have arrived just in time. Paluot had appeared silently behind Baek, observing the iconic scene before him with keen interest. The sudden emergence of this figure left the three individuals in utter astonishment. As they gazed upon the unfamiliar youth before them, Sun Wukong and La Tz widened their eyes in unison, filled with profound astonishment and disbelief. They were utterly oblivious to how or when this individual had appeared. Baiku, resembling a cat that had been stepped on its tail, was startled to the point of instinctively spinning around with great speed. Upon noticing Parrot standing behind him, his orange eyes bulged like brass bells, overwhelmed with an incomprehensible horror. When had he arrived? How had the king not detected any movement? Baiku's pupils quivered violently, and a tumult of dread surged within him. Cold sweat began to seep from his gleaming forehead, trickling down his green skin. This entity, far beyond his perceptual capacity, instilled an unprecedented fear within him. Who are you? Sun Wukong, lying on the ground and enduring excruciating pain, managed to inquire, gazing at the mysterious youth who had appeared so suddenly. No, it cannot be. La Tz's voice resonated, thick with emotion, as he fixed his gaze on Parrot, as if witnessing an impossibility. You are a Saiyan? How is this possible? His voice trembled with excitement and injury, the shock within him far surpassing that which he had felt when facing Baiku's ultimate technique. There were only a few Saiyans. How could another one possibly exist here? What? A Saiyan? Both Baiku and Sun Wukong exclaimed almost simultaneously, as if struck by a thunderbolt, their hearts racing. Another Saiyan? Moreover, one who had made an appearance in such an incomprehensible manner. Parrot disregarded Baiku's terror and Sun Wukong's inquiries. He surveyed the grievously injured Sun Wukong and La Tz, speaking in an unperturbed tone, "If you wish to live, consume this." With that, he flicked his fingers, and two emerald green beans flew precisely to the lips of the fallen Sun Wukong and La Tz, almost touching them. Both Wukong and La Tz were startled. However, upon recognizing the nature of the beans, Wukong exclaimed, "Is this a Senzu bean?" "Indeed, it is a Senzu bean," Parrot replied, offering Wukong a friendly smile. Wukong scrutinized Parrot deeply, though he could not fathom the intentions of this suddenly appeared Saiyan. Yet, he felt no malice emanating from Parrot. He seemed intent on saving them. Moreover, the appearance of the Senzu beans eased his wariness significantly. Without further hesitation, Sun Wukong rolled his tongue, scooping the bean into the air, biting down forcefully before swallowing it whole. La Tz, however, did not immediately consume the Senzu bean. He fixed a scrutinizing, wary, and doubtful gaze upon Parrot. Filled with distrust, how could he possibly ingest something offered by a stranger, even if that stranger was a Saiyan? Yet, before La Tz could contemplate further, the next event shattered his comprehension. Upon swallowing the Senzu bean, Sun Wukong's body shuddered, his previously weak energy erupting back to its peak, even stronger than before. The horrific wound in his chest had completely healed, leaving no scar behind. In an instant, Sun Wukong leaped to his feet, stretching his limbs, his face alight with joy and incredulity. He had been fully revived. How could this be? La Tz's eyes widened as he beheld the rejuvenated Kakarot, utterly dumbfounded. His mind a blank slate. What kind of phenomenon could restore a dying Kakarot to perfect health? He gazed incredulously at the same emerald green bean resting on his tongue. A tempest of thoughts swirling within him. The instinct to survive and the shock of this miraculous effect overwhelmed his caution. La Tz's mind momentarily faltered. If he did not consume it, he would perish. He seemed to have made a resolution. To hell with it. I have nothing to lose. With no other options. His heavily injured body barely able to move, he no longer hesitated and rolled the Senzu bean into his mouth, quickly chewing and swallowing it. Witnessing this, Parrot's face revealed a silent smile. Meanwhile, Baiku stood rigidly, silently observing the unfolding events. It was not that he lacked the desire to intervene. Rather, from the moment Parrot had appeared like a specter behind him, he had been enveloped by an intangible, overwhelming fear rooted in the very essence of life itself, rendering him nearly immobile. What on earth was this being? He felt no powerful energy, resembling an ordinary person. Yet, why did it instill such terror within him? His body trembled instinctively. Baiku's mouth gaped open, his face turning pale. Cold sweat soaked his battle attire, his hair standing on end. And he could not muster even a shred of defiance from deep within. It was a stark oppression, akin to an ant facing a dragon. At that moment, La Tz, having consumed the Senzu bean, also experienced a miraculous transformation. His wounds healed instantly, his stamina completely restored, even surpassing his previous state. He sprang up from the ground, incredulously gazing at his unblemished chest, devoid of scars. Clenching his powerful fists, filled with the exhilaration of survival, he erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha! I am not meant to perish. I have returned to life. La Tz exclaimed, turning his gaze towards the pale-faced Bai Ku and the complexly expressioned Sun Wukong. His features once again displaying the pride, cruelty, and madness characteristic of a Saiyan warrior. Surviving against the odds had emboldened him further. Finally, his gaze landed on Parrot, the one who had granted him a second chance at life, his curiosity and questions reaching a peak. He tempered his exuberance slightly, but still spoke with the pride of a Saiyan, inquiring, "Who exactly are you? Why did you save us?" In response to La Tz's question, Parrot's lips curled into a playful smile as he provocatively declared, "I am your father." Chapter 33. A slap sends flying, and the mother emerges. Parrot's nonchalant words fell like a nuclear bomb upon the tranquil lake of their surroundings, instantly igniting chaos. What? La Tz's expression, once filled with euphoria and arrogance from his revival, instantly froze on his face as if encased in ice. Doubt crept into his mind. Had his ears been shattered by the energy blast? "You insolent fool! How dare you mock me?" In the next moment, an overwhelming fury clouded La Tz's thoughts. His father, Bardock, had perished with the destruction of Planet Vegeta, and the remaining Saiyans were but a handful. In a fit of rage, La Tz raised his arm. Activating the energy detector on his left eye, the digits on the lens fluctuating wildly as it locked onto Parrot. He was determined to ascertain the true weight of this audacious individual. "Huh, father?" Sun Wukong, standing nearby, was rendered utterly dumbfounded, his mind completely malfunctioning. He scratched his iconic spiky black hair, confusion and bewilderment etched across his face. Glancing between the furious La Tz and the composed Parrot, his thoughts spiraled into utter chaos. "Isn't La Tz's father my father too? He is my Saiyan father?" Wukong stared at Parrot, inadvertently voicing the most straightforward question, completely unaware of the profound impact his words would have on La Tz. Beaker remained enveloped in an intangible dread, his body rigid, and the shock within him mirrored that of the other two. His orange pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks as his mind raced at an unprecedented velocity. Could this enigmatic figure truly be the father of that arrogant Saiyan? How could this be possible? The more he pondered, the more the chill in his heart intensified, and he cast a gaze at Parrot filled with profound trepidation. Confronting Raditz had already required a desperate struggle alongside Sun Wukong. The addition of this unfathomable father figure would surely surpass the limits of his meager imagination in terms of terror. Raditz, hearing Wukong's foolish remarks, nearly spewed blood in fury. He whirled around to bellow at Wukong, "You imbecile! Our father Bardock perished long ago when Planet Vegeta was obliterated by a meteor strike. This man cannot possibly be our father. He is toying with us. Do you not comprehend? Fool! Is that so? I was unaware." Wukong scratched his head, seemingly perplexed, murmuring, "But he doesn't seem like a bad person. You wretched fool! Who are you truly?" Raditz dismissed his dim-witted brother and unleashed his wrath upon Parrot once more. At that moment, the energy readings on his left eye's detector finally stabilized, revealing a figure that left him astounded. A battle power of only one. Raditz was momentarily taken aback, but soon his fury erupted like a conflagration, shouting at Parrot, "Ha! You worthless being! I thought you possessed some significant prowess. Yet your battle power is merely one. With such pathetic strength, you dare to mock me? You clearly do not understand the meaning of death." As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his being, white energy flames flickering ominously, signaling his readiness to teach this audacious individual a severe lesson. What? A battle power of only one. Both Bai Ku and Wukong gasped in astonishment upon hearing Raditz's declaration. Yet, their gazes towards Parrot held no trace of disdain. Instead, they were laden with gravity. They were not so naive as Raditz to assume that someone who could silently appear before them would be an ordinary person with a battle power of just one. No, this individual was undoubtedly not so simple. He must be concealing his true strength. Baika's gaze remained fixed on Parrot, his heart racing. The primal fear rooted in his very being had not diminished with the revelation of a mere battle power of one. Rather, it intensified. Raditz glared at the still impassive Parrot, suppressing his impulse to strike, and spoke with a tone of condescension. "Listen, kid. As a token of gratitude for saving my life with that bean earlier, I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender all those miraculous beans you possess." and I shall generously forgive your earlier rudeness and mockery. Perrault, unfazed by Raditz' threats, maintained a demeanor as calm as still water. He regarded the boastful Raditz with a playful smile and replied coolly, "Oh, is this how you speak to your savior? You insolent brat. It seems you prefer to drink the bitter wine of punishment rather than the sweet wine of respect. You shall pay for your arrogance." Raditz was completely incensed, his murderous intent surging. "If you wish for death, I shall grant it. Once I kill you, all that you possess will belong to me." Before he could finish his sentence, Raditz propelled himself to his utmost speed, his figure akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Perrault with ferocious intent. His fingers curled into claws, aimed directly for Perrault's neck, evidently prepared to deliver a fatal blow. "Be careful," Wukong exclaimed in alarm. Although he sensed that Perrault was extraordinary, he had personally experienced Raditz's formidable power. Instinctively, he called out and moved to rush forward to rescue Perrault. Yet, just as Raditz's claws were about to make contact with Perrault, and Wukong had taken a step forward, a crisp sound echoed across the prairie. The source of the sound was precisely where Perrault stood. He remained motionless, as if he had never moved, not even a flutter of his clothing. Conversely, Raditz, who had charged with fervor, was sent hurtling backwards at a speed greater than that with which he had approached, shrieking as he flew through the air. He traced a desperate arc before crashing heavily into the grass several dozen meters away, rolling multiple times before finally coming to a halt, leaving a long furrow in the ground. The energy detector affixed to his face shattered into several pieces, falling away, clearly rendered utterly useless. The scene that unfolded in an instant left both Baiku and Wukong, who had just steadied themselves to intervene, utterly speechless. "How impressive!" Wukong gaped, staring at Perrault. Then glancing at the distant, incapacitated Raditz, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had not even witnessed how Perrault had executed his strike. Baiku's shock surged like a tsunami. This individual. I couldn't even perceive his movements? How is this possible? A chilling sensation coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, making him feel as insignificant as a speck of dust before this person. Meanwhile, Raditz, having been flung away, struggled painfully to prop himself up with one arm. Half of his face was grotesquely swollen, a clear handprint emblazoned upon it. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze somewhat dazed. It was evident that the slap had inflicted a concussion, leaving him feeling as though he had lost half his life. He lifted his head, his expression a mix of horror and confusion as he stared at the still nonchalant Perrault, his voice muffled by the swelling and terror. "What the hell did you do?" He could not fathom what had just transpired, especially when the opponent's battle power was merely 1. Could it be that he possessed some bizarre, extraordinary ability? Perrault observed the disheveled Raditz, whose eyes now reflected genuine fear, and shook his head, a smirk of undisguised disdain curling his lips. "Foolish creature. You possess no real skill, relying solely on that useless energy detector. No wonder your battle power remains a pitiful little over 1,000 after all these years. It seems that following Vegeta has taught you nothing but to bully the weak and fear the strong. You are nothing. How dare you? You will pay for your insolence." Raditz's rage ignited at Perrault's words, his eyes turning crimson as he struggled to rise. Yet, his entire body felt as if it had been shattered, the agony excruciating, rendering him incapable of standing straight, leaving him to roar impotently at Perrault. "Enough, Raditz." At that moment, a melodious, yet undeniably authoritative female voice resonated from the direction of the spaceship's doorway. Baiku, Wukong, and the fallen Raditz turned their gazes towards the sound simultaneously. There, a graceful and enchanting figure stood poised in the open doorway, sunlight illuminating her and accentuating her perfect curves. Her countenance was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her eyes bore a hint of sternness as they fixed upon the disheveled Raditz. Both Baiku and Raditz's pupils widened in shock. Another one? Baiku's heart raced, his expression shifting to one of utmost gravity. What kind of day was this? Why were unfamiliar powerful beings appearing one after another? As Raditz recognized the identity of the figure before him, he was struck as if by lightning, rendered utterly speechless. The anger and pain on his face were swiftly replaced by an expression of sheer incredulity. He opened his mouth, a dry, trembling sound escaping his throat, nearly out of tune as he muttered, "Mother? What?" Son Wukong and Baiku exclaimed almost in unison. They turned abruptly, gazing incredulously at the seemingly petrified La Tz, then quickly shifted their attention to the beautiful and gentle woman at the cabin door. "Mother? Was this suddenly appearing woman truly La Tiz's mother? In that instant, a colossal surge of information swept through Wukong and Baiku's minds like a cosmic storm, plunging them into unprecedented confusion and shock. Chapter 34. Baiku's face turned pale. La Tizi was utterly astonished. Lying on the ground, he even forgot the excruciating pain on his face and the injuries to his body. He could only stare intently at Jine, his eyes filled with an extreme, incomprehensible disbelief. This is impossible. His voice was dry and trembling, barely able to accept the situation before him. Planet Vegeta was clearly destroyed. How could you possibly still be alive after that catastrophe? The only surviving Saiyans should be me, Prince Vegeta, Nappa, and the Kakarot and his child who were sent to the fringe planet. It cannot be. There cannot be others. His tone was filled with resolute denial. Yet deep within his gaze, a subtle ripple of uncertainty emerged, stirred by that familiar visage and essence. Who are you? La Tiz's gaze darted between Jine and Perot, filled with vigilance, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. It is I, La Tizi. Jine said as she slowly approached Perot, standing beside him. Her gaze was calm, yet resonated with undeniable certainty as she looked at the La Tizi on the ground. I know this is difficult to believe. When Planet Vegeta was destroyed, I thought everything had ended, just like Bardock. Mentioning her late husband's name, a glimmer of sadness flickered in her eyes, soon replaced by determination. It was Perot. She glanced at the composed Perot beside her, her eyes revealing reliance and trust. He saved me, helping me escape that catastrophic disaster at the last moment. We ended up on a distant, uncharted planet, enduring unimaginable hardships to survive. Until today, we finally found the opportunity to come to Earth. Subsequently, Jine turned her gaze to the still bewildered Wukong. Upon seeing the face that bore a resemblance to her late husband Bardock, yet radiated more sunshine and purity, she couldn't help but pause. Perot seemed to sense the fluctuation in her emotions, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist, offering her silent support and comfort. Jine felt the warmth and strength at her waist and glanced back at Perot, her eyes filled with unshakable tenderness and understanding. She looked back at Wukong, her voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable choked emotion and infinite affection. Kakarot, you have grown, and you truly resemble your father Bardock. Wukong gazed into Jine's gentle, concerned eyes, feeling somewhat at a loss, muttering, Who are you? I am your mother, Jine said tenderly, her voice like a spring breeze caressing the heart. Though Wukong had already gleaned this from La Tiz's words, having grown up on Earth under the care of his grandfather's son Wugen, the concept of a biological mother felt far too foreign and distant to him. A look of confusion and struggle crossed his face as he shook his head, earnestly declaring, I'm sorry, I am not Kakarot. My name is Son Wukong. Raised by Earthlings, I am an Earthling. Upon hearing her son deny his identity, Jine's eyes momentarily flashed with an unmistakable sense of loss and heartache. However, she quickly composed herself, understanding that Wukong had grown up under the influence of Earth culture. Her expression softened, filled with acceptance and understanding. She gently replied, It is all right. Whether you are called Kakarot or Son Wukong, you are still my child. I am just happy that you have grown up healthy and happy on Earth. You truly are on the other side. La Tiz's voice still resonated with strong skepticism. Yet compared to his previous absolute denial, his conviction began to waver. The image of a mother, her tone, and the subtle sensation deep within his bloodline were all challenging his understanding. Indeed, Jine affirmed with a nod, her gaze towards La Tizi filled with maternal concern. La Tizi, you have also grown. Seeing you and Kakarot and Wukong all well brings me peace. In truth, La Tizi had already begun to believe this reality, but he furrowed his brow, casting a sharp gaze towards Perot, questioning, Then what about him? Who exactly is he, and what is his relationship with you? Upon hearing this, Jine's beautiful cheeks flushed with a different kind of gentle radiance. She looked at Perot, her eyes soft enough to spill tears, and spoke softly, He is Perot, your godfather. She chose a relatively easy-to-accept term that also reflected Perot's significance. Huh, godfather? La Tizi was instantly dumbfounded, his mind crashing once more. After all this fellow actually counted as a father figure. Though not by blood, this relationship, no, I absolutely refuse to acknowledge this. La Tizi, like a cat whose tail had been stepped upon, became agitated. What nonsense! How could such a person be my godfather? He looks younger than me. Moreover, I am a proud warrior of the Saiyan race. How could I casually accept someone as my godfather? This is utterly disgraceful. As he spoke, he glared at Perrault, fury burning in his eyes. You despicable scoundrel. I don't know what tricks you used to confuse my mother. But do you think you can ride on my back and act arrogantly? You are simply delusional. Those who are sensible should. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Jine's voice, filled with anger. Enough. Latizi, do not be rude. Jine admonished sternly. Perrault is very capable. You must not be ungrateful and provoke him. She was genuinely concerned for Latizi's safety. Latizi, in his anger, refused to heed her advice, defiantly retorting, So what if you are my mother? You have no right to dictate to me here. Before he could complete his last sentence, his voice seemed to be abruptly choked off by an invisible hand. His eyes widened in sheer terror and bewilderment as he realized, in that fleeting moment, that he was lifted off the ground, as if he were a mere chick being carried. The one lifting him was none other than Perrault, the very person he deemed unworthy of being his godfather. The entire process was swift as a phantom, without any warning. How fast? Yukon could not help but exclaim. He hadn't even seen when Perrault had made his move. When did this fellow get over there? Baiku's face turned pale, his eyelids twitching, his pupils trembling violently. Filled with shock, he was utterly unable to perceive Perrault's trajectory of movement. What do you want? Let me go? La Tizi screamed in terror, desperately clutching Perrault's hand that held him aloft, straining with all his might to escape. However, what filled him with despair was that the other's arm was as immovable as the hardest alloy in the universe. His once proud strength seemed utterly laughable before this figure. What on earth is this guy? The energy detector clearly showed only a power level of 1, yet why is he stronger than me? What kind of monster is he? Lati Z was completely terrified, his heart racing, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. Parrot's gaze bore down fiercely upon the struggling rat eyes, his voice cold and cutting. Lacking both ability and respect, you dare to speak thus to your elders? Today, I shall teach you the harsh realities of your place in this world. With that, he raised his other hand and delivered a series of sharp slaps to Ratai's terrified face. The crisp sound of each strike echoed across the grasslands, leaving Ratai's howling in pain, his head swaying like a bobblehead, utterly defenseless. He had never felt so humiliated and tormented, even when pierced by the magical cannon. This scene left Goku and Piccolo utterly astonished. How terrifying! Parrot's partner, Jine, looked on with a mix of concern and heartache as she called out to her son. Fear not, I have it under control, he will not perish. Parrot turned to Jine, offering a reassuring glance. He then carelessly tossed the disoriented Ratais, whose cheeks were swollen from the blows, before Jine and commanded coldly, kneel and apologize to your mother. Ratais crumpled to the ground, a mask of resentment and fury on his face. He lifted his head, glaring at Parrot with venomous eyes. Noticing this, Parrot's gaze hardened as he lifted his foot and stomped down on Ratai's back. The impact felt like being crushed by a mountain, forcing a mouthful of blood from Ratai's lips. Dare to glare at me? Apologize now, or I shall crush you. Parrot's voice was chilling, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. The temperature around them seemed to drop dramatically in that moment. Chapter 35. The dynamic and graceful Bulma. Ratais, battered and questioning his very existence, trembled uncontrollably, engulfed by an overwhelming fear. He knew that failure to comply could mean his life. This parrot character was entirely capable of such an act. I am sorry, Ratais cried, abandoning his pride and dignity in his panic. Is that the manner in which you apologize? Parrot's foot pressed down harder, his tone colder. Be more sincere. A sickening crack echoed, as if a bone had broken. Ratais was struck again, another spurt of blood staining the ground before him. The agony and terror shattered his last remaining defenses. I'm sorry, mother. I was wrong. I should not have spoken to you that way. Please forgive me. Ratais completely broke down, disregarding all semblance of pride, struggling to rise as he bowed deeply to Jine in apology. His voice, distorted by pain and fear, was filled with desperation and sincerity. That's better, Parrot remarked, seemingly unsatisfied, and casually kicked Ratais once more. Ratais emitted a blood-curdling scream, curling up on the ground in trembling despair. Ratais, Jine cried out, her heart aching for her son. Parrot wrapped his arm around Jine's waist, gently drawing her close, and spoke soothingly. It's all right. He will survive. Such ignorant arrogance must be met with a lesson he will never forget. He needs to learn who is worthy of respect and who is not. Piccolo and Goku stood transfixed, their perceptions of strength utterly shattered. The very Rattais who had cornered them was now at the mercy of this Saiyan named Parrot, reduced to a helpless chick without any dignity. The sheer disparity in power left them feeling impotent and awash in a profound shock. He is formidable. Goku gazed at Parrot, his eyes devoid of fear, instead ignited with fervent excitement. It was the innate battle instinct of the Saiyan bloodline that flared to life in the presence of such an insurmountable force. His blood seemed to boil within him, eager for the challenge. At that moment, Jine retrieved a senzu bean from her possession, crouched down, and offered it to the battered Rattais, her voice gentle. Rattais, quickly, eat this. Having witnessed the miraculous healing powers of the bean, Rattais hesitated not, enduring his pain as he swallowed the bean offered by Jine. Almost instantaneously, a surge of revitalizing energy coursed through him like a warm current. The searing pain in his face dissipated swiftly, the swelling reducing before the naked eye. His internal turmoil calmed, and within mere breaths, his broken bones and damaged organs returned to their original state. Moments later, Rattais sprang to his feet, rejuvenated and radiant. However, the first action he took upon regaining his strength was to leap back as if startled, distancing himself from Parrot by several meters. He regarded Parrot with trepidation, as if staring at a predatory beast poised to pounce. Parrot did not even spare him a direct glance, merely casting a sidelong glance that held a serene yet ominous weight. Rattais felt as if he had been pricked by a needle, his muscles tensing involuntarily. What is this? Want to try again? Parrot's voice was devoid of inflection, yet it sent chills down Rattais' spine. Rattais' heart burned with indignation, a tempest of humiliation and rage threatening to erupt. Yet he clenched his jaw tightly, unwilling to reveal the slightest hint of discontent. His fists were white-knuckled, trembling slightly from the strain, betraying his inner turmoil. After consuming my food and having your life saved, you can't even muster a simple thank you? You lack basic courtesy. Parrot's gaze swept over Rattais once more, sharp and unyielding. Rattais shivered, instinctively turning to Jine, and hurriedly bowed his head. His voice hurried as he said, "Thank you for saving me, mother." Jine, seeing her son in such a state of disarray, sighed and spoke gently. "Rattais, you need not thank me. If there is gratitude to express, direct it towards Parrot. He has shown you mercy." She paused, attempting to ease the tension, speaking kindly of Parrot. "Do not be misled by his demeanor. Parrot is truly a good person. In time, you will come to understand." "Thank him?" Rattais shot his head up. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Parrot, incredulous and humiliated. After being so thoroughly beaten and degraded, now he was to express gratitude for the mercy shown? What nonsensical reasoning was this? Yet, when met with Parrot's seemingly placid yet profoundly oppressive gaze, the retort he had prepared was swallowed back down. A primal instinct for survival surged forth. He dared not express his dissatisfaction, only managing to begrudgingly murmur a hasty, indistinct thank you towards Parrot. Parrot, uninterested in further engagement, scanned the curious faces of Goku and the ever-vigilant Piccolo, revealing a knowing smile. He then lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the azure sky, casting his thoughts into the boundless depths of the universe, murmuring, they should be arriving soon. In his perception, the spacecraft belonging to the minions of Frieza, including Dodoria, had already entered the outer orbit of Earth, trailing closely behind them. Subsequently, Parrot shifted his gaze in another direction, where a small black in the distant horizon swiftly expanded amidst the roar of engines. It was a jet unique to Earth, racing toward their location. Upon sighting the aircraft, the curvature of Parrot's lips became more pronounced, revealing an understanding and a hint of amusement. They have arrived as well. The jet's engines emitted their final roar as it gradually decreased in altitude, ultimately landing smoothly on a relatively flat patch of grass not far from the battlefield center. The hatch opened with a hydraulic hiss, and three figures eagerly leaped out. It was none other than Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi. The scene before them elicited an immediate gasp of shock. The already war-torn land was now further disheveled. Massive craters, cracked earth, and the lingering scent of scorched energy in the air all bore testimony to the ferocity of the recent battle. They noticed a few additional individuals at the scene, and upon seeing that Goku appeared unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. "What is going on?" Bulma's azure eyes brimmed with confusion and astonishment as she murmured. She beheld a perfectly intact Sun Wukong, cradling the unconscious Gohan, a one-armed Piccolo, and a visibly distressed Raditz. Most striking, however, were the two entirely unfamiliar figures. Parrot's gaze naturally settled on Bulma. The heiress of Capsule Corporation was undoubtedly one of the most stunning beauties in the Dragon Ball universe. Even in the face of the tense situation, her exquisite appearance remained undeniable. Her graceful figure, with alluring curves, was accentuated by her fitted attire, which depicted her beauty in vivid detail. Her fair and delicate skin seemed to radiate a soft glow under the dim light of the sky. Her cascade of azure hair flowed like a waterfall, embodying a unique charm that blended youthful vigor with mature elegance. Standing beside Parrot, Jine subtly sensed the scrutiny and a hint of admiration in his gaze directed at Bulma. She discreetly tilted her head to glance at Bulma, her brow furrowing slightly. A flicker of instinctive appraisal and comparison flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Yet, the hand resting on Parrot's arm unconsciously tightened a tad. Goku. After a brief moment of shock, Krillin was the first to react, calling out with concern and urgency as he hurried towards Sun Wukong. His eyes swiftly scanned Goku's entire being, confirming his well-being before immediately shifting to Gohan in his arms. How is he? Are you all right? What about Gohan? We're fine, Krillin. Goku replied with a reassuring smile, patting Krillin's shoulder. Gohan just fainted. He just needs to rest. If it weren't for them. His gaze turned toward Parrot and Jine, his tone imbued with genuine gratitude. I would have perished. Who are they? Krillin then directed more of his attention to Parrot and Jine, his face awash with confusion. The two strangers exuded an indescribable aura, particularly the male figure who emanated a calmness that was almost eerie, as if everything around him was inconsequential. Master Roshi, leaning on his cane, approached Goku with heavy steps. His long white brows knitted tightly. His cloudy yet sharp eyes surveyed the scene before finally resting on Goku, asking with concern, Are you all right? Goku. Despite seeing Goku's steady breath, he remained uneasy. The situation was far too bizarre. We're fine, Master Roshi. Goku confirmed in a light-hearted tone. That's good. Master Roshi exhaled in relief, though his brow remained furrowed. He lowered his voice to a volume audible only to those nearby and inquired, But what is going on now? Who are they? His gaze warily flitted between Parrot, Jine, and Raditz. At this moment, Bulma seemed to have temporarily cast aside the looming crisis. Her attention was almost entirely captivated by Parrot, who possessed a wild charm distinct from earthly men. His battle-hardened composure, sharply defined features, and deep eyes that seemed to harbor the cosmos itself drew her in with an unprecedented allure. She could not resist a low exclamation, her eyes sparkling with a mix of admiration and infatuation. He is so handsome. Hearing Master Roshi's question, Goku organized his thoughts and explained, they are also Saiyans. What? Saiyans? Krillin and Master Roshi exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with disbelief. One Raditz had nearly led to their annihilation. Now, two more had appeared? Was Earth becoming a tourist destination for Saiyans? Goku nodded, continuing to deliver even more astonishing information. Moreover, that female Saiyan seems to be Raditz's mother, while the male is Raditz's godfather. What? Krillin and Master Roshi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, their mouths agape in shock. The notion of a mother and godfather of Raditz? Krillin felt his tongue tangling. Master Roshi completed the sentence, his face contorted in astonishment. The impact of this revelation was so substantial that the two were momentarily unable to digest it, standing dumbfounded with blank minds. After several seconds, Krillin abruptly snapped back to reality, his complexion turning as pale as paper, his voice trembling. 3 Saiyans? Does that mean Earth is doomed? The thought of Raditz's terrifying power, coupled with his mother and godfather, left him feeling weak in the knees, filled with despair and apprehension. It's not what you think. Goku quickly waved his hands, beginning to recount the events that had transpired, from how Parrot and Jine had arrived, how they used senzu beans to revive him and Raditz, to how Parrot effortlessly subdued Raditz and forced him to apologize, and Jine introducing herself as his mother. He detailed everything as thoroughly as possible for Krillin, Master Roshi, and the approaching Bulma. As they absorbed Goku's account, the expressions on their faces fluctuated, from initial shock and skepticism to gradual understanding, confusion, and ultimately a temporary sigh of relief. At least from Goku's narration, It seemed that these two new Saiyans, particularly Parrot, harbored no direct malice toward Earth, even disciplining Raditz. So, are they considered good people? Krillin whispered uncertainly to Goku. This transformation was too rapid for him to fully accept. They should be. Goku scratched his head. His instincts generally accurate. I feel they mean no harm, especially the way Jine looks at me. It's very gentle. He added, his tone tinged with a peculiar sentiment. Master Roshi muttered in response, his white brows still tightly knit. Unlike Krillin, he did not jump to conclusions easily. His over 300 years of experience warned him that things were often not as they appeared. His gaze remained scrutinizing, meticulously observing Parrot and Jine, attempting to glean more information from their subtle expressions and movements. Meanwhile, Bulma's gaze lingered predominantly on Parrot, radiating unabashed curiosity and admiration. At this moment, Jine stepped forward, her gaze gently resting upon Bulma, a friendly smile gracing her face as she introduced herself. Greetings, young lady. I am Jine, and this is my companion, Parrot. Her introduction flowed naturally, addressing Parrot as her companion with a tone imbued with warmth and respect. May I inquire your name? Her demeanor exuded grace, devoid of the typical arrogance often associated with Saiyans, instead resembling that of an approachable elder. Bulma, momentarily taken aback by Jine's sudden greeting, felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. After a brief moment of fluster, she quickly composed herself and replied, Hello, I am Bulma. Instinctively, she adjusted her already tidy hair, striving to appear more presentable. Bulma, Jine softly repeated, her smile growing warmer as she sincerely praised. What a delightful name, full of vitality. It is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Bulma responded, somewhat surprised, a genuine smile illuminating her face. This is the first time someone has complimented my name. She recalled the teasing she endured as a child due to her name. Jine's heartfelt compliment instantly endeared her to this uniquely graceful female scion. Nearby, Krillin and Master Roshi, who had been anxiously observing, felt a sense of relief as they heard Jine's kind words and witnessed her overt goodwill. It seemed that the other party was willing to communicate. If she is Raditz's mother and godfather, then that must mean she is Goku's? Krillin whispered nervously, fearing for his safety. After all, he had already faced death once, and another encounter could spell disaster for him. At that moment, Jine's smile became even gentler as she slowly approached Goku, her gaze falling upon the still sleeping Gohan in his arms. A tender and unmistakable affection glimmered in her eyes as she softly inquired, Is this your child? Goku nodded, looking down at his son's peaceful face, a soft paternal glow illuminating his features. He is truly adorable. Jine's voice lowered further, as if to avoid disturbing the child's slumber. With a hint of anticipation, she looked at Goku and asked, May I hold him? Goku glanced down at Gohan's serene visage, then back at Jine, and without much hesitation, he nodded in agreement. He sensed nothing but pure goodwill and a warm bond emanating from her, as if it was rooted deep within their shared bloodline. Krillin, witnessing Goku so readily entrusting Gohan to her, could not suppress a nervous gasp, wishing to intervene. It's all right, Krillin. Goku turned to him, offering a reassuring smile and stating firmly, I trust her. At Goku's words, a glimmer of emotion sparkled in Jine's eyes, touched by the unconditional trust bestowed upon her. She carefully received the small, warm body of Gohan from Goku, cradling him as if he were the most precious treasure in the world. As Gohan nestled against her, a complex wave of emotions surged within Jine, mingling a sense of grandparental affection, nostalgia, and the continuation of their lineage. A gentle and loving smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of a grandmother's warmth. She gazed down at Gohan's sleeping face and softly remarked, I never imagined, just as Parrot said, that I would truly become a grandmother. Her words carried a hint of incredulous joy and reflection. She studied Gohan's features with care and continued her gentle praises. This child is remarkably healthy, with striking features. He will undoubtedly become an exceptional martial artist. Her gaze brimmed with pride and expectations for her grandchild. Goku felt a bit bashful from Jine's forthright compliments. Scratching his head awkwardly, his face alight with happiness. Thank you for your kind words. Jine raised her head, her eyes soft as she looked at Goku and asked, What is his name? He is Son Wukong. Goku replied with a smile, his voice filled with paternal pride. Son Wukong. Jine softly echoed, nodding in understanding and acceptance. What a special name. She exhibited no signs of discomfort. Rather, she felt the name suited her grandson well. She lowered her gaze back to Gohan, her eyes nearly brimming with affection and tenderness, and softly said, "Seeing you all thrive, living in peace, and having such a lovely child brings me great comfort." Her words encompassed the profound relief and joy of a mother who, after enduring hardships and years of separation from her child, could finally witness her offspring's happiness. Goku, somewhat understanding, nodded without elaborating on his own challenging childhood spent alone in the mountains with his grandfather. He looked at Jine and asked the question that had long lingered in his heart. "Are you truly my mother?" Jine met his gaze with unwavering softness and replied clearly, "Yes, Kakarot. No, Goku. It was your father Bardock and I who placed you in a small spacecraft and sent you to Earth." She refrained from detailing the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta, but her somber tone conveyed the gravity of the situation. As Goku absorbed Jine's words, he nodded. Though he possessed no memories, the resonance of their bloodline and Jine's sincere demeanor instilled a sense of belief within him. After a moment of silence, he glanced past Jine towards Perrault, who had remained silently observant but had subtly commanded the atmosphere, his eyes glinting with a spark of anticipation. "Would you care to join me at my home for a visit?" Goku extended the invitation warmly. His reasoning was simple: if they might be family, it was only right to invite them home and treat them well, though he harbored a hint of personal desire as well. Jine hesitated, instinctively turning to Perrault with a questioning look in her eyes. Perrault, sensing her gaze, offered a calm, reassuring smile. He approached Jine, first glancing at the sleeping Gohan in her arms before looking up at Goku and responding in a serene tone, "Sure, thank you for your hospitality." His acceptance seemed effortless, as though merely responding to a customary invitation. "Wonderful," Goku exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "Let us return now and have Chi-Chi prepare some delicious food." His excitement was palpable. "Wait a moment." Perrault gently raised his hand, halting Goku's exuberance. His smile remained, yet his eyes hinted at a deeper significance. "Let us first conclude our business here before we depart." "Business?" Goku's smile faltered, confusion etching his features. "What else is there to address?" As Perrault's words hung in the air, all eyes, except for his and Jine's, turned towards Raditz, who stood a short distance away, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. Was Perrault referring to how to deal with Raditz? Raditz felt an unsettling premonition as the gaze of the others fell upon him. Did this so-called godfather intend to continue his chastisement? However, Perrault did not focus on Raditz. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the azure sky, as if peering through the atmosphere into the depths of the universe beyond. His faint smile deepened with a meaningful undertone as he softly declared, "They have arrived." "Arrived? What has arrived?" The crowd was enveloped in a profound sense of bewilderment as they followed Parrot's gaze upward to the vast expanse of the sky. The azure dome was unmarred, save for a few wisps of white clouds drifting lazily by. Otherwise, it was devoid of any presence. Raditz scoffed dismissively, his heart filled with disdain as he thought, "What a charade! What a display of trickery!" However, mere moments later, the faces of Sun Wukong and Piccolo shifted dramatically. The verdant hue of Piccolo's skin seemed to lose its vibrancy in an instant. What could this mean? The carefree smile on Wukong's face vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and shock. His aura even exhibited a momentary disarray. "What is it, Wukong?" Krillin, sensing the sudden change in Wukong's demeanor, felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly inquired, "What is happening now?" Bulma, too, felt the atmosphere shift abruptly, her earlier sense of relaxation now lodged in her throat. Anxiously gripping Krillin's arm, Master Roshi remained silent, but the veins on the back of his hand, gripping his cane, bulged, and his murky eyes were fixed intently on the sky, clearly perceiving something ominously significant. Raditz, initially perplexed, began to note the alarming expressions of Wukong and Piccolo, as well as the faint, uncontrolled aura of dread emanating from them. The contempt on his face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of uncertainty. Could it be that someone formidable had arrived? Wukong's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to carry the weight of a mountain. "They are all terrifyingly powerful." His throat constricted, and disbelief filled his eyes. Piccolo took up the thread of the conversation, his voice strained and trembling, as if squeezed from the gaps of his teeth. "One of them is exceedingly terrifying. His aura is dozens of times stronger than Raditz." The phrase "dozens of times" was nearly a roar, his complexion a deep shade of green, with his tightly clenched fists turning pale from exertion. His mind was a tempest of confusion. What was happening today? Why were such overwhelmingly powerful beings converging on this small planet, as if by a preordained arrangement? What? Krillin, Bulma, and even Raditz exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with horror. Raditz, with a grim expression, glared at Piccolo, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Retorting sharply, "What nonsense are you spewing? How could I be dozens of times stronger? That's impossible, unless my comrades Vegeta and Nappa have arrived. But they cannot possibly be here." He found it unacceptable and could not fathom such an outrageous disparity in strength. "They are here." Just then, Sun Wukong and Piccolo shouted in unison, their voices laced with urgent vigilance. All eyes were immediately drawn to the horizon. In the distance, a once tiny fireball was rapidly expanding, leaving a long trail of flames behind it. It resembled a falling star, bearing an unparalleled sense of oppression as it swiftly approached their location. Within that flame was a terrifying presence capable of sending tremors throughout the earth. The thunderous roar of the spaceship reverberated like a drumbeat against their hearts, causing Krillin, Bulma, and the others to instinctively cover their ears. Dust and debris swirled around them like a tsunami, nearly engulfing their figures. How can this be? Raditz gazed upward at the spaceship, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, as if witnessing the most improbable of sights. He gasped, his voice cracking. How could they come here? They? Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin immediately cast puzzled glances at him. Did Raditz recognize the ship? What did that imply about their identities? Sun Wukong, his brow furrowed, directed an urgent inquiry at Raditz. He sensed the multitude of powerful, malevolent auras emanating from the ship, each one formidable in its own right. Raditz, emerging from his initial shock, revealed a complex expression and slowly spoke. The few remaining Saiyans, including Prince Vegeta, have been serving the Frieza force. This spaceship belongs to our regiment. He emphasized the term regiment, seemingly reminding everyone of the power's affiliation. What? Piccolo, Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi collectively gasped, their expressions turning grave. Having just dealt with Raditz, now two more Saiyans of uncertain allegiance were arriving, and their formidable backing was now descending upon Earth. This was not merely a misfortune, it was catastrophic. Ha! You are doomed, utterly doomed. The astonishment in Raditz's eyes ebbed like a receding tide, swiftly replaced by a euphoric sense of survival as he clung to a newfound ally. His demeanor almost instantly reverted to its original defiant state, even more arrogant due to this newfound backing. He cast an excited yet cruel glance at the ever-composed parrot, his tone brimming with schadenfreude and vindictive delight. And you, my friend, no matter how formidable you may be, you cannot possibly contend with the entirety of the Frieza force. Don't be deluded. Those in charge of such a powerful spaceship are at least elite captains with battle powers exceeding 10,000. You are finished. Ha ha. Raditz laughed triumphantly, as if he could already envision Parrot being mercilessly crushed. He felt that his power and dignity had been restored with the arrival of the regiment. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if he were venting all the humiliation he had just endured, his visage contorting as he bellowed. Just wait. Soon, I will employ the most cruel methods too. Parrot, barely lifting an eyelid, nonchalantly uttered two chilling words. He raised his hand and lightly waved it in Raditz's direction. With a resounding thud, Raditz's derisive laughter and venomous curses abruptly ceased. He was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer. Unable to emit even a proper scream before being sent hurtling back into the air, crashing to the ground, enveloped in dust, his fate uncertain. This seemingly casual, yet overwhelmingly authoritative gesture instantaneously stilled the atmosphere, which had just begun to stir with the arrival of the Frieza force. Krillin and the others looked on in horror, their gazes toward Parrot now imbued with deep reverence. This man seemed utterly unfazed by the identity of those who had arrived. Chapter 38. The worthless with a power level of only 1 billion at this moment, the colossal spaceship had completely soared over the heads of the onlookers, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered breathing difficult. With a thunderous crash, the vessel landed smoothly on a relatively open area, casting a vast shadow over the ground. Piccolo, Wukong, Krillin, and the others instinctively turned, their gazes fixed on the behemoth. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of mechanical sounds echoed as several hatches on the side and bottom of the spaceship slowly opened. In the next moment, a multitude of beings clad in battle attire similar to Raditz, albeit with varied forms and peculiar characteristics, surged forth from each hatch like a deluge unleashed. Some were as towering as small mountains, while others were diminutive yet fierce. Their skin displayed a myriad of bizarre colors, and some even bore multiple arms or compound eyes. They formed ranks with the precision of a well-trained army, quickly filling the area with their overwhelming numbers. A multitude of eyes, some cruel, some mocking, and others indifferent, fixated intently on Wukong and the others. Krillin's face turned as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a single coherent word. His legs buckled uncontrollably, trembling, almost unable to support his weight. The terror he faced now far surpassed that of confronting Leitais, tenfold. These formidable beings were truly remarkable, and even Suin Wukong's voice bore an unprecedented gravity. Each of the extraterrestrial entities emerging before them possessed strength equal to or surpassing his and Baik's, with many exuding an aura far more powerful than theirs. A palpable malevolence emanated from them. The turtle sage's expression was grave, his white beard trembling slightly. Having lived for 3 centuries and weathered countless storms, he had never before encountered such concentrated, rampant evil. These beings were undoubtedly merciless butchers, holding life in utter contempt. Why were there so many terrifying figures? Was the earth truly doomed this time? Bulma's face blanched in fear, her blue eyes brimming with tears of terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively, she clutched the arm of Jine beside her, as if it were her only lifeline. Sensing Bulma's dread, Jine turned to her with a gentle, calming smile, lightly patting her hand and softly reassuring her, "It's all right, there's no need to be afraid. Just stay by my side." Her voice carried an inexplicable soothing power. Upon hearing her words, Bulma, Kellen, and the turtle sage hesitated for not a moment, darting behind Jine like frightened rabbits. Even the typically proud Baik, upon sensing the overwhelming presence and insurmountable power, instinctively inched closer to the positions of Paluode and Jine. At that moment, these 2 enigmatic Saiyans seemed to be the only potential counter to this terrifying force. Suddenly, a heavy, rhythmic sound of footsteps emanated from the largest spaceship's hatch. The steps were not hurried but struck each person's heartbeat, exuding an invisible pressure that nearly froze the already tense atmosphere. Kellen and Bulma swallowed nervously, their hearts in their throats, overwhelmed with anxiety and fear. Their gazes, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, fixated unwaveringly on the dark entrance from which the footsteps originated. Then, under everyone's anxious scrutiny, a corpulent figure slowly floated into view. His pink skin, short and rotund stature, and a cruel, condescending grin adorned his face. It was none other than Dodolia, one of Frieza's most capable subordinates. Upon seeing Dodolia, Kellen, Bulma, and the turtle sage could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Bulma was primarily startled by his grotesque appearance, while Kellen, the turtle sage, and the more perceptive Suin Wukong and Baik were astounded by the overwhelming, viscous, and destructive aura radiating from Dodolia. This presence was significantly more powerful than the previous minions, akin to a beacon of despair in the night. Dodolia stood before the gathered individuals, his gaze as cold as a serpent's, slowly sweeping across each person with a contemptuous scrutiny, as if examining mere ants. Simultaneously, the energy detector on his left eye emitted rapid beeps, flashing a series of numbers. He first glanced at Kellen, the turtle sage, and Baik, his lips curling into a dismissive smile as he coldly remarked, "Battle power 139, 203, 410, 1026. Humph. I never expected to find so many insignificant creatures gathered on this backward planet. Did you come here to welcome me?" His voice was harsh and grating, laced with mockery. Next, his gaze fell upon Jine, with the detector displaying a number that warranted his minimal respect, battle power 5000. "No wonder you managed to eliminate my incompetent subordinate." Then his eyes shifted to Paluode, who stood half a step in front of Jine, his aura strangely calm. When the detector registered a reading, Dodolia's brow furrowed tightly, revealing a hint of suspicion. There's even a fellow with a battle power of just 1? How peculiar. Is the detector malfunctioning? Impossible. I am using the latest model. Or is this individual merely a useless waste? He instinctively tapped his detector, but the stubborn number remained fixed at 1. Suin Wukong. Do you sense it? This guy's energy is monstrous, Baik murmured, his voice betraying an uncharacteristic tremor as he spoke to Wukong. Even without the aid of a detector, he could intuitively perceive the volcanic surge of terrifying energy within Dodolia. Indeed, Suin Wukong nodded gravely, his expression taut, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This was the most formidable aura he had ever encountered, unparalleled. Compared to Leitai, it was a stark contrast akin to a firefly against the full moon. These beings were truly fearsome. Kellen felt his heart race, struggling to breathe. Just then, a violent coughing erupted from the distance. Leitai struggled to crawl out from a humanoid indentation in the rocky wall, his body covered in dust, blood trickling from his mouth, looking even more disheveled than before. Dodolia's attention was immediately drawn to him, the detectors swiveling in tandem, beeping, battle power 1900. Upon recognizing Leitai, his grotesque face displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by scorn. Oh, so it's you, Leitai. What a pathetic sight. Is this the extent of the elite warrior under Prince Vegeta? Initially astonished to see Dodolia, Leitai's expression morphed into one of elation, as if he had found a savior, eagerly exclaiming, Lord Dodolia, how wonderful that you have arrived. He seemed to have forgotten Paluot's earlier warning, desperately hoping to leverage the power of the army to turn the tide. Dodolia's gaze swept the surroundings as if searching for something, then fixed on Leitai, his tone questioning, Is it just you here? Where are Vegeta and Nappa? They did not come to Earth. I am the only one here, Leitai replied hurriedly, his face revealing urgency and malice as he pointed towards Paluot and Wukong. Lord Dodolia, I have crucial information. There is a miraculous item on this planet called Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish, and it is in the possession of these individuals. Please, eliminate them and seize the Dragon Balls. Dodolia's eyes glimmered with interest at his words, but soon his dissatisfaction with Leitai's demeanor replaced that intrigue. He shot a cold glance at Leitai, his voice dripping with murderous intent and unmasked disdain. Leitai, are you instructing me on how to act? Leitai trembled under Dodolia's icy gaze and palpable hostility, feeling as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. He quickly lowered his head, stammering, and no. Lord Dodolia, you've misunderstood. I would never dare. Useless wretch, Dodolia scoffed, mercilessly chastising him. Battle power 1900, and you cannot even handle a group of earthlings, leaving yourself in such a pitiful state. You Saiyan monkeys have brought shame upon Frieza the Great. La Diju felt his face flush with anger and humiliation, his chest heaving violently. Yet, in the face of the formidable Dodoria, he could only clench his fists and grit his teeth, suppressing all the indignation and fury within him. At that moment, Dodoria shifted his tone, a cruel and triumphant smile spreading across his face. Lord Frieza has lost patience with you disobedient Saiyans. Today, I shall slay you all here and seize the Dragon Balls to present them to Lord Frieza, which will surely be a significant achievement. His laughter echoed harshly, followed by the mocking cackles of his subordinates, as if they were already witnessing the success of their slaughter and plunder. What? La Diju felt as though struck by lightning. The ecstasy on his face froze, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. He stumbled backward, his voice high with desperation. No, that cannot be. How could Lord Frieza do this? It is you, Dodoria, who has always made things difficult for us Saiyans. You wish to eradicate us. How dare you? Prince Vegeta will not let you get away with this. Fool, what is Vegeta to me? Dodoria dismissed La Diju with contempt and disdain. Chapter 39, 20,000 Battle Power. Do you understand? Dodoria's gaze returned, locking firmly onto Paluot and Jine, who were his primary targets for this mission. You too, Dodoria's voice turned frigid, his murderous intent palpable. Are the lucky survivors from the destruction of Planet Vegeta, aren't you? I never imagined you would escape that fate. Why not cower in a corner of the universe and prolong your existence? Yet you dare to emerge and kill members of Frieza's army. You truly are impatient with life. The cruelty and coldness in his eyes seemed to solidify. This time, I will not allow you to escape so easily. I will crush you completely. At that moment, Paluot, who had remained silent, suddenly revealed a knowing smirk, tinged with subtle mockery. He stepped forward, slightly shielding Jine behind him, and met Dodoria's murderous gaze with a calm demeanor. In a tone that seemed to declare an established truth, he said, Who would have thought that Frieza would send you to your doom, Dodoria? You should not have come here. Otherwise, you might have lived a little longer. These words struck like a stone thrown into a serene lake, creating ripples of shock. Ha ha. Dodoria paused momentarily, then erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the universe. His face twisted in rage and humiliation, his murderous intent swelling like a volcanic eruption, his pink skin darkening with fury. He glared fiercely at Paluet, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Indeed. A brazen and foolish Saiyan monkey. Even facing death, you dare to boast, believing that killing one of my underlings makes you invincible? When I was conquering the universe for Lord Frieza, you were still in some corner eating mud. I will relish in torturing you slowly, making you experience every agony this world has to offer. The more he spoke, the more ferocious Dodoria appeared. The ignorant ones are you. Paluet remained unfazed by Dodoria's overwhelming murderous intent, his demeanor calm and collected as he replied, "You are unaware of your impending doom." How tragic. Listening to Paluet's unwavering assertions of his inevitable demise, Dodoria's rage reached its zenith. Very well. I hope you remain so composed when the time comes. He had encountered countless arrogant individuals, but none had dared to speak so defiantly after learning of his identity and power. His entire body trembled with fury, his small eyes bloodshot as he fixed a death glare on Paluet, wishing to annihilate him with mere looks. He ceased speaking, for words seemed futile against such ignorance. All he desired was to employ the most brutal methods to shred this insolent fool before him into pieces. It was over, completely over. Beside him, Auntie Gine watched this scene unfold, his face a mask of despair. He looked at Paluet and nearly screamed in hysteria, "You lunatic! Do not provoke Lord Dodoria further. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot possibly match Lord Dodoria. His battle power exceeds 20,000. 20,000. Do you comprehend? That is a concept beyond your imagination. One breath from him could annihilate you countless times." He attempted to make Paluet grasp the reality with concrete figures of battle power, as if struggling for his own last shred of hope. What? 20,000 battle power? Baiku, Kellen, and the Turtle Sage exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief and profound terror. Audie's battle power of over 1,000 had already plunged them into dire straits. 20,000 was an astronomical figure, unimaginably powerful. The despair in their eyes when they looked at Dodoria was palpable. Dodoria savored their horrified expressions, a smug and superior look returning to his face. Relishing the sensation of controlling their fates, he cast a mocking glance at Paluet, seeking even the slightest hint of fear, despair, or wavering on that overly calm visage. He reveled in witnessing the helplessness and terror displayed by enemies in the face of absolute power. Yet again, he was disappointed. Paluet's expression remained as tranquil as an unfathomable ancient well, not a ripple to be seen. He merely repeated the figure, his tone laced with a hint of incredulity. 20,000 battle power. Is that impressive? Upon hearing this, Dodoria was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard something utterly absurd. Then, the malevolence and murderous intent on his face were replaced by an overwhelming sense of ridicule. He gazed at Paluet as if he were a hopeless fool, sneering. So you truly are a complete imbecile. It's clear this guy has no idea what he is up against. Audie's face was a portrait of despair and disbelief, covering his face with his hands as he felt his last glimmer of hope extinguish. Kellen, Baiku, and the Turtle Sage were tense to the utmost, their palms slick with cold sweat. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, although sensing Dodoria's suffocating might, looked at Paluet's consistently calm profile and inexplicably felt a peculiar sense of trust. Perhaps this man truly had some hidden strength? The atmosphere grew heavy, taut as a bowstring ready to snap. Dodoria's sinister gaze swept across Paluet and his companions, ultimately fixing on Paluet and Jine. As for Sun Wukong and Baiku, they were mere insignificant natives in his eyes. His flesh quivered as he displayed the unique cruelty and arrogance of a high-ranking officer of Frieza's army, directly commanding his subordinates. Charge. Leave only these two natives alive. His voice was deep and frigid, as if he were discussing a trivial matter that determined the lives of most present. Ha ha ha. With a mere command, that group of extraterrestrial beings erupted into a cruel and terrifying cackle, reminiscent of hyenas sensing the scent of blood. Their eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, surging towards Paluochuo like a deluge breaking its dam. The dense swarm of figures, exuding a frenzied aura, instantly escalated the already oppressive atmosphere to a suffocating degree. This is bad. Sun Wukong and Baiku's expressions darkened to the extreme. They could clearly sense that while the individual strength of the approaching extraterrestrials might not be top tier, their numbers were overwhelming, and among them were a few formidable presences. Instinctively, the two swiftly assumed a fighting stance, their energy surging, preparing to face this arduous battle. Bika had even discreetly positioned his hand to his forehead, contemplating whether to unleash the Mekankasapo once more. Krillin and Bulma turned ashen, despair gripping their hearts as they faced the tide of enemies. Master Roshi gripped his staff tightly, his expression grave. At this critical moment, a calm voice resonated. "They are all coming for us." Palocho did not turn around but gestured dismissively, saying, "You need not intervene, just watch from the sidelines." His demeanor was so casual, as if the ferocious extraterrestrial marauders rushing towards him were merely insignificant insects. "Ha ha ha. Die, you ignorant wretch." At this moment, several of the fastest extraterrestrials leaped before Palocho, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles, brandishing weapons or fists, intent on annihilating him in one fell swoop. However, just as their attacks were about to reach his body, a thunderous sound erupted, as if striking directly at the soul. There was no visible movement, no powerful energy surging forth. Those few extraterrestrials who had leaped towards Palocho suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. But that was not the end. The invisible, terrifying force continued unabated, surging towards the throng of extraterrestrials that followed closely behind. Boom! It was as if a hot knife sliced through butter, or like a tempest sweeping away leaves. The extraterrestrials who had just been cackling menacingly were obliterated, leaving not a single remnant. The ground where they had stood was carved into a massive chasm by the terrifying shockwave. This sudden, almost surreal scene plunged the entire battlefield into a deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at the slowly dispersing blood mist and the empty chasm. Their minds were blank, struggling to process this unimaginable spectacle. What just happened? Krillin gaped, his throat constricted as if obstructed, only able to emit meaningless tremors, his face etched with sheer astonishment. What transpired? Bulma was the first to regain her senses, covering her agape mouth with her hand. Then her face blossomed with the joy of having survived a calamity. She gazed at Palocho's still composed silhouette, feeling as if he were an insurmountable mountain, shielding them from all storms. They saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Chapter 40. Unleashing Power in an Instant. Sun Wukong and Bika were equally astounded, exchanging a glance that conveyed deep horror. They had been fully focused, yet had still failed to discern how Palocho had acted. There were no violent energy fluctuations, no swift trajectories. It seemed as if he merely stood there, and the enemies self-destructed. This method transcended their comprehension of combat entirely. How could this be possible? Radeyes was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes vigorously, doubting whether he was hallucinating. Although the rushing extraterrestrials were individually weaker than him, their sheer numbers would have posed a challenge. Yet Palocho had effortlessly erased them in an instant. This was utterly inconceivable. Undoubtedly, the ones most shocked and incredulous were Dodoria and his subordinates who had hesitated to charge in first. Those extraterrestrials who had been clamoring to pounce were now frozen in place, as if struck by a paralyzing spell. Their cruel smiles were replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. They looked at the empty space and blood mist before them, then at Palocho, who stood still as if he had done nothing at all. A chill coursed from their feet to the crown of their heads, prompting them to involuntarily retreat. Dodoria's gaze darkened like murky waters, fixating on Palocho. His small eyes brimmed with shock and incredulity, mingled with a hint of offended anger. He barked in a low voice, slightly distorted by suspicion. "What did you just do?" He had not even seen how it was accomplished, which unsettled him. Palocho looked at Dodoria with an indifferent gaze, his tone still calm, even tinged with a hint of mockery. "Is it not obvious? I merely cleared away some bothersome trash. What cannot you see?" He paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Next time, I shall take it slower." Such disdainful remarks ignited Dodoria's fury like a spark in a powder keg, instantly consuming his reason. "You're seeking death." Dodoria, enraged by Palocho's utter disregard, trembled with rage, his face contorting in anger. He frantically shouted to his terrified subordinates, "All of you, charge. Kill him. Whoever dares to retreat, I shall personally slay." Under Dodoria's death threat and accumulated wrath, the remaining extraterrestrials, though terrified, let out desperate howls. Gritting their teeth, they surged towards Palocho once more. This time, they were even more frenzied, nearly exhausting all their strength in a bid to overwhelm this formidable foe with sheer numbers. "Since you cannot see clearly, I shall take it slow," Palocho stated calmly, this time slowly raising his right hand, forming a fist. His movements were indeed much slower. allowing onlookers to clearly see the trajectory of his punch. There was no elaborate aura or violent energy leaking. It appeared as though an ordinary person was casually throwing a punch. However, the moment his fist swung forward, a thunderous sound resonated throughout the heavens and earth. A terrifying punch, distilled to its essence, imbued with destructive power, surged forward like a tangible tsunami. The very fabric of space seemed to warp under the weight of that punch. Unsurprisingly, the extraterrestrials rushing forward, upon encountering this seemingly slow yet immensely powerful blow, found their bodies, weapons, and armor, everything, obliterated in a series of sickening cracks and annihilation sounds, mercilessly shattered into dust. Not a trace remained. Everyone was left dumbstruck, including Dodoria. They could not comprehend how that seemingly light and leisurely punch contained such earth-shattering, cataclysmic power. How did he achieve this? Krillin's voice trembled, his eyes reflecting nothing but shock. Sun Wukong and Baikou furrowed their brows in deep contemplation. At that moment, the silent observer, Master Roshi, spoke in a voice laden with wisdom and experience. What a fearsome martial technique. His mastery over his own power has reached an unimaginable pinnacle. If my guesses are correct, he likely unleashes the vast strength within him at the precise moment of contact with his opponent. This explains why there is no discernible aura in his usual state. Yet his strikes are earth-shattering when delivered. Truly remarkable. He must be an extraordinary martial artist who has transcended the mundane and attained the highest realm of martial arts. His tone was imbued with genuine admiration and reflection. Wukong, Baikou, and Klin turned their gazes towards Master Roshi, pondering his words. To unleash power in an instant? Klin, somewhat dazed, seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding, yet found it elusive. Master Roshi nodded gravely. Wukong and Baikou sank deeper into thought, their eyes fixed on Parrot's figure, which now evoked not just shock, but also a yearning for the highest martial realm and profound respect. So, power can be wielded in such a manner. How astonishing. Bulma's face lit up with delight, her eyes sparkling as she watched Parrot. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers of the Frieza force stood frozen in fear, their legs heavy as if laden with lead, lacking even the slightest courage to engage in battle. They regarded Parrot as if he were a descending demon. Parrot turned his gaze towards the ashen-faced Dodoria and calmly declared, "Now, it is your turn." Dodoria's expression contorted with rage and a hint of barely concealed fear, his features quivering with fury. He bellowed, "It seems you have some special means to conceal your battle power. However, if you think such tricks can defeat me, Dodoria, you are sorely mistaken." Before he could finish, Dodoria unleashed a tremendous roar. Huh! A powerful white aura erupted from his corpulent form like a volcanic eruption. The ground fractured beneath his feet, and a tempestuous wind swept through, nearly blinding Klin and the others who were spectating from a distance. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, determined to crush the Saiyan who had brought him such discomfort and humiliation. Baikou and Wukong felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Dodoria's full power, their expressions shifting dramatically. This force far exceeded that of Raditz, bringing an oppressive sensation that made breathing difficult. Their focus remained fixed on Parrot, a mix of tension and anticipation brewing within them. The true battle was about to commence, and they were eager to witness the extent of Parrot's strength. "Prepare to die, Saiyan monkey," Dodoria roared, his bulky frame exhibiting astonishing speed that belied his size, charging forth like a cannonball, harnessing all his energy. A devastating punch, capable of shattering mountains, tore through the air with a deafening shriek, aimed squarely at Parrot's face. This blow was a culmination of his rage and intent to annihilate his adversary. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving Dodoria and all spectators in utter disbelief. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Parrot did not even shift his footing. Instead, he casually raised his right hand, extending a single finger. Bang! A soft sound echoed, akin to a gentle tap on a hard surface. Dodoria's fist, imbued with terrifying destructive force, was effortlessly met by Parrot's seemingly delicate finger, held steady and precisely in place. At the point of contact, not even the slightest ripple of energy emanated. It was as if Dodoria's might, capable of splitting mountains, was utterly obliterated the moment it brushed against that singular finger. Time appeared to freeze once more. "What? This is impossible," gasped everyone, including the seasoned Master Roshi, who could not help but exclaim in shock, astonished by this preposterous and staggering display. Just one finger, merely one finger, had so effortlessly blocked Dodoria's formidable attack. This had transcended their understanding of power. Clin, overwhelmed, stammered, "A finger." Just a finger stopped him. He truly is remarkable. Wukong gazed at Parrot's calm demeanor, his face alight with excitement rather than fear. The Saiyan blood within him boiling with fervor. Chapter 41. Want to see battle power? Your wish is granted. Raditz was struck with profound astonishment. This individual had so easily deflected Dodoria's assault. He began to re-evaluate Parrot's capabilities. No, this cannot be. Dodoria retracted his fist, unleashing an uncontainable roar of disbelief. He could not fathom the absurdity of the situation before him. Consumed by humiliation and rage, he lost all sense of reason. "Ah, die, die," Dodoria howled, erupting into a frenzied assault, launching an even more ferocious barrage akin to a tempest. His fists became a whirlwind of blurs, each strike imbued with the terrifying power to rend the earth asunder. His cataclysmic punches rained down upon Parrot's vital points with reckless abandon. The air crackled with the sound of explosive impacts, the ground erupting into deep craters under the force of his onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound of impact echoed like heavy hammers striking steel. However, to the despair of everyone, especially Dodoria, Parrot remained steadfast, his feet unmoving. His right hand transformed into a blur, effortlessly meeting each of Dodoria's blows with that singular finger, dissipating the overwhelming power with ease. His movements were so composed, so nonchalant. This is impossible. Such a thing cannot exist. Dodoria raged, attacking with fervor while desperately observing the readings on his energy detector, filled with confusion. His battle power had not changed at all. Why? Why did my attacks have no effect? From start to finish, the energy detector registered no fluctuations in Parrot's power. This bizarre phenomenon sent chills down Dodoria's spine, leaving him bewildered. His punches felt as though they were striking an unyielding pillar, no matter how grand or forceful. Failing to even make his opponent flinch. Amidst the cacophony of blows, Parrot's voice resonated with unmistakable mockery. You placed too much faith in your energy detector. Before Dodoria could react, Parrot flicked his finger. Boom. A muffled sound erupted, akin to a heavy hammer striking thick leather. Dodoria felt an irresistible force surge from Parrot's fingertip through his fist, spreading throughout his body. "Ah!" he cried out, his massive frame propelled backward, tracing a chaotic arc through the air. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground several dozen meters away, creating a deep crater in the solid earth, dust swirling around him. Had he won? Upon witnessing this, Buerma's joy was palpable as she clenched her fists and leapt with excitement, her face radiant with the thrill of victory. Raditz was left dumbfounded, murmuring absent-mindedly, "How can this fellow be so formidable? Is he even stronger than Prince Vegeta? No, that cannot be." At that moment, an enraged roar erupted from the pit as Dodoria leapt up from within. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, covered in dust, he seemed not to have sustained any serious injury. His extreme fury contorted his face into a menacing grimace, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. He glared fiercely at Paluot, bellowing, "You wretched Saiyan monkey. I underestimated you. However, you dare to belittle me. Do you think victory is assured?" As he spoke, he unleashed another furious roar, his white aura surging once more, his presence becoming increasingly wild and perilous. Clearly, he was prepared to fight with all his might. At this juncture, Paluot spoke slowly, his voice calm and imbued with an air of mastery. "Since you are so concerned with battle power values." He paused, observing Dodoria's changing expression, and continued, "Then allow me to reveal my battle power." "What?" Dodoria and the others exclaimed in surprise, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Could battle power truly be displayed at will, like a mere switch? In the next instant, the previously dormant energy surrounding Paluot began to shift. An indescribable sense of oppression emanated from him, slowly enveloping the area. He did not unleash a soaring aura. Yet everyone could distinctly feel a vast and powerful force gradually awakening. Simultaneously, Dodoria's energy detector suddenly emitted urgent beeping alarms. The numbers on the display began to fluctuate wildly, climbing higher. Battle power 10,000. Dodoria instinctively read aloud the first number shown on the detector, his voice tinged with disbelief. Suin Wukong bike. And Raditz exchanged glances filled with anticipation and focus, intently watching Paluot. They too were curious about the astonishing extent of this incredibly powerful Saiyans' true battle power. Even Jine wore a gentle smile, tinged with pride. 10,000 is merely the beginning. The energy surrounding Paluote continued to rise, seemingly boundless. 18,000, 19,000, 20,000. Duoduolia followed the frenzied numbers on the detector, his voice quivering uncontrollably as the flesh on his face twitched in horror. How is this possible? It continues to rise. This cannot be. What overwhelming energy, and it keeps increasing. Suin Wukong exclaimed, awestruck as he felt the terrifying aura akin to an awakening ancient beast. Bike remained silent. Yet his clenched fists and solemn gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. 21,000, 22,000, 23,000, 24,500. When the numbers finally stabilized at the staggering value of 24,500, Duoduolia felt he had witnessed the most terrifying sight in existence. His voice turned shrill, filled with an unbearable fear. No, impossible. How can you possess a battle power of 24,500? This is absolutely inconceivable. He staggered backward in terror, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall, instantly soaking the collar of his battle suit. He finally understood why his full-force attacks seemed futile against his opponent. The disparity in their battle power was unfathomably vast. No wonder he was unable to prevail. A battle power of 24,500? Raid eyes stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across his face. How could a being deemed a low-tier warrior possess such formidable battle power? He could hardly accept this reality, which shattered his comprehension more painfully than death itself. However, Bike's gaze deepened. He fixed his eyes on Paluote's still calm figure, his heart trembling. No. This individual's strength is undoubtedly beyond this. What he has displayed is merely the tip of the iceberg. He still harbors hidden powers. That effortless demeanor, that commanding presence, was not something a mere 24,500 battle power could possess. Suin Wukong grasped this truth as well. Paluote's aura, while powerful, remained as inscrutable as an unfathomable ocean, its surface tumultuous, yet concealing even more terrifying depths. Paluote regarded the nearly broken Duoduolia, his voice resonating like a final judgment. Enough of this tedious farce. It is time to conclude. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, palm upward, as a chilling energy began to coalesce within it, radiating a brilliant white light. Duoduolia's expression instantly darkened as the shadow of death enveloped him completely. He knew he stood no chance. Damn it, I won't be underestimated any longer. He unleashed a desperate cry, launching a crimson energy wave towards Paluote in a final act of defiance. However, at the moment of this desperate attack, his corpulent body pivoted abruptly, erupting with unprecedented speed as he fled towards the spaceship, attempting to buy time with the energy wave while he made his escape. In response to this pitiful struggle and clumsy attempt to flee, Paluote merely emitted a scornful chuckle. He did not even prepare to unleash his energy. He simply released the gathered white energy from his palm as effortlessly as flicking away a speck of dust. The white energy wave, though not grand or swift, seemed to lazily drift towards Duoduolia's imposing crimson energy wave. Yet, at the moment of contact, a miracle, or rather, the inevitable outcome under absolute power, unfolded once more. The torrent of crimson energy offered no resistance or explosion. It was silently and completely extinguished. The white energy wave, having effortlessly obliterated the opposing attack, surged forward, swiftly catching up to the fleeing Duoduolia. What? No. Frieza, my lord, save me. Duoduolia felt the deathly aura of annihilation closing in from behind. Turning in terror to emit a wretched scream filled with utter despair, his eyes wide with the dread of impending death. Yet it was all too late. Boom. The white energy wave struck Duoduolia and the massive spaceship with pinpoint precision. Immediately, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, illuminating half the sky with its ferocity. The deafening roar resonated through the heavens, the ground trembling violently. A tempest of energy surged forth like ripples, sending those in the distance staggering and struggling to maintain their footing. At the explosion's core, a miniature white sun seemed to rise, consuming everything in its path. The onlookers, including Suin Wukong and Bike, stood in stunned silence, their minds blank as they stared at the devastating radiance engulfing all. Chapter 42. A greater crisis. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Perhaps only seconds passed, or possibly an eternity. When tranquility finally descended, and the blinding light and thunderous roar gradually faded. The swirling dust was dispersed by the wind. As everyone gazed upon the scene, the spot where Deuteolia and the spaceship had once stood was now utterly devoid of anything. Regardless of the malevolent Deuteolia, the cosmic spacecraft, or the terrifying remnants of soldiers, everything has vanished as if erased by an invisible giant hand from the world. Only a vast, deep pit remains in its place. The battle concluded in such a devastating manner. The scene is enveloped in the mournful whispers of the wind sweeping over the scorched earth amidst an eerie silence. Everyone's gaze, still tinged with lingering shock, is fixated on the enormous pit. The earlier display of overwhelming power, almost miraculous in nature, left an indelible impression on their minds, necessitating a moment of contemplation to absorb this paradigm-shifting spectacle. At last, it is Bulma's jubilant and relieved cheer that shatters the deathly silence. She vigorously pumps her fist, her face radiating with the exhilaration of survival and unabashed admiration for Parrot. Her voice rouses others from their stupor. Krillin exhales deeply, feeling the taut nerves finally loosen. His legs weaken, nearly causing him to collapse, as a complex smile of relief and trepidation spreads across his face. Master Roshi strokes his beard, his murky eyes sparkling with awe as he whispers in admiration, "Truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Piccolo's green visage appears particularly grave. His single eye remains fixed on Parrot, his pupils quivering, as turbulent waves of emotion surge within him. This individual is terrifying. Piccolo silently laments. He had prided himself on being a genius of the demon race, even once aspiring to conquer the world. Yet Parrot's exhibited strength has made him acutely aware of how limited his previous notions of power were. It represented a chasm of absolute disparity that extinguished any flicker of rebellion within him. A profound sense of defeat and crisis envelopes him. Damn it! With such an entity in existence, not to mention conquering Earth, I might not even be able to remain on this planet, he broods, his gaze sweeping over Parrot and Sun Wukong, filled with resentment and confusion. At this moment, Raditz has been rendered completely dumbfounded. He stares vacantly at the vast, empty pit. His mouth agape, his face drained of color. Dodo Lia, a prominent figure within the Frieza force, with a battle power exceeding 20,000, has been so effortlessly obliterated. Along with his spacecraft, from the universe, not even a trace remains. He actually killed Dodo Lia, Raditz mutters in a dry voice laced with fear. He understands more than anyone present the significance of Dodo Lia's position within the Frieza force and the implications of slaying an important subordinate of Frieza. Retribution from the Frieza force is inevitable. Moreover, Parrot's demonstrated strength sends shivers down his spine. Parrot turns to face Sun Wukong and Jine, his expression returning to calm as he softly states, "All right, the trash has been cleared, we can depart." His tone is as casual as if he had merely stepped outside to take out the garbage. Okay. Sun Wukong finally shakes off his stupor. He nods vigorously, his eyes sparkling not with fear, but with immense delight and excitement, as if he had discovered an extraordinary treasure. He rushes towards Parrot, eagerly asking, "Parrot, you are amazing. How did you train to become so strong?" The Saiyan warrior within him has been ignited, burning fiercely with the desire to grow stronger and reach such heights. Although he yearns to spar with Parrot to experience that terrifying power, his remaining rationality tells him that he would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow from him. Hence, he forcefully suppresses the urge to challenge him immediately. Parrot observes Wukong's pure and inquisitive gaze, unable to suppress a slight smile, and replies, "What? Do you wish to learn? Is it possible?" Wukong's eyes widen with innocent anticipation, devoid of any pretense or formality. Upon hearing this, Parrot is momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Haha, of course." He pauses, surveying the ravaged battlefield around them, and adds meaningfully, "However, discussing training should not occur in a place like this, right? Really? That's wonderful." Wukong exclaims, nearly jumping with joy, his face beaming with an incredibly radiant smile, as if he has received the greatest promise in the world. "Let us go? I will take you back so that Chi-Chi can prepare a delightful feast for you." He is eager for Parrot to commence his training immediately. Parrot and Jine exchange a knowing smile and nod. However, just as the atmosphere appears to have calmed, Raditz, who has been standing on the periphery, torn between conflicting thoughts, quietly begins to inch backward, attempting to stealthily slip away while the others are focused on Parrot and Wukong. The terror of the Frieza force, the unfathomable depth of Parrot, and the impending storm over Earth compel him to escape this place of turmoil. Yet, his subtle movements cannot elude Parrot's keen perception. Parrot's gaze sharpens, and without fully turning, he coldly glances in Raditz' direction of escape. His voice, though not loud, carries an undeniable authority, akin to the chill of ice. Raditz, where do you think you are going? This simple question reverberates in Raditz's ears like thunder. He immediately jolts, his raised foot freezing in midair, before reluctantly lowering it. He struggles to turn around, his expression more grotesque than that of one weeping, his lips trembling. I what? Parrot slowly pivots to face him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you still wish to cavort with Vegeta and the others? Jine also looks at Raditz, her eyes filled with hope as she gently implores, come with us, Raditz. She attempts to reclaim this long-lost son who has strayed from the path. However, Raditz reacts as if someone has stepped on his tail, vehemently retorting, go with you? You are all too naive. Do you think that by defeating a mere Dodolia, everything is resolved? His voice sharpens with fear and a certain twisted clarity. The group's attention is drawn back to Raditz. You have no idea of the Frieza force's horror. Raditz raises his arms, striving to emphasize the gravity of the situation. Within the vast Frieza force, there are many beings far more powerful than Dodolia, the Ginyu Force, Zarbon, and countless more monsters beyond your imagination. His voice escalates, tinged with a near-hysterical terror, particularly when he mentions that name. And the most terrifying of all is Frieza himself, the malevolent emperor who rules vast regions of the universe. His battle power is beyond comprehension. He is a true nightmare. Raditz's eyes reveal boundless fear and profound reverence. As if merely uttering the name could send shivers through his soul. He will undoubtedly send others to Earth. The murder of his important subordinate is an intolerable provocation. The next arrivals will be far more formidable and ruthless than Dodolia. Furthermore, he suddenly points at Sun Wukong and Krillin. Earth possesses Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. Once this news reaches Lord Frieza, he may not. He will undoubtedly take action personally. In that moment, do not say merely you, but the entire Earth shall, in an instant, be transformed into cosmic dust. It is over, utterly over, he cried out with a hoarse voice, striving to make these ignorant Earthlings and the arrogant Paluote comprehend the impending doom they were about to confront. What? Sun Wukong and Krillin could not help but exclaim, their previously relaxed expressions once again replaced by shock and gravity. An existence more formidable than Dodolia? Not just one. And an evil emperor, Frieza, who rules the cosmos. There are many beings stronger than Dodolia. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, and in his eyes, amidst the seriousness, an uncontrollable flicker of fervent anticipation ignited. Challenging the powerful and transcending limits is, after all, a Saiyans' innate nature etched into their very bones. Chapter 43. Methods to enhance battle power by several times within a year. When will they arrive on Earth? Wukong inquired, his tone tinged with an unexpected eagerness. Raditz regarded Wukong's expression, which was not one of fear but rather excitement, and felt a wave of helplessness. He replied curtly, in 1 year. At most, within a year. Frieza's army, or even stronger warriors under his command, will undoubtedly descend upon this place. 1 year? Just like your companion? Wukong confirmed. Raditz nodded gravely. How could this be? So many monsters within a year. Krillin's face turned ashen, the flickering hope extinguished as if doused with cold water. Panic-stricken, his voice trembled. Then are we truly doomed? What shall we do? The despairing emotions began to spread once more. At that moment, a calm yet powerful voice resonated, steadied the frayed nerves of the crowd like a stabilizing force. Frieza? Paluote slowly spoke, and all eyes turned towards him, filled with the last remnants of hope and expectation. At this moment, it seemed that only this mysterious and formidable Saiyan possessed the capability to confront the impending cosmic crisis. Paluote's lips curved into a faint, playful smile as he casually remarked, I actually hope he comes here so I don't have to search for him. His tone was so nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter, entirely disregarding the fearsome Frieza, the so-called emperor of the universe, that made Raditz's face pale. Humph. Raditz scoffed at Paluote's bravado, unable to restrain his derision. Frieza and Dodolia are entirely different entities. They are worlds apart. You may be strong, beyond my understanding, but I assure you, you are in no way a match for Frieza. His terror surpasses your imagination. I advise you not to provoke him. It will only hasten the Earth's demise. Indifferent. Paluot replied, his expression remaining as relaxed as ever, even tinged with a hint of laziness. If he comes, so be it. That calmness and confidence stemmed from absolute strength, not blind arrogance. Humph, you arrogant fool, when the time comes, you will pay a painful price for your ignorance and hubris. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Raditz begrudgingly fell silent, believing Paluot was merely a dead man walking. It was just a matter of time. What shall we do when more terrifying beings return to Earth in a year? Krillin clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. His eyes filled with dread and uncertainty for the future. The vast chasm of strength left him feeling utterly powerless. I must train diligently. Sun Wukong's resolute voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. His face bore no trace of fear, only unwavering determination and a burning fighting spirit. In a year, I will fight on my own strength. His eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation and boundless energy, as if envisioning himself clashing with stronger foes. Wukong, have you lost your mind? Krillin gazed at him incredulously, his voice tinged with a quiver of despair. Those beings are stronger than the monster we just faced. We couldn't even handle Dodalia, let alone someone even more powerful. How could we possibly win? Wukong turned his head to look at Krillin, a radiant and steadfast smile lighting up his face. There's no point in discussing this now, Krillin. Fear and worry do not resolve the issues at hand. We have but one path before us: to train diligently and grow stronger than they are. Krillin, shall we train together? Krillin looked into Wukong's pure and faith-filled eyes, and a flicker of hope dispelled some of his despair, yet self-doubt still lingered. Becoming stronger? Easier said than done. Wukong then turned his gaze to the silently brooding Piccolo, offering a gentle smile and suddenly extending an invitation. Piccolo, what about you? Would you like to train with me? I believe you too wish to confront those extraterrestrial beings in battle a year from now, don't you? Humph. Piccolo crossed his arms and turned his face away with a characteristic cold snort, seemingly dismissive of Wukong's proposal. However, his tightly pressed lips and the slight rise and fall of his chest betrayed his inner turmoil. Indeed, as Wukong had said, pride and the instinct to fight coursed through him, igniting a similar desire to grow stronger. He simply couldn't bring himself to admit it outright. As everyone pondered their own thoughts, filled with worry and anticipation for the future, Paluot spoke again, presenting a proposal that made all hearts stop. All right, this is certainly not the place for discussions. Paluot smiled, his gaze sweeping over Wukong and the others. We can find another location to converse at length. As for your desire to grow stronger, he deliberately paused, ensuring everyone's attention was firmly on him before continuing. I have some methods. At least, they could enable you to enhance your power by several times within a year, perhaps even dozens of times. What? Enhance our strength by several times within a year? Dozens of times? In an instant, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo, and even the dismissive Raditz fixed their eyes on Paluot as if drawn by a magnetic force. Their expressions filled with extreme astonishment, skepticism, and an uncontrollable, wildfire-like yearning. Paluot, is what you say true? Do you truly possess a way for us to enhance our abilities so significantly within a year? Sun Wukong was the first to react, rushing to Paluot and grasping his arm, his voice trembling with excitement. Dozens of times, what an unimaginable concept. Raditz, too, regarded Paluot with a mixture of doubt and disbelief. Yet the perked ears and slightly forward-leaning posture betrayed his intense interest. If this were true, Paluot met the fervent gazes of the crowd with a calm nod, affirming the seemingly fantastical possibility. He patted Wukong's shoulder, signaling him to remain composed. We will discuss the matter of training in detail later. For now, let us leave this place. Yes, yes. Wukong nodded excitedly, his face beaming with joy. Hope reignited in Krillin's expression, his delight evident. If such methods existed, perhaps they truly stood a chance against the impending crisis in a year. Bulma observed Paluot, whose confidence seemed to dictate the fates of others, bestowing strength upon them. The brilliance in their eyes shone even more brightly, imbued with a blend of admiration, curiosity, and a hint of indescribable emotion. Subsequently, under the guidance of Sun Wukong, Parrot and Jine followed him, making their way towards home. Surprisingly, yet somehow expected, Bick, after a cold snort, silently maintained a distance, trailing behind the group. The temptation to grow stronger was irresistible for him, who yearned to prove himself. Raditz stood still, his expression shifting uncontrollably as he wrestled with his inner turmoil for a moment. Ultimately, The desire for formidable power, coupled with curiosity regarding Parrot's so-called methods, overwhelmed his fear of Frieza and his aversion towards Parrot. "Humph, I shall see what you can bring forth," he muttered under his breath, as if seeking a way out for himself. He then took a step forward, cautiously and inquisitively, trailing at the rear of the group. The party departed, each with their own thoughts, leaving behind a vast pit that silently bore witness to the events that had just transpired, heralding the impending storm that would arrive in a year's time. Chapter 44. Frieza prepares for training. The Ginyu Force mobilizes. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a star sector shrouded by the Frieza Force's influence. Within the headquarters of the Frieza Force, an atmosphere of chilling dread permeated the core command room, where silence hung heavily, creating an eerie ambience. The cold metallic walls reflected a ghostly blue light, illuminating faces twisted in fear or shock. In the center of the command room, a colossal holographic screen silently displayed a harrowing scene. The final moments of Dodoria and his troops, obliterated in an instant by Parrot's overwhelming might. From the moment Parrot raised his hand to the seemingly slow yet devastating punch, to Dodoria's futile energy wave extinguished with ease, culminating in the all-consuming white energy explosion. Every detail was vividly rendered, projecting the despair and terror directly into the hearts of every observer present. Frieza, the malevolent emperor of the universe, sat immovably in his ornate and cold hovering throne. His diminutive form, brimming with unfathomable terror, remained still, the white bone armor glistening ominously under the cold light of the command room. His face was eerily calm, resembling a deep lake covered by millennia of ice, devoid of any discernible emotional fluctuation. There was neither anger nor surprise, only an unfathomable indifference. Yet, it was precisely this uncharacteristic calm that heightened the anxiety of those standing behind him, their hearts lodged in their throats. Each felt as though an invisible hand was constricting their throats, their breaths becoming cautious and trembling, cold sweat soaking through the heavy fabric of their battle suits. They were all too aware of their emperor. Behind this eerie, deathly calm often lurked a tempest capable of annihilating stars. No one dared to utter even the slightest sound, fearing they might become the first sacrificial victim of his wrath. Their minds were filled with incredulous horror. Dodoria, an elite officer with a combat power exceeding 20,000, had met his end on the remote and backward Earth. This was nothing short of a disruption to their understanding. The final image faded as all his subordinates perished. Shortly thereafter, the screen shifted to a close-up of Parrot's visage, which was projected clearly before the crowd. Frieza's iconic crimson eyes fixated intently on Parrot's image. A flicker of cruel, icy red light glimmered in the depths of his pupils, akin to the flick of a serpent's tongue in the darkness. Without turning around, he shattered the suffocating silence with a voice devoid of discernible emotion, echoing throughout the vast command room. "Mr. Sabo." He habitually employed that hypocritical, mocking honorific. "What is your perspective on this rather unpleasant little incident?" The name Sabo trembled involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to compose. Stepping forward with a serious demeanor to bow, responding in the most even tone possible, "Lord Frieza, this arrogant, ignorant Saiyan monkey dares to brazenly slay members of our force. This is the most blatant provocation and desecration of your supreme majesty." His voice carried a deliberately exaggerated anger. "Please allow me to personally lead the team to Earth. I will ensure that I bring the head of that presumptuous Saiyan before your throne, as a warning to others." Frieza's throne subtly pivoted, presenting his expressionless face towards Sabo, his crimson gaze slanting towards him, the tone remaining flat. "Oh? You sound quite confident. However, Mr. Sabo, even Dodoria has been slain. Do you believe you can best him?" A flicker of confidence appeared on Sabo's face. He straightened his back, responding with certainty. "Rest assured, Lord Frieza, I possess absolute confidence in my ability to annihilate him, making him regret ever coming into this world, thus redeeming the dishonor he has brought upon our force." Though his combat power was comparable to Dodoria's, he believed his unique transformation ability would suffice to deal with a mere Saiyan with a combat power of 24,500. Frieza did not respond immediately. His crimson gaze returned to Parrot's holographic image, probing deep and unwavering for a moment. The command room once again fell into an unbearable silence. Suddenly, Frieza spoke again, his voice low yet striking like thunder in the hearts of all. "What of the Ginyu Force?" He slowly uttered the name. Sabo's body jolted, his pupils constricting suddenly. A look of unmistakable fear and panic flashing across his widened eyes. The Ginyu Force. They were the true aces of the Frieza Force. Composed of elite warriors with extraordinary combat prowess, peculiar personalities, and ruthless methods. Each member possessed terrifying strength far surpassing that of ordinary officers. The fact that Lord Frieza was considering deploying them merely to deal with a Saiyan on Earth? His throat felt dry, and he bowed hurriedly. His voice trembling slightly as he reported, "To report to you, Lord Frieza, apart from Captain Ginyu. The other members of the Ginyu Force just completed their last mission and have returned to the base for rest. As for Captain Ginyu, he is currently executing your personally ordered cleanup task in the remote Western Galaxy and is unlikely to return in the short term." He cautiously raised his head, saying, "Lord Frieza, is it really necessary to deploy the Ginyu Force?" He truly did not wish to operate alongside those monstrous beings. That sensation was worse than facing an enemy. Frieza did not respond to his words, his hovercraft slowly drifting towards the command room's massive viewport. Beyond the window lay the boundless, dark expanse of the universe. Frieza's crimson gaze pierced through the reinforced glass, casting its sight into the endless void. His voice took on a rare, chilling gravity as he spoke slowly. "I wonder if it is merely my illusion." He paused. "Recently, I have sensed a powerful and unsettling force that seems to have quietly awakened in some corner of the universe. It is like a hidden venomous fang, continuously growing and strengthening. Perhaps in the near future, it will stand before me. This is simply impossible." Sabo's heart trembled once more, as though he had heard the most absurd thing in the world, filled with profound shock and disbelief. What force could possibly threaten the mightiest emperor of the universe, Frieza? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Silence descends once more. Frieza hovers silently before the viewport, his silhouette exuding an ominous and oppressive aura. He appears to be deep in contemplation, weighing his thoughts. For Sabo and the other subordinates, each second of this prolonged silence feels like an eternity spent in torment. After an indeterminate time, Frieza's unique and frigid voice, laden with the weight of a significant decision, slowly resonates. "It seems I must engage in a bit of training." His tone is unremarkable, yet the implications of his words send shivers through the souls of everyone present in the command room. "What?" Sabo trembles violently, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, unable to suppress his gasp. "Frieza, my lord." His expression betrays utter disbelief, etched with sheer horror and absurdity. Did he truly hear that correctly? The most formidable cosmic sovereign, Frieza, is suggesting he needs to train? Such an unprecedented event seems inconceivable for this emperor. This revelation is even more unbelievable than learning of a planet's self-detonation. Sabo's mind races, engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, rendering him almost incapable of coherent thought. "My Lord Frieza, are you perhaps overthinking this?" Sabo finally regains his voice, cautiously probing with deliberate wording. He would prefer to believe this is merely a jest from Frieza, despite the fact that Frieza never jokes. Frieza offers no response, as if his earlier declaration was merely an offhand remark. He maneuvers his craft to face the command room once more, his crimson gaze regaining its icy, authoritative demeanor as he issues a command. "Mr. Sabo, at your service." Sabo jolts, immediately bowing in response. "You are to lead the team." Frieza's voice brooks no dissent. "Furthermore, you are to take all members of the Ginyu Force currently stationed at the base and proceed to Earth." He pauses, his tone laced with a chilling intent. "You must ensure that the detestable Saiyan monkey, who dared to challenge my authority, along with Vegeta and the others, are brought back to me unharmed. I wish to personally admire their heads." The mere thought of deploying the Ginyu Force, alongside Lord Sabo, sends shivers down the spines of the other soldiers in the command room. In an instant, their assessment of the potential threat posed by that Saiyan on Earth escalates to the highest level. Sabo's expression sharpens. Though he feels an overwhelming reluctance and unease about accompanying the Ginyu Force, he dares not defy Frieza's orders. He bows deeply, solemnly accepting the command. "Yes, my lord. I shall not fail in my mission. Go." Frieza gestures with his small hand adorned in white bone armor. Sabo refrains from speaking further, bows once more, and exits the stifling core command room with a heavy and complex heart, hastening to assemble his team for the expedition to Earth. Chapter 45. Kiki's enthusiasm with Sabo's departure. A slight warmth seems to return to the command room, though the atmosphere remains tense. Frieza lapses into silence for a moment before speaking again. his voice akin to the sound of ice colliding. "Come forth." "Present. Your Majesty." Frieza, a soldier responsible for communications, steps forward, standing rigidly, his voice wavering with tension. Frieza coldly commands, "Immediately send a message to summon Captain Ginyu back." "Yes, Your Majesty." Frieza, the soldier, not daring to waste a moment, promptly returns to his post and initiates an urgent recall signal to the distant West Galaxy. After issuing all commands, Frieza's hovering craft silently drifts toward the vast viewport once more. His crimson gaze returns to the boundless, cold, and dark expanse of the universe, as if seeking to penetrate the infinite distance and identify the source of the subtle crisis he senses. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens. Deep within his crimson pupils, a terrifying glint flashes, a mixture of offended rage, icy murderous intent, and an unsettling agitation he himself is reluctant to acknowledge. Humph, accompanied by a nearly imperceptible cold snort. An invisible yet horrifying aura radiates outward from him. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupts. The massive viewport, designed to withstand the impact of small meteors, shatters like fragile glass, instantly covered in a spiderweb of cracks. The next moment, it detonates, transforming into countless shards that burst outward like ice crystals, immediately drawn into the vacuum of space. The once stable artificial atmosphere within the command room is violently sucked out through the gaping hole, producing a chilling howl. The tremendous pressure differential creates a fierce airflow that violently sweeps up control consoles, instruments, and several unfortunate soldiers near the viewport, flinging them into the void of space. The alarms within the room blare wretchedly, and red emergency lights flash frantically. The remaining soldiers scream in terror, clinging desperately to fixed objects to avoid being pulled into the abyss. They gaze in horror at Frieza, who remains immovable amidst the chaos, his back a picture of calm. Frieza continues to hover there, allowing the vacuum and frigid temperatures to assault his small frame, seemingly impervious to the elements. His crimson eyes, fixed through the shattered viewport, are locked onto a particular direction in the cosmos. That is where the solar system resides, the location of Earth. An invisible wrath and icy murderous intent envelop the entire command room like a tangible cold wave. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, far removed from the clamor of urban life and the smoke of battle, Bowsy Mountain retains its unique tranquility and serenity. Lush forests encircle a broad clearing. A cozy little house sits within, smoke curling from its chimney, suffused with the essence of daily life. This is Goku's home. Parrot and his companions, following Goku, arrive in this idyllic haven. When Goku introduces Parrot and Jine to his wife, Kiki, and his father-in-law, the Ox King, Kiki's expression, previously marked by concern and a hint of fatigue, is instantly replaced by utter astonishment. The spatula in her hand clatters to the ground. "What? Goku's mother?" Kiki's voice rises in pitch, filled with disbelief. Her eyes widen as she looks at the gentle and beautiful Jine, then at Goku, who wears a goofy grin and scratches his head, struggling to comprehend the situation. She had always believed Goku was an orphan, with only his late grandfather, Sun Wukong, as kin. Who could have imagined that today, Goku's biological mother would appear at their doorstep, as if descending from the heavens? This is even more incredible than hearing of an alien invasion. After a brief moment of shock, Kiki's enthusiasm and politeness as a homemaker swiftly take precedence. She quickly regains her composure, her face blooming with a sincere, yet slightly bashful smile, as she warmly welcomes Parrot and Jine. "Ah, this is truly unexpected. Please, come in. Come in. Goku, honestly, you should have mentioned something so important beforehand. The house is a bit messy, please don't mind." As she speaks, she hurries to tidy up the living room, then rushes into the kitchen. "Please have a seat. I will prepare some food right away. Goku, ensure our guests are well taken care of." Parrot and Jine take their seats with smiles, engaging in conversation. Soon, an abundant feast adorns the dining table. Kiki has nearly exhausted all the fine ingredients in her home. Exotic delicacies and seasonal vegetables fill the table. Their enticing aromas a testament to her sincerity and culinary prowess in hosting esteemed guests. Subsequently, the gathering took place around the dining table, enveloped in an atmosphere that was subtly nuanced yet imbued with warmth. Sun Wukong was, of course, the most exuberant among them, devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. The Ox King, with his booming voice, attempted to mask the awkwardness of meeting for the first time with his fervor. Chi-Chi continuously served dishes to Jine and Parrot, displaying her spirited hospitality. Bulma, brimming with curiosity, bombarded Parrot and his companions with questions. Jine, poised in her demeanor, graciously responded to Chi-Chi and Bulma's inquiries. Yet her gaze often lingered tenderly on Wukong and the obediently eating Gohan. Piccolo and Raditz, on the other hand, were initially quite resistant to this familial gathering. Piccolo habitually crossed his arms, maintaining a stoic expression as he stood in the corner, seemingly out of place in this cozy atmosphere. Raditz wore a face of disdain and impatience, finding the antics of these earthlings utterly childish. However, after a mere glance from Parrot, calm yet undeniably commanding, both reluctantly and awkwardly took their seats at the edge of the table. Throughout the meal, they remained largely silent, mechanically consuming their food, starkly contrasting with the lively conversations around them. During the meal, much was discussed. Wukong animatedly recounted to Chi-Chi and the Ox King how Parrot and Jine had rescued him, sharing tales of their origins from Planet Vegeta. Yet, when the conversation veered towards the Frieza force and the looming threat that might emerge a year hence, a palpable heaviness settled over the table. Concern etched itself onto the faces of Chi-Chi and the Ox King. Meanwhile, Bulma's interest appeared to reside predominantly with Parrot. Her inquisitive and intelligent eyes rarely left him, as she peppered him with inquiries about space travel, different planetary civilizations, Saiyans, and even subtly probed into the saga of how Parrot and Jine found themselves stranded on a desolate planet. Parrot mostly replied succinctly, yet the gravitas of his experiences and the occasional serenity that accompanied his formidable strength captivated Bulma's attention even further. The meal concluded in this harmonious ambience, at least on the surface. Just as Wukong set down his chopsticks, he could no longer contain his eagerness and dashed up to Parrot, with hands clasped together. His face radiated pure anticipation and yearning, his eyes sparkling as he implored Parrot, "Parrot, please teach us how to train, would you? I can hardly wait." His tone was urgent and sincere, akin to a child yearning for a new toy, yet burning within him was an insatiable quest for power. "Wukong," Chi-Chi interjected, immediately adopting a stern expression laced with reproach and exasperation. "You mustn't be so rude. Parrot and his mother have traveled a long way and must be quite weary. You should allow them to rest properly. We can discuss training tomorrow." She endeavored to uphold the etiquette befitting a host. Wukong turned to Chi-Chi, his expression taking on an uncommon seriousness and urgency. Clenching his fists, he asserted, "But Chi-Chi, time is truly of the essence. In just a year, many formidable foes will arrive on Earth. We must seize every moment to enhance our strength." His demeanor was earnest, his gaze intense, and his resolve to grow stronger resonated with everyone present. "Haha, no worries, Chi-Chi, right? Don't take these formalities too seriously," Parrot chuckled warmly, indicating he bore no offense. He rose, casting a glance at Piccolo, Krillin, and Raditz, who, despite feigning indifference, had their ears perked up in interest. He softly added, "Since you all are so eager to commence your training and yearn to elevate your power, I shall oblige you now." His voice resonated clearly in each ear. "However, I must forewarn you that my training methods are not to be taken lightly. They will be exceedingly arduous, even brutal, testing the limits of your bodies and willpower." He paused, his gaze piercing as it swept across each face, laced with a hint of warning. If anyone feels they cannot endure or wishes to withdraw, now is the time. Once we begin, there is no turning back. Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes shone with an even brighter light, devoid of any hint of retreat. He grinned widely, rubbing his hands together in excitement, declaring, "I am completely ready, no matter how tough it gets." Krillin, though still bearing a trace of anxiety about the unknown, nodded resolutely, his eyes firm. "I will persevere too, for the sake of Earth and to no longer hold everyone back." "Humph." Raditz crossed his arms, emitting a characteristic scoff filled with disdain. With his chin slightly raised, he spoke in his notoriously arrogant tone. "Training? How hard could it possibly be? Can it be more challenging than battling across the cosmos and obliterating planets? I have faced far greater spectacles than this trivial endeavor." Piccolo maintained his usual stoic demeanor. His green lips parted to deliver a succinct, yet powerful declaration. "I will not be outdone by anyone." The implication was clear. No matter how grueling the training, he would see it through and strive to excel beyond all others. Observing the varied yet resolute reactions of the group, Parrot's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Excellent. This is the spirit I desire." Chapter 46. Prioritizing the acquisition of the universe's most potent martial arts techniques afterward, they proceeded to an open area outside. Parrot spoke little, casually waving his hand, and in an instant, four sets of gravity suits floated gently towards Wukong, Piccolo, Raditz, and Krillin. What is this? The group curiously accepted the unfamiliar garments, feeling the resilient and elastic material, each belt adorned with a display screen and adjustment buttons. Their faces were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the relationship between this apparel and their training. Put these suits on first, Parrot instructed. Change into these. The group was now even more perplexed. Why would they need to don such odd attire for training? Yet, driven by their trust in Parrot and their desire to grow stronger, they refrained from questioning further, obediently taking the suits to find places to change. Before long, the four returned, clad in their gravity suits, which were loose and comfortable. Parrot nodded in satisfaction. Very good. On the control panel at your waist, there is an adjustment button. Do you see it? Wukong and Krillin glanced down and nodded in acknowledgement. Parrot, what exactly are we doing? What is this button for? Wukong inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Patience, you will experience it shortly. Parrot replied with a hint of mystery in his smile. Now, adjust according to my instructions. Wukong, set yours to 10. 10. Wukong hesitated for a moment, but complied, cautiously turning the dial until the display screen at his waist flashed the number 10. Raditz, you set yours to 15. Piccolo, adjust to 8. Krillin, set yours to 5. Raditz grimaced, but followed suit. Piccolo silently set his to 8, while Krillin nervously dialed it down to 5. Now press it to activate, Parrot commanded. With a mix of trepidation and a nagging sense of foreboding, the four of them pressed the confirmation buttons on their waists simultaneously. In the next moment, a resounding series of thuds erupted. The four individuals, who had been standing upright just moments before, seemed to be slammed to the ground by four immense, invisible hands. Without warning, their bodies plummeted downward. On all fours, they descended heavily to the ground in a most awkward manner, even leaving shallow imprints of their forms on the solid earth. Ugh! Wow! What is this? What is happening? Cries of astonishment and groans of pain echoed simultaneously. Wukong felt an unimaginable force compressing him from all directions, as if the very sky were collapsing upon him. His bones creaked under the unbearable strain, and his muscle fibers tightened to their utmost limit. His blood seemed to grow leaden, surging toward his head, causing his vision to darken. Breathing became exceedingly laborious, each inhalation akin to working a bellows, with a fiery pain coursing through his lungs. He attempted to lift his head, but it felt as though a great mountain pressed down upon his neck, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down his cheeks onto the ground. Klin's situation was even more dire. The quintuple gravity was already a severe challenge for him. He felt as if his insides were being crushed, resembling a frog pinned to the ground, struggling to move even a single finger. His face was etched with agony and horror, mouth agape, yet only able to emit raspy gasps. Raditz, though possessing the strongest physique, was not spared from the torment of 15 times gravity. He groaned deeply, his arms trembling violently as they propped up his body, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He had experienced the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta. Yet the pressure of 15 times was an entirely different realm. He felt his pride trampled beneath this sheer force. Piccolo was equally afflicted. The eightfold gravity made his green skin shimmer with an unnatural glow. He gritted his teeth, his solitary eye ablaze with a fiery determination to resist this overwhelming power. Yet his body felt as if it were filled with lead, movement rendered excruciatingly slow. Parrot observed the four struggling on the ground, a knowing smile gracing his face as he explained, "This is the gravity suit. I need not elaborate further. You should now understand its nature. From this day forth, you must wear this suit while training, adapt to it, and conquer it. But it's too heavy. I can hardly move." Wukong managed to voice, his face nearly pressed against the ground. How can we train under such conditions? He felt even lifting a finger required immense effort. Wukong, your gravity is merely set to 10 times. Is this too much for you? Parrot's tone was flat, yet carried a hint of admonishment. Do you realize that our Saiyan homeland, Planet Vegeta, has a normal gravity that is tenfold that of Earth? We Saiyans have lived in such an environment since birth. The two Saiyans who will arrive on Earth in a year, Vegeta and Nappa, can easily move and fight under tenfold gravity, even considering it a comfortable environment. If you doubt this, you may inquire of Raditz. Wukong, Piccolo, and Klin struggled to turn their eyes toward Raditz, who was also lying prone. Upon sensing their gaze, Raditz did not deny it. The truth was undeniable, and he managed to utter, "He speaks correctly." The three were shaken to their core, suddenly grasping the vast foundational gap between themselves and the truly powerful Saiyan warriors, not merely in combat strength, but in the harshness of their survival environment. "How do you feel now?" Parrot inquired with a smile as he observed the three. "Curse it." Wukong gritted his teeth. His eyes ignited with even greater fervor as sweat continued to drip. "I will definitely overcome this tenfold gravity." "Tenfold gravity is nothing," Piccolo echoed, his single eye flashing with defiance as he desperately tried to summon his energy, but the oppressive weight made it difficult to even concentrate. "I can do this too. By the way, Piccolo," Parrot suddenly recalled something and reminded him, "you are currently under 8-fold gravity, not 10. "What?" Piccolo's expression twisted in disbelief, turning an even deeper shade of green. It dawned on him that the number 8 represented 8-fold gravity. He could not accept that he was even weaker than Wukong. "Humph." Piccolo snarled, disregarding his body's protests as he fiercely reached for the button at his waist, twisting it from 8 to 10. Boom. It felt as if yet another mountain had descended upon him. Piccolo's form sank deeper into the ground, the earth cracking slightly beneath him. He let out a suppressed groan, his muscles spasming violently, sweat flowing down like a stream. Yet he gritted his teeth, fixating his solitary eye on the ground, determined not to succumb entirely. This scene left Clint dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting his own pain. This guy is pushing himself too hard, isn't he? Is this the training method of the Saiyans? It truly is arduous. Wukong, feeling the gravity that seemed intent on crushing him, spoke with great difficulty, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. "Hey, don't get it mixed up," Parrot's voice rang out again, tinged with mockery. "What you're experiencing now is merely adapting to the environment while wearing the gravity suit. It does not yet qualify as true training." "What?" The four exclaimed in disbelief almost simultaneously. This was not considered training? How terrifying must true training be? Then, with a wave of his hand, Parrot summoned 4 small, elegantly designed, silver-white mechanical puppets that floated silently in the air. They hovered gracefully, their surfaces shimmering with a ghostly blue glow, appearing quite agile. Parrot pointed to these flying puppets and instructed the struggling 4. "Your next objective is to capture these floating puppets using your own strength while wearing the gravity suits. They will move in a specific pattern. Once you can easily catch them in a 30-fold gravity environment, I shall begin to impart to you some genuine martial arts techniques." "What? Teach martial arts? Is this for real?" The group was instantly filled with excitement, their spirits revitalized from the weight of gravity that had previously dulled them. Indeed, Parrot nodded affirmatively. "Moreover, whoever meets this requirement first shall learn first." This declaration from Parrot acted as a potent stimulant, invigorating the group. "All right, I will be the first to reach this goal," Wukong declared, flames igniting in his eyes as he began to muster all his strength against the gravity, striving to move. "I will be the first," Piccolo growled, unwilling to be outdone, and began to struggle fiercely, attempting to master the immense weight of his body under 10-fold gravity. "Humph, a couple of clueless fools," Raditz huffed, still battling the 15-fold gravity, yet refusing to relent. Breathing heavily, he declared, "My strength already surpasses yours by several streets. The first will undoubtedly be me." He too began to adapt, trying to regain control of his body. Clint observed these 3 monstrous individuals in silence, quietly gritting his teeth. He understood his limitations compared to these Saiyans and Piccolo, but he would never give up easily. He too desired to grow stronger. "Enough chit-chat, let us begin," Parrot commanded. In an instant, the 4 hovering mechanical puppets emitted a red light, their bottom thrusters humming softly to life. The scene unfolded in the air, as if moving with a leisurely pace, yet for Wukong and his companions, it was a swift and chaotic motion. "Yes," Wukong and Krillin exclaimed loudly, their voices slightly distorted from exertion. Though Piccolo and Raditz remained silent, their actions spoke volumes. The group began to summon every ounce of strength to combat the omnipresent, terrifying gravity. Their initial challenge was simply to rise from the ground. "Ugh!" Wukong let out a fierce roar, his arms trembling violently as he propped himself up, knees gradually bending in an attempt to plant his feet firmly on the ground. His face turned crimson, muscles taut, and sweat poured down like rain. Krillin also struggled, his movements slower and more arduous, yet his gaze remained resolute. Raditz and Piccolo were likewise engaged in a fierce battle, Each slight movement was accompanied by labored breaths and the lamentations of strained muscles. At last, after a painful struggle and anguished cries, Sun Wukong was the first to succeed, unsteadily rising to his feet. Although his legs shook like a drawn bow and his body leaned forward as if ready to topple once more, he had ultimately managed to stand. He gasped for air, yet a victorious smile illuminated his face. Following closely, Krillin, with unyielding willpower, shakily stood as well. His condition was worse than Wukong's, almost unable to straighten his back. Seeing even Krillin upright struck Raditz hard. With a roar, he summoned all his strength. With a crack of bones, he too struggled to rise, his face pale. Finally, Piccolo, drawing upon the formidable regenerative abilities and willpower of the Namekians, also managed to stand, albeit in a similarly awkward posture. Though all four men stood with great difficulty, it was merely the first step. Maintaining their balance was a monumental task, let alone moving to chase after the agile flying puppets. Each attempt to lift a leg felt like traversing through viscous steel, requiring immense mental and physical exertion. Thus, on the tranquil land of Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Raditz, and Krillin, clad in heavy gravity suits, commenced their hellish training journey. Yet, the true test had only just begun. Parrot stood quietly to the side, his gaze penetrating as he observed Wukong, Piccolo, Raditz, and Krillin struggling under the weight of gravity. Witnessing their disheveled appearances, drenched in sweat, each movement fraught with difficulty, a flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes, devoid of any pity. Excellent. This is precisely what is needed. Fear stems from the unknown, while strength arises from conquest. Only by experiencing this immense pressure, akin to an abyss, can one truly awaken the deep-seated desire to transcend limits. Moreover, competition is essential to effectively unleash their full potential. Raditz's arrogance, Piccolo's pride, Wukong's purity, and Krillin's resilience. The collision of these diverse personalities under identical duress serves as a catalyst in itself. At that moment, light footsteps approached. Bulma, with a hint of hesitation and expectation, walked up to Parrot and softly called out, "Parrot." He tilted his head slightly, regarding the clever and graceful girl. Bulma gathered her thoughts and began, "Actually, aside from Wukong and Krillin, there are a few others on Earth with remarkable martial skills. If we could summon them, could you facilitate their training alongside Wukong and the others?" The hope in her azure eyes shimmered as she envisioned bolstering Earth's fighting capabilities. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Parrot immediately understood whom she referred to. He smiled slightly, nodding in a calm tone. "Of course, for every additional person adds to our strength." He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through the boundaries of space, and continued, "I sense that there are indeed several powerful presences on Earth that are unlike the ordinary. I believe you are referring to them." In his perception, the strong warriors on Earth glimmered like fireflies in the night, distinctly recognizable. Upon hearing Parrot's statement, both Bulma and the turtle hermit displayed expressions of astonishment. "Really? That is wonderful," Bulma exclaimed joyfully, nearly leaping with excitement, her face radiant with a beaming smile. "I'll find a way to contact them. It shouldn't take long." However, despite her optimism, she had no solid plan to reach Tien and Yamcha. "There's no need to complicate matters," Parrot interjected suddenly, interrupting her thoughts. "What?" Bulma blinked in surprise, regarding Parrot with confusion. The turtle hermit wore a similarly puzzled expression, unable to comprehend. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Bulma, the turtle hermit, and the occasionally distracted Wukong and the others, Parrot's figure vanished without any warning, devoid of any energy fluctuations, as if he had never stood there at all. "Ah, he has gone?" Bulma gasped in fright, instinctively stepping back, rubbing her eyes to confirm Parrot's absence. This sudden turn of events caught the attention of Wukong and the others, who were grappling with gravity. They raised their heads with confusion etched on their faces. Jine, observing Bulma's astonished expression, smiled gently and reassured, "Do not worry, he will return shortly." Her tone was imbued with unwavering faith in Parrot's abilities. As if to validate Jine's words, just as she finished speaking, the space before the group rippled like water, light and shadow flickering in subtle distortions. Parrot's figure materialized abruptly, just as he had vanished, yet this time, several figures appeared alongside him. It was Tien, Chaozu, and Yamcha. Additionally, a stunning blonde woman, with an alluring figure but currently bearing an expression of confusion and fear. Was Lanchi? Where is this? What has happened? Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu were engulfed in bewilderment and terror. Moments ago, they had been at various locations honing their skills. Tien and Chaozu were training beneath a waterfall in the mountains, while Yamcha was in the city, enjoying leisure. Meanwhile, Auntie was brandishing an AK, dealing with a group of chefs. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man appeared before them without warning. They scarcely had time to react before their surroundings spun violently, swept away by an irresistible force through space. When they regained focus, they found themselves in this entirely alien environment. This method of transportation far exceeded their understanding, leaving them with only profound fear. Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, and Auntie, Bulma exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock and surprise, her voice trembling with excitement. Though she had suggested summoning them, she never anticipated it would occur in such an unfathomable manner. Tien, Yamcha, how did you all arrive here? Krillin and Wukong shouted in astonishment. Particularly Wukong, despite the gravity's oppressive force, struggled to muster a smile. Hearing familiar voices, Tien and the others anxiously looked around, discovering that they were surrounded by acquaintances: Son Wukong, Krillin, the Turtle Hermit, Bulma, and even the formidable former Demon King, Piccolo. Seeing those familiar faces, especially the esteemed Turtle Hermit, brought a wave of relief and camaraderie. The sense of panic that surged within the hearts of several individuals began to ease slightly. Yet the bewilderment and confusion in their eyes only intensified. Chapter 48. Z Warriors assemble for special training, two headstrong individuals. What exactly is happening? Why is everyone gathered here? How could that Demon King Bikuri be alongside Goku and the others? And those unfamiliar strangers, the dark-haired woman and the terrifying man who had just captured them, instilled a profound sense of unease and pressure. Is it truly you? Bulma hastened to the front of the group, observing their shaken expressions, her eyes still reflecting disbelief. Bulma, what is going on? How did you end up here? Were you also captured by this man? Yamcha, still shaken, glanced nervously at the calm parrot beside him, lowering his voice as he inquired, his body instinctively adopting a defensive posture. Meanwhile, Tenshinhan remained composed, scanning the surroundings. He quickly noticed Goku, Kuririn, Bikuri, and Raditz. Their peculiar posture, each clad in tight-fitting suits, bodies slightly hunched, moving with extreme slowness and rigidity, suggested they were burdened by immense weight, sweat streaming down their faces, clearly enduring significant pressure. What are you doing, Goku? Are you all right? You look like you're suffering, Tenshinhan asked aloud. Haha, Tenshinhan, it's great to see you. Despite the torment of gravity, Goku's spirits lifted at the sight of his friends. He managed to smile and explained, we're fine, we're just training. It's a rather unique kind of training. Training? Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu exchanged glances, struggling to reconcile Goku's disheveled appearance with the concept of training. It appeared more akin to a form of torture. At that moment, Parrot spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. He turned to Bulma and stated, Bulma, now that the people are here, please explain the specifics to them. All right. Bulma nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath to steady her excitement. She began to narrate the entire sequence of events to Tenshinhan, Yamcha, Chaozu, and the equally perplexed Auntie, detailing the arrival of Raditz, the alliance of Goku and Bikuri, and the mysterious descent of Parrot and Jine, who had revived Goku and Raditz with senzu beans. She revealed that Jine was Goku's mother, Parrot was his godfather, and how they had effortlessly overpowered Dodoria. She disclosed the impending threat of a more formidable enemy from the Frieza army arriving on Earth in a year, along with the harsh gravity training currently in progress to prepare for that crisis. Bulma narrated as thoroughly as possible, while Tenshinhan and the others listened, their expressions shifting from initial confusion to shock, and finally to grave concern, when they learned that Parrot could easily eliminate foes with power levels exceeding Goku's by dozens or even hundreds of times. Their gazes toward Parrot were filled with profound respect and indescribable astonishment. The revelation that Parrot could transport them across thousands of kilometers to Baozi Mountain in an instant left them utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief, their eyes filled with reverence akin to that reserved for deities. So much had transpired. As Tenshinhan absorbed this overwhelming information, his expression grew serious, his three eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. A year from now, a more powerful extraterrestrial enemy will descend upon Earth. Yamcha and Chaozu also wore somber expressions. realizing the gravity of the situation far exceeded their imaginations. Bulma nodded, looking at the three of them earnestly. This is the situation. So what do you think? Are you willing to stay and train with Goku and the others alongside Parrot? For the battle a year from now. Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu exchanged glances, each seeing the same resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Faced with the crisis threatening Earth, the responsibility of being martial artists and the desire to grow stronger surged to the forefront. Their faces revealed a determined and resolute expression as they spoke in unison. We couldn't ask for anything more. Thereafter, they turned towards Parrot, bowing respectfully. Their attitudes sincere as they implored, Mr. Parrot, we humbly request your permission to train alongside Goku. Parrot regarded the three of them, nodding gently, and said, certainly. Those two simple words ignited a wave of exuberance on the faces of Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu. They exclaimed in unison, thank you, Mr. Parrot. Parrot then, as if performing a magic trick, waved his hand to produce 3 sets of gravity suits, distributing them to Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu, briefly explaining how to use them, enabling the trio to join Goku's ranks and adapt to the gravitational environment. Thus, the core force against the impending crisis, the Z Warriors, was preliminarily assembled. However, where there are people, there are conflicts, especially when such a diverse group of warriors gathers. Raditz struggled against the 15 times gravity while casting a disdainful glance at the newly arrived Tenshinhan and his companions, particularly noting their similarity to Kuririn, who was enduring only 5 times gravity, prompting him to scoff. Humph, I expected something impressive. Turns out you're no better than that bald-headed fool. Though Bikuri was also focused on adapting to the gravity, he interjected with a cold retort, laced with derision. These worthless fools are nothing but a nuisance. I hope they don't interfere with my training, or else. He left the threat hanging, the chilling intent causing the temperature of the air to plummet. Yamcha and the others flushed with anger, their chests heaving as they glared at Bikuri and Raditz, their eyes brimming with indignation and defiance. They, too, were renowned martial artists on Earth, and had never before faced such blatant contempt and insult. All right, let us all just calm down. Goku interjected, eager to mediate the escalating tension. Though he was grimacing under the weight of gravity, he still managed to muster a smile to ease the situation. We're all in the same boat now. We should get along and encourage one another. Goku's sincere and genuine demeanor slightly softened the previously hostile atmosphere. Yet, Bikuri held little respect for Tenshinhan and his companions. With a derisive snort, his lone eye glinted coldly as he bluntly stated, Humph, don't try to get chummy. You'd best remember to stay away from me during training. Don't impede my progress. Otherwise, he menacingly cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. I will ensure you're the first to be dealt with. Bikuri, don't get too arrogant. Yamcha trembled with rage, unable to restrain himself from stepping forward to argue, but was restrained by Goku's hand on his shoulder. How dare that Namekian call himself my lord in front of me? Raditz, equally unwilling to back down, despite his movement being hindered, did not diminish his bravado. He glared fiercely at Bikuri and the others. You worthless fools better watch yourselves. If I catch you off guard, I will be the first to eliminate you. Bikuri, upon hearing this, clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his green forehead bulging. Yet he knew that arguing at this moment would be futile. Ultimately, he merely snorted coldly, suppressing his fury. He redirected all his thoughts and energy back into resisting the gravity during training. La Dingo, observing that Bike no longer responded, let out a disdainful sigh and chose silence as he continued to grapple with the tremendous weight of 15 times gravity. Yamcha watched the indifferent demeanor of Bike and laid eyes. Feeling a surge of frustration welling up within him, he exclaimed with indignation, these two are truly detestable. How can individuals with such vile temperaments exist? Before he could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Wukong. Enough, Yamcha. This is a rare opportunity. We should focus on our training. Wukong patted his shoulder, wearing a warm, yet resolute smile reminiscent of sunlight. What matters most now is growing stronger. As long as we are powerful enough, we need not concern ourselves with the opinions of others. Once our strength increases, we can silence them with our prowess. Tianjin took a deep breath, quelling the anger within, his 3 eyes igniting with an even fiercer flame of determination. Wukong is right. Instead of engaging in futile arguments, we should transform this rage into motivation for our training. When we surpass them, we shall see how audacious they remain. Kellen nodded in agreement, his gentle nature equally matched by a spirit of resilience. Subsequently, Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, and Jiaozi ceased their chatter, donning their gravity suits silently, commencing their training with lower levels of gravity. Tianjin Fan and Yamucha at 5 times, and Jiaozi at 3 times. Gritting their teeth, they plunged into this hellish regimen. Notably, amidst this assembly of practitioners, there was a small figure, Sun Wufan. At the tender age of 4, he was also imitating the movements of his father and uncles nearby, throwing punches with commendable form. His presence in this training session was largely due to Jine's assistance. Had she not taken on the role of a grandmother, Kiki, with her aspirations for her son, would have never allowed Wufan to engage in such rigorous training. At that moment, Jine stood not far away, watching her grandson with gentle eyes filled with love and anticipation. The clearing in Baozishan was bustling with activity as the Z warriors embarked on their grueling training. Chapter 49. The relationship with Buerma Paluot quietly observed the group engaged in their gravity training. Witnessing their sweat-drenched and weary figures, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. He gently wrapped an arm around Jine, feeling the softness of her form against him. Leaning closer, he whispered in a low and soothing tone, "Given the circumstances, it seems we will need to settle here for some time." Jine leaned against Paluot and nodded softly, responding, "Indeed, since we are to reside here, we ought to construct another house. We cannot continuously impose upon Wukong and Kiki. They undoubtedly face their own inconveniences." "Quite right," Paluot agreed. Upon overhearing their conversation, Buerma approached with an enthusiastic smile, exclaiming, "Paluot, Jine, you need not worry about building a house. I can assist you with accommodation." Without waiting for their response, she deftly retrieved a capsule from her pocket. Pressing the button on the capsule, she tossed it towards an open patch of grass. With a soft pop and a sudden burst of white smoke, a modern, elegantly designed 2-story house appeared as if by magic. The white exterior shimmered in the sunlight, and the expansive windows offered a bright and airy atmosphere. "What is this?" Jine gasped, astonished by the surreal spectacle before her. Having worked on Vegeta for many years, she had never encountered such convenient high-tech marvels. Paluot, momentarily taken aback, recalled that Buerma was the renowned heiress of the Universal Capsule Company. For her, carrying several houses would be as simple as carrying a few candies for an ordinary person. "Come, let me show you inside," Buerma cheerfully invited. Jine glanced at Paluot, seeking his opinion. He responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Thus, the three followed Buerma into the house that had materialized from thin air. The interior was even more astonishing, adorned with exquisite decor, fully equipped with advanced smart appliances. The spacious living room, comfortable bedrooms, and well-appointed kitchen and bathroom were complemented by a delightful balcony, blending technological sophistication with homely warmth, epitomizing luxury. Buerma turned to Paluot and Jine, inquiring with a smile, "What do you think? Is this temporary residence satisfactory?" "Indeed," Paluot nodded, his tone imbued with approval. "It is remarkably fine, elegantly designed. This is simply incredible." Jine exclaimed in awe, caressing the smooth walls in disbelief. "If you like it, consider this house a gift from me," Buerma declared generously with a wave of her hand. "This is too much. We cannot accept such a precious gift," Jine protested, her voice tinged with alarm. She had not anticipated Buerma's lavishness in offering such an extraordinary house. "It is nothing," Buerma insisted earnestly. "In comparison to your heroism in saving the Earth and defeating those dreadful extraterrestrial beings, these gifts are insignificant. Consider it a token of my gratitude." "No, Buerma, you are far too kind," Jine maintained. "The troubles were brought upon us due to our actions. Resolving them is our responsibility. We cannot accept such immense kindness in return. Please, just accept it." "These things hold no value for me," Buerma persisted. Jine looked once more to Paluot, unsure of how to proceed. Observing Buerma's sincere and resolute gaze, and the somewhat bewildered Jine in his embrace, Paluot smiled and made a decision. "In that case, we shall gratefully accept your kindness, Buerma." He paused before continuing. "However, we do not wish to incur a debt of gratitude without reciprocation. Let us offer you our spaceship, which, though not the most advanced, possesses unique technology for your Universal Capsule Company to study. Additionally, I promise to assist you with 3 matters within my capacity whenever you require help." Buerma's eyes sparkled as she pondered this proposition. The research value of an alien spacecraft was immeasurable, and the promise of 3 favors from a powerful ally was priceless. The deal was undeniably advantageous. Very well, it is settled. The house is yours, and the spaceship and promise are mine, she replied with a radiant smile. Paluot nodded with satisfaction, gently holding Jine's graceful waist. Subsequently, Boerma eagerly tossed several more capsules onto the surrounding ground, and with a series of pops, several uniformly styled, yet smaller houses emerged from the earth, designated for Tianjin, Yamucha, Kellen, and Ladies. Thus, Paluot and Jine made their home in Baozishan. In the days that followed, the once tranquil Baozi Mountain became vibrant and lively due to the arrival of Parrot and his companions, along with the fervent training of the Z warriors. Parrot dedicated time each day to guide Goku and others in their training. Beyond wearing gravity suits for fundamental physical conditioning and speed drills, he began systematically instructing them on the mastery of ki control. Parrot emphasized that true power stems from the meticulous control of one's own energy, which requires a heart as serene as water. He taught them how to efficiently gather ki, how to facilitate its smooth flow within their bodies, how to perceive subtle fluctuations in ki, and how to allocate it judiciously between offense and defense, minimizing unnecessary waste. After a grueling 2 weeks of relentless training, the Z warriors finally adapted to the initial gravity multiplier set by Parrot. No longer struggling to move, they could at least walk and perform basic movements with relative ease. However, they were still far from capturing the agile combat puppets under such immense pressure. Not to mention the ultimate goal proposed by Parrot, to catch flying combat puppets in a 30-fold gravity environment. In addition to foundational training, Parrot arranged practical combat training sessions. He often had Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu engage in group battles against the formidable Raditz. After all, Raditz's combat experience and foundational strength surpassed theirs significantly. Moreover, Raditz found a long-lost sense of superiority in these seemingly one-sided matches, showing no mercy against what he regarded as inferior warriors and earthlings. His attacks were fierce and relentless, often leaving Goku and the others battered and bruised. This rekindled Raditz's sense of superiority. Thus, these combat drills were genuinely intense, with no leniency shown. Each practice session was accompanied by fierce clashes of ki, pained groans, and low growls of perseverance. Yet, it was within this high-pressure environment that Goku and the others saw their combat skills, reaction times, and resilience visibly improving. Days passed in this enriching training routine. Aside from training Goku and the others, Parrot spent most of his time accompanying Jine. The two would either gaze at the mountain scenery from the balcony of their newly built home or stroll through the woods, savoring their rare moments of tranquility. Bulma frequently visited, her curiosity piqued by Parrot and Jine's experiences, as well as their tales from the cosmos. When in good spirits, Parrot would regale her with amusing stories of survival on barren planets and cosmic voyages. Over time, the bond between Bulma, Parrot, and Jine grew increasingly harmonious and intimate. Thus, another half-month slipped by. After countless sweat and effort, Goku, Piccolo, Raditz, and the others finally succeeded in capturing the elusive and swift combat puppets under the initially set gravity multiplier. This marked a significant enhancement in their control over their strength and speed, achieving a new level of mastery under immense pressure. Yet, this was not the end, merely a new beginning. Parrot showed no signs of allowing them to relax, immediately demanding they increase the gravity multiplier and continue to challenge themselves. Goku, Raditz, and Piccolo's gravity was raised to 20 times, while Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu's was elevated to 10 times. Even the youngest, Gohan, under Jine's care and Parrot's permission, began attempting to wear a specially designed low-multiplier gravity suit for basic adaptive training. After nearly 2 months of relentless training, the Z warriors once again accomplished what seemed impossible. Under the new, higher gravity multiplier, they successfully captured the combat puppets. Their physical strength, power, speed, and utilization of ki experienced a qualitative leap. Parrot, undeterred, raised the training difficulty once more. This time, Goku, Raditz, and Piccolo's gravity suits were adjusted to an astonishing 30 times, while Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu's were raised to 20 times. This gravity environment was unimaginable for many cosmic warriors. Through months of shared struggles, sweat, and even blood, the relationships among the Z warriors began to subtly shift. Although competition and bickering persisted, with Raditz remaining caustic, Piccolo aloof, and Yamcha, and others still looking askance at them. The extreme opposition that once existed seemed to soften somewhat. At least, in the face of their common goal of becoming stronger to confront the impending crisis in a year. They formed a fragile understanding built on shared hardships. Parrot was somewhat surprised and amused by the dynamic between Piccolo and Gohan. While Piccolo exhibited indifference, even hostility, towards others, including Goku, his demeanor towards the innocent 4-year-old Gohan was peculiar, though he maintained a facade of aloofness. Parrot keenly observed that Piccolo's gaze would occasionally flicker towards Gohan as he struggled to mimic movements. When Gohan stumbled, Piccolo's brows would subtly knit together. Conversely, when Gohan achieved a small goal through his own efforts, the corners of Piccolo's tightly pressed lips seemed to relax ever so slightly. This subtle attention was markedly different from how he treated others. It appeared that Piccolo could not escape the role of caretaker for the Sun family, a realization that amused Parrot internally. On this particular night, the sky over Bowsy Mountain was exceptionally brilliant. The Milky Way flowed like silk, dotted with countless stars. A bright, round moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool glow that cloaked the forest in a silvery frost. With silence enveloping the night, most had succumbed to deep slumber, conserving energy for the arduous training ahead. However, at that moment, soft creaks barely perceptible echoed at various small cabin doors. Soon after, several shadowy figures, akin to raccoons blending into the night, swiftly slipped through the cracks of the doors. Utilizing their agile movements and familiarity with the terrain, they avoided the main paths and dashed into the more secluded and dense forest. Deep within the woods lay a clearing illuminated by the moonlight. The shadowy figures arrived almost simultaneously, and as they discerned each other's faces in the moonlight, they paused in surprise. Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu exchanged glances, each bearing traces of astonishment and understanding. It seemed they all shared the same thought. Sleep eluded them. Yamcha lowered his voice, breaking the silence with a hint of resignation and self-deprecation. Indeed, Krillin clenched his fists, his expression reflecting determination and urgency. Goku, Piccolo, and that annoying Raditz were advancing at an alarming pace. Especially in recent months, they could move freely under 20 times gravity. If we continue to train methodically, the gap between us will only widen. At this rate, we might not even qualify to participate in battles. Tien nodded gravely, his 3 eyes shimmering with resolute light under the moon, his tightly clenched fists turning pale from the strain. After finally seeing a glimmer of hope to catch up, receiving guidance from Mr. Parrot, I, Tien, will not resign myself to being left behind. We must exert ourselves even more. Indeed, Yamcha and Kuririn nodded in mutual understanding. Thus, we can only surreptitiously practice like this, hoping to bridge the gap as much as possible and prevent them from pulling too far ahead. Kuririn revealed a bittersweet, yet resolute smile. Let us go. Enough of the chatter, we must seize the moment. Tianjin Fan succinctly declared, stepping towards the center of the open space, ready to commence tonight's clandestine training. The others exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions brimming with mutual encouragement and shared determination. Just as they were about to set off, a chilling voice, laced with its characteristic sarcasm, floated down from the treetops above. It seems you lot are not as foolish as you appear. The sudden voice startled Tianjin Fan and the others, causing them to stiffen and instinctively look up. Beneath the moonlight, a tall figure draped in a white cloak hovered silently in midair. The night breeze billowed his iconic cloak, casting an eerie shadow. His ghastly green skin stood out starkly under the moon's glow. Bikurishi, they exclaimed in unison, their hearts momentarily skipping a beat. They had not anticipated that their secret training would be discovered by this most formidable adversary. Bikurishi gradually descended from the air, his sharp single eye scanning Kuririn, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi on the ground. Unlike his usual disdain and indifference, this time, there seemed to be a rare glimmer of something akin to recognition, or perhaps a complex emotion akin to seeing a kindred spirit. Though this feeling flickered and was quickly enveloped by his cold demeanor. Bikurishi, it's late. You're not here to practice as well, are you? Kuririn swallowed nervously, uncertain. He found it hard to imagine Bikurishi secretly training like them. Crossing his arms, Bikurishi scoffed, retaining his typical abrasive tone. Humph. Don't compare me to you. I simply do not wish to be effortlessly eliminated by those cosmic riffraff in a few months due to insufficient strength. That would be utterly humiliating. Humph. Yamcha could not help but retort, you need not speak for us. Aren't you equally afraid of being outpaced by Wukong and Raditz? Which is why you're out here training at midnight. Don't act so superior. Bikuroshi was momentarily taken aback by Yamucha's insight. Indeed, despite his rapid progress over the past few months, he could distinctly feel that Sun Wukong and Raditz were advancing at an even more alarming rate. The Saiyans' innate ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity was fully unleashed under Parrot's training. If this trend continued, the disparity would only widen. A notion his proud heart could never accept. I hope your training is quieter, so as not to disturb me. Bikuroshi did not directly admit to his shared intent, but it was an implicit acknowledgement. After dropping this curt remark, he disregarded the four on the ground. With a swift motion, he transformed into a green streak, soaring deeper into the forest, evidently seeking a tranquil spot for solitary cultivation. TCH. Acting all cool, when our goals are the same. Yamucha spat in the direction of Bikuroshi's disappearance. All right, Yamucha, forget about him, Tianjin fan said solemnly, his gaze resolute once more. He is not wrong. We shall train undisturbed. Let us focus and make the most of our time. The others nodded, casting aside the unpleasant interlude. They refocused their energies and commenced their secretive training beneath the gentle caress of the moonlight. Sweat once again stealthily dampened their clothing. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Raditz were blissfully unaware of the nocturnal encounter and training taking place in the forest. Sun Wukong lay sprawled on his bed, drooling as he slept soundly, even emitting faint snores. His pure nature allowed him to swiftly plunge into deep slumber, replenishing his strength. Meanwhile, Raditz, despite his fierce temperament, was equally dedicated to his training and was also lost in dreams, preparing himself for the next day's exertions. Within the exquisitely crafted two-story house, on the mattress in the bedroom, Parrot lay quietly, his profound gaze seemingly piercing through the walls, observing the faint yet resilient fluctuations of energy emanating from the distant forest. A subtle smile, tinged with approval and anticipation, graced his lips. How could Kuririn, Tianjin fan, and the others' little antics possibly escape his keen perception? Indeed, it is this indomitable spirit that he silently acknowledged. After a while, Parrot felt a slight thirst. He rose slowly, careful not to awaken the slumbering Jine beside him, and made his way to the kitchen downstairs. The night was thick, yet the footsteps of endeavor never ceased. Chapter 51. Pushing open Bulma's door, the house lay in serene silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects outside and the distant rustle of the forest. Parrot quietly traversed the second-floor hallway, the wooden floorboards beneath him betraying no sound. He was on his way to the kitchen for a glass of water to quench his midnight thirst. However, as he passed by the bathroom door, it creaked open. Suddenly, a graceful figure emerged, wrapped only in a pristine white towel, enveloped in a haze of steam and the fresh scent of shower gel, hastily stepping out. She appeared to be preoccupied with drying her damp blue hair, completely unaware of his presence outside. The two collided unexpectedly. Bulma gasped, her elegant form momentarily losing balance. Instinctively, she began to fall backward, the towel loosening due to the abrupt movement, revealing her alluring silhouette. Careful, Parrot reacted swiftly, his voice steady yet urgent. In the blink of an eye, his arm extended, firmly yet gently securing Bulma's slender waist. A warm sensation coursed through his palm, accompanied by the refreshing aroma of her post-bath fragrance. He applied just enough pressure to steady her, preventing an embarrassing fall onto the unforgiving floor. Bulma, still in shock, lifted her head, her damp blue hair clinging to her cheek. Upon recognizing that it was Parrot who had caught her, her initial alarm swiftly transformed into a delightful blush, reminiscent of the evening glow illuminating the snow. She instinctively clutched the loose edge of her towel, lowering her gaze, her voice quivering slightly as she murmured, "I am sorry. Parrot, I didn't see you outside. It's quite all right. Are you unharmed?" Parrot's tone remained calm, laced with genuine concern. His arm respectfully supported Bulma, his gaze meeting hers with poise and courtesy. "Thank you. I am fine," Bulma replied softly, acutely aware of the warmth and strength radiating from the arm around her waist, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. The towel accentuated her graceful curves, and her damp skin glowed softly under the dim corridor light, rendering her extraordinarily captivating in that moment. "That's good to hear," Parrot confirmed, releasing his hold only after ensuring she was stable, yet maintaining a posture ready to assist her if needed. He glanced at her still damp hair and the thin towel, speaking gently, "It's chilly at night. Don't catch a cold after your shower. I led you to the living room to sit for a while. Let your hair dry before we return to the bedroom. Oh, all right. Bulma seemed still immersed in the recent collision and Parrot's timely assistance, nodding somewhat woodenly, her mind seemingly struggling to catch up. Subsequently, Parrot reached out once more, this time gently guiding her by the arm towards the living room. Bulma obediently followed him, and they settled onto the soft sofa. A single warm-hued wall lamp illuminated the room, casting a hazy light that created a subtly delicate and tranquil atmosphere. It's quite late. Why are you still awake? Parrot broke the silence first, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the serenity of the night. I can't seem to fall asleep, Bulma replied softly, adjusting her bath towel to wrap her alluring figure more securely, her gaze wavering, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. What about you? I came to get some water, Parrot said, standing to fetch 2 cups of warm water from the nearby dispenser. He handed one to Bulma, saying, drink some warm water. It will help you relax and may aid your slumber. Thank you. Bulma took the cup, her fingertips brushing against Parrot's as they exchanged it. She flinched slightly before firmly grasping the cup and murmuring her gratitude. Under the dim light, they held their cups, engaging in a leisurely conversation that meandered from their training earlier that day to Bulma's ongoing research project, and then to some peculiar experiences in the universe. Parrot, with his vast knowledge, spoke with both wit and depth, while Bulma, sharp and lively, frequently posed unique questions. As time slipped away unnoticed, the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly harmonious and natural. After a while, noticing a hint of fatigue returning to Bulma's face, Parrot gently suggested, all right, it's getting late. After such a long chat, you must be tired. You should head back to your room to rest. Bulma nodded, finishing the remaining water in her cup. Parrot watched as she stood, her silhouette under the soft light more graceful than ever. He suddenly spoke, his tone casual. Do you need me to escort you back to your room? At his words, Bulma paused, momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze to meet Parrot's strikingly handsome and profound face, illuminated in the dim light. His deep-set eyes seemed to draw in one's very soul. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, radiating an alluring charm. After a brief internal struggle, perhaps influenced by the night's ambience or the intimacy of their earlier conversation, or some other ineffable emotion, she finally nodded gently, replying in a barely audible whisper, all right. Seeing this, Parrot said nothing further but naturally extended his arms, gently yet firmly lifting Bulma, as if she were a fragile treasure. Bulma gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her body beneath the towel tensing slightly, yet curiously feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Parrot carried her steadily toward the guest room where Bulma was staying. In no time, they arrived at her door. Parrot paused momentarily, looking down at Bulma in his arms. Feeling his gaze, she lowered her head slightly, her exquisite cheeks flushed, showing no inclination to oppose. Noticing this, Parrot hesitated no longer. He slowly pushed open the door and stepped into her room, enveloped in a faint, sweet fragrance. The following morning, as dawn broke, Parrot, as was his custom, rose early to engage in his morning exercises outside. His movements were fluid yet powerful, his breath synchronized with the rhythm of nature, as if drawing energy from the rising sun. Jine, due to her pregnancy, found her movements increasingly cumbersome and required more rest. She remained peacefully asleep as Parrot rose, mindful not to disturb her. Meanwhile, Goku, Piccolo, and their fervent companions had already dashed into the woods at the first light of day, beginning another arduous training session, seemingly unaware of fatigue. In the kitchen, Chi-Chi and the gentle Lanchi were already bustling about. The stove simmered with a fragrant broth, steam billowing from the steamer. They were preparing a sumptuous breakfast for the returning warriors, who had insatiable appetites. Feeding the likes of Goku and Raditz was no small task, requiring substantial effort in both procurement and cooking. Chapter 52. How does he know Bulma slept late? By midday, under the blazing sun, the training group gradually returned, and the spacious dining hall became lively once more. Everyone gathered around the long table, indulging in the delectable dishes prepared by Chi-Chi and Lanchi, replenishing their enormous energy expenditure. Yamcha, devouring his meal, scanned the crowd, failing to spot the familiar blue figure, and curiously remarked, "Hey, where's Bulma? Did she go back to West City?" He recalled that Bulma had not mentioned any plans to leave. Parrot, attentively serving Jine, responded without lifting his gaze, his tone casual and composed. Bulma stayed up quite late last night. She's still resting, so there's no need to wait for her. Oh, I see. Yamcha nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further and returning his focus to his meal. Yet, a tinge of curiosity lingered in his mind. How did Parrot know so well about Bulma's late night? Had they spent the night together? This fleeting thought passed without further investigation. Time silently slipped past the afternoon. The sun had begun its descent, and at last, Bulma's door opened from within. She emerged, rubbing her slightly sleepy eyes and yawning. For some reason, today she exuded a distinctly different aura that captivated Krillin, Tien, and the others waiting in the living room. She remained the beautiful Bulma, but there was an inexplicable charm in her demeanor. Her skin appeared more radiant, and her eyes sparkled with a newfound, captivating brilliance. She emanated an increasingly alluring and enchanting aura. Was it merely an illusion, or had she simply enjoyed a rejuvenating sleep? The group mused silently, yet none dared to inquire further. Thus, days passed in a tranquil cycle of training, dining, and resting. Goku and the others had entered a positive training rhythm, no longer requiring Parrot's constant supervision. They had grasped the essence of their training and fostered a vigorous atmosphere of internal competition, motivating one another to advance. Consequently, Parrot dedicated most of his free time to accompany Jine and Bulma. The three often ventured out together, reveling in the scenic beauty of Baozi Mountain. Whether drifting on the clear lake or strolling amidst the blooming wildflowers on the hills, or seeking out picturesque spots for picnics, they found joy in each other's company. Parrot was steady and reliable, Jine gentle and serene, while Bulma was lively and cheerful. Their interactions were harmonious, creating a unique balance of happiness. Time flew by, and 3 months had swiftly passed. Jine's pregnancy was now distinctly visible, necessitating more care, and Parrot was especially attentive to her needs. Meanwhile, Bulma, amidst Parrot's constant companionship and shared life with Jine, seemed to grow even more graceful and alluring, her charm maturing like a blooming rose, radiant and captivating. Goku and the others made remarkable strides in their training during this period, achieving impressive progress. All of them, including the previously less skilled Kellen and Yamcha, have now effortlessly adapted to the daunting environment of 30 times Earth's gravity. They adeptly and swiftly capture the erratic trajectories of the rapidly moving flying combat puppets. This is not merely a test of strength and speed, but an ultimate refinement of reaction, anticipation, and breath perception. Remarkably, they can wield a heavy, specially designed training hammer with precision, striking targets as minuscule as a mosquito, all without inflicting a single injury. Such meticulous control over their strength has reached an astonishing level. Meanwhile, the trio of Wukong, La DZ, and Baiku has pushed the limits of gravity adaptation to 35 times. Their prowess has ascended to an entirely new echelon. At this moment, deep within the dense forests far from the living quarters, the Z fighters are divided into 2 groups for their daily combat training. One group consists of Tianjin Fan, Kellen, Yamcha, and Jiaozi. They engage in fierce combat, with energy waves crisscrossing and the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoing throughout the area. They exchange blows and hone their cooperation and unique skills. Although their battles are intense, the energy levels are relatively comparable, representing a contest among equals. In contrast, the other group comprises Wukong, La DZ, and Baiku, whose clashes are far more violent and noisy. Golden auras, white shockwaves, and green energy blasts continuously erupt, leaving the surrounding trees and rocks in ruin. Their strength far surpasses that of Tianjin Fan and the others, making their confrontations more perilous and direct, with each clash harboring immense destructive potential. Due to the significant disparity in their abilities, they engage in high-intensity combat as a separate unit. Meanwhile, on the spacious balcony of a 2-story building in the living quarters, Pa Luote and Jine recline leisurely in comfortable lounge chairs, basking in the warm afternoon sun and the gentle breeze. Jine tenderly caresses her rounded abdomen, her face radiating the gentle glow of impending motherhood. Pa Luote sits beside her, occasionally engaging in soft conversation, creating a serene and warm atmosphere. Bulma, with her graceful figure, occupies a nearby chair, diligently working with a sophisticated instrument and an array of tools, engrossed in her research. She furrows her brow in concentration, her fingers deftly maneuvering the equipment. Suddenly, a look of accomplishment brightens her face as she exclaims, "I've done it." The calibration is finally complete. With excitement, she presents a compact and refined energy detector, reminiscent of Earth technology, to Pa Luote. Look, this is my improved energy detector with a wider detection range, higher accuracy, and significantly enhanced energy intensity. Pa Luote examines the detector with a discerning eye, his expression reflecting approval as he gives her a thumbs up and sincerely states, "You've made such remarkable improvements on the existing technology in such a short time. Bulma, your talent in science is truly extraordinary." Jine nods with a smile, softly praising. Bulma is indeed a genius. Receiving their accolades, especially Pa Luote's affirmation, Bulma's face lights up with a radiant smile reminiscent of a young girl, tinged with pride. She naturally perches herself on the armrest of Pa Luote's lounge chair, leaning gently against him. Noticing this, Pa Luote instinctively wraps his arm around her slender and resilient waist, ensuring she is comfortable. Come, let's see just how much stronger Wukong and the others have become over the past 6 months, Bulma eagerly suggests, leaning against Pa Luote's warm embrace as she dons the new energy detector over her right eye. She activates the device, and a stream of data flashes across the lens. Adjusting the direction, she focuses the detector on the 2 areas in the distant jungle where fierce battles are taking place. The next moment, the detector emits a series of rapid beeping sounds, and the values on the lens begin to fluctuate wildly before stabilizing. Bulma fixates on the first stable reading displayed, murmuring, "A battle power of 4,200? Whose value is this?" She frowns slightly, attempting to deduce based on energy signatures and positioning. A battle power of 4,200 must belong to Jiaozi. Pa Luote, relying solely on his perception, effortlessly identifies each individual's energy signature without the need for the detector. Ah, it's Jiaozi. Bulma nods in realization. At that moment, the detector reveals a new figure. This battle power of 5,300, which exceeds Jiaozi by a full 1,100 points, belongs to whom? The characteristics and position suggest it is Yamu Cha. Pa Luote accurately replies. "Oh, it's Yamu Cha," Bulma acknowledges, her gaze still tracking the data changes. Next, we have battle powers of 5,600 and 6,000, which are quite close together. These values should correspond to Kellen and Tianjin Fan. Pa Luote smiles, pleased with the progress of the young warriors. "Wow, that's impressive," Bulma can't help but exclaim. Looking up at Pa Luote, her eyes filled with disbelief. In just over half a year, their battle power has increased by 2 to 3 times. This is absolutely insane. Pausing, she inquires with anticipation, "Pa Luote, with their current levels of battle power, they should be able to handle the impending extraterrestrial threats, right?" Pa Luote, while gently supporting Bulma's waist, slowly shakes his head, his tone calm, yet undeniably cautious. "Not yet. They are still far from sufficient. While they may barely manage to clear out ordinary minions, they will need to exert themselves further and undergo even more rigorous training to break through their current limits to stand against formidable foes, like Dodoria, or even stronger entities. Indeed, the universe appears vast, teeming with powerful beings." Bulma nods, somewhat understanding, gaining a more intuitive grasp of the hierarchy of strength. Subsequently, her gaze, along with the detector's focus, shifts toward another battleground where energy reactions are even more intense, akin to the eye of a storm. There, Wukong, La DZ, and Baiku are embroiled in their fierce melee. She is curious to discover just how astonishing the battle power of these first-tier warriors has become. Chapter 53. Wukong's battle power. Bulma adjusts the focus of the energy detector, locking her gaze onto the area exhibiting the most volatile energy fluctuations in the distance. There, the bursts of energy resemble flickering lightning, continuously illuminating the dense forest, accompanied by distant rumbling sounds. The detector on her right eye emits an increasingly urgent beeping alarm. The values on the lens surge wildly like an uncontrollable stopwatch. Ultimately, they begin to stabilize, locking onto a specific number. Upon seeing this relatively stable value, Bulma's face reveals a look of astonishment as her lips part slightly, murmuring, "A battle power of 10,000?" She seems unable to trust her eyes, repeating, "A battle power of 10,000? What a high value. Is this Wukong?" Instinctively, she turns her head to seek confirmation from Pa Luote beside her. Pa's hand remained gentle yet steadfast as he embraced the slender waist of Buerma. His gaze seemed capable of penetrating the barriers of space, clearly observing each clash in the distant jungle. Upon hearing Buurma's inquiry, he chuckled softly, confidently correcting her. The power level is 10,000, resonating with the unique life rhythm of the Namekian race. It is not Wukong, it must be Bike. Buurma was even more astonished to learn that it was the great demon king Bike. The former tyrant who once sought to conquer the world now possessed such formidable strength, a transformation that was indeed remarkable. She swiftly redirected the focus of her detector toward another powerful source of energy, reading aloud the newly displayed value on the lens. Wow, this power level has reached 12,000 points. This must be Wukong. Filled with anticipation, she glanced back at Paluota. Paluota felt the gentle sway of Buurma's exquisite form in his arms due to her excitement. Yet he shook his head, offering a negation. No. This energy belongs to Reitai's. His strength surpasses that of Bike. The revelation of Reitai's left Buurma with a tinge of disappointment that she herself was unaware of, quickly turning into amazement. This guy is indeed impressive. Considering Reitai's arrogant personality paired with such power seemed more reasonable. Not wanting to delay, she hurriedly adjusted the detector, setting her sights on the final, most potent energy source on the battlefield. The last one must be Wukong. Let me see just how high his power level has reached. With fervent curiosity and anticipation, Buurma fixated on the detector's lens. Moments later, as the value stabilized, Buurma could not suppress a gasp, her voice rising with astonishment. A power level of 12,500 points? Wukong's power level has actually reached 12,500 points, surpassing Reitai's by 500 points? How is this possible? She abruptly turned to Paluota, her face a canvas of disbelief. Previously, Reitai's had consistently outclassed everyone. Now, Wukong's power level exceeded Reitai's, a most unexpected turn of events. There is nothing impossible. Observing her astonished expression, Paluota's smile deepened, radiating an air of serene wisdom as he remarked, talent, temperament, diligence, and a touch of luck can all alter what is deemed inevitable. Wukong possesses extraordinary potential that defies logic and a pure heart that relentlessly seeks strength. The magnitude of Buurma's shock was immeasurable, and her gaze towards Paluota brimmed with admiration. Paluota, you are truly remarkable. In just over half a year, you have instigated such a transformative change, making them so powerful. I am merely a guide, constructing the stage and pointing the way, Paluota replied, shaking his head slightly. His tone calm and humble. His hand gently caressed Buurma's side. What truly facilitates their metamorphosis is their own relentless perseverance, the sweat they shed day after day, their determination to grow stronger, and the competitive spirit among them that refuses to lag behind. These are the fruits of their own labor. Still engulfed in shock, Buurma pondered before inquiring, filled with renewed hope. Given Wukong and the others' current power levels, exceeding 10,000 points, they should be capable of confronting the impending extraterrestrial threats, right? After all, that Dororia only has over 20,000 points, and the three of them together. Paluota slowly shook his head, interrupting her optimistic conjecture. His gaze grew distant, as if perceiving a more profound threat. Indeed, their current strength is sufficient to handle most of Frieza's minions. However, it is far from adequate to tackle the crisis that may arise in 6 months. The depths of Frieza's forces are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Are these extraterrestrials truly that formidable? The joy on Buurma's face was replaced by a grave realization of the vast and unfathomable universe. Paluota solemnly nodded, preparing to speak further. Suddenly, both he and Buurma noticed several rapidly enlarging points of light on the horizon, racing toward their balcony at incredible speed. They're coming. Buurma set down the detector, gazing at the familiar auras of light uncertainly. Just as her words faded, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air, accompanied by strong gusts, as several figures precisely landed like shooting stars in the open space before the balcony. It was Suan Wukong, Reitai's, Bike, Colleen, Tianjin Fan, Yamu Cha, Jiao Zi, and even little Wu Fan, who descended gracefully using their flight technique. They bore the marks of intense battle, their training suits soaked with sweat, some even showing faint abrasions. Yet each pair of eyes shone brightly, akin to blazing stars, all fixated on Paluota with uncontainable anticipation and excitement. Resembling students who had passed a significant examination awaiting their teacher's reward, Paluota surveyed the spirited young warriors before him, noticing that each clutched remnants of the combat dummies, symbols of their achievements. He immediately comprehended their collective purpose for coming. However, he refrained from revealing his understanding right away, allowing a playful smile to grace his face as he deliberately cleared his throat, adopting a tone tinged with curiosity. Has the training time not yet concluded? Why have you all gathered here? Is there a shortage of training dummies? The group exchanged glances, their faces reflecting an urgent expression of shared knowledge. Ultimately, it was the most straightforward among them, Suin Wukong, who stepped forward. He raised the metallic dummy high, his face aglow with a radiant smile intertwined with sweat and sunlight, eagerly proclaiming, "Paluota, did you not promise us? If we could capture these guys, you would teach us even more powerful techniques. Look, we have succeeded in meeting your standards. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise now?" He added with a hint of cautious insistence. Standing behind him, Colleen, Tianjin Fawn, and the others remained silent but directed their hopeful, anxious, and somewhat pitiful gazes at Paluota, fearful of a negative response. Even the typically aloof Bike and Reitais, while striving to maintain a facade of calm, had their slight forward lean and eyes betraying their undeniable excitement and desire. Paluota absorbed the reactions of the group, and his playful smile finally transformed into one of warmth and approval. He nodded, no longer teasing them, and declared with a resonant voice, "Indeed, you have accomplished your goal, and even surpassed my expectations in both speed and quality. Therefore, I shall now impart the technique I promised you." "Yes, that's fantastic. Finally, we have waited long enough." Suin Wukong, Colleen, and the others erupted into exuberant cheers, leaping in celebration. They exchanged high fives, their faces radiant with joy, as if all the arduous training of the past months had culminated in this moment of reward. Although Bike merely twitched the corner of his mouth before returning to his stoic demeanor, his tightly clenched fists and slightly hurried breathing betrayed his inner turmoil. Late Eyes disdainfully scoffed and turned his head aside, yet the slight upward curve of his lips and the glimmering excitement in his eyes revealed his own anticipation. Chapter 54. The King Kai Fist. The arrival of the strong parrot observed the enthusiastic expressions of the group and shook his head with a smile. He gently patted the waist of Bulma, whom he was cradling, and offered a tender smile to Jine by his side, before rising gracefully from the lounge chair while embracing the two ladies. Looking at the eager young warriors before him, he remarked, "This is not the ideal place to impart martial skills. Let us head over to that spacious clearing in the woods." With that, he wrapped one arm around Jine and the other around Bulma, his figure swaying slightly as he floated off the balcony with effortless grace. Like a streak of light, he darted toward the open forest clearing where Goku and the others had been training. "Hurry up. I can hardly wait to discover what martial skill it is," Goku exclaimed. Seeing this, the others wasted no time. They unleashed their energy, transforming into beams of various colors, eagerly trailing after Parrot, fearful of missing out on anything. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the familiar forest clearing, marked by traces of their training. Parrot allowed Jine and Bulma to rest on a clean boulder while he stood in the center of the clearing, facing the gathered Z warriors. He did not engage in idle chatter, but got straight to the point. "The technique I am about to teach you is called the King Kai Fist." He pronounced the name clearly, and then elaborated on the principles, effects, training methods, and critical risks and control points associated with the King Kai Fist. He explained that this technique, through a unique method of concentrating energy, could dramatically unleash physical potential and amplify combat power to several times its normal level in a short period. However, it also placed an immense burden on the body, and if one's physical strength was insufficient or control was poor, the consequences could range from severe injury to death. The version he was teaching had been systematically modified to eliminate certain side effects, yet the core burden remained, requiring a robust physical foundation and precise energy control. As Goku and the others listened to Parrot's explanation, their expressions shifted from curiosity to astonishment and eventually to profound shock. The idea of unleashing several times their combat power in a short duration was nothing short of a revolutionary technique that shattered their previous understanding. Following this shock, an indescribable wave of excitement and fervor surged within them. If they could master this technique, even at a rudimentary level, their strength would undergo a qualitative leap, providing them with a powerful trump card against future crises. Subsequently, Parrot ceased to elaborate further and began to demonstrate the energy flow and technique of the King Kai Fist, guiding Goku and the others through their attempts one by one. He patiently corrected their mistakes, explaining how to perceive and channel that ferocious power, and how to protect their meridians and internal organs while amplifying their strength. Mastering the King Kai fist was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required meticulous control of one's energy and a physique strong enough to withstand the energy surges. After 5 consecutive days of diligent instruction and repeated practice, Goku and his companions finally managed to grasp the rudiments, embarking on the path of mastering the King Kai fist. Although they were still far from successfully executing it, the direction was clear, and all that remained was to refine and accumulate through time and effort. As long as they persisted in their training, each of them had hope of preliminarily mastering this formidable amplification skill in the near future. Observing that Goku and his friends had finally gotten on track, Parrot was able to relax a bit, no longer needing to watch over their training details as he had before. On this day, the sun shone brightly. On the balcony of the second floor, Parrot continued to embrace Jine, whose figure appeared even more graceful due to her pregnancy. The two sat leisurely in lounge chairs, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Jine leaned against him, her face radiating a gentle maternal glow. Bulma sat on a nearby chair, fiddling with her intricate instruments. Occasionally, she would glance up at Parrot, her eyes shimmering with joy and hesitation, as if she had something to say. After a moment's hesitation, she finally set down her tools, looked at Parrot, and spoke with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness and anticipation. "Parrot, would you like to visit West City with me? To my home?" She paused and added, "My parents would be so happy to see you, and me too." Her eyes sparkled with bright and hopeful light. Upon hearing this, Parrot was momentarily taken aback. He glanced down at Jine, who smiled gently at him, nodding in support and understanding. Parrot then turned his gaze back to Bulma, a warm smile gracing his face as he readily replied, "Of course, I would love to. I am also eager to see what the renowned Capsule Corporation is like." "Really? That's wonderful." Bulma was taken aback by Parrot's prompt agreement, her face instantly blossoming into a delighted smile, akin to a blue rose blooming under the sun. "When are you free? I can prepare and take you both along." Parrot chuckled lightly, speaking in a relaxed tone, "There's no need for any fuss. We can leave right now." "Now?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise at such efficiency. Parrot nodded, confirming he was serious. He then wrapped his arm around Jine's waist, both of them rising from their lounge chairs, and turned to Bulma, asking, "Your home is in West City. Which direction is it?" "Show me." Bulma quickly stood up, walked to the edge of the balcony, and pointed toward the distant horizon, saying, "It's in that direction. Just keep flying, and you'll see the most bustling city skyline." Parrot nodded, indicating he understood. He extended an arm, naturally and skillfully encircling Bulma's slender and resilient waist, drawing her into his embrace as well. With a subtle mental command, the three of them began to rise gently off the ground, enveloped in a soft yet powerful energy. Then, they suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of light that was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye, racing toward the western horizon Bulma had indicated at an astonishing speed. Parrot soared through the air with the two ladies, the strong airflow perfectly insulated by his energy shield, allowing only the mountains and rivers below to swiftly retreat behind them. However, after flying for about a quarter of an hour, Parrot suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something, and abruptly slowed down, finally coming to a halt in midair. His deep gaze focused on a distant point in the western direction, a curious expression emerging on his face. "What is wrong, Parrot? Why did you stop all of a sudden?" Bulma, nestled in his embrace, sensed the change in speed and inquired with puzzlement. Jine also cast a questioning glance. Parrot gazed intently in that direction, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly replied, "It's nothing. I simply sensed the emergence of an extraordinary entity, a very strong and intriguing presence." "Who is it? Is it an enemy?" Bulma immediately tensed, her voice laced with concern. "I don't know." Parrot shook his head, the intrigue on his face deepening as he smiled. "We'll find out when we get closer. Perhaps we will encounter some unexpected surprises." No sooner had he spoken than, before Bulma and Jine could react, the space around Parrot subtly distorted, and their figures instantly became blurred. In the next moment, it was as if they had melded into the void, completely vanishing from their location, leaving only a faint ripple of energy in the air that gradually spread outward. Their destination had inevitably shifted towards the source of the suddenly emerging, formidable, and enigmatic aura. Chapter 55. The Descent of the Kaioshin in the Vast and Desolate Expanse of the Western Earth. where human footprints are scarce. The scorching sun beat down upon the yellow sands, and the heat waves distorted the distant scenery. Apart from the whispering winds and the occasional rolling of sand and stones, the place lay in utter silence, akin to the surface of an alien planet. In the heart of this barren land, two figures stood out starkly, incongruous with their surroundings. One, adorned in the resplendent garb unique to the Kaioshin, wore patera earrings and bore a youthful visage imbued with the gravitas of experience. This was Kaioshin Shin. The other, a tall and robust figure clad in a similar style of battle attire, exuded an air of respect and vigilance, serving as both aide and bodyguard, named Jebbet. They had just conducted a meticulous and cautious energy probe on an ancient seal buried in this desolate land. Kaioshin Shin slowly withdrew his palm, which had been emanating a faint divine energy, and a look of relief crossed his face. Kaioshin Lord, the energy structure of the seal remains intact, the outer barrier undamaged. It appears that Majin Buu is still firmly imprisoned within, Jebbet reported respectfully, his tone tinged with a hint of assurance. Kaioshin Shin nodded. Yet his brow did not completely unfurl. Glancing around at the desolate terrain, he spoke with a barely perceptible undertone of worry and reflection. The seal is indeed intact, which is certainly a blessing. However, I had not anticipated that after such a long passage of time, the Earth would have proliferated so many humans. And civilization has evolved to a point where it can venture into the cosmos. This planet, compared to when we sealed Buu, no longer feels as secure. A larger population implies greater uncertainties. Jebbet, sensing the Kaioshin's unease, attempted to reassure him. There is no need for excessive concern, my Kaioshin Lord. Based on our observations, individual human strength is generally quite feeble. They have yet to fully master even the basics of planetary navigation. With their capabilities, it is absolutely impossible for them to breach or damage the seal of Majin Buu. Such an act would require an exceedingly vast and unique energy impact. Kaioshin Shin furrowed his brow, not fully assuaged by Jebbet's words. A nagging, inexplicable premonition lingered in his mind, preventing him from finding complete solace. He fell silent, his gaze once more settling upon the seemingly mundane sands beneath his feet, as if trying to penetrate the Earth's layers to glimpse the terrifying entity sealed for millions of years. Just then, a sudden anomaly arose. Both Kaioshin Shin and Jebbet's expressions changed drastically in unison. A primal instinct, a strong warning of impending danger, washed over them like a bucket of icy water, causing their muscles to tense instantaneously. They swiftly turned around, their movements as quick as lightning, their divine energy instinctively surging forth as they assumed defensive postures. However, upon seeing the scene behind them, their pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Unbeknownst to them, three figures had silently appeared less than 10 meters away. It was as though they had been standing there all along, merging with the surrounding air, only to be noticed at this moment. Leading them was a dark-haired man, exuding a calm and profound aura, with a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. Flanking him were two women, one with gentle black hair and a noticeably rounded abdomen, and the other with striking blue hair and a graceful figure. They were none other than Parrot, Jine, and Bulma. Hello. Parrot seemed oblivious to the palpable tension emanating from the two men, casually waving at the Kaioshin and Jebbet. With a serene smile, he greeted them as if encountering an acquaintance on the street. Kaioshin Shin and Jebbet, however, were utterly terrified by this sudden, almost ghostly manifestation. They staggered backward, struggling to regain their balance, their bodies instinctively retreating several steps. Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads, their hearts pounding violently in their chests, as waves of panic surged within them. Who were they? How could they approach so closely without detection? Not a hint of spatial fluctuation or energy ripple had been felt. This was simply terrifying, defying their understanding of normalcy. Who are you? Kaioshin Shin forced himself to suppress the shock surging within, his voice dry due to extreme vigilance and astonishment. He fixed his gaze on Parrot, attempting to glean some insight from him. He sensed that this man was the leader. Jebbet, equally tense, quickly assessed Parrot and the two women, particularly focusing on their auras. Yet, he was perplexed. Apart from the blue-haired girl, whose essence was distinctly that of a human, he could hardly detect any potent energy fluctuations from the other two, especially the man who led them. It was as tranquil as a bottomless ancient well, or perhaps he was merely an ordinary individual. Unable to restrain himself, he discreetly communicated with the Kaioshin Lord. Their auras seem rather ordinary. The man and the pregnant woman bear some resemblance to Saiyans, yet their energy levels are quite low, while the other is a human. Could they possibly just be ordinary people? Even he found this conclusion absurd, yet the perception could not be mistaken. The Kaioshin's gaze sharpened slightly, a weight settling heavier in his heart. Ordinary people? Could mere humans appear out of thin air without the two divine beings noticing? This was absolutely impossible. The man before him either possessed a level of concealment far beyond their comprehension or had reached an astonishing realm of power where his aura was so tightly restrained. Either scenario indicated tremendous trouble. Parrot observed the Kaioshin and Jebet's incredulous and guarded demeanor, feeling somewhat surprised by their intense reaction. He maintained his smile, attempting to ease the tension. There is no need for you to be so apprehensive. We mean you no harm. His gaze lingered on the Kaioshin's distinctive attire and earrings, his tone betraying a hint of recognition as he continued. Given your attire and the unique energy you exude, you must be the Kaioshin, correct? This seemingly casual inquiry struck like thunder in the ears of the Kaioshin and Jebet. They were instantly taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief, as if they had just heard the most astonishing revelation. Their identities were rare even within the vast cosmos. Apart from a select few top-tier beings and their subordinates, no one was privy to such knowledge. How could this unfamiliar man, whose aura appeared so ordinary, recognize them at a glance? Who are you? How do you know our identities? The expression on Kaioshin Shin's face turned gravely serious, as if covered by a layer of frost. His divine energy no longer concealed itself, beginning to rise gradually, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly under the weight of this divine and formidable power, the sands beneath his feet moving without wind. He realized that the individual before him was no ordinary being, and the potential danger they posed could far exceed his imagination. Parrot, facing the sudden surge of power emanating from the Kaioshin, retained his calm and benevolent demeanor, as if the divine might that could shatter ordinary warriors was non-existent. He introduced himself with poise. I am Parrot, a Saiyan. These two are my companions, Jine, also a Saiyan, and Bulma, a human from Earth. You need not be alarmed. We truly harbor no ill intentions. He gestured towards Jine and Bulma. Saiyans. The expressions of the Kaioshin and Jebet once again mingled surprise and confusion. According to their knowledge and intelligence, Planet Vegeta and its Saiyan inhabitants had been utterly destroyed over 20 years ago by the cosmic tyrant Frieza. How could there still be Saiyans wandering and even appearing on Earth? Moreover, how could they instantly recognize their identities? However, the words that followed from Parrot not only surprised them, but also filled them with a chilling sense of horror. Parrot's gaze seemed to casually sweep across the desolate desert beneath his feet, his tone remaining calm, yet striking like a hammer upon the hearts of Kaioshin and Jebet. You have descended to Earth specifically to assess the seal on Majin Buu, have you not? How do you know about Majin Buu? The hearts of Kaioshin, Exine, and Jebet felt as though they had been struck by a myriad of thunderbolts. Their minds blank. They stared at Parrot, their eyes filled with incredulity and profound dread. The existence of Majin Buu was one of the highest-level secrets of the universe, a primordial mystery that even many Kaioshins might not fully comprehend. How could this self-proclaimed Saiyan possibly know? Who exactly was he? What did he intend to do? Chapter 56. A slap sends him flying. Kaioshin Exine's voice was distorted by shock. He fixed his gaze upon Parrot, each word carefully articulated, laden with immense pressure and vigilance. Who exactly are you? What do you want? This man exuded an aura that was exceedingly enigmatic, unfathomable, and perilously dangerous. Do not be so tense, esteemed Kaioshin, Parrot said, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, attempting to appear more innocuous. I have no connection to the sealed Majin Buu, nor any interest in him. I merely sensed two powerful and unique energies descending while flying over Earth, and, out of curiosity, came to investigate. I did not expect to encounter the esteemed Kaioshin. This truly is an unexpected surprise. His explanation was reasonable, and his tone was exceedingly sincere. However, Kaioshin Exine's frown deepened. He did not relax his vigilance in the slightest due to Parrot's words. A Saiyan who could casually unveil their identities and the existence of Majin Buu harbored secrets and intentions far beyond what he claimed. At that moment, Jebet, standing behind Kaioshin, once again communicated discreetly through telepathy. Esteemed Kaioshin, regardless of who he is or how many secrets he knows, he and that pregnant woman indeed possess Saiyan energy. while the other is undoubtedly a human from Earth. Mere Saiyans and Earthlings are but mortal races. Even with some special abilities, they could never be our match as gods. Allow me to take them down and interrogate them thoroughly, then everything will be clear. In his view, there existed an insurmountable chasm between gods and mortal beings. A sacred law. Upon hearing Jebet's thoughts, Kaioshin Xian's expression fluctuated, his mind racing through the pros and cons. He felt that acting directly posed too great a risk. This parrot gave him an exceedingly dangerous impression. However, seeing that Kaioshin had yet to issue a definitive command, Jebet assumed he had tacitly approved his suggestion or was merely hesitating. Eager to achieve merit, coupled with absolute confidence in his divine strength and dissatisfaction with Parrot's arrogant demeanor, Jebet decided to take action without further delay. As Jebet began to gather divine energy within, preparing to strike with the force of thunder, Parrot seemed to read his intentions. Suddenly speaking again, his voice still calm, yet imbued with undeniable certainty. I advise you, it would be best not to make a move. You might inadvertently harm yourself. And that would not be ideal. What? Both Jebet and Kaioshin Xian were once again struck with astonishment. Their intention to act had been so casually discerned by the other. Could this person possibly possess mind-reading abilities? Immediately, Jebet's astonishment was swiftly replaced by an uncontrollable fury. They were exalted beings of the Kaioshin realm, guardians of certain universal laws. Now, being so blatantly disrespected and warned by a mere Saiyan, a being he viewed as immortal, was an affront of the highest order. Jebet's expression darkened, and stepping forward, he pointed a finger at Parrot, his voice brimming with offended rage and the unique pride of a deity. You insolent brat. You are far too arrogant. Do you think you are someone of significance? How dare you boast that you could harm us? Such brazen words show your ignorance of the existence you face. Taking a deep breath, his voice resonated like a great bell, carrying the weight of divine authority. Attempting to intimidate, before you stands the most magnificent and revered deity in the universe, the Kaioshin, who wields the power of life and death. And I, Jebet, am the attendant of the esteemed Kaioshin. How dare you look down upon us and speak so recklessly? Allow me to personally teach you what divine might truly means and what it is to understand one's place in the cosmos. With that, Jebet no longer hesitated. His formidable divine power erupted explosively. An unimaginable sacred pressure surged outward like a tidal wave, causing the ground beneath him to crack. He radiated a brilliant white divine light, ready to deliver an unforgettable lesson to this presumptuous mortal, teaching him the consequences of disrespecting the divine. Kaioshin Xian's heart raced as an ominous premonition surged to its peak. He shouted urgently, "Stop, Jebet! Do not act impulsively. Come back." However, consumed by rage and arrogance, Jebet could not hear him. He shouted back without turning, "Fear not. Esteemed Kaioshin, I have discretion. I will not take his life. Merely teach this arrogant and disrespectful wretch a lesson to instill awe." Before his words could finish, Jebet transformed into a streak of white light, moving with such speed that he left an afterimage in his wake. He extended his immense hand, fingers curling like claws, producing a sharp, tearing sound as he aimed directly at Parrot's shoulder, intending to subdue him in one fell swoop. Kaioshin Xian realized he could not intervene in time. Helplessly watching Jebet charge towards the unfathomable man, filled with anxiety and a sense of powerlessness. Yet, in the face of Jebet's lightning-fast and thunderous grasp, Parrot remained utterly composed. Not even shifting his stance, he merely regarded the approaching Jebet as one would observe a misbehaving child. Just as Jebet's hand was about to make contact with his shoulder, Parrot, seemingly impatient, casually lifted his right hand, swatting in Jebet's direction as if shooing away a fly. The motion appeared languid and nonchalant, yet in that instant, a resounding boom erupted, as if the very fabric of space had been shattered. Kaioshin Xian felt a blur before his eyes, unable to discern what had transpired. All he could see was Jebet's figure, imbued with overwhelming divine power, being sent flying at a speed several times faster than when he approached. Like a kite severed from its string, in an exceedingly disheveled manner, he was propelled away by an invisible yet irresistible force. Jebet could not even emit a cry of despair, his body tracing a long arc in the air before crashing to the ground hundreds of meters away in the desert. The ground shook violently, and dust and debris soared into the sky. A colossal pit, exceeding 50 meters in diameter, suddenly manifested upon the sandy terrain, with spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. as if the very earth itself emitted a pained groan from the impact. This scene rendered the Kaishin Xin, who stood poised to either assist or intervene, utterly speechless, his mind blank, frozen in sheer terror. A mere wave of a hand, just that casually, without a hint of effort, his formidable subordinate, Jine, whose strength could easily crush the vast majority of stellar warriors, was swatted away as if he were a mere insect, without even the opportunity to resist. How could this be possible? Who exactly was this Perot, this enigma? Kaishin Xin remained rooted in place, resembling a statue, until, after several moments, he jolted back to reality from the profound shock. He gazed towards the dissipating clouds of dust, his face a canvas of horror and confusion. Hastily channeling his divine power and calling out towards the pit, Jine, are you all right? Rest assured, my Lord Kaishin, Perot's calm voice resonated once more. As if he had merely performed a trivial act, I did not strike with lethal intent. I merely sought to temper his agitation. He is in no mortal danger. Perhaps merely suffering some superficial injuries that will mend with rest. Why you? Kaishin Xin spun around, directing his gaze towards Perot, who remained unruffled, his attire immaculate, eyes brimming with boundless astonishment and disbelief. It was at this moment that he comprehended the source of his earlier unease. The might of this man was beyond their comprehension, likely surpassing even his wildest imaginings. He dared not linger for another moment, disregarding the decorum befitting a deity, and swiftly ascended towards the immense pit, frantically excavating the rubble and sand to rescue the buried Jine. When he finally extricated Jine from the wreckage, he found that, though he still breathed, he had succumbed to a profound unconsciousness. His Kaishin attire was severely tattered, blood trickling from his lips, evidence of substantial internal and external injuries. Kaishin Xin was filled with dread. How could a mere casual strike possess such formidable power? He slowly raised his head, once more gazing at the distant figure of Perot, his eyes laden with an unprecedented gravity and incomprehensible terror. At that moment, his heart felt weighed down to an unbearable extent. Why did this seemingly ordinary planet, Earth, conceal such a terrifying presence? How could a mere mortal wield such dreadful power? Who was he? What were his intentions? Could the seal of Majin Butte truly remain secure? Countless questions and an overwhelming pressure loomed like ominous clouds over Kaishin's heart. Chapter 57. The method of cultivating divine power. Kaishin knelt beside the unconscious Jine, placing his hands over the warrior's chest. A gentle, vibrant emerald light of divine energy surged from his palms, flowing into Jine like a warm spring. Where the divine energy coursed, the damaged meridians and organs within Jine began to mend at a visibly accelerated pace. The bruises and scars on his exterior quickly faded and vanished. Although Kaishin's combat prowess was not unparalleled, his healing and supportive abilities as a deity were unattainable by mundane beings. Before long, Jine's heavy eyelids fluttered, slowly opening. He first sensed a lingering, albeit significantly alleviated, ache coursing through his body, followed by a flood of memories returning to him. The terrifying force that felt as if the entire universe had descended upon him with a mere wave of a hand. He jolted upright, looking towards Kaishin, his voice still tinged with weakness and trepidation. My Lord Kaishin, are you all right? Please be cautious. That man is extraordinary, his strength unfathomable. As he spoke, his gaze cautiously flickered towards the composed figure of Perot nearby, filled with an indelible wariness and profound fear. No longer daring to harbor any previous arrogance or disdain, Kaishin nodded gravely, assisting him to his feet, and murmured, I have come to understand that all too well. His power surpasses our comprehension. At this moment, the last remnants of his misplaced optimism vanished, replaced by a cautious respect in the face of an unknown might. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within, straightening his slightly disheveled divine robe, and forcing a semblance of calm and friendliness upon his countenance. He stepped forward a few paces, once more addressing Perot. This time, his demeanor was markedly humble, a rare display of deific humility as he spoke. Mr. Perot, I sincerely apologize for our earlier transgressions. We acted recklessly and offended you. We mean you no harm. This is all a misunderstanding. And I hope you and the two ladies will not take offense. His tone was earnest, even imbued with a hint of supplication. No offense taken. Perot waved his hand dismissively, still wearing that nonchalant smile, as if the earlier conflict were but a trivial incident, hardly worth concern. Just a minor friction, easily resolved. I am not one to hold grudges. Thank you for your magnanimity and understanding. Upon witnessing Perrault's genuine lack of intent to pursue the matter further, Kaioshin felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, exhaling a sigh of relief. After a moment's hesitation, curiosity and inquiry surged forth, and he tentatively asked, Mr. Perrault, from your earlier remarks, it seems you possess some knowledge regarding Majin Buu? I know a bit, Perrault nodded, his gaze drifting to the seemingly tranquil sand beneath them, his tone neutral yet assured. He is a demon from the ancient era, endowed with exceedingly bizarre and unreasonable abilities, as well as a terrifying strength capable of shaking the cosmos. He is quite a troublesome entity. You are entirely correct. Kaioshin, realizing that Perrault indeed comprehended the situation and had assessed it accurately, felt a chill run through him. He candidly replied, to be frank, that terrifying demon is currently sealed deep beneath the land we stand upon. Our primary purpose for descending to Earth is to periodically inspect the integrity of the seal, to prevent this calamity from someday breaking free and wreaking havoc upon the universe. Perrault nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he suddenly shifted the conversation, regarding Kaioshin with a knowing smile, and said, My Lord Kaioshin, since our paths have crossed, it seems fate has deemed it so. Why not engage in a transaction? A transaction? Kaioshin was taken aback, surprised by Perrault's sudden proposal. What kind of transaction do you have in mind? The terms are quite simple, Perrault began slowly. I can promise to keep an eye on the seal of Majin Buu while I remain on Earth. Furthermore, and I emphasize the word if one day Majin Buu were to unfortunately break free, I could, depending on the circumstances, assist you in addressing this predicament, provided it remains within my capabilities and does not jeopardize myself or my loved ones. Upon hearing this, Kaioshin's brow furrowed slightly. He gazed at Perrault, his tone carrying a note of caution and confusion. Mr. Perrault, I appreciate your goodwill. However, since you are aware of Majin Buu, you should understand the gravity of his threat. He is not an ordinary foe. He is a walking calamity, capable of devouring planets, annihilating galaxies, and plunging the entire universe into an era of darkness. His strength is beyond the measure of common reasoning. I am well aware of his perilous nature. Parrot's smile remained unchanged, his tone still relaxed. I never claimed I would provoke him or guarantee his resolution. I merely offer an additional insurance, a potential assistance. There is no need for the Kaioshin to worry excessively. I possess my own judgment. The Kaioshin gazed at Parrot, who appeared to discuss the weather with the utmost ease. Filled with confusion, the existence of Majin Buu should be a nightmare for any being aware of his legend. Yet, this man before him seemed to regard it as a trivial threat, a stance that perplexed him greatly. However, upon reflection, whether Parrot's demeanor stemmed from confidence or another reason, his displayed might was indeed unfathomable. Establishing a positive relationship with such a formidable individual, even securing a promise from him, would be immensely beneficial for safeguarding the peace of the universe, particularly in monitoring the ticking time bomb that is Majin Buu. Having one more powerful ally is far preferable to acquiring another terrifying enemy. Weighing the pros and cons, the Kaioshin had made his decision. He regarded Parrot solemnly and inquired, Very well, Mr. Parrot, what are your terms for such a proposition? Please be candid. Upon sensing the Kaioshin's willingness, Parrot directly articulated his demands. I have 3 conditions. First, I seek permission and means to visit the North Kaioshin on his planet and communicate with him. Second, I require the qualifications to freely traverse the netherworld, including access to all realms beyond the Kaioshin's domain. Third, he paused, his gaze sharpening. I desire the method of cultivating divine power. What? The method for cultivating divine power? As Parrot's words fell, both the Kaioshin and the recently revived Jebet exclaimed in disbelief, their faces etched with utter incredulity. While the first 2 conditions were somewhat unique, they remained within the realm of understanding, as powerful beings often strive for higher realms and broader knowledge. However, this third condition, for a mere mortal to request the fundamental strength of a deity, the method of divine power cultivation, this was utterly unprecedented. What could a Saiyan possibly want with divine power? Parrot nodded, affirming his utterance. He had his own plans. Although the Kaioshin and his subordinate appeared lacking in strength compared to the later developed Goku and Vegeta, they indeed possessed the purest divine energy, representing the orthodox cultivation system of the divine. If he could decipher and master the mysteries of divine power, Perhaps he could uncover the opportunity to glimpse the legendary state that requires the dedication of 5 righteous Saiyans to manifest, the realm of Super Saiyan God. This represented an enticing path, potentially leading to a higher echelon. The Kaioshin observed Parrot intently, his expression complex. The first 2 conditions were not significant to him. A simple greeting and granting permissions would suffice. Yet, regarding divine power, even if he obtained the method of cultivation, without the divine bloodline and divinity, it would be impossible for a mere mortal to cultivate true divine power. At best, he could mimic its form, but lack its essence. Why did he desire this? After a moment's contemplation, the Kaioshin ultimately nodded, exchanging an almost useless cultivation method for the attention of an unfathomable powerhouse regarding the seal of Majin Buu. Along with a promise of future assistance, was a worthy trade from the perspective of cosmic security. Moreover, he sensed no malevolence emanating from Parrot. Very well. I accept your terms, the Kaioshin declared solemnly. Hearing this, Parrot's face lit up with a sincere and satisfied smile, stating, Kaioshin, I trust that you shall not regret this decision made today. I hope so as well. The Kaioshin returned a smile. His tone considerably softened. I can feel that you are not a malevolent fiend, nor are you tainted by the grievances of the innocent. I hope this transaction becomes a favorable beginning, allowing us to forge a friendship that upholds the tranquility of this universe together. Naturally, I too look forward to a harmonious relationship with you, Kaioshin. Parrot nodded with a smile. So, Mr. Parrot, when do you wish to fulfill these conditions? The Kaioshin inquired. I will need some time to communicate and arrange matters regarding the Netherworld and the North Kaioshin. Parrot glanced at the quietly awaiting Jine and Bulma, who wore curious expressions and contemplated before responding. We have some personal matters to attend to. How about this? You may continue with your tasks. In 3 days, you can come to West Capital, to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation to find me. With your abilities, you should easily locate us. The Kaioshin and Jebbit exchanged glances, both recognizing agreement in each other's eyes. The Kaioshin then smiled at Parrot. Very well, it is settled. In 3 days, we shall certainly visit West Capital as promised. Agreed. It is a deal. Farewell. Parrot nodded and bid farewell once more. He then did not linger, reaching out to embrace the graceful waists of Jine and Bulma, his form slowly ascending into the air. Transforming into a streak of light, he soared towards West Capital, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 58. Vegeta and Dale's Jebbit gazed in the direction Parrot and the others had disappeared, rubbing his still aching chest, unable to contain his astonishment. It is truly unbelievable. A human, no, a Saiyan, has managed to reach such formidable strength through his own cultivation, even surpassing the divine might of the Kaioshin. He dared not voice the latter part of his thought, but the implication was clear. The Kaioshin watched Parrot's departing figure, his gaze deep and contemplative, remaining silent for a long while. His mind was filled with numerous questions and reflections. Parrot's sudden emergence, along with his knowledge of Majin Buu and divine power, indicated that certain unpredictable variables might soon come to pass. The cosmic landscape may very well shift quietly due to this enigmatic Saiyan. Meanwhile, in another distant corner of the universe, a solitary planet floated desolately in the dark vacuum. From afar, this planet exuded an aura of desolation, its surface strewn with jagged stones and parched riverbeds, resembling a realm devoid of life. However, upon this lifeless planet's surface, an astonishingly colossal emerald green tree bizarrely thrived. This tree's scale was extraordinarily exaggerated, its lush canopy resembling an immense awning, covering nearly 1/10 of the planet's surface area. Its stout trunk, akin to colossal pillars supporting the heavens, delved deep into the crust. A vibrant life force emanated from the tree, creating an eerie contrast to the planet's desolation. At this moment, within the apex of this peculiar giant tree, a naturally formed, palace-like spacious hollow, 2 groups of individuals were tensely confronting one another. The atmosphere charged with tension. One group, numbering around 5 or 6, donned simple battle armor, appearing as cosmic pirates or wandering warriors. Their leader bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, with a similar spiky black hairstyle and resolute facial features. However, his eyes were more sinister, a hint of malevolence gracing his lips, exuding an air of a predatory nature. He was Dale's, a lower-class Saiyan warrior who had, in earlier years, become stranded due to a malfunctioning spaceship, surviving by cultivating spirit trees to siphon the life force of planets. The opposing group consisted of only 2 individuals. Standing at the forefront is a Saiyan of modest stature, yet formidable presence, adorned in the battle attire of the Frieza force. With arms crossed and an expression of trademark arrogance and coldness, he is none other than our Saiyan prince, Vegeta. Following closely behind is the burly, bald giant, Nappa. At this moment, Nappa's face is etched with tension and unease, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It has indeed been a long time since the Prince Vegeta has graced their presence. As if sensing his dissatisfaction and skepticism, the system's emotionless notification chimed again. Dales, his expression somewhat grave, gazes at Vegeta, forcing a strained smile to greet him. His spirits are at an all-time low, akin to the discomfort of having swallowed a fly. After much effort, he has discovered a planet with viable life energy suitable for cultivating the spirit tree, expending considerable effort to plant seeds. With the essence-laden fruits of the spirit tree on the verge of ripening, a single bite would inflate his combat power exponentially. Yet, at this critical juncture, Vegeta and Nappa have descended in their spherical pod, which fills him with a sense of dread and frustration. Most alarming is the realization that his energy detector reveals Vegeta's combat power has reached an astounding 20,000 points, though slightly lower than his own 21,000 points. The difference is negligible. Moreover, Vegeta is an elite warrior of the Saiyan race, with combat abilities that are anything but ordinary. This leaves Dales hesitant to act recklessly, fearing that a confrontation could jeopardize the imminent harvest of the spirit tree's fruits. On the opposing side, upon seeing Dales, Vegeta is equally taken aback. Disbelief etched across his features. Dales, it is you of all people. Vegeta's brow furrows as he regards Dales with a serious expression. I never imagined you would still be alive. Were you not expected to have perished in some obscure corner of the universe? What are you scheming here? Even more disconcerting is the fact that his energy detector clearly indicates Dales possesses a combat power of 21,000 points, surpassing his own by a full 1,000 points. How can this be? Vegeta is overwhelmed with shock and confusion. Dales was merely a Saiyan classified as a lower-class warrior, a waste who had long been cast aside. By all logic, surviving would have been a feat, let alone achieving a combat power exceeding 20,000, surpassing even himself, a Saiyan prince with countless battles to his name. This is utterly abnormal. What has he endured? Or has he discovered something here? Beside him, Nappa is already too apprehensive to breathe, drenched in cold sweat. Among those present, his combat power is the weakest, not even having surpassed 10,000. In such a high-stakes confrontation, he lacks the qualification to interject, only able to pray that Prince Vegeta can stabilize the situation. Dales' gaze discreetly flickers upwards towards the dome of the tree hollow. The 2 golden fruits, radiating an alluring glow and pulsating like a heartbeat, are tantalizingly close to full maturity, requiring just a smidgen more energy to ripen completely. Consuming them would catapult his combat power beyond 30,000, perhaps even higher. The planet's impoverished nature, however, has resulted in fruits whose effectiveness is somewhat diminished. Otherwise, their potency would be even greater. In such a scenario, he would no longer need to fear Vegeta and could even transform both Vegeta and Nappa into sustenance for the spirit tree. Yet the question remains, would Vegeta grant him that time? Would he strike now, thwarting the fruit's maturation? Cursed be the timing of this encounter. Dales silently curses, his mind racing with strategies. He must find a way to placate Vegeta or divert his attention, at least until the fruits are ready. He swiftly regains his composure, plastering a facade of seemingly jovial yet insincere cheerfulness as he addresses Vegeta, feigning nonchalance. Oh, Prince Vegeta, I'm not engaged in anything particularly noteworthy. I merely happened upon this intriguing star system and thought to investigate this peculiar planet. What a stroke of luck to encounter you here. Am I mistaken in thinking this is merely a casual visit? Vegeta fixes a penetrating gaze upon Dales, suspicion brimming in his eyes, utterly unconvinced by his charade. Previously, they had witnessed the colossal tree erupting from the earth at a frenzied pace, devouring the very essence of the planet's surface, growing to its current overshadowing stature. This bizarre phenomenon had prompted their descent for a closer inspection, only to unexpectedly encounter Dales, who was presumed dead. Furthermore, Dales had evidently arrived prior to them and displayed an unusual fixation on the tree. Although Vegeta remains uncertain about the true nature of the colossal tree, Its ability to siphon the life force of the planet and its exaggerated growth rate indicate its extraordinary nature. There must be some concealed secret behind this, likely linked to Dale's sudden surge in combat power. He keenly observes that as Dale speaks, his gaze involuntarily drifts toward the two golden fruits radiating peculiar energy fluctuations. Moreover, though Dale's appears calm, his body language betrays an unmistakable tension and wariness in response to their presence. Could the crux of the matter lie within those two fruits? Vegeta is beset with questions, yet a nagging intuition suggests that he may have inadvertently stumbled upon something monumental, a secret that could catalyze a transformation in Saiyan power. This secret is likely held by Dale's or is intertwined with the enigmatic tree. Thus, he resolves to hold his ground, observing Dale's next move and the true nature of the tree and its fruits. He crosses his arms and smirks coolly at Dale's, declaring, "Since it is such a fortuitous encounter, let us together behold this extraordinary spectacle." Dale's, I trust you do not mind. Dale's smile falters momentarily, an internal alarm echoing within him. Vegeta clearly has no intention of departing, threatening to derail his time-stalling strategy. The situation has reached a delicate stalemate. Tension palpable in the air, laden with an unspoken animosity. Chapter 59. The contest for the spirit tree fruits. Damn Vegeta for arriving at this moment. Dale's expression darkens, almost dripping with frustration as he mentally curses. He fixates on Vegeta's combat power of 20,000 points via his energy detector, acknowledging that while he holds a slight advantage in strength and has superior subordinates compared to Nappa, Vegeta remains a Saiyan prince whose combat prowess is formidable. Most critically, the two fruits at the apex of the tree hollow are on the cusp of full maturation, their rich life energy nearly spilling over. At this juncture, any fierce battle could jeopardize them or present Vegeta with an opportunity. The air is thick with unvoiced tension as both parties conduct their final preparations in silence. Dale slightly tilts his head, whispering urgently to his equally anxious subordinates, Amando and Katiki. "Listen closely, you must do everything in your power to hold Vegeta at bay. Just a few seconds of delay is all I need to seize the spirit tree fruits. Once my power surges, it will spell doom for both Vegeta and Nappa. Do you understand?" His voice carries an edge of ruthlessness and determination. His subordinates exchange glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and nod resolutely. Their gazes lock onto Vegeta like famished wolves, muscles taut and ready to pounce. Meanwhile, Vegeta instantly senses the shift in Dale's and his companions. In his heart, he scoffed coldly, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Slightly tilting his head, he spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to his companion, "Nappa, Nappa. Delaisi and his subordinates possess greater combat prowess than we do. Engaging them head-on would yield no advantage. Listen closely. I shall create an artificial moon for you. When the time comes, gaze at the moon and transform into a great ape. This is the key to our victory." As he spoke, Vegeta discreetly concealed one hand behind him. Within his palm, a sphere of highly compressed and pure white light rapidly formed, emanating a unique wave reminiscent of moonlight. This was the Saiyans' secret technique, the artificial moon. "Understood, Prince Vegeta," Nappa replied. His spirits lifted as he nodded vigorously. His massive form sank slightly, and his gaze began to scan the skies with heightened vigilance, awaiting that decisive moment. Now, with perfect timing, Vegeta seized an instant when Delaisi's attention wavered and unleashed a mighty roar. His arm, hidden behind him, shot forth like lightning, hurling the artificial moon high into the air above the treetop. The light sphere ascended swiftly, stabilizing at a certain height and radiating a soft, yet brilliant glow, indistinguishable from that of a real moon, instantly illuminating the vast interior of the great tree hollow. The moment the artificial moon appeared, Nappa's eyes were magnetically drawn to it. The Saiyan blood within him surged, awakening a primal and ferocious power. This unexpected turn of events left Delaisi and his subordinates utterly astonished. "This is bad. The Saiyan's transformation into a great ape. We must stop them." Delaisi realized the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening as he cursed himself for forgetting this aspect of the Saiyans. He anxiously glanced at the top of the tree hollow. The golden sheen of the two spirit tree fruits reached its zenith, emanating energy waves as tangible as substance. They were fully ripe. "Stop Vegeta at all costs," Delaisi shouted in desperation. Without hesitation, he erupted with a fierce white aura, launching himself like an arrow towards the spirit tree fruits atop the hollow. His speed was unmatched. His subordinates, though fearful of Na-Ba's potential transformation, steeled themselves and unleashed their full power, rushing towards Vegeta from various directions in a blinding streak, attempting to thwart him or seize the fruits. However, Vegeta had anticipated their moves. The moment he released the artificial moon, his energy erupted in full force. A bunch of insignificant pests. Get out of my way. He sneered coldly, unleashing an even more violent white energy wave. The force was akin to a tangible tsunami, sending the two foremost attackers staggering backward, crashing violently against the rough walls of the tree hollow. Seizing the momentary gap created, Vegeta propelled himself forward, the iron-hard wooden ground cracking beneath him. He transformed into a streak of white lightning, hot onto Lai Si's heels, racing towards the spirit tree fruits at the top of the hollow. His goal was clear. He could not allow Lai Si to monopolize the fruits. Sensing Vegeta closing in rapidly from behind, Lai Si's expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Without looking back, he retaliated with a fierce golden energy wave, striking at Vegeta's face in an attempt to impede his speed. Child's play. Vegeta had already anticipated this move. Almost simultaneously with Lai Si's attack, he concentrated a searing energy sphere in his palm, the embryonic form of the Gallic gun, and launched it towards the incoming energy wave without hesitation. The two energy waves collided midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding light engulfed everything around, and a violent energy shockwave rippled outward, causing the entire tree hollow to shake violently. Debris rained down like a tempest, and the searing heat scorched the skin. Utilizing the recoil from the explosion and the cover of smoke, Lai Si showed no inclination to linger in battle. His speed surged again, his gaze fixated on the nearest spirit tree fruit. It was within reach, as he beheld the golden fruit radiating immense life energy. A look of uncontrollable ecstasy spread across Lai Si's face. With a swift motion, he grasped the ripe spirit tree fruit, its icy surface concealing a tumultuous energy within. Victory surged through his veins as Lai Si clutched the fruit, nearly laughing in triumph. Without hesitation, he reached for the second spirit tree fruit nearby. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact, a shadow flashed past with greater speed. Lai Si blinked, and the second spirit tree fruit vanished before his very eyes. His expression darkened to an extreme as he looked up. There stood Vegeta, hovering in midair, holding the golden spirit tree fruit in one hand, a smirk of mockery and triumph gracing his lips as he reveled in Lai Si's shock and fury. "Curse you, Vegeta!" Lai Si seethed, nearly spitting blood, his grip on the single fruit trembling with rage. He shouted at Vegeta, "Return the spirit tree fruit to me, Vegeta. That belongs to me." Vegeta toyed with the fruit in his hand, scoffing derisively. "Yours? Lai Si, it seems this fruit is of great importance to you. So much so that you're willing to go to any lengths for it. Tell me, what is this fruit? What purpose does it serve? Surely, your inexplicably high battle power of 20,000 isn't solely derived from consuming these fruits." He astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter, posing a sharp inquiry. Lai Si's heart raced upon hearing this, realizing how astute Vegeta was, a renowned genius among the Saiyans, deducing the connection between his power increase and the fruit so swiftly. In the next instant, Lai Si ceased his chatter. He understood that the longer he delayed, the greater the risk, especially with Na-Ba, who had already transformed into a great ape below. A flicker of resolve crossed his eyes as he unhesitatingly bit into the precious spirit tree fruit, its essence melting in his mouth. A warm and indescribable flow rushing down his throat, transforming into a torrential surge of energy that coursed through his limbs. Chapter 60. Vegeta's battle power soars to 40,000. Vegeta's eyes widened as he fixated on Lai Si and the rapidly fluctuating readings on the energy detector. "What?" Vegeta gasped in astonishment. He watched, astonished, as Lai Si's battle power skyrocketed like a rocket. 21,000, 25,000, 30,000. Feeling an unprecedented power within him, as if he could shatter planets with a single blow. Lai Si wore a blissful yet sinister grin. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta could no longer afford to hesitate or delay. He swiftly consumed the spirit tree fruit he had seized, swallowing it whole. The moment the fruit entered his system, Vegeta felt a tremendous jolt coursing through him. It was as though a warm sun had erupted within him. A surge of power, far more refined, immense, and ferocious than anything he had cultivated himself, cascaded forth from the depths of his heart like a gushing galaxy. This force washed over every meridian and every cell in his body. The unparalleled sensation of strength thrust him into a momentary state of shock and indescribable ecstasy. As Vegeta felt the energy within him soaring uncontrollably, he gazed at the readings on his scouter, which also began to fluctuate wildly, finally stabilizing at a staggering figure that left him astounded: 42,000 battle power. It was identical to Daily Cease. Following this brief astonishment, boundless joy and self-assurance engulfed Vegeta. He could not contain his triumphant laughter. What an intoxicating power! With such strength, I, Prince Vegeta, shall illuminate the entire universe. Daily C, on the other hand, was consumed by a seething rage that threatened to engulf him entirely. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, veins bulging like earthworms on his forehead, contorting his features into a ghastly visage. Not only had Vegeta snatched a precious fruit from the spirit tree, but he also could not fathom or accept that Vegeta's power had surged to match his own at 42,000 points. This signified a loss of his absolute power advantage. Vegeta, you seek death. In a fit of rage, Daily C could no longer suppress his murderous intent. He let out a roar akin to a wounded beast, bringing his hands together in front of his chest to rapidly conjure a violently rotating golden energy halo, pulsating with destructive waves. This was one of his ultimate techniques. With a sudden thrust of his arms, the golden energy halo, accompanied by a piercing shriek that threatened to tear everything asunder, hurtled toward Vegeta, intent on obliterating him completely. Humph, do you think I would fear you now? Vegeta, feeling the surging power within him, experienced an extreme inflation of confidence. He scoffed coldly, refusing to flinch before the incoming terrifying energy ring. He too gathered his hands before him, instantly forming a brilliant white Gallic cannon, infused with the violent energy he had just acquired, and launched it to meet Daily Cease attack. The clash was far more ferocious than any previous encounter. The two waves of terrifying energy, each embodying over 40,000 battle power, collided like two colliding asteroids. Blinding light engulfed the entire treetop, and the deafening explosion echoed as if it would tear apart eardrums. The storm of energy, wild to the extreme, surged outward like a rampaging stallion. The thick trunk of the spirit tree groaned and creaked ominously. The massive canopy swayed violently, with countless enormous branches and splintered wood raining down like the apocalypse. The very heavens trembled, as if the planet itself lamented. Amidst this cataclysmic explosion and chaos, a slightly dimmer spirit tree fruit, exhibiting a pale red hue and somewhat smaller in size, suddenly dislodged from a concealed crevice at the top of the tree hole, silently plummeting downward. What? A spirit tree fruit still remains? Both Vegeta and Daily C simultaneously exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. Though the fruit appeared less plump and ripe than the previous two, it still contained extraordinary abilities. Everyone present understood that, given their equal strength, this additional fruit could tip the balance and completely alter the battlefield's dynamics. Whoever claimed it would gain overwhelming power. In an instant, Vegeta and Daily C reached a tacit understanding. Almost in unison, they disregarded everything and changed direction, charging toward the descending pale red spirit tree fruit like two cannonballs at breakneck speed. In that moment, speed determined fate. It seemed that Vegeta's reaction and explosive power were superior. He had a slightly more advantageous position and was on the verge of reaching the fruit first. As Vegeta beheld the third fruit within arm's reach, uncontainable joy spread across his face. Once obtained, Daily C would no longer be a threat. Damn it. Not if I can help it. Daily C's eyes bulged with fury as he let out a desperate and enraged roar. He knew he was slightly slower, and in a moment of panic, he raised his hand to unleash a rapid ki blast, not aimed directly at Vegeta, but precisely targeting the position of the falling fruit ahead of him. He would rather destroy the fruit than allow Vegeta to possess it. Vegeta sensed the energy wave approaching from the side, cursing Daily C's treachery. Yet, he did not dare to be careless. If struck by the ki blast, the fruit could be destroyed, and he might suffer injury. He had to react swiftly, twisting in midair to counter Daily C's attack with his own energy wave. Boom. Once more, a violent explosion erupted between them, near the fruit. The powerful shockwave and energy tremor instantly sent the spirit tree fruit flying off course. redirecting its descent deeper into the tree hole. At that moment, a roar filled with primal ferocity and savage power shattered the chaotic air like thunder, sending chills down their spines. Below, the now giant Naba was howling at the sky, his crimson eyes brimming with a desire for destruction. Coincidentally, the spirit tree fruit, propelled by the explosion, traced an arc through the air and landed directly in Naba's mouth, swallowed instinctively. What? This? Vegeta and Daily exclaimed in unison, frozen in midair, their faces a tableau of shock and disbelief. The third fruit they had fought so fiercely over had fallen dramatically into the mouth of Naba, who was now devoid of rationality. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. Daily was instantly filled with boundless fury and resentment, nearly fainting from rage. A cooked duck had flown away in such an absurd manner. After an initial moment of astonishment, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, even feeling a sense of fortune. To him, as long as the fruit did not fall into Daily's hands, it was the best outcome. If Daily had obtained it, their chances of survival today would have been slim. However, just as Vegeta's relief was settling, his expression abruptly changed. He saw clearly through his scouter that Naba's battle power was skyrocketing after consuming the spirit tree fruit. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000. Cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's brow. The giant transformation granted a tenfold increase. Not good, Naba. Vegeta reacted swiftly, transforming into a streak of white light, appearing behind the massive, fur-covered form of Naba at his fastest speed, akin to instant transmission. His gaze sharpened, precisely identifying Naba's tail, which whipped like a steel whip. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta struck decisively, unleashing a keyblade that sliced through the air like the sharpest laser. Accompanied by a faint sound and the anguished roar of Naba, his robust tail was severed at the root. With the loss of his tail, the source of his mighty transformation into a giant ape vanished in an instant. Naba's colossal form diminished rapidly, akin to a deflating balloon, while the dark fur on his body faded away. His fearsome visage returned to its original state, and the crimson hue of his eyes reverted to normalcy. Within mere seconds, he transformed from a world-destroying giant ape back into the form of the bald giant he once was, though a hint of confusion and the acute pain from his severed tail lingered on his face. Upon regaining his normal state, Naba shook his slightly dizzy head and, noticing the grave expression on Vegeta's face, asked in bewilderment, "What is happening, Vegeta? What transpired? I feel an overwhelming surge of power within me." Vegeta, observing Naba's return to his former self, finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face as he patted Naba's shoulder. His tone laced with unmistakable excitement. "Naba, we are truly fortunate this time. The gains are tremendous. After consuming the miraculous fruit from that tree, our combat prowess has soared significantly. Just look at your current power level." At Vegeta's words, Naba hurriedly checked his own status. Upon seeing the numbers displayed on the energy detector, his massive frame trembled, his eyes wide as saucers, and his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist. Stammering in astonishment, he exclaimed, "Is that 14,000 points? My power level has actually surged to 14,000 points? An increase of 10,000 points? This is simply unbelievable." A wave of immense joy washed over him, momentarily eclipsing the pain from his severed tail. Dales, hovering in the air, gazed down at the triumphant expressions on Vegeta and Naba's faces, his countenance darkening to an extreme, as though he could squeeze water from it. His clenched fists trembled violently from intense rage. Ultimately, all his fury erupted into a roar akin to a volcanic explosion. Vegeta. Chapter 61, Bulma's Mother. Still alluring, Vegeta raised his head, looking at Dales, who was quaking with rage in midair. A smirk of a victor, filled with derision, played upon his lips as he deliberately taunted, "Huh? We owe this to you, Dales. If you hadn't discovered such a splendid find, we would never have achieved such a remarkable enhancement. I, Vegeta, shall remember this favor. Naba, we must depart." Ignoring the impotent fury of Dales, Vegeta erupted with energy, a white aura surging around him as he shot towards the direction of their parked spaceship. Despite his newfound strength, he was acutely aware that the powers he had just gained required time to stabilize and solidify. Moreover, Dales had also received a boost, making further conflict futile. Naba, too, erupted with energy, following closely behind Vegeta. How dare they try to escape? Dales seethed, watching the two attempt to flee. his discontent and anger burning through his reason like a poisonous fire. He howled, ready to pursue them. However, just then, Vegeta, having reached near the spaceship, suddenly halted. He turned around, casting a cold and ruthless gaze upon the massive yet battered spirit tree below, a result of the earlier battle. It would be best to completely obliterate such a dangerous entity to prevent it from being exploited or causing future troubles. Vegeta coldly muttered to himself. With his hands clasped before his chest once more, he began to gather energy, this time far surpassing his previous efforts. The terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the air around him. A colossal energy sphere, larger than any formed before and exuding an aura of destruction, rapidly took shape. Dales, this splendid gift is for you. Farewell, Vegeta sneered, launching his arms forward. Ultimate Flash. With a thunderous roar, an immensely powerful energy beam, containing over 40,000 points of combat strength, descended like a divine spear of judgment upon the colossal trunk of the spirit tree. The deafening explosion echoed through the heavens. Blinding light instantaneously engulfed the entire tree. The towering spirit tree, reaching thousands of meters high, crumbled like paper under the weight of this absolute destructive force, fracturing, disintegrating, and igniting from the point of impact. The fiery explosion soared into the sky, as if birthing a new sun upon the earth. The ground trembled violently, and shockwaves swept through the burning debris and dust, cascading outward like a tsunami. With a single strike, the peculiar giant tree, covering 1/5 of the planet's surface, was utterly annihilated by Vegeta, reduced to a sea of flames and ruins. Having accomplished this, Vegeta let out a satisfied huff, no longer lingering, as he turned and boarded his spherical spaceship. Nappa quickly followed suit, entering his own craft. The two spaceships swiftly ignited, emitting blue trails of flame as they shot through the planet's atmosphere like two meteors in reverse, racing towards outer space. From amidst the apocalyptic clouds of dust and flames below, Dales, barely managing to escape, beheld the charred remnants of the spirit tree, now reduced to scorched earth, with only sporadic flames and debris remaining. He stood momentarily, as if his soul had been drained. Soon after, an overwhelming surge of anger and humiliation flooded back into his heart. He let out a desperate, beastly roar, unleashing futile energy waves towards the direction where Vegeta and Nappa had vanished. Alas, aside from leaving a few vibrant yet hollow fireworks in the sky, his efforts were in vain. At that moment, his disheveled subordinates, each bearing varying degrees of injury, struggled to reach his side. "Boss, what should we do now?" Amando inquired cautiously, surveying the chaotic surroundings and Dale's almost murderous expression, his voice trembling. Dales abruptly turned his head, his crimson eyes fixated on the vanishing silhouettes of Vegeta's spaceship. And through gritted teeth, he spat out words laden with boundless hatred. "Pursue them. Launch all ships and lock onto their energy signatures. No matter where they flee. I shall personally ensure the demise of that scoundrel Vegeta and Nappa." "Yes, boss." His subordinates, sensing Dale's palpable murderous intent, dared not defy him and immediately set to work. They rushed towards their concealed spaceships, swiftly activating them. Soon, several spaceships of various designs ascended from the scorched planet, trailing long flames as they embarked on an unyielding pursuit of Vegeta and Nappa. Thus commenced a relentless chase and escape across the starry seas. On Earth, beneath the azure sky, Parrot cradled Bulma's alluring form, gliding effortlessly among the clouds as though weightless. The robust currents were shielded by his imperceptible aura, allowing only a gentle breeze to caress their faces. Jine flew alongside Parrot, her own movements equally graceful as she gazed tenderly down at the rapidly passing mountains and towns below. Bulma leaned against Parrot's sturdy and warm embrace, relishing the solid strength of his arm around her waist. A relaxed and joyful smile adorned her face as she occasionally pointed out the scenery below to Parrot and Jine. She cherished the feeling of being protected and soaring freely in the skies. After about 15 minutes of flight, a grand silhouette began to emerge on the horizon, glimmering with metallic and glassy luster. Towering buildings stood in majestic rows, while aerial roadways wove through them like ribbons, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. As Buer Ma beheld the sight, she joyfully pointed ahead, her voice imbued with the exhilaration of returning home. "Parrot, Gnei, look. Ahead lies Shijidu, one of the most prosperous cities on Earth." Parrot followed her gesture, nodding slightly. The scale of this city undoubtedly surpassed any earthly settlement he had previously encountered. He glanced down at Bu-erma's cheeks, slightly flushed with excitement, and admired her graceful figure, which appeared even more poised in flight, eliciting a gentle and appreciative smile from him. "Hold on tight. I am about to accelerate," Parrot softly cautioned, and with a subtle shift in his energy, their speed surged dramatically. They transformed into a streak of light, barely perceptible to the eye, racing towards the heart of Shijidu. Bu-erma could not help but emit a small gasp of surprise, drawing closer to Parrot's side, enveloped by the reassuring blend of speed and strength. Guided by Bu-erma's clear instructions, they swiftly traversed the city skyline, arriving above the expansive, verdant estate at the edge of Shijidu. At the center of the estate stood a strikingly futuristic, grand semicircular structure. This edifice, resplendently white and with flowing lines, resembled more of a small sci-fi castle than a mere building, sprawling over an area comparable to that of a small county. "That is my home," Bu-erma proudly proclaimed. Parrot's eyes widened in astonishment. Although aware of her family's ownership of the Universal Capsule Company and their immense wealth, witnessing such a royal garden-like residence exceeded his expectations. He gently embraced Bu-erma's slender yet resilient waist, adjusting their course as he gracefully descended like a feather onto the expansive garden lawn, adorned with exotic flowers. Jine followed suit, landing softly. As she stepped onto the delicate grass, Bu-erma joyfully stretched her body before turning to Parrot and Jine with a bright smile. "Come on. I will introduce you to my parents. They will surely adore you both." Parrot nodded naturally, extending his arms to continue supporting Bu-erma's petite waist while gently wrapping his other arm around Jine's more pronounced curves, a gesture of utter normalcy. Jine returned his warmth with a gentle smile, while Bu-erma felt a sweet sensation within her heart. Thus, the trio ambled along the neatly trimmed garden path toward the grand entrance of the enormous hemispherical structure. Yet, not far along the way, Parrot's gaze momentarily paused on a figure near the flower bed. It was a woman clad in a delicate lavender-fitted dress, her back turned towards them. She bent slightly, engrossed in tending to a cluster of brilliantly blooming, unfamiliar extraterrestrial flowers. This motion accentuated her graceful silhouette, perfectly curving to reveal an exquisite hourglass shape. Tall and elegantly poised, she exuded the allure unique to a mature woman. Merely the sight of her back invoked a cascade of imaginings. "Mother," Bu-erma called out to the enchanting figure, her voice ringing clear. Parrot, well aware of the identity of this woman, exhibited no surprise, while Jine appeared slightly taken aback. Upon hearing Bu-erma's call, the woman straightened and gracefully turned to face them. As her features came into full view, even the seasoned Parrot could not suppress a hint of admiration. She possessed a majestic and well-preserved beauty, appearing to be in her early 30s, with fair, delicate skin that bore little trace of time. Her blue eyes, reminiscent of Bu-erma's, sparkled with curiosity and warmth. Most striking was her captivating figure, accentuated by the fitted dress that elegantly showcased her curves, exuding a languid and enchanting charm with every movement. Her beauty, unlike Bu-erma's youthful allure, radiated a richness refined by the passage of time. Chapter 62. Mrs. Brief, a date? Jine was astonished that such a youthful and alluring woman could be Bu-erma's mother. Mrs. Brief's face immediately registered surprise upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Bu-erma and her two extraordinary companions, swiftly transforming it into a genuine smile of joy. "Bu-erma, you are back. You have friends over, and yet you did not inform me beforehand?" Mrs. Brief's voice resonated with a unique, soft, and languorous magnetism, creating a soothing ambience. As she spoke, she gracefully approached them, her long legs adorned with exquisite sandals moving with elegance. "Well, I wanted to surprise you. Where's Dad?" Bu-erma replied with a smile, stepping forward to affectionately link her arm with her mother's. "Your father? Where else would he be? He is in the courtyard, tinkering with that spaceship you mentioned, completely absorbed. I had to call him for dinner, but he did not hear a thing." Mrs. Brief replied with a tone tinged with both a hint of exasperation and endearment, her gaze curiously assessing Parrot and Jine, particularly captivated by Parrot's robust physique, handsome visage, and deep, tranquil eyes. Her eyes sparkled with the brightness of discovery. "Bu-erma, who are these two? Your friends? Why not introduce them to your mother?" Mrs. Brief gently urged, her curiosity palpable. Buerma quickly introduced, "Mother, this is Parrot, and this is Gine. They are very important friends of mine and heroes who saved Earth." As she introduced Parrot, a note of pride and undeniable closeness crept into her tone. "So, it is Mr. Parrot and Ms. Gine. Greetings, I am by Gine, Buerma's mother." Mrs. Brief greeted them with an even more radiant smile, extending her hand first to Gine for a gentle handshake. "We warmly welcome your presence. Please make yourselves at home." Then, she reached out toward Parrot. He calmly reciprocated, their hands meeting in a gentle clasp that revealed her warmth, softness, and delicate nature, as though she had no bones, meticulously cared for. "Hello, madam. It is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the intrusion." Parrot spoke with a calm demeanor, laced with the requisite courtesy. Mrs. Brief, holding onto Parrot's strong and warm hand, felt the vigor of life emanating from him, causing her gaze to brighten. Rather than releasing his hand, she leaned in slightly, her unique, playful, and straightforward tone breaking the air. "Mr. Parrot, you appear to be quite the catch, strong and dependable. May I boldly inquire if you are Buerma's boyfriend?" This question, so direct, caused Buerma's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She bashfully stamped her foot, playfully chiding, "Mother, how can you ask him such a direct question? It is terribly impolite." She cast a furtive glance at Parrot, her heart racing. Gine stood nearby, observing this amusing scene, unable to suppress a light laugh, finding Madame Burefoo's vivacious personality utterly charming. Upon seeing her daughter's bashful demeanor, Madame Burefoo herself couldn't help but stifle a series of melodious giggles, reminiscent of silver bells, as her graceful figure swayed gently, exuding an irresistible allure. "Oh, what is the matter? Mother is merely concerned for you," she said, not waiting for Parrot to respond before effortlessly shifting the topic, her enthusiasm palpable. All right, the sun is quite strong outside. Let us not linger here. Come, I shall lead you inside to rest and have a drink." With that, she naturally intertwined her arms with Parrot's, holding him gently, and began to walk toward the house. Parrot felt his arm enveloped in a warmth and tenderness that was ineffable, his senses captivated by the subtle yet sophisticated fragrance emanating from Madame Burefoo. This lady, with her graceful demeanor, exuded a charm that was both elegant and playful, making one feel at ease. Bulma observed her mother whisking away Parrot and shook her head in bemusement, whispering to Gine, "My mother can be a bit too exuberant and extroverted. Please don't take offense." Gine smiled in understanding, her gaze contemplatively following Madame Burefoo's swaying silhouette, her eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration and a unique sparkle. "Not at all. She is delightful and genuine. Such a personality easily endears her to others," she replied softly. "Come, let me show you where my father is up to something." Bulma linked her arm with Gine's, and they followed suit. Ahead, Madame Burefoo continued to hold Parrot's arm, seemingly with endless chatter, pointing out the estate's scenery and interspersing her words with delightful laughter. When Parrot glanced down, he could see her lovely face tilted upwards, adorned with a radiant smile, and the delicate contours of her fair skin and exquisite collarbone. One could not deny that Madame Burefoo excelled in self-care and maintenance. Her figure was striking, her skin taut and luminous, embodying a mature elegance that, in certain aspects, surpassed the youthful vigor of Bulma. "Mr. Parrot, you truly have an impressive physique. Your muscle definition is remarkable," Madame Burefoo remarked, unabashedly admiring the contours of Parrot's arms and chest, her tone playful yet sincere. "Do you exercise regularly?" Parrot's gaze briefly swept over the gentle curves of Madame Burefoo's figure as she spoke, and he nodded with calm assurance, replying, "Yes. I engage in some form of exercise daily to maintain my fitness." A glimmer of mischief danced in Madame Burefoo's eyes as she looked up at Parrot with a half-joking, half-serious tone, saying, "Then perhaps we could arrange a date next time, and you could teach me as well? I wish to maintain such a fine physique and vitality like yours." She anticipated that Parrot would politely decline or become somewhat embarrassed, as others often did in response to her directness. However, Parrot merely raised an eyebrow and flashed a candid, hearty smile, responding without hesitation, "Certainly. If you are interested, I would be delighted to accompany you." Madame Burefoo was momentarily taken aback, her smile frozen in surprise. She halted, her beautiful blue eyes widening slightly as she looked at Parrot, astonished by his straightforward acceptance. Parrot observed her unexpected expression, reminiscent of a young girl caught off guard. and inquired, "What is the matter, madam? Is there an issue?" Oh, no, nothing at all." Madame Burifu quickly regained her composure, realizing she had lost her poise. A youthful glow crept onto her lovely face, her eyes flickering briefly before being masked by her habitual radiant smile. "I just didn't expect Mr. Parrot to agree so readily. It's a pleasant surprise. Why do you feel shy now that someone has accepted your invitation?" Bulma, catching the latter part of the conversation, seized the opportunity to tease her mother, trying to regain her footing. "Not at all. I'm absolutely delighted." Madame Burifu promptly refuted, her expression returning to its charmingly playful demeanor. She tightened her grip on Parrot's arm as if asserting ownership, saying, "Then it's settled, Mr. Parrot. You mustn't back out." "Of course, it's a deal," Parrot affirmed with certainty. Before long, under Madame Burifu's guidance, they arrived at the courtyard area. A colossal spaceship was stationed in the middle. An elderly man with white hair, thick glasses, and a grease-stained work uniform was engrossed in examining an engine of a spacecraft that bore an extraterrestrial design. He was none other than Dr. Burifu, deeply immersed in his research, muttering about incredible energy circuits and entirely different principles of material science. Dinner time arrived, and a lengthy table was adorned with a sumptuous feast. The four of them gathered, and the atmosphere was warm and congenial. Although Dr. Burifu was mostly preoccupied with his research, he occasionally posed questions to Parrot about space travel, to which Parrot patiently responded, igniting a spark of enthusiasm in Dr. Burifu's eyes. Meanwhile, Bulma and Jine engaged with Madame Burifu, primarily with Bulma sharing her recent experiences, to which Madame Burifu listened with rapt attention and frequent exclamations of wonder. After dinner, Dr. Burifu eagerly returned to his courtyard laboratory to continue his scientific endeavors, while Parrot, along with Jine, Bulma, and Madame Burifu, made their way to the open-air observation terrace on the top floor of the main building. The view was spectacular, offering a panoramic vista of the estate's nightscape and the distant shimmering lights of West City. The starry night sky twinkled, harmonizing beautifully with the city's glow. Comfortable sofas and an elegant coffee table were already prepared, adorned with fruits and beverages. As they settled down, relishing the tranquility of the evening and the cool night breeze, light-hearted conversations resumed. Parrot sat in the center, with Jine and Bulma flanking him on either side, while Madame Burifu occupied a single sofa opposite him. Throughout the conversation, Parrot's gaze would occasionally drift, filled with pure admiration, towards Madame Burifu, whose figure appeared even more enchanting under the interplay of night and light. Her unique charm as a mature woman, combined with her unpretentious and cheerful disposition, created a sight that was truly a feast for the eyes. Chapter 63. The spirit bomb acquired. Time passed swiftly. 3 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. On the spacious and luxurious balcony of Bulma's residence, which resembled a grand palace, Parrot sat leisurely in a comfortable lounge chair, with Jine and Bulma seated beside him. The trio savored the tranquility of the afternoon while gazing at the urban landscape of Shiji City in the distance. Suddenly, a faint ripple emerged in the air of the balcony, so subtle that it would be imperceptible to ordinary folk. Moments later, 2 figures appeared silently at the edge of the balcony, as if emerging from the very waves of space. It was none other than the anticipated Kaioshin Xin and his attendant, Jebet. They were still adorned in their resplendent divine attire. But Jebet's gaze towards Parrot bore a lingering hint of reverence and apprehension that was difficult to erase completely. Kaioshin Xin wore a warm smile as his eyes fell upon Parrot, and he spoke in a gentle tone. "Mr. Parrot, the 3-day period has arrived. We hope we are not late. I have already arranged matters in the netherworld and have granted you the necessary permissions. If it is convenient for you, we can now escort you to North Kai." Parrot rose from his seat with an unhurried grace, nodding as he replied, "However, before we proceed to North Kai, we must first visit a location to collect a few individuals." Both Kaioshin Xin and Jebet displayed a moment of surprise, pausing briefly, but quickly regained their composure. Kaioshin Xin nodded in understanding. "Of course, we will follow your wishes, Mr. Parrot." Parrot turned to Jine and Bulma, saying, "I shall return shortly with Kaioshin-sama. You need not worry. Just remain here at ease." Bulma and Jine exchanged smiles, their expressions reflecting trust and reassurance. Bulma added with a hint of concern, "Please return soon. Perhaps my mother has discovered a new cake shop to discuss with you tonight." "All right," Parrot replied with a smile, then gestured to Kaioshin. Kaioshin-sama, let us be on our way. In the next moment, without any apparent action from Parrot, both Kaioshin and Jebet sensed a distortion in their surroundings, as if the very fabric of space were being forcibly folded. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, the trio found themselves no longer on Bulma's balcony in Shiji City, but instead amidst a familiar clearing in a mountainous forest. They had arrived at Baozi Mountain, the home of Sun Wukong. At that moment, Wukong, Piccolo, Raditz, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Dandan, and Little Gohan were engaged in intense combat training, clad in weighted training gear. The explosive sounds of ki blasts and the thuds of fists and feet echoed around them. Upon noticing Parrot's sudden appearance, accompanied by two oddly dressed figures with profound auras, they immediately ceased their training, their faces lighting up with joy and curiosity. Parrot, you've arrived. Wukong was the first to rush over excitedly. Parrot nodded to the group and introduced Wukong, Krillin, and everyone. These two are Kaioshin Xian and his attendant Jebet. They are deities who oversee the order of the universe. Kaioshin, upon hearing Parrot's introduction, especially the term deity, Wukong and the others widened their eyes in astonishment and disbelief. Although they possessed great power, the concept of a deity remained shrouded in mystery and reverence for them. Even the usually proud Piccolo and Raditz regarded Kaioshin with a newfound scrutiny and seriousness. Parrot then explained the purpose of their visit. Parrot, are you bringing Kaioshin-sama to take us somewhere else for training? Where are we going? Is it more challenging than here? Wukong inquired, his pure eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement, resembling a child who had just learned of an upcoming adventure, albeit one that promised more rigorous training. Parrot nodded, affirming Wukong's conjecture, but teased them without revealing too much. Yes, I am taking you to a special place. Once we arrive, you will understand. He secretly planned to send this group of overly energetic training enthusiasts to North Kai, hoping to leave them in the capable hands of North Kai, thus granting himself some peace and quiet. Subsequently, Parrot turned to Kaioshin and said, Kaioshin-sama, everyone is present. We can set off now. Kaioshin nodded, signaling to Jebet. Although Jebet harbored some reservations about escorting this group of mortals to Kaioshin's planet, he dared not contradict Kaioshin or Parrot's intentions. He stepped forward and spoke solemnly. Please gather closely and do not resist. I will perform instant transmission to take you to the planet where Kaioshin-sama resides. Upon hearing this, the group curiously drew nearer, linking hands and placing them on Jebet. Jebet focused intently, sensing the location of North Kai's planet. In an instant, a remarkable sensation of temporal and spatial transition enveloped everyone. The surrounding scenery rippled violently as if disturbed by thrown stones, becoming blurred and then suddenly clear. When their vision returned, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar environment. Beneath their feet was a small, exquisite, disc-shaped planet that seemed to float amidst a vibrant cosmic nebula. Lush with greenery, its edges encircled by a winding path that appeared endless. In the distance, a colossal core radiating a soft glow dominated much of the sky. The gravity here differed from that of Earth, being 10 times stronger, and the air was infused with a tranquil and sacred essence. A peculiar figure, wearing sunglasses, portly in stature, adorned in Kai attire, and driving a miniature car, stared in astonishment at the sudden influx of visitors. This individual was none other than North Kai. Upon recognizing Kaioshin among the newcomers, he was so startled that he tumbled from his tiny vehicle, scrambling to his feet to bow respectfully. Kaioshin-sama, what brings you to our humble abode? Please forgive my inadequate welcome. Kaioshin gently waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for excessive formalities, and then proceeded to introduce Parrot and the others to North Kai, briefly explaining their purpose and hoping North Kai would permit Wukong and the others to train for a time. Although North Kai felt overwhelmed by the sudden influx of guests, he dared not refuse Kaioshin's request. He quickly nodded in agreement, promising to do his utmost to facilitate their training. He scrutinized Parrot, filled with immense curiosity and surprise, realizing he was in the presence of a being connected to Kaioshin. Furthermore, the evident respect Kaioshin and his entourage held for Parrot left him even more astonished, and he was determined not to display any sign of negligence. Parrot expressed his gratitude for North Kai's hospitality. As for whether Wukong and his companions would receive genuine guidance from North Kai, that would depend on their own insight and abilities to impress this seemingly comical yet remarkably discerning deity. After arranging matters for Wukong and the others, Parrot turned his attention back to North Kai, directly inquiring, Kaioshin-sama, I have heard that you possess a formidable technique known as the Genkidama. Might you impart this skill to me? You know of the Genkidama? North Kai exclaimed in surprise, nearly tumbling from his vehicle again as he adjusted his misaligned sunglasses, his face reflecting astonishment. This was one of his most prized techniques. He glanced at Kaioshin and then at the distinguished Parrot, slightly furrowing his brow, feeling somewhat conflicted. Mr. Parrot, I can indeed teach you the methods to cultivate the Genkidama, for it is not an esoteric secret. However, mastering and executing the Genkidama requires an exceptionally pure, kind, and luminous heart. In order to resonate with the vital energies of countless life forms in the universe and draw upon their strength, one must possess a heart devoid of malevolence and impurity. If such purity is lacking, the ability to condense vital energy becomes unattainable, and one may even face backlash. Implicitly, there lies a concern regarding the enigmatic Parrot, whose origins are shrouded in mystery and whose powers are unfathomable, questioning the purity of his spirit. Parrot, maintaining a serene demeanor and an air of undeniable confidence, replied nonchalantly, It matters not. I merely wish to experience the mysteries of this vital energy. Should I succeed in mastering it, that would be splendid. If not, I shall not force it, nor will I place blame upon Lord Kai. Observing Parrot's unwavering resolve, the North Kai, accompanied by the Kaioshin, nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Since you are insistent, I shall impart the methods for cultivating the vital energy ball to you. Subsequently, the North Kai began to elucidate the principles underlying the vital energy ball, explaining how to perceive the vital energies that permeate the universe, planets, and all living beings. He emphasized the necessity of guiding and converging these minuscule energies with a pure heart, ultimately culminating in an ultimate energy sphere capable of cataclysmic destruction while embodying justice itself. The purer and more selfless one's thoughts, the greater the amount of vital energy that can be gathered, thereby enhancing its potency. Meanwhile, Goku, Piccolo, and others instinctively engaged in adaptive training on the North Kai's planet. The unique gravitational environment and the energy-laden atmosphere posed a new challenge for them. The Kaioshin and Jebbet observed their training from a distance. After a while, Jebbet whispered to the Kaioshin, Lord Kaioshin, these humans seem rather intriguing. Their training methods are quite unique, and their potential appears substantial. The Kaioshin nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze, and softly remarked, Indeed. They are rare martial arts prodigies, possessing resilience and exceptional talent. After this training on the Kai's planet, coupled with the North Kai's guidance, their skills may advance remarkably, reaching an extraordinary level. Perhaps in the future, we might seek their assistance in confronting certain cosmic crises. As he watched Goku and the others laboring under the peculiar gravity, he envisioned their evolution into formidable warriors. Jebbet, despite his words, still held a measure of disdain for Goku and his companions, recognizing that their current strength was far too feeble to be of any aid to the Kaioshin. During their training breaks, Goku and the others often cast curious glances towards Parrot, eager to understand the legendary vital energy ball and its extraordinary nature. Chapter 64, Mrs. Brief's late-night vigil. Parrot was entirely absorbed in his contemplation of the vital energy ball. Following the North Kai's teachings, he cleared his mind and endeavored to sense the ubiquitous yet elusive vital energy. His perceptive abilities were remarkably potent, and his mental strength was vast as an ocean. Though his heart was not traditionally pure, his comprehension and mastery of energy had reached an astonishing realm. Time passed quietly, and after approximately an hour, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Parrot slowly raised his hands, palms facing the sky. At first, faint points of light, akin to fireflies, materialized from the void, gradually increasing in number, converging towards his palms like rivers flowing into the sea. These luminous points emanated warmth, tranquility, and vitality. Eventually, a pure and immaculate energy sphere, radiating a soft white glow, coalesced above his hands. Though modest in size, the energy contained within was incomparably pure and vast, as if it encapsulated the essence of a star's life force. This was the vital energy ball he had formed by gathering a portion of the life energies from the North Kai's planet and its surrounding space. Is this even possible? The North Kai, witnessing this spectacle, seemed struck by lightning, leaping from his mini vehicle, his sunglasses falling off, his mouth agape, as if to accommodate an egg. An hour. He condensed the vital energy ball in merely an hour? This speed utterly shattered his previous conceptions, exceeding all conceivable limits. He had anticipated that even if Parrot could master the vital energy ball, it would take at least 2 to 3 months, or even up to 8 years. He never expected such swiftness. What manner of being is this Parrot? Is that truly the vital energy ball? It feels incredibly powerful. Clin gazed at the gentle, yet terrifyingly potent sphere of light in Parrot's hands, unable to suppress his awe. Indeed, there is a strong, pure, and radiant force that feels comforting, yet one ought not to underestimate it. Tien's 3 eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the profound essence of the energy. Yamcha and Goku nodded vigorously, with Goku's eyes gleaming with interest in this newfound power. Why does this feel so dangerous? Both Piccolo and Raditz shared this thought, their expressions growing serious. As beings aligned with darkness, or at least not purely luminous, they instinctively sensed a powerful restraint and a lethal threat emanating from the vital energy ball, as though that radiant energy was inherently designed to purify their existence. Parrot meticulously examined the energy structure of the vital energy ball in his hands. It was indeed an extraordinarily powerful and pure force, imbued with the qualities of life and light, possessing a natural and formidable restraining effect against evil and darkness. It could be deemed the nemesis of malevolence. His primary motive for learning the vital energy ball from the North Kai was not merely to acquire a combat technique, but rather to delve deeper into the essence of this unique ability to converge collective thoughts and life energy. He sensed that this profound understanding and application of life energy might provide crucial insights and inspiration for his forthcoming exploration of divine powers and attempts to break through the barriers of Super Saiyan God. After a brief period of contemplation and research, Parrot willed the pure vital energy ball to dissipate like stardust, returning to its primordial essence, merging back into the cosmos. Having accomplished his objectives during his time here, Parrot prepared to return to Earth. He turned to Goku and the others, who were still striving to adapt to their surroundings, and solemnly instructed, Goku, Piccolo, and the rest of you, remain here and focus on your training. Keep track of time. In half a year, Frieza's minions should be arriving. At that time, you will need to find a way to traverse the Snake Way. He gestured towards the winding path leading into the endless distance. To reach King Yema's domain, and let the God of Earth guide you back to the mortal realm. Do you all understand? Snake Way? What is that? Goku inquired, staring at the seemingly endless road with confusion. It is a long path that tests endurance and willpower. The specifics of the journey and any precautions will be conveyed to you by Lord Kai. Parrot refrained from elaborating further. Got it. Understood. Goku nodded, albeit with a hint of reluctance, as he asked, What about you, Parrot? Will you not come to see us train anymore? Depending on the situation. If there are no significant matters on Earth, I may return to observe your progress, Parrot replied. Understood. Although Goku felt a tinge of disappointment, he managed to smile in understanding. Parrot nodded, his gaze sweeping over Goku, Clin, Piccolo, Raditz, Tien, Yamcha, Dend, and the young yet resolute Gohan. A rare, serious expression graced his face, tinged with expectation, as he declared, Remember, train diligently and do not become complacent. If, after 6 months, you were to fall victim to Frieza's minions due to insufficient training, please refrain from attributing that to my tutelage, for I cannot afford such disgrace. Upon hearing these words, the group shuddered, a surge of fierce determination and responsibility swelling within them. In unison, they proclaimed, their voices resounding throughout the small Jia Wangxing, yes. We shall strive diligently. We will not bring shame upon you. Through more than half a year of Parrot's unwavering guidance, grueling training reminiscent of hell, and their daily interactions, they had grown to wholeheartedly respect their seemingly aloof, yet profoundly caring mentor. Very well, remember the words you have spoken today. I hope that in 6 months' time, each of you will have achieved a breakthrough. Do not disappoint me, Parrot remarked, nodding in satisfaction. We will certainly endeavor to cultivate our powers with utmost effort. They shouted once more, their spirits soaring. Turning to Jia Wang's son, Jia Wangshin, Parrot stated, My lord, you may return now. As for the methods for cultivating divine power, I shall seek you out once I have settled certain matters on Earth. Jade Wangsun and Jebit exchanged puzzled glances. Mr. Parrot, how will you find us after we return? Asked Jith Wangsun. With a smile, Parrot elucidated, I too possess the ability to instantaneously move. I can sense your energy signatures and teleport to your location when the time comes. Both Jade Wangsun and Jebet were taken aback, for the Jiwangjia was not a realm one could traverse lightly. Very well, we shall await your esteemed presence in the Jiwangjate. Jade Wangsun conceded, though doubt lingered in his heart. With that, Parrot took his leave, nodding gently to the group before his form blurred, and he vanished from Beijia Wangxing, returning to the city of West Capital on Earth, specifically to Bulma's residence. Upon his arrival on the balcony, he encountered Mrs. Brief, who inadvertently collided with him, falling into his arms. Quick to react, Parrot steadied her graceful figure and inquired, "Madam, are you all right?" I'm fine," Mrs. Brief stammered, her surprise quickly giving way to joy. "Thank you. Parrot, you have returned." "Indeed." Parrot nodded. "I apologize for startling you. You did not sustain any injuries, did you? Would you like me to give you a massage?" Mrs. Brief, captivated by Parrot's gentle gaze, nodded in agreement. That would be wonderful. Subsequently, she reclined gracefully on a chair as Parrot sat behind her, administering a restorative massage. As night fell, the expansive Brief residence was enveloped in silence, most lights extinguished as its inhabitants drifted into slumber. Inside, Mrs. Brief had just completed her evening preparations. Draped in a pristine white towel that barely concealed her exquisite curves, she radiated elegance, showcasing her delicate collarbone and long, slender legs. Her damp, golden locks glistened, droplets cascading onto her fair skin, adding to her allure. Humming a soft, unfamiliar tune, she glided along the plush carpet of the corridor, heading towards her bedroom to rest. At that moment, a glimmer of light caught her eye from beneath Bulma's bedroom door. It's quite late. Why hasn't Bulma gone to sleep yet? She pondered aloud, momentarily pausing. Although aware that Bulma had been staying up late due to Parrot and Jine's arrival, as well as some business matters, it was unusual for her to still be awake at this hour. As she approached Bulma's door quietly, she discerned faint voices emanating from the crack. It seemed that Bulma was not alone. Another voice resembling Mrs. Jine's could be heard. Curiosity mingled with an inexplicable premonition as she stealthily leaned closer to the heavy door, bending slightly to peer through the narrow gap beneath. A fleeting glimpse. The soft light illuminating the room revealed a scene of playful banter, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief as she stifled a gasp with her hand. At this hour, they were still engaged in conversation and games. Chapter 65, Confronting Mrs. Brief. In the stillness of the night, Mrs. Brief returned to her lavish, expansive bedroom, her body languid and weary, as if drained of all energy. Her steps were unsteady, yet her cheeks glowed with a radiant allure, her eyes shimmering with softness. Upon entering her personal sanctuary, she felt the weight of exhaustion overtaking her, to the point where even the towel slipped carelessly from her shoulders, leaving her to collapse gently onto the luxurious silk-covered couch. The plush silk enveloped her mature and graceful figure, and the overwhelming fatigue washed over her like a tide, rendering her unable to resist as she drifted into a deep slumber, her breathing soon becoming steady and deep. Even in sleep, her exquisite visage bore an enchanting glow, reminiscent of raindrops glistening on petals, with the corners of her mouth hinting at a subtle, sweet curve. The silvery moonlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a shimmering glow upon her as she lay on her side. The contours of her mature and enchanting form akin to a meticulously crafted portrait of beauty beneath the moonlight. The room was utterly silent, save for her rhythmic breaths. Dr. Brief was not present, as this scientific enthusiast often immersed himself in his underground laboratory, frequently even sleeping in the lab's lounge, a testament to his obsession with research. The following morning dawned bright and clear. The clock indicated it was around 10 o'clock. As was his routine, Parrot had risen at the break of dawn to complete his essential morning exercises, having just cleansed himself of the sweat and grime accumulated from vigorous training. He donned a fresh, comfortable outfit, feeling invigorated and composed. Meanwhile, Bulma and Jine seemed to be indulging in a leisurely morning, their door still firmly shut. Parrot strolled towards the expansive indoor garden connecting the main house, where an array of exotic flora from Earth and beyond flourished, the air fresh and inviting. As he stepped into the garden, his gaze was drawn to the enchanting figure of Mrs. Brief, diligently tending to the plants. She wore a fitted cream-colored short-sleeve t-shirt that accentuated her curves, paired with washed blue skinny jeans that highlighted her long, graceful legs, their porcelain smoothness akin to finely carved jade. With a delicate watering can in hand, she bent slightly at the waist, focused on nurturing a cluster of pale blue star-shaped flowers. Sunlight bathed her in a gentle glow, casting a soft halo around her figure. The mature and tall figure, draped in form-fitting attire, exuded an infinite allure, breathtaking in its elegance. A hint of admiration graced Parrot's lips as he slowed his pace, approaching Mrs. Brief silently. Enveloped in her communion with the flora, Mrs. Brief seemed completely absorbed, unaware of the presence creeping up behind her. As she meticulously sprayed droplets of water, she instinctively took a small step back to adjust her angle, aiming to better nourish the roots of the plants. However, this backward motion led to an abrupt collision with a firm and warm leg. "Ah!" Mrs. Brief gasped in surprise, losing her balance instantly. The watering can slipped from her hand, falling onto the tender grass, and she involuntarily lurched towards the thorny rosebush ahead. Just as her fair skin was about to be pierced by the flower's thorns, Parrot's steady voice resonated in her ear. "Madam, be careful." In that critical moment, powerful arms encircled her slender waist with remarkable precision, halting her forward momentum. With a gentle tug, he cradled her delicate form securely in his embrace. Averting any contact with the roses, Parrot held Mrs. Brief, whose graceful figure trembled slightly, as if safeguarding a fragile treasure. The color drained from her face, replaced by a look of fright. She gasped a few breaths, turning to glance back. Upon recognizing Parrot, a flicker of inexplicable joy illuminated her eyes, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness it was Parrot. Had she truly fallen into the rosebush, her delicate skin would have surely suffered cuts, leading to a most embarrassing situation. "Thank you, Parrot." Her voice still quivered from her earlier shock. "When did you arrive? I didn't even notice." "If there is anyone who should feel embarrassed, it is I, madam," Parrot replied, his tone tinged with regret, yet his grip remained steadfast. "I arrived not long ago and saw you engrossed in tending to the flowers, your form so graceful that I couldn't bring myself to interrupt. I intended to quietly admire, but it seems I only caused a fright. I am truly sorry." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Brief understood, and the tinge of reproach in her heart dissipated. A smile returned to her face, albeit slightly more delicate than usual. "I see, it is all right. I was also distracted by the flowers and did not pay attention to my surroundings. Are you unhurt? Did you twist anything, or are you frightened?" Parrot, still holding her slender yet resilient waist, inquired with concern. As he spoke, he carefully turned Mrs. Brief to face him, his gaze meticulously scanning her from top to bottom. He examined her slightly disheveled hair, her still flustered face, her elongated neck, the rising and falling of her chest, her slender waist, and her straight legs, ensuring she had not sustained any injuries. Being so closely attended to by a handsome man radiating masculinity made Mrs. Brief feel a touch bashful. She lowered her gaze slightly and shook her head, her voice unconsciously softening. "I am fine, Mr. Parrot, truly, thank you for your concern." Parrot's eyes lingered on Mrs. Brief's exquisite and charming visage. He keenly noticed a hint of fatigue and languor concealed beneath her meticulously applied eye makeup, prompting him to ask with genuine care, "Madam, did you not rest well last night?" Hearing this, Mrs. Brief's heart raced as if her secret had been exposed. An inexplicable anxiety surged within her, and her gaze faltered slightly as she forced herself to respond. No, I slept quite well. Why do you ask?" Her voice unwittingly carried a note of tension. Parrot observed her fleeting disquiet, yet his expression remained gentle as he explained, "Oh, it is nothing, merely that you appear somewhat weary around the eyes, and your complexion does not radiate the usual vitality. I only inquired, my apologies for being forward." Mrs. Brief felt a wave of relief wash over her. He had only been observant and had not discerned anything amiss. She quickly adjusted her expression, striving to make her smile appear more natural. "I see, Parrot. You are truly attentive. Thank you for your concern. I slept reasonably well." The last two words were spoken with a hint of uncertainty. "That is good," Parrot nodded. Yet his arms around her waist did not loosen immediately. Instead, he continued in that protective posture. "However, you still seem a bit fatigued. How about I offer you another professional wellness massage? It will help alleviate your fatigue, invigorate your energy, and soothe your muscles. Consider it a compensation for the fright I caused you earlier, as well as for any disturbance to your rest last night." His words carried profound implications, and his gaze held a softness that invited no refusal. Mrs. Brief hesitated for a moment, looking up to meet Parrot's deep, smiling eyes. Remembering the soothing experience of their previous wellness session and the subsequent restful sleep it had afforded her, her heart fluttered. After a brief internal struggle, She decided it was indeed necessary to indulge in such care. She nodded gently, responding in a barely audible voice. All right. Where would be best for the massage? This place seems rather inconvenient. Parrot surveyed the expansive garden, noting its many secluded spots, yet ultimately an open space. Mrs. Brief's expression brightened as she lowered her head, her voice as melodious as a gentle stream. Let us go to my room. It is quiet there and more suitable. Parrot, perceiving her intent, smiled knowingly. Concerned that Mrs. Brief might have twisted her ankle during the earlier scare, he opted for silence. With a gentle yet firm motion, he lifted her in a classic princess carry, cradling her graceful form effortlessly. Mrs. Brief let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around Parrot's neck, burying her face in the solidity of his shoulder. Parrot, cradling her, strode confidently towards the main house, heading for Mrs. Brief's bedroom. After a while, they arrived at her door. He paused briefly, not entering directly but glancing down at the delicate figure nestled against him, her fair and beautiful face still pressed close. Sensing his gaze, Mrs. Brief slightly lifted her eyelids, her eyes shimmering with a mix of shyness, anticipation, and acquiescence. She nodded gently, wordlessly conveying her consent. Thus, Parrot, without further hesitation, gently pushed open the unlatched door. Embracing her waist, he stepped into the room, enveloped in a unique fragrance and adorned with a warmth that felt inviting. Soon, the room began to resonate with the sounds of a professional and thorough wellness massage, invigorating her energy and easing her muscles. As time progressed, Mrs. Brief found herself once again profoundly entranced and captivated by Parrot's extraordinary techniques in wellness massage that invigorated the flow of vital energy and blood. The exquisite pressure applied, the precision in locating acupoints along the meridians, and the sensations akin to electric currents racing through her pathways brought forth a delightful tingling ache. This was followed by an unparalleled state of relaxation, where her entire being felt unburdened and revitalized, prompting her to express her heartfelt admiration for Parrot. Parrot dedicated an extensive 2 hours to meticulously performing a comprehensive treatment that focused on the meridians and acupoints, promoting the smooth circulation of energy and blood, as well as relieving her muscles and joints. By the time the session concluded, Mrs. Brief lay on the sumptuous couch, utterly spent, her body akin to a soft, pliable mass, unwilling to move even a finger. Her expression radiated a sweet serenity, and she drifted into a deep, tranquil slumber, her breaths deep and even. Parrot gently tucked her in with a silk blanket, then composed himself and quietly exited the room. As he softly closed the door behind him and prepared to turn away, he nearly collided with a figure emerging from around the corner of the hallway. It was Dr. Brief, disheveled, wearing glasses, and clad in a work uniform stained with grease. He appeared to have just stepped out of the laboratory, perhaps to retrieve something from his bedroom or merely to get some fresh air. Parrot subtly raised an eyebrow, but quickly restored his expression to calmness. Dr. Brief evidently recognized him without a hint of suspicion and cheerfully waved. Ah, Parrot. Good morning. The weather is splendid today. His thoughts seemed still ensconced in some scientific formula. Good morning, Doctor. Parrot replied with an impeccable, natural smile. Dr. Brief approached him, adjusting his crooked glasses, and curiously inquired, What brings you this way? Are you looking for me? He gestured towards the door behind Parrot. With an unflinching countenance, Parrot replied nonchalantly, No, nothing of the sort. I was looking for Bulma. I may have taken a wrong floor and was just about to head down. He deftly crafted a small lie. Bulma? Shouldn't she be in her room? Dr. Brief's curiosity deepened as he pointed in the general direction downstairs. Perhaps, but I haven't confirmed yet. I'll go check on her first. Doctor, you carry on, Parrot said cheerfully, maintaining a light tone. All right, off you go. I need to return to calibrate that anti-gravity matrix. The data seems a bit off. Dr. Brief nodded, dismissing the matter as his mind drifted back to his laboratory. Parrot stepped past Dr. Brief, making his way toward the staircase while maintaining most of his attention on the activity behind him, as if his senses were akin to radar, tracking Dr. Brief's movements. He observed Dr. Brief continuing his usual path, walking straight past the door without pausing, heading towards his designated small research room, his figure quickly fading from view at the corridor's end. Only after confirming that Dr. Brief had indeed departed did Parrot feel a slight relief wash over him. Had Dr. Brief exhibited any inclination to enter the bedroom moments ago, Parrot would have unhesitatingly employed a subtle tactic to induce an overwhelming sense of drowsiness in him, compelling him to take an immediate nap. Having averted this minor crisis, Parrot arrived at Bulma's door just as she and Jine were emerging from their room, both appearing to have just risen, their expressions languid. How peculiar. There's a water stain here, Bulma remarked, her keen eyes noticing a small, somewhat indistinct dark mark on the carpet at the doorway, frowning in confusion. Parrot's gaze swept over the stain, his eyes flickering momentarily. Yet his face wore an unaffected smile as he naturally interjected, "Perhaps someone spilled water last night, or maybe the cleaning staff accidentally made a mess. It's nothing to worry about." "Yes, perhaps," Bulma pondered for a moment, finding his reasoning sound, and decided not to dwell on it, considering the vastness of the house. A minor blemish was quite normal. "You two are up just in time. Let us grab something to eat. It should be nearly lunchtime," Parrot suggested with a smile, skillfully redirecting the conversation. "Sounds good. I'm a bit hungry." They both nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them walked side by side towards the dining room. At that moment, Bulma seemed to suddenly recall something. Turning to Parrot, she asked, "By the way, Parrot, have you seen my mother? She should usually be in the dining room or garden by now. Let us go call her to join us for lunch." Parrot nodded, his tone calm as he responded. "I saw her in the garden this morning. She mentioned feeling a bit tired and wanted to take a nap first, suggesting we eat without needing to call her." "I see. It seems she might not have slept well last night," Bulma remarked without suspicion, smiling as she linked arms with Jine. "All right then, let us go ahead and eat." Thus, this small interlude passed without incident. Parrot, along with Bulma and Jine, relished a splendid lunch prepared by the top chef hired by Dr. Burifu, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Time flowed quietly in these days filled with subtle undercurrents, yet appearing outwardly serene and comforting. On an evening 3 days later, Mrs. Burifu once again passed by Bulma's door, hearing cheerful laughter emanating from within. Peering through the slightly ajar door, she observed Bulma, Jine, and Parrot, all seated on the carpet, joyfully engaged in a game of cards. The atmosphere appeared exceedingly convivial and joyous. Just then, Parrot, facing the door, seemingly raised his head inadvertently, his gaze meeting Mrs. Burifu's curious and somewhat complex eyes through the crack. He couldn't help but notice her alluring figure, even in casual home attire. Parrot greeted her with a warm smile, waving his hand and invitingly calling out, "Madam, why are you lingering at the door? Come in and join us. The more, the merrier." Bulma and Jine, upon hearing this, also turned to see their mother, Mrs. Burifu, and joyfully urged her to join. Mrs. Burifu hesitated for a moment, observing the joyful scene within, particularly Parrot's eyes glimmering with kindness. The slight awkwardness and embarrassment she felt seemed to dissipate in the warmth of the atmosphere. She pushed the door open, stepping inside, her face adorned once more with that elegant yet playful smile. "All right, seeing you all having such a good time, I shall join the fun. But how do we play with four when the game is designed for three?" "Not to worry, we can switch to mahjong," Parrot suggested with a smile. "I believe there's an automatic mahjong table in your family's entertainment room." This proposal received unanimous approval. Soon, the four of them moved to the adjacent entertainment room, activating the high-tech automatic mahjong table. The sounds of shuffling tiles and laughter echoed throughout the room as they engaged in spirited play, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. It seemed as though all previous subtle tensions and awkwardness melted away amidst this delightful exchange. Mrs. Burifu gradually relaxed, immersing herself in the joyful moments spent with her family. Initially somewhat reserved, she began to unwind under Parrot's gentle guidance and the enjoyment of the game, her face blooming with a captivating smile as she temporarily forgot her worries and fatigue. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. 2 months have quietly passed since the meeting with the King of the North and the training on Beijie Wangxing. During this time, the days flowed gently and pleasantly in the luxurious and warm haven of Bulma's home. Just a few days ago, the family celebrated a momentous occasion, the safe arrival of Jine's child, a baby boy. On this day, sunlight bathed the spacious balcony of Bulma's home, and the warm breath of spring filled the air. At this moment, the new life was being tenderly passed around and cradled. He was plump and fair, with a round little face and skin so delicate it seemed capable of yielding water. A pair of clear, bright eyes curiously surveyed this brand new world, occasionally revealing a toothless grin and emitting soft cooing sounds that melted hearts. Bulma and Mrs. Brief were huddled together, Their graceful figures slightly bent as they surrounded the tiny infant, their faces radiating genuine joy and affection. Bulma gently teased the baby's little hand with her finger, while Mrs. Brief lovingly brushed her well-cared-for fingers against the infant's tender cheek, her eyes brimming with adoration. "Oh, look at this little darling, how adorable." Mrs. Brief's voice was sweet and melodious. Parrot stood a little further back, his arm protectively embracing Jine, whose enchanting figure still shone even after childbirth, gently drawing her close. He beheld the warm scene before him, Bulma and her mother teasing the newborn, while Jine's face glowed with gentle radiance, filling his heart with an unprecedented tranquility and a warmth that belonged to home. At that moment, Bulma carefully cradled the child and turned to face Parrot and Jine, her face illuminated by a radiant smile as she cheerfully inquired, "Parrot, Jine, have you decided on a name for this adorable little fellow? He can't just be called Baby forever, can he?" Hearing this, Parrot lowered his gaze to Jine, his eyes softening as he gently asked, "What do you think? What name do you believe suits him?" Jine lifted her head to meet Parrot's gaze, her face adorned with a blissful smile. She gently shook her head, her tone filled with trust and reliance. "I have no particular thoughts. Just choose whatever you like. Whatever name you think is best will be perfect for him. He is our child, and your choice will undoubtedly be the best." Upon hearing Jine's words, tenderness flooded Parrot's eyes. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the expectant faces of Bulma and Mrs. Brief, then glanced at the reliant Jine, and finally at the oblivious newborn. After a moment of contemplation, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. The atmosphere on the balcony grew more focused, with all eyes fixed upon him, awaiting the name that would accompany this new life throughout his existence. A warm discussion about names seemed poised to unfold beneath the sun. What splendid and meaningful name shall we bestow upon this child, who embodies love and hope? Chapter 67. Cultivating Divine Power. Parrot gazed intently at the sleeping infant in his arms, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. He recalled the days and nights spent with Jine on the desolate planet, clinging to each other as they struggled for survival, safeguarding the last vestiges of hope in the face of despair. Parrot's voice bore the weight of experience. "This child bears witness to the bond we forged across the starry seas, much like an eternal flame of life." He gently caressed the baby's delicate cheek, a rare softness glimmering in his eyes. As Jine's child, he should inherit his mother's surname, as a token of respect for all the years she has devoted. Turning to Jine, his voice was warm yet resolute. "I wish to name him Xinglan. Xing symbolizes our meeting beneath the stars, while Lan signifies the magnificent waves of life." Xinglan, Jine softly echoed, tears of emotion sparkling in her eyes. "What a beautiful name. It continues my lineage and encapsulates our fate across the starry sea." Bulma exclaimed, "Xinglan. It possesses the romance of the cosmos and the vitality of life." Mrs. Brief nodded in agreement, smiling. "Xinglan is both elegant and poetic, encapsulating your extraordinary story." Just then, little Xinglan smiled sweetly in his sleep, as if acknowledging the name bestowed upon him. Sunlight danced upon his fine, soft hair. Parrot gently returned the child to Jine, his tone firm yet tender. "May you carry your mother's gentleness and resilience, shining like the stars and embodying the grandeur of waves." A gentle breeze wafted across the balcony, carrying the fragrance of the distant garden. Jine carefully accepted the soft, warm swaddling blanket, holding it tightly in her arms. She gazed down at her child's adorable slumbering face, his tiny nostrils flaring gently with each breath, and his pink lips occasionally instinctively smacking together. A surge of emotion from deep within her bloodline and an indescribable sense of happiness filled her heart, her eyes radiating pure joy and warmth. It seemed as if all past hardships and wanderings had become worthwhile in the presence of this new life. Parrot leaned closer, watching the child, and the lines of his resolute face softened involuntarily, revealing a rare, fatherly smile filled with warmth. Yet, as he attentively sensed the little one's essence, a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. He quietly remarked to Jine, "This little fellow seems to harbor quite extraordinary energy within him, with astonishing potential." As he spoke, he extended his index finger, gently teasing the infant's delicate cheek. Seemingly sensing his father's touch, little Xinglan, still in slumber, drowsily stretched out his chubby hands, akin to lotus roots, flailing in the air as if attempting to grasp Parrot's playful finger. Even more astonishingly, within his half-closed eyes, a fleeting glimmer akin to stars sparkled, hinting at an unrefined yet inherent spirit. Jine, hearing Parrot's observation, slowly emerged from her pure maternal reverie and focused intently on her child. Indeed, she distinctly sensed a potent and pure energy wave flowing within his tiny body. Truly, such immense strength. Jine couldn't help but exclaim, exchanging a glance with Parrot, both astonished by the revelation. Parrot chuckled heartily and reached out once more, gently rubbing his son's tiny hand with the back of his finger, feeling the tender yet vibrant touch. It seemed that some children were born already standing at the finish line of others. This illustrates the disparity in bloodlines and innate gifts, a starting point that others could only envy. Jine lowered her head, gently nuzzling her nose against the child's forehead, savoring the intimacy forged by their shared lineage. Bulma and Mrs. Brief also gathered around, their faces adorned with loving smiles, playfully tapping the child's cheek or shaking a rattle to capture his attention. In an instant, the balcony filled with laughter and joy, radiating warmth and happiness. Thus, within the fortress-like safety and comfort of Bulma's home, days of warmth and happiness turned like the pages of a book, each one unfolding calmly. Little Xinglan thrived under the tender care of everyone around him. However, the pace of this child's growth continually defied the expectations of those around him. At just 1 month old, while other children were still lying in cradles flailing their arms and legs. One day, just as Jine prepared to place the little one in his crib, the small creature seemed rather reluctant, emitting soft coos and babbles. Then, under the astonished gaze of Jine, Bulma, and Mrs. Brief, who happened to pass by, his tiny body, swathed in a diaper, began to sway and float gently, like an inflated little ball. Although he was merely a few meters above the ground, it was indeed a flight powered by his own strength. Is he flying? Bulma exclaimed first, nearly dropping the bottle in her hand. Jine was equally astonished, quickly scooping up the giggling child to examine him closely, ensuring he felt no discomfort. Mrs. Brief, filled with wonder, eagerly took out a small recording device, seemingly intent on analyzing this incredible phenomenon from a scientific perspective. This was merely the beginning. A month later, when the child reached 2 months of age, his control over his powers seemed to have advanced further. Although he could not yet speak, he was already capable of hovering and moving short distances at low altitude with relative ease. His large, clear eyes were filled with curiosity about the world around him, occasionally releasing faint bursts of energy that would push nearby toys away. The level of energy within him was steadily surging, reaching a degree that left Goku and others in awe. Fortunately, with Jine, the experienced Saiyan mother, Bulma, the brilliant scientist, and Mrs. Brief, the attentive and gentle grandmother, all diligently caring for him, little Xinglan, despite his extraordinary gifts, did not cause any major disturbances. His upbringing remained safe and filled with love. Parrot, reassured by this, devoted more energy to his next plans. One day, after confirming that everything at home was well and that Jine and Bulma were capable of caring for the child, Parrot ventured alone into the most secluded part of the estate's forest. He sensed the energy of the Kaioshin and soon pinpointed the coordinates infused with a divine aura. The Kaioshin realm. In the next moment, the space around him subtly distorted, and his figure abruptly blurred, disappearing as if merging into the void. The Kaioshin realm, located at the core of the universe and constructed from pure divine energy, remained as tranquil and harmonious as ever. Colorful clouds flowed beneath him, and the air was saturated with a refreshing essence. Kaioshin Shin was engaged in conversation with Jebet on a floating platform. Suddenly, both men simultaneously changed expressions, turning sharply to gaze at the open space in the center of the platform. There stood Parrot, his tall figure materializing abruptly. "Mr. Parrot?" Kaioshin Shin exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief and shock. Although he had promised Parrot to impart the power of the gods, he did not anticipate that Parrot would appear here so effortlessly. This level of power was entirely beyond his comprehension. Jebet's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had not expected a mere mortal to arrive in the Kaioshin realm. "Lord Kaioshin, Mr. Jebet, I have arrived," Parrot stated calmly, seemingly unaffected by their astonishment, as if it were merely a casual visit. After a brief moment of shock, Kaioshin Shin forcibly suppressed the tumult within him, taking a deep breath. He realized that Parrot's strength and abilities likely surpassed his previous estimations. Composing himself, he regained the solemnity of a deity and nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, Mr. Parrot is extraordinary. Since you are here, I shall fulfill my promise." He waved his hand, signaling Jebbet to step aside, then adopted a grave expression as he addressed Parrot. "Now, I shall begin to impart the methods of cultivating divine power." Kaioshin Shin elaborated on the essence of divine power. Divine power is not the same as the ki cultivated by mundane beings. Ki is a blend of life energy and mental force, arising from the physical and the will. Albeit powerful, it ultimately contains impurities. Its nature can fluctuate based on the cultivator's thoughts, emotions, and even racial characteristics, manifesting as ferocity, coldness, or fervor. In contrast, divine power is a more essential, pure, and elevated form of sacred energy. It does not originate from the body or intense personal will, but stems from an understanding of the laws of the universe, a resonance with the essence of life, and a closeness to broader concepts such as order and creation. It is one of the energies that construct and maintain the foundational rules of the universe, representing a qualitative leap that cannot be equated with mere quantitative accumulation. To cultivate divine power, one must first purify oneself. This does not refer to a physical cleansing, but to the purification of one's energy essence. It requires a gradual stripping away of personal imprints, emotional impurities, and racial traits carried within one's ki. One must strive to comprehend and embrace that formless, all-encompassing rhythm of the universe's primordial essence, which symbolizes existence and balance. Next, one must align with the rules. Divine power coexists with the laws and requires a heartfelt perception of spatial stability, the passage of time, and the cycle of life. One must attempt to resonate the fluctuations of energy with these fundamental cosmic rules, thereby invoking and absorbing the elusive divine power that is omnipresent yet difficult to capture. Lastly, there is mastery and transformation. Once one can perceive and invoke divine power, one must learn how to integrate it into their source of strength, coexisting with their original energy system. Eventually, one must progressively transform and wield it as if it were an extension of oneself. This process is extraordinarily arduous, for the level of divine power far exceeds that of ki, and any misstep could result in an energy conflict. Kaioshin Shin warned gravely. Cultivating divine power is no mere task to be achieved overnight. It tests not only talent and strength, but also one's mindset, comprehension, and understanding of the universe. Many exceptionally gifted Kaioshins spend their entire lives without truly entering its depths. The difficulty far surpasses any training you have previously undergone. Are you certain you wish to begin? Parrot listened quietly, his face betraying neither fear nor hesitation, only a calmness akin to an abyss and a hint of exhilaration at the prospect of a challenge. He nodded and responded succinctly yet powerfully, "Let us begin." Thus, under the guidance of Kaioshin, Parrot embarked on an exploration and cultivation of divine power in this sacred realm. He sat cross-legged at an energy node, closed his eyes, and first attempted to refine the immense ki as instructed by Kaioshin. He needed to analyze, understand, and touch upon the most primal and colorless source of energy, like unraveling threads. This process was exceedingly tedious and challenging, akin to calming a surging ocean to a mirror-like stillness, while clearly reflecting the essence of the sky. Simultaneously, his mental strength was highly concentrated as he endeavored to capture the subtle, yet grand rhythms of cosmic rules permeating every corner of the Kaioshin realm. It was an intangible path, the foundational logic that constituted all things. He needed to synchronize his mental frequency with this rhythm gradually. In the days that followed, Parrot's life settled into a new routine. He would allocate precious time each day to instantaneously return to his home in the West City of Earth. He would spend time with Jine, watching her tenderly nurture and care for little Xinglan, sharing in the joys of the child's daily growth. He would stroll and chat leisurely in the garden with Bulma and the graceful Mrs. Brief, savoring the lightness and comfort of those moments. The remainder of his time was devoted to the Kaioshin realm, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the cultivation and study of divine power. He repeatedly endeavored to purify his energy, striving to resonate with the elusive cosmic rules. Progress was extraordinarily slow, yet he never exhibited a hint of discouragement, only an increasingly resolute will and an insatiable desire for a higher realm. Chapter 68. The Arrival of Vegeta and Frieza. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. Since the birth of Ji Xinglan, for months had quietly passed. The Earth continued to orbit steadily. However, for those in the know, an invisible pressure was slowly approaching. On this day, Parrot informed the heavenly god to go to the underworld to bring back Goku and the others, for Vegeta and his companions were nearing. Meanwhile, far away on the small, exquisite planet of the North Kai, the North Kai was wiping non-existent sweat from his brow and addressing the group of warriors whose aura had drastically changed. Ahem. I just received news that the Earth's heavenly god is already waiting in the Yama Palace of the underworld. It is time for you to depart and return to Earth. His tone carried a subtle sense of relief. I see, Lord Kai. Then we shall take our leave. Sun Wukong remained his sunny self, scratching his head as he spoke. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and the others bowed in gratitude. Even Piccolo and Raditz nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Go on, be careful on your way. The North Kai forced a smile, waving his short arms as he watched this group of individuals who evoked both love and frustration in him. Only when he saw them slowly ascend into the sky, heading towards the winding, endless serpent road, did he truly let out a long sigh, even dramatically wiping the corners of his eyes, reflecting on the tumultuous journey. Finally, I have sent these troublemakers away. Good heavens. My Kai planet has nearly been plowed flat multiple times by the energy waves they inadvertently unleashed during their training over the past 6 months. My vegetable garden, my meticulously maintained lawn, will finally have some peace. On the other side, Sun Wukong and his companions had already set foot on the Serpent Road, suspended amidst the colorful nebula, oblivious to its ultimate destination. At this moment, each of them radiated confidence, anticipation, and excitement. After 6 months of rigorous training, their strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Both the total amount and precision of their energy far surpassed their former selves. Each individual felt an overwhelming surge of power within, craving a thrilling battle to test their newfound abilities. The extraterrestrials soon to arrive on Earth represented the very sharpening stone and opportunity they yearned for. This long and winding serpent road had long since become their daily training ground, where they challenged their limits. They were intimately acquainted with every curve and turbulent energy flow along its path. Just then, Sun Wukong gazed ahead at the seemingly endless road, a mischievous glimmer appearing in his eyes. Suddenly inspired, he turned to the group and said, Hey, everyone, since we have a long way back, why don't we have a little race to see who can reach Yama Palace first? The others, apart from Piccolo and Raditz, paused in surprise, looking at Wukong in astonishment. Krillin was the first to frown and exclaim, What? Wukong, isn't that clearly unfair? You, Piccolo, and Raditz already possess superior strength. How can we possibly compete with you? He was well aware of his own speed compared to Yamcha, Chaozu, and the others. Yes, that is hugely unfair. Yamcha quickly chimed in, while Chaozu nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong chuckled, seemingly prepared for this, and said, Then how about this? To ensure fairness, none of us are allowed to use the Kaioken. We will rely solely on our fundamental strength and energy control. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances, quickly calculating in their minds. If they did not use the Kaioken, the pure speed difference would indeed diminish significantly, especially since Wukong and Piccolo possessed far higher multipliers. Thus, it would not be entirely devoid of a fighting chance. Without the Kaioken, it seemed relatively fair. Yamcha stroked his chin, his eyes igniting with determination. All right. It's settled then. No one is allowed to use the Kaioken. Haha, excellent. Now everyone get ready. Upon seeing his proposal accepted, Sun Wukong immediately grew excited. Assuming a starting position, instantly, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Chaozu, and Little Gohan all focused their energies, preparing to sprint. The aloof Piccolo and Raditz, though they disdainfully huffed in unison, boring, childish, in their hearts were nonetheless alert, slightly leaning forward, muscles taut, fully concentrated. Clearly, they did not wish to fall behind in this trivial competition. Go! With Sun Wukong's command, a tremendous roar erupted. 8 distinct yet equally formidable auras ignited like rockets launching into the sky, bursting forth with explosive energy. The serpent road beneath their feet trembled slightly under the sheer force of their sudden acceleration. Their figures transformed into 8 streaks of blurred light, moving at a speed so rapid that the naked eye could scarcely perceive them, tearing through the tranquil backdrop of the nebula. In an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving only the lingering ripples of energy and the sharp sound of sonic booms in their wake. Back on North Kai's planet, the North Kai, initially relieved, was startled by the overwhelming energy that even reached him from afar. He adjusted his glasses, watching the direction they had disappeared, his face once again reflecting shock as he muttered to himself, "These guys are growing at an astonishing rate. They are truly a bunch of monsters." The lengthy race along the Serpent Road commenced. Each individual exerted themselves, showcasing the results of their 6 months of diligent training through their speed. They raced like 8 shooting stars along the winding path, sometimes side by side, sometimes taking the lead, creating an intensely fierce scene. After more than 6 hours of relentless sprinting, they gradually reached the end of the Serpent Road, the Yama Palace. To their slight surprise, the first to arrive simultaneously were Piccolo and Raditz. Piccolo utilized the unique physiology of Namekians and his exquisite control over energy, while Raditz relied on the Saiyans' robust physique and indomitable spirit. Following closely were Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Sun Gohan, who arrived almost simultaneously. Lastly, Krillin, Yamcha, and Chaozu pushed through to the finish line. Although they ranked lower, their speed had vastly improved compared to 6 months prior. The Earth's heavenly god, who had been waiting, observed these warriors, whose auras surged like towering mountains, and was secretly astonished. Without further ado, he wielded his divine power to open the passage to the mortal realm. "Please, follow me." The heavenly god led Wukong and his companions through the boundaries of Yin and Yang, successfully returning them to the vibrant earth. After a brief farewell to the heavenly god, the eager Z warriors, hardly able to contain their excitement, rushed forth, transforming into brilliant beams of light, akin to arrows returning to their nests, heading straight towards West City. Their destination, Bulma's home. Upon their arrival at Bulma's house, which resembled a park with its sprawling courtyard, Parrot seemed to have sensed their approach, standing with hands clasped, quietly awaiting them. Jine held the now 4-month-old Ji Xinglan, whose curious, wide eyes were scanning the surroundings, while Bulma and Mrs. Brief stood nearby. Parrot's profound gaze slowly swept over these 8 warriors, who had undergone a profound transformation after 6 months of arduous training on North Kai's planet. Sensing the concentrated, mercury-like energy surging within them, he displayed a hint of approval on his face. He nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone. "Indeed, your aura is steady, and your energy is well contained. It seems that over the past 6 months, you have not been idle. You have indeed made considerable progress." "Hee, Parrot, our strength has improved tremendously." Upon hearing the praise, Sun Wukong immediately broke into his trademark radiant smile. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with eagerness, and couldn't help but say, "Shall we test our training results right now?" As soon as he uttered those words, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and others, though silent, wore expressions filled with similar anticipation and excitement. Clearly, they were brimming with confidence in their current abilities, eager to spar with their inscrutable mentor once more. Parrot looked at the group of young individuals, filled with unprecedented confidence and fighting spirit, and couldn't help but smile. His smile carried a hint of understanding and gentle teasing. Shaking his head, he replied, "Confidence is admirable. It can indeed ignite potential. However, there is no rush for a test. Once you have dealt with the imminent crisis at hand, I shall personally step in to evaluate your progress over the past 6 months." His tone shifted to one of seriousness and clarity, carrying an undeniable weight. "Let it be known that this time, the enemy will be faced solely by you. I will not intervene. Should any of you fall in battle due to insufficient skill, you will have only yourselves to blame for not mastering your training." His perception had already enveloped the outskirts of the solar system, keenly detecting the several approaching spacecraft. Notably absent was the presence of Frieza. Thus he decided to let these fledglings confront the storm on their own. Moreover, a bond had been established between him and Wukong. Once Wukong and the others eliminated Frieza, he would acquire a source point. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and even little Gohan felt a tremor of responsibility and fierce determination rise within them upon hearing Parrot's cold yet trusting words. "Humph. Rest assured." Raditz crossed his arms, his face brimming with pride and confidence. "My current strength far exceeds that of Prince Vegeta. This time, I will not be outdone by anyone." The training on Beijia Wanxing, particularly the mastery of the King Kai fist, had transformed him. "I understand, Parrot." Sun Wukong too set aside his smile, nodding solemnly with unwavering resolve in his gaze. "We will respond with caution and give our utmost. We will not disappoint you. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Ding Ding, and even little Gohan all nodded vigorously, their youthful faces etched with determination. This was to be their first real battle after returning from training, a litmus test for their 6 months of arduous practice. They could not afford to bring shame upon Parrot, who had guided them with such care. Excellent. Maintain this fighting spirit. Parrot nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the azure sky, as if penetrating the atmosphere to glimpse the visitors from the distant star sea. They are on their way. Go forth and confront your battle. Yes, the 8 responded in unison, their voices resounding with vigor. No longer hesitating, they lifted their heads, their sharp gazes fixed upon the heavens. At this moment, they could distinctly sense the powerful auras beyond Earth's atmosphere, akin to meteorites hurtling towards the planet. Exchanging glances, they discerned the blazing battle intent and unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Let us go. With Sun Wukong's command, 8 figures erupted with astonishing energy, like 8 shooting stars. They soared into the sky, tearing through the air towards the anticipated landing site of the spacecraft. A fierce battle, one that would determine the fate of Earth and test their training results, was about to unfold. Chapter 69. The shock of Raditz, Wukong, and the others descended like 8 precision-guided missiles, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, landing in a vast, desolate region in the northwest of Earth, a place barren and seldom trodden by human feet. Beneath them lay cracked yellow earth and jagged stones, as sandstorms rose, emitting a mournful sound as if heralding the impending clash. As soon as they landed, they instinctively looked up, their expressions grave and solemn, gazing at the azure sky that appeared calm, yet was rife with concealed turbulence. The enemy's aura was like a beacon in the night, clearly discernible and rapidly approaching their position. Krillin squinted, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight, his gaze fixated on 2 faint energy sources in the sky, murmuring, "Based on the trajectory and aura of the spacecraft, they are likely to land in this area." His voice carried a trace of barely perceptible tension. "Indeed, this is the spot." Sun Wukong, with his acute senses, confirmed with a nod. The Saiyan blood within him began to simmer. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and the others nodded in agreement. Piccolo crossed his arms, his white cape billowing in the wind. His expression was impassive, but the cold gaze from his single eye was like the sharpest blade, fixated on the sky as if determined to unearth the hidden enemy. Raditz clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, yet his face was not solely tense. Rather, it was suffused with uncontainable anticipation and excitement. He envisioned the astonished, incredulous, and perhaps even fearful expressions on the faces of Vegeta and Nappa once they witnessed his soaring battle power. Thinking of the 2 who often belittled him, treating him as a mere subordinate to be commanded and humiliated, filled him with a sense of unprecedented satisfaction. "Vegeta, Nappa, you who have looked down upon me, prepare to witness the tides turning." Raditz silently vowed, a smile of vengeful delight creeping upon his lips. "They're coming." Piccolo's cold and penetrating voice suddenly rang out, exploding like a warning bell in everyone's ears. Instantly, their eyes sharpened, and their auras heightened to a state of alert. High above, beneath the white clouds, 2 fiery orbs trailing long tails, akin to meteors, tore through the atmosphere with a deafening roar, hurtling towards them at astonishing speed. The immense pressure they emanated, even from a distance, sent waves of unease through their hearts. "Suppress your energy." They possess devices capable of detecting battle power. Let us not reveal our strengths too early. Piccolo, with his wealth of experience, quickly urged the group. Upon hearing this, Wukong, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and the others immediately understood, channeling their energy control techniques to forcibly suppress the surging power within them. What was once a formidable aura became faint, as if they were ordinary individuals. This had been one of the key skills they focused on mastering over the past year: energy control. Just then, the 2 massive fireballs soared overhead, leaving in their wake a scorching wave as they descended further into the barren land ahead. "They have landed. Let us go." The fire of battle ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes as he issued a quick command, leaping first like a shooting star, racing toward the direction where the spacecraft had fallen. He could no longer contain his yearning for combat, eager to engage with formidable foes. Others, upon witnessing the scene, did not hesitate in the slightest and swiftly followed suit. 8 figures, like phantoms, traversed the desolate earth with remarkable speed, closely pursuing the trail of the 2 extraterrestrial visitors. Before long, two deafening booms erupted, akin to the sound of mountains collapsing, causing the ground to tremble violently. In the distance, two colossal mushroom clouds, entwined with flames and dust, rose majestically into the sky. The two spacecraft from the far reaches of the cosmos crashed down upon the parched Earth like heavy iron weights, leaving behind two alarming craters, from which billowing smoke ascended, as if heralding the arrival of unwelcome guests. At this moment, Sun Wukong and his companions had silently arrived at a higher vantage point behind a rocky outcrop near the landing site of the spacecraft. They held their breath, their gazes sharp and focused like hawks, fixated on the two immense craters still emitting smoke and flames, as well as the strangely shaped, clearly extraterrestrial spherical spacecraft nestled within them. The sound of metal grinding and hydraulic mechanisms operating resonated from the open doors of the two ships, piercing the silence of the desolate wilderness with unsettling clarity. "They are about to emerge," Kiririn whispered, his palms slightly sweating from tension, yet his eyes remained unwavering with determination. This was the moment to test the fruits of their 6 months of arduous training. Accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, two figures, one tall and one short, slowly floated out of the open spacecraft. They hovered above the crater, coldly surveying the unfamiliar terrain below. It was none other than Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans and his loyal follower, Nappa. Vegeta, clad in the familiar battle armor of the Frieza force, crossed his arms defiantly, his face adorned with an innate arrogance and coldness, as if the world held no significance for him. Meanwhile, Nappa twisted his thick neck with a crackling sound, a cruel and combative grin spreading across his face as he surveyed the surroundings. What an overwhelming presence! Kiririn couldn't help but gasp in a low voice. Despite the duo seemingly suppressing some of their aura, the naturally emanating pressure of their energy felt palpably heavy, far surpassing any adversary they had encountered before. Compared to them, Raditz seemed like a mere firefly beside the bright moon. Tianjinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu wore solemn expressions, their hearts filled with shock. The aura radiating from these two was suffocating, imbued with a sense of wildness and destruction. Had it not been for the hellish training they endured under Palo's guidance over the past 6 months, resulting in a profound transformation in their strength, they would have likely felt nothing but despair and helplessness in the face of such terrifying monsters. However, at that moment, it was Raditz who felt the most stunned and incredulous. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, fixated on the floating figures of Vegeta and Nappa, his lips quivering as he murmured, "This is impossible. How could Vegeta and Nappa's power levels have increased so dramatically? What on earth is happening?" In his perception, Nappa's energy was now equivalent to the over 10,000 power level he once looked up to in awe. Vegeta's power had reached a level that sent shivers down his spine, exceeding 40,000. This was utterly unfathomable. He distinctly remembered that a year ago, Nappa's power level was barely around 4,000, and Vegeta's was approximately 18,000. How could their strength have skyrocketed in such a short span of time? It defied all logic. Had they undergone some extraordinary training? But that couldn't be, as if they had engaged in such training, they would not have arrived on Earth at this moment. Raditz pondered, filled with endless confusion and disbelief. Sun Wukong, hearing Raditz's stunned whisper, turned with mild surprise and inquired, "Are they the two Saiyan companions you mentioned?" Raditz nodded with difficulty, his gaze still glued to Vegeta and Nappa, his voice dry as he explained. "The shorter one is Prince Vegeta, and the tall bald one is Nappa. I don't know how this happened, but their power levels have increased tremendously. Several times over." "Vegeta, huh? They are indeed formidable," Sun Wukong remarked with growing excitement, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor as he scrutinized the inscrutable aura of Vegeta. "All right, I'll take on this strongest one." He directly targeted the mightiest opponent. "Wait, Kakarado," Raditz interjected, displeased. He had waited so long for the chance to confront Vegeta and Nappa and could not allow Sun Wukong to steal the spotlight. "This should be my battle first. I must settle the score with them myself," he argued, his tone rife with reluctance and insistence. Just as the Z fighters debated among themselves about who should make the first move, Vegeta and Nappa, still hovering in the air, were observing the desolate landscape of Earth. "Is this Earth? It doesn't seem impressive at all. It appears barren, with not a single decent city in sight," Nappa scoffed, his face marred with disdain. "I care not for this," Vegeta replied, arms crossed and expression icy, cutting straight to the point. "First, we must find the Dragon Balls. Our goal is those orbs that can grant wishes. We need to locate those who defeated Raditz and extract the whereabouts of the 7 Dragon Balls from them. His objective was clear and direct. You're right, Nappa replied gravely, cracking his thick neck with a series of pops. Let us find those pests and crush them first. The directive was given with an air of finality. Subsequently, both activated the energy detectors affixed to their left eyes. Streams of data flickered across the lenses as they began a broad scan of the surrounding area, searching for any signs of high battle power. However, just as they initiated the scanning process, before they could lock onto any targets, a spirited shout erupted from the mountain behind them. Hey, let's have a grand battle. This sudden exclamation startled Vegeta and Nappa, who believed they had the situation under control. They instinctively turned around, alert and wary of the source of the voice. Emerging from behind the rocks, one figure after another sprang forth like phantoms, landing steadily on a nearby patch of ground, curiously or coldly assessing them. Leading the group was the black-haired, spiky-headed Earth Saiyan, Kakarado, clad in an orange martial arts uniform. Why are there so many of you? Nappa's rugged face displayed evident surprise. And as his gaze swept over the crowd, he blurted out upon spotting a familiar figure, Raditz? You worthless fool, you're here too? He could hardly believe he encountered Raditz, who should have been dead or at least missing, and it seemed Raditz was standing alongside these Earthlings. Humph. Vegeta, in contrast to Nappa's astonishment, remained composed. He merely huffed coldly, maintaining his signature expression of disdain. It appears these fools are aware of our arrival and have been prepared to wait for us here. They dare to come to greet us, utterly unaware of their impending doom. His tone was imbued with arrogance, completely dismissing the group before him as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Vegeta, Nappa, you shouldn't be here. La Tz gazed at his former companions, his emotions swirling as he spoke. His tone laced with a hint of warning and a touch of impending vindication. Humph. Naba scoffed dismissively at La Tz's words, sneering contemptuously as he taunted. La Tz, you worthless fool. It seems you've truly mingled with these inferior Earthlings and even learned to speak on their behalf. You have brought shame upon our Saiyan race. Scum like you should have been eradicated long ago. Upon hearing Naba's merciless insults, La Tz's expression darkened instantaneously, veins throbbing on his forehead. He suppressed the impulse to strike back, retorting with a voice tinged with anger that sounded both deep and menacing. Naba, you simpleton who relies solely on Vegeta's might. You think you can still order me around as you did before? Times have changed. Soon, you shall pay dearly for every word you just uttered. His words crackled with intensity, revealing a stark contrast to the timid La Tz from a year ago. Vegeta, unfazed by the verbal skirmish between La Tz and Naba, surveyed the gathered Earth warriors with a keen, hawk-like gaze. His scrutiny ultimately settled upon the tall figure with green skin and a distinctive aura, Paiku. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. So, it is the Namekian. A knowing smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he spoke with an air of prescience. It appears that the miraculous Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes on this earth were crafted by you. How about it? Would you mind letting me use them? I find myself rather intrigued, though his words bore the semblance of a request. The tone was imbued with an undeniable authority that suggested the Dragon Balls were already as good as his. Desiring the Dragon Balls, Pika crossed his arms, a glint of coldness flashing in his singular eye as he replied with a tone as frigid as a polar gale. We'll see if you possess the capability to claim them. He met Vegeta's gaze without trepidation, brimming with fighting spirit. Vegeta, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them, and his aura seemed to chill perceptibly. It seems you are unwilling to comply and prefer to drink from the cup of punishment instead. There is no need to waste words on these insolent fools, Prince Vegeta. Naba, unable to contain himself any longer, grinned wickedly, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty smile as he eagerly stated, ever since my power surged, I have been itching to stretch my limbs. Allow me to beat them into submission and see if they dare to speak boldly again. His confidence in his newfound strength was blinding. With that, he activated his energy scanner once more, directing it toward the foremost figures, including Wukong, scanning each one to ascertain their capabilities before deciding how to crush them. His first target was the diminutive Jiaozi, who floated slightly behind the others. Beep, beep. The scanner emitted an urgent series of alerts. When Naba beheld the number displayed on the device, the cruel smile on his face froze, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. A battle power of 44,000? How is this possible? Naba was dumbfounded, scarcely believing his eyes. The seemingly inconspicuous little one had a battle power nearly equal to his own previous level? This was utterly absurd. What? A battle power of 4,000? Even the typically stoic Vegeta was taken aback by Naba's exclamation, questioning whether his ears had deceived him or if Naba's scanner was malfunctioning. He vividly recalled that 1 year prior, based on the last transmission from La TZ, the strongest warrior on Earth, Luote, and that Namekian had battle powers of only a few hundred points. How could it be that now, any random individual possessed a power of 4,000? This rate of increase was ludicrous. At that moment, Naba, filled with bewilderment, shifted the scanner's gaze to Aunt Gine Fan, standing beside Jiaozi. This battle power reached 5,000 points? Naba gasped again, his voice rising an octave. Immediately afterward, he skeptically turned to Yamucha. This one also registered a battle power of 5,000? 5,000. He too possessed 5,000? How could this be? Luote's battle power scanner also indicated 5,000. Naba's eyes widened like those of a scanning device, filled with an ever-deepening sense of horror as he scrutinized the battle powers of Klin, Xiao Wu Fan, Pai Ku, and Sun Wukong. To his utter disbelief, the scanner displayed that each of them had attained a battle power of exactly 5,000 points. It was as if they were mass-produced standard products on an assembly line. Finally, with the last flicker of hope, he directed the scanner to the very La TZ he had always scorned. Upon seeing the number displayed, he felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock far surpassing any expression he had previously shown. His mouth hung agape, capable of fitting a fist within. Even this waste, La TZ, possessed a battle power of 55,000. Naba's jaw dropped, the tumultuous waves of disbelief nearly engulfing him. The La TZ who had only a year ago possessed a mere 1,000 battle power and was bullied at will now bore a power level entirely inconsistent with his memories. This shattered Naba's understanding of reality. What on earth is happening? Could it be that my scanner is malfunctioning? Or am I dreaming? He struggled to accept the absurdity of the situation, forcefully tapping the scanner on his face and rubbing his eyes. Yet the stubborn figure on the display remained resolutely at 55,000. Vegeta, too, was shaken to his core, but he maintained a greater composure than Naba. He fixated intently on Sun Wukong and the others, whose expressions were calm and seemingly unconcerned with the readings of the scanner, furrowing his brow deeply as he sensed something was amiss. La TZ observed the unabashed shock, astonishment, and even a hint of befuddlement upon Vegeta and Naba's faces, and the pent-up resentment and frustration within him found a moment of release. A triumphant smirk graced his lips as he adopted a tone laced with mockery and pity, reiterating his earlier warning, Vegeta, Naba, as I said before, you should not have come here. Do you believe me now? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's brow furrowed sharply, a glint of menace flashing in his gaze. Meanwhile, Naba, resembling a cat with its tail stepped on, exploded with fury, unable to tolerate La TZ's gleeful demeanor. He instantly transformed his shock into a more intense anger and disdain, loudly mocking, La TZ, you worthless fool. Do not get carried away. Do you naively think that possessing a battle power of 5,000 enables you to stand on equal footing with us? How utterly ridiculous. My current battle power is, however. Before he could finish, Vegeta's cold reprimand cut him off. Naba, be silent. Vegeta's gaze swept across Sun Wukong and the others, whose expressions were eerily calm. As he sensed that matters were far from straightforward, he removed the energy scanner from his face, weighing it in his hand, and intently spoke to Naba. Do not be deceived by the numbers displayed on the energy scanner. These individuals have likely mastered the art of concealing their true battle powers. They possess the ability to alter their combat power at will. The 5,000 points they display are certainly not a true reflection of their actual strength. What? Concealed combat power? Upon hearing this, Naba's mouth gaped in astonishment, a possibility he had never contemplated before. After all, within the Frieza force, aside from a few exceptions like Captain Jinyu, very few could master such a feat flawlessly. Regardless of how much true power they concealed, Vegeta casually tucked the scouter back into the pocket of his battle suit, crossing his arms over his chest, his expression reverting to the innate, unwavering confidence befitting a Saiyan prince. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, they are certainly no match for me. In the face of absolute power, any petty tricks are futile. His icy gaze swept over the poised Goku and his companions. Akin to an emperor surveying his domain, laced with a hint of condescension, he continued, "Let me see just how much capability you Earthlings have hidden. I hope it brings me some amusement and does not leave me utterly disappointed." The very prospect of clashing with him was already a tremendous honor for them. Haha, indeed. Prince Vegeta, inspired by Vegeta's words, Naba swiftly regained his confidence, a cruel and bloodthirsty grin reappearing on his face as he flexed his fists, feeling an overwhelming assurance in his own strength. No matter what tricks these fellows employ, they will only be crushed beneath our absolute power. I can hardly wait to hear their wails. Tension filled the air, the impending battle poised to erupt. The scent of gunpowder permeated the atmosphere, almost igniting the barren land. Chapter 71. Ratz versus Naba. Naba cracked his knuckles, his robust fingers making ominous sounds. He stepped forward, resembling a predator ready to pounce, his gaze scanning Goku and his group with ferocity. His wide mouth revealed a set of gleaming white teeth as he addressed Vegeta behind him. "Prince Vegeta, allow me to deal with these ignorant fools. It will be a fine opportunity to stretch my muscles and digest this newfound power." "Very well," Vegeta replied coldly, nodding slightly with indifference. "Just do not forget your primary objective. Remember, leave that Namekian alive. We need to extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from him." To him, this peculiar group, while somewhat odd, hardly warranted the personal intervention of a Saiyan prince. Moreover, he harbored a desire to utilize Naba's strength to probe the depths of these Earth warriors, to discern how they managed to freely control their combat power and ascertain the extent of their true capabilities. "Understood. I won't let him die." Naba grinned wickedly, twisting his thick neck as he advanced towards the Z fighters with heavy steps. Each stride caused the ground to tremble slightly, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon noticing that Naba had come forth alone, Goku immediately reacted. "All right, since he's out, let me have the first go at him." A gleeful smile appeared on Goku's face as he readied himself to confront the formidable opponent, the Saiyan blood within him boiling with excitement. At that moment, "Wait, Goku." A voice rang out, and Yamcha stepped forward, his expression grave and serious as he fixed a determined gaze on Goku. "Let me handle this big guy. I want to test my training from the past 6 months. You all can join in later." Goku, upon seeing Yamcha's resolute demeanor, hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded in understanding. "All right, just be careful. This guy's power is no joke." He respected his companion's choice. With Goku's consent, a fierce smile illuminated Yamcha's face as he took a deep breath, preparing for battle. However, Naba observed the nonchalant way Goku and his companions assigned their opponent, as if discussing who would take out the trash, utterly disregarding him. This blatant disrespect ignited a furious fire within him. "You damned Earthlings!" Naba roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he pointed angrily at Yamcha and Goku. "How dare you underestimate me? Are you picking vegetables in a market or something? I will personally tear you apart, one by one, so you can understand the despair of hell." His booming voice echoed across the wasteland. Just as Yamcha was about to step forward, Naba, consumed by rage, suddenly shouted. Swish! A figure darted swiftly to stand before Goku and Yamcha. It was Ratz, facing away from Goku and the others. He fixed a piercing gaze on Naba and the distant Vegeta, speaking with unwavering resolve. "You all step back. These two must be dealt with by me alone. This is my personal vendetta, and it must reach a conclusion today." He aimed to cleanse the shame of the past with his fists and prove who the true stronghold was. Ratz. Naba's fury intensified upon seeing this useless figure emerge to meddle, a mocking smile creeping upon his face as he taunted, "You are living in the past. It seems you have failed to grasp reality. Do you truly believe that with a mere 5,000 combat power, you can contend with us?" His words dripped with cruel malice. Facing Naba's insults and threats, Ratz merely curled his lips into a disdainful smirk, as if regarding a pathetic clown. He coolly retorted, "Spare me the chatter. Naba, if you can indeed back up your words, then bring it on. Let me see what you have accomplished in a year. Aside from gathering dust on that bald head of yours." His condescending attitude and mocking tone stoked the flames of Naba's pent-up rage. "You bastard! I will surely kill you," Naba bellowed, unleashing a deafening roar as he could no longer contain his murderous intent. An overwhelming white aura erupted around him, a powerful presence sweeping forth like a tempest, causing the ground beneath him to crack. His massive frame surged forward like a cannonball, his fist, the size of a cooking pot, swirling with violent energy, screamed through the air as it hurtled directly toward Auntie's face. This punch, imbued with tremendous force, clearly showed no mercy, intending to obliterate Aunt in a single blow. Yet, despite facing this ferocious strike capable of splitting mountains, Aunt remained steadfast. His expression calm and unperturbed. The smirk on his lips remained undiminished until Naba's fist was almost upon him. At that moment, he leisurely raised his right fist, seemingly unhurried, to meet the attack head-on. His movements were effortless, as if he were not engaged in a life-and-death battle, but merely swatting away an irritating fly. Bang! The two fists, each harboring terrifying power, collided with a resounding impact. The sound was thunderous, akin to two meteors crashing, erupting into a cataclysmic roar. A blinding white light erupted at the point of collision, and a visible circular shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants, violently upheaving the dust and debris from the ground. Surging forth like a tidal wave, the earth trembled violently. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded. After the clash of fists, Leitai remained rooted in place, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground. Not even the corners of his garments fluttered, and his expression remained one of effortless calm. In stark contrast, the aggressive attacker Naba felt as though his fist had struck an ancient, immovable mountain of steel. An irresistible force of tremendous recoil coursed through his arm, eliciting a muffled groan. His massive form stumbled backwards uncontrollably for 5 or 6 steps before he managed to stabilize himself, leaving behind a series of deep footprints in the earth. What? The ever-observant Vegeta finally could not contain his astonishment, witnessing this scene, and let his arms drop from their previous crossed position. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. Naba actually retreated in a contest of strength? How could this be possible? This completely exceeded his expectations and understanding. How could Leitai possibly overpower Naba in sheer strength? Regaining his footing, Naba, feeling the tingling in his arm and the turmoil within his veins, was equally filled with disbelief and horror. He looked down at his fist, then abruptly raised his gaze to the unyielding Leitai, exclaiming, "No, it cannot be. I actually retreated? Leitai, what have you done?" He could neither comprehend nor accept this reality. Leitai savored the astonishment etched on their faces, the pent-up frustration within him finally finding release. A triumphant smile spread across his face, his tone dripping with mockery as he declared, "Is it not evident? Naba, my strength now surpasses yours." He finally vocalized the words he had long held back. Nonsense. Naba, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury, his face reddening as he bellowed. "How could your strength possibly exceed mine? Do not make me laugh. You are merely a subpar Saiyan warrior, nowhere near my level. You must be employing some insidious trick." He could not bear to believe, nor accept, that a once maligned weakling could now overshadow him in power. This was an immense humiliation for him. "I knew a fool like you would be unable to accept it." Leitai observed Naba's distressed demeanor, his pride swelling as if he were watching a captivating drama unfold. "However, this is an undeniable truth. Your intellect, much like your muscles, is rather lacking. You despicable fiend. Enough of your arrogance. Just now, I merely had not exerted my full strength. The warm-up is over." Naba, provoked by Leitai's continuous taunts, nearly lost his sanity. He unleashed a furious roar, raising his energy to an even higher level, his aura becoming more ferocious, charging at Leitai once more like a raging bull. He refused to believe it. He absolutely could not accept such a reality. Leitai, watching Naba charge again, smirked with an air of confidence, fearlessly advancing to meet him. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, their figures transformed into 2 luminous streaks, engaging in a dazzling display of high-speed movements and fierce confrontations across the barren landscape. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding resonated like a relentless drumbeat. Each clash erupted into blinding white light and ripples of energy. In that moment, it seemed that only the sounds of their battle and their flashing figures remained in the world, the intensity of the scene palpable. Vegeta fixed his gaze on the battlefield, his expression growing increasingly astonished. He could hardly believe his eyes. Leitai was genuinely battling Naba, whose power level exceeded 10,000, on equal footing. He was even subtly gaining the upper hand. This was utterly absurd. Instinctively, he raised his energy detector once more, aiming it at the rapidly moving Leitai. When the values stabilized and clearly displayed a number, Vegeta's pupils dilated to pinpricks, his breath catching in his throat. Latai's power level had reached 14,200? How could this be possible? He was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief as he stared at the glaring number on the detector. 14,200. This was nearly 3 times the 5,000 he had previously detected. This was no longer hidden strength. It was an entirely different individual. Chapter 72. Latai's astonishing power level. Vegeta stared blankly at the sky, where Latai's engaged Naba with apparent ease. Waves of shock surging within him as he murmured, "What on earth is happening? Why? Why has his power level increased so dramatically in just a year? This defies all logic. Could there be some secret on Earth?" Then he abruptly turned his gaze to the ground where Suin Wukong, Bike, Kellen, and others were still watching the battle. Upon seeing their calm expressions, as if they had anticipated Latai's display of immense strength and not revealing the slightest hint of surprise, a more terrifying thought chilled Vegeta to the core, causing his complexion to darken immediately. Could it be that they too? Vegeta dared not think further. If these Earth warriors each possessed a true power level far exceeding what the detector revealed, then today's situation was far more dire than he had imagined. Boom. Just as Vegeta's thoughts raced, the sky erupted with a deafening roar once more. The powerful energy waves released by Latai's and Naba collided in the air, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Flames and smoke engulfed the sky, and the formidable shockwave caused the ground to tremble violently once more. Before the dust from the explosion had fully settled, Naba and Latai's plummeted from the sky like 2 meteors, landing heavily back on the ground to confront each other once again. After an intense bout of close-quarter combat, Latai's expression remained as calm and composed as it had been at the outset, his breathing steady, as if the earlier battle had merely been a warm-up. He even leisurely brushed off the dust from his battle attire. In stark contrast, Naba appeared much worse for wear. He was panting heavily, his chest heaving, a sheen of cold sweat covering his forehead, his wide eyes filled with bloodshot disbelief. Several minor bruises and scratches marred his body, clearly indicating he had taken considerable damage during their recent exchanges. He fixed his gaze on the composed Latai's, his voice trembling with shock and exhaustion. "No, this cannot be. You possess over 14,000 points of power? How could this happen?" He found it impossible to accept or comprehend. He racked his brain, unable to fathom how Latai's, a Saiyan of ordinary potential, could have his power soar in just a year to rival, or even surpass, his own. Could Latai's have consumed something akin to the miraculous fruit of the divine tree, just as he and Vegeta had? Latai's, observing Naba's disheveled and disheartened state, could not hide the smirk of derision on his face, speaking like a victor. "Naba, do you see clearly now? It turns out you are merely a blusterous facade. All bark and no bite. Truly disappointing." "What did you say?" Naba, already on the brink of collapse, felt his emotions ignite, erupting like a volcano. "You worthless fool. How dare you say such things to me? I will crush you, tear you to shreds." He was so enraged that his entire body was marked with bulging veins, his blood seemed to boil, and his eyes burned a fierce crimson, almost causing him to lose his sanity and rush in again. At that moment, the usually silent Vegeta suddenly issued a cold reprimand, akin to a bucket of ice water. "Naba, stop. Calm down. Clear your mind, and see clearly that Raditz is not your opponent." Vegeta's words appeared to possess a strange enchantment. Upon hearing this, Naba, who was previously consumed by rage, found his fury doused as if splashed with cold water, and he quickly regained his composure. His heaving chest gradually settled, and the crimson hue in his eyes softened. He looked at Vegeta, took several deep breaths to steady his tumultuous blood and anger, and replied solemnly, "Thank you for your reminder, Vegeta. I understand what I must do." He realized that anger would only expose his vulnerabilities, and he needed to respond with calmness. Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin exchanged astonished glances at this unexpected turn of events. The diminutive warrior's few words had managed to quell the wrath of the towering brute. Krillin remarked in disbelief, taken aback by Vegeta's influence. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Vegeta now tinged with gravity. Clearly, this Saiyan prince possessed not only immense power, but also formidable intellect and leadership skills, making him an exceptionally challenging adversary. Raditz observed Naba's swift return to calmness and Vegeta's serious expression, and suddenly burst into laughter. His grin bore a mocking quality, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. "Naba, Vegeta, Haven't you always been curious about the extent of my current battle power? Naba and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. Allow me the indulgence of showing you the true extent of my power. Raditz' smirk deepened, his voice laced with an unsettling confidence. I hope you do not find despair in what you witness. He deliberately elongated his tone, as though announcing an impending reckoning. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression hardened, and an ominous premonition began to swell within him. Naba, however, remained dismissive, retorting mockingly, Raditz, are you still dreaming? What battle power could bring us despair? Who do you think you are, Frieza? Yet, before he could finish his derisive remarks, Raditz thundered an ear-splitting roar that abruptly silenced him. Haa! Raditz suddenly threw his head back and howled. The previously stable aura surrounding him erupted like a volcano, swelling dramatically. A colossal, concentrated, and terrifying white energy surged from his body, shooting skyward like a tangible pillar of light. The immense energy fluctuation caused the space around him to warp slightly, the ground beneath him fracturing spiderweb-like from his center before being obliterated by the fearsome shockwave. Beep, beep, beep. Almost simultaneously, the energy detectors worn by Vegeta and Naba emitted an unprecedentedly sharp and piercing alarm. The values displayed on the screens began to fluctuate at an astonishing rate, skyrocketing. They then witnessed a scene that would be forever etched in their memories, one that would shatter all their previous understanding. Raditz's battle power was climbing at an unbelievable pace, surpassing one limit after another. How is this possible? Naba stared at the readings in disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. Vegeta held his breath, his gaze fixed on the wildly fluctuating numbers, the coldness and arrogance on his face replaced by sheer astonishment. 14,500. 15,000. 16,000. 17,000. 18,000. 19,000. 20,000. The values finally broke through the 20,000 threshold and continued to rise. No, this cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Naba's eyes were glued to the detector, which now displayed a terrifying number far beyond his own, showing no signs of abating. His mental defenses crumbled, shaking his head in disbelief, his face paling as he stumbled backwards several steps, as if confronted with the most horrifying sight. Raditz's battle power had indeed surpassed 20,000, with no indication of stopping. Vegeta's eyes, usually filled with pride and disdain, now widened in shock, as if he intended to crush the string of fluctuating numbers displayed on the detector. He understood that Raditz was likely concealing his strength as the Prince of the Saiyans. He was not ignorant of energy control. He anticipated that Raditz's true battle power would exceed the detector's initial reading of 5,000. However, what was unfolding before his eyes completely overturned his understanding, a reality he could never have fathomed. 20,000. Vegeta's throat felt constricted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, forcing out a few strained syllables, and it continued to rise. 21,000. 22,000. The color drained from Vegeta's face at a visible pace, and his lips, usually curled in a mocking sneer, parted slightly without a sound. His pride, the calm and composure befitting a prince, was now shaken to its core by the chilling numbers. His own battle power had barely reached 42,000 after the encounter with the Spirit Tree's fruit, a level he believed sufficient to surpass most cosmic warriors. Yet Raditz, whom he had always looked down upon as a lesser warrior of impure blood and mediocre talent, how could he possibly possess a battle power exceeding 20,000? This was nearly half of Vegeta's own strength. This was no simple concealment of power. It was a ludicrous spectacle that shattered his entire framework of understanding. His gaze was fixed on Raditz, watching the white energy soaring upwards, feeling the vast, overwhelming energy fluctuations that far surpassed anything he had encountered before. Raditz unmasked pride, exhilaration, and even a hint of pity in his mocking smile now felt like a painful sting in Vegeta's eyes. That smile seemed to silently mock the ignorance and arrogance of the prince. What was happening? Vegeta's mind was engulfed in tumult, far more turbulent than when he had witnessed Raditz and Naba evenly matched. What secrets lay hidden within this backward planet, Earth? The thought ignited a surge of ambition within him, racing up his spine and into his mind. If he could uncover these secrets, then he would no longer need to fear Frieza. He abruptly shifted his gaze from Raditz, sweeping it across the calm Earth warriors below. Kakarot, the Namekian, the bald boy, the three-eyed warrior. Their expressions were so serene, as if Raditz's astonishing display of power was merely a matter of course. This tranquility sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. far more unsettling than Raditz' arrogant demeanor. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his teeth, his knuckles whitening with the force of his grip, and for the first time, he felt an unprecedented gravity about this journey to Earth. He had initially thought it would be an effortless hunt, yet it seemed that it would not conclude so swiftly. Raditz's battle power, exceeding 20,000 and still rising, rang like a heavy alarm bell, resounding wildly in his haughty heart. Chapter 73. The arrival of the Frieza force with a battle power of 30,000 Lays surged with an intensity akin to a rocket. As if an invisible pair of hands tightly gripped the throats of Vegeta and Nappa, they were engulfed by a profound shock and an indescribable terror that emanated from the depths of their souls. The incessantly fluctuating numbers struck them like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly shattering their established perceptions and pride. The cold, mechanical voice of the detector echoed ominously. 26,000, 27,000, 29,000, 30,000. Ultimately, the figures froze at a value that sent Nappa's very soul trembling. 33,000. Nappa's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his pupils quivering violently, as if he beheld the most unfathomable specters of the cosmos. His face was etched with sheer disbelief and absurdity. How can you possibly possess a battle power of 30,000? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. His voice was hoarse, shaking his head vehemently as he struggled to accept this outrageous reality. This exceeded his comprehension of the growth limits for second-rate warriors and even overturned his understanding of the Saiyan race's potential. Vegeta was equally astounded. His previously furrowed brow was now twisted in sheer astonishment, as the tumult of his inner turmoil surged like a tsunami. He recognized that Lays had concealed his true strength, yet he never anticipated that the hidden portion would be of such astronomical proportions. 30,000 points. This surpassed his own level prior to the immense boost provided by the spirit tree fruit. How could a Lays, who had languished on Earth for a year, achieve such heights? Lays reveled in the splendid astonishment reflected on their faces, his long-suppressed frustrations erupting into hearty laughter. He gazed down at Nappa, his tone brimming with triumphant delight. Nothing is impossible. Did you not anticipate this, Nappa? Once, you looked down upon me, calling me worthless and trash, but now, how does it feel to be completely surpassed by what you deemed a waste? Each of his words pierced Nappa's sensitive and proud nerves like needles. You. Nappa's face flushed crimson with rage, his teeth grinding together, his chest heaving violently, still refusing to accept this cruel reality as he roared, "Impossible. It has only been a mere year. How can you possess such a high battle power? Have you consumed some miraculous substance that instantly enhances your power?" He could only attribute this phenomenon to some external force akin to the spirit tree fruit. What nonsense are you spouting? Lays frowned slightly, his expression revealing unabashed disdain. Consume something? This is the result of my relentless effort, day and night, through arduous training. It is the crystallization of my sweat. What? Hard training? Nappa and Vegeta exclaimed simultaneously, their voices filled with incredulity and skepticism. Merely relying on hard work? To elevate one's battle power from over 1,000 to 30,000 within a year? A surge of dozens of times? This was more absurd than hearing that Lays had consumed a divine fruit. Since when had Saiyan training become so terrifyingly efficient? What exactly had Lays done on Earth to attain such remarkable growth? Vegeta's gaze was like the sharpest spotlight, fixated on Lays, as if he sought to see through him entirely to uncover the hidden secret. This rate of increase was more exaggerated than any enhancement he had received from the spirit tree fruit. Soon after, an even more disquieting thought uncontrollably arose within him. His gaze inadvertently swept over the calm expressions of Sun Wukong and the others, and a chill spread down his spine as he pondered. Could they be experiencing something similar? If these Earth warriors had all undergone comparable rigorous training, he dared not think further. Lays observed Nappa's expression, which seemed to reflect a crumbling faith, and continued to taunt him. How does it feel now, Nappa? Can you still manage to laugh? Your once proud power means nothing before me. Do not get cocky, Lays. Nappa retorted, his expression grim, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. Even if you truly possess a battle power of 30,000, what does it matter? Do you think victory is assured? Prince Vegeta is still here. And what of it? To me, you stand no chance. Lays crossed his arms, his tone dripping with absolute confidence. I do not even need to employ the Kaioken against you. Kaioken. Vegeta sharply seized upon this unfamiliar term, his brow furrowing once more as he murmured to himself, mentally taking note. What could this be? A special move? He suppressed his shock and myriad doubts, striving to regain control of the situation. Looking at Lei's eyes, he adopted a condescending tone, as if bestowing a great favor, and softly said, Lei's eyes, considering your past loyalty to me, if you return to our ranks now, I can overlook your previous betrayal and offense. He continued to attempt to maintain the pride of a prince, though it now appeared somewhat feeble in the face of Lei's eyes' 30,000 battle power. Ha ha. Lei's eyes responded with an even louder, mocking laugh. Vegeta, even now, you remain so self-righteous and oblivious. As a once-in-a-century genius among Saiyans, you possess unparalleled talent, yet fail to recognize the importance of diligent training, merely clinging to Frieza, acting as his henchman, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Following you was the greatest error and shame of my life. What did you say? Lei's eyes, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Who do you think you are? Granting you the opportunity to return is a sign of my benevolence. Vegeta's effort to maintain composure was shattered, and he erupted in fury. A terrifying crimson aura erupted around him, far surpassing that of Lei's eyes, as his violent energy surged like a tempest, instantly reducing the ground beneath him to dust. The dignity of the Saiyan prince faced the gravest provocation. What a formidable aura! This pressure is even stronger than Lei's eyes, Krillin remarked, astonished. Yet, it was merely a slight surprise. Having endured the unfathomable aura of Parrot, their resilience had vastly improved. Humph! Lei's eyes, undeterred by Vegeta's overwhelming presence, merely scoffed and met his gaze, speaking deliberately, Vegeta, face reality. You no longer possess any qualification to dictate terms to me. What? Vegeta, in a fit of rage, laughed coldly, his voice chilling to the bone. Lei's eyes, you have truly become unbearably arrogant. Do you think that with a battle power of 30,000, you can defeat me? A delusion. If you kneel and apologize now, I might consider sparing your life. Stop your pretentiousness. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. I fear you not. Lei's eyes declared, resolute and filled with fighting spirit, as his aura flared once more, matching Vegeta's intensity. Meanwhile, Nappa watched in disbelief as Lei's eyes dared to confront Vegeta head-on, his mind blank with astonishment. Is this truly the same Lei's eyes who once trembled before Vegeta? Very well, very well, very well, Vegeta exclaimed, his voice laced with mockery. His gaze as frigid as eternal ice, locked onto Lei's eyes. I hope that when I have you beneath my feet, you can still maintain this arrogant facade. In an instant, the air between the two seemed to freeze, as a terrifying energy silently collided and compressed, signaling that a grand battle was imminent. The atmosphere in the wilderness was tense to the breaking point. However, just as the situation reached its critical juncture, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, reminiscent of rolling thunder, interrupting the standoff on the ground. Instinctively, everyone looked up. There, against the azure sky, loomed a spacecraft. Vastly larger than the spherical pods of Vegeta and Nappa, its sinister design resembling a colossal disk. It tore through the pristine clouds with a menacing pressure, hurtling towards the ground. The prominent symbol of the Frieza force emblazoned on its hull revealed its origins. Huh. It seems that all who were meant to arrive have indeed gathered, Piccolo remarked, crossing his arms, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes as he sneered. Upon seeing the familiar massive ship, Nappa's expression shifted, and he anxiously looked at Vegeta. Vegeta, they are here. Vegeta tempered some of his anger directed at Raditz, nodding with a complex tone. Yes, they have arrived. Had this been earlier, he might have been concerned about Frieza's personal arrival or the appearance of Captain Ginyu. However, now that he was certain Frieza was not present, and it seemed Ginyu was also absent, he felt a degree of relief. A resounding crash, far louder and heavier than when Vegeta and the others had descended, echoed as the colossal disc-shaped spacecraft slammed into an open area nearby. The earth trembled violently, and the dust that rose resembled a sandstorm. Subsequently, the side hatch of the ship slowly opened with the sound of hydraulics. First to emerge were the countless soldiers of the Frieza force, swarming out like a tide, clad in uniform battle gear and wielding energy weapons. Though their individual combat capabilities were generally low, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. A dark mass quickly assembled in front of the ship, exuding a murderous aura. Following this, a wave of more formidable presences surged from within the spacecraft. These were the officers of the Frieza force, approximately a dozen in total, each varying in shape and form, some resembling insects, others beasts, but all exuding energy waves exceeding 10,000 units. They hovered above the ranks of the soldiers, casting haughty glances across the battlefield. With a swish, several even more powerful figures shot forth from the ship, landing solidly in front of all the officers. To the left stood the elegant Sabo, clad in a cheap How-like battle suit with green skin, alongside his old rival, the grotesque-looking purple-skinned Chioi. To the right were four uniquely styled and flamboyant individuals, the elite members of the Ginyu Force, the red-skinned G's, the blue-skinned Berta, the golden-haired Rikuum, and the stout Goldo. Chapter 74. The comedic Ginyu Force. Upon their arrival, the Ginyu Force appeared eager to showcase their uniqueness, obliviously commencing their signature, painfully awkward dance routine. They struck various ridiculous poses while shouting at the top of their lungs. Geez, geez. Rikuum, beauty and power coexist. Berta, speed is everything. Goldo, we are the best in the universe. After a chaotic self-introduction, they struck a final pose in unison, declaring, Ginyu Force. At that moment, the entire wilderness fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of the wind sweeping through the dust. Standing beside them, Sabo and Chioi both broke into a cold sweat, their expressions betraying their embarrassment. On Earth, Krillin and Sun Wukong's group were dumbfounded, utterly perplexed. What are they doing? Krillin blinked, muttering to himself, completely bewildered by this performance art. Indeed, without Captain Ginyu leading, the group's momentum and coordination were significantly lacking. G seemed to sense something amiss, stroking his chin with a hint of regret. He murmured, while Berta and Rikuum nodded in agreement. They then turned their attention to the prepared warriors of Wukong's group, scanning them with their energy detectors. Upon seeing the uniform reading of 5,000 battle power units, disdain and contempt were openly displayed on their faces. Are these the Earthlings rumored to have slain Dodoria? Berta remarked in a sharp tone, filled with scorn, how pitifully weak. With only a meager 5,000 units? They are nothing but trash. Wasn't there someone with a power level of 24,000? Where is he? Not here. Rikuum shook his explosive hair. Glancing around, G's calmly rescanned, confirming, it appears we have indeed not detected that high-energy response. However, it matters not. Once we effortlessly deal with these weaklings, we can seek out that individual later. Look at Raditz. Berta directed the detector at Raditz, revealing a clear reading of 30,000. It seems our previous readings aboard the ship were correct. Raditz truly possesses a battle power of 30,000. How is it possible for a mere Saiyan to reach such a level? This revelation surpassed the Ginyu Force's understanding of the Saiyans as a lesser warrior race. The ranks of Frieza's subordinates, including Sabo, Chioi, and the other officers, were momentarily stunned, casting incredulous glances at Raditz. The notion of a Saiyan possessing a power level of 30,000 was explosive news within the Frieza force. At that moment, G's gaze shifted to Vegeta and Naba, his tone laced with subtle threat. Vegeta, you are also here. What will it be, given the situation? Will you side with the Earthlings, or continue your allegiance to Lord Frieza? His words drew the attention of all Frieza force members, their focus sharpening on Vegeta, who they had learned through internal communications had also experienced a significant increase in power. Though hard to accept, this had become an undeniable fact. Chioi, typically at odds with Vegeta, instinctively shrank behind Sabo, unable to meet Vegeta's piercing gaze. Listening to G's probing words, Vegeta swiftly surveyed the gathered Frieza force, his mind racing. A false smile quickly formed on his face as he replied, Haha, you jest, G's. I am not familiar with these lowly Earthlings. We Saiyans have always served Lord Frieza, have we not? He chose to bide his time, leveraging the strength of the Frieza force to confront the peculiar Earth warriors before him, undoubtedly the wisest choice. G's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Should Vegeta have chosen to aid the Earthlings, with his newfound power, along with Raditz's 30,000 and a host of peculiar Earthlings, the situation would have become exceedingly precarious. Now that Vegeta had declared his allegiance, their odds of victory had significantly improved. Haha, excellent, Vegeta. You have made a wise choice, G's laughed. Let us join forces to deal with these Earthlings who know not their place. Upon returning, I shall certainly commend you to Lord Frieza. There is no need for commendation. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively and feigned modesty, stating that the eradication of those who disrespect Lord Frieza is merely our duty. However, he secretly scoffed, devising a scheme to exploit these individuals before discarding them. Jiez and the others nodded in satisfaction, subsequently redirecting their malevolent gazes towards Sun Wukong and his companions. Upon noticing this, Wukong, Piccolo, and the others became increasingly solemn, assuming battle stances. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The true battle is about to commence, Piccolo solemnly warned. His eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha nodded in agreement as their internal energies began to circulate with increasing velocity. Now, let us allocate our opponents. Jiez, acting as the temporary commander of the Frieza force on site, spoke up. Who do you think is best suited to confront Raditz? His gaze swept across several teammates, including Sabo and Vegeta. Let me do it. Let me do it. Rikumu eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming with excitement. Given Raditz's combat power of 30,000, he perceived him as a rare foe, an opportunity to relish the thrill of battle. Nonsense. Raditz appears to be the most entertaining, and we should compete fairly. Let us decide by rock, paper, scissors. Bart disagreed, proposing what seemed a trivial suggestion. Very well, rock, paper, scissors it is. Rikumu, eager for a confrontation with a formidable adversary, surprisingly accepted the proposal. Jiez, uninterested in their frivolity, once again turned his attention to Vegeta, asserting with an air of undeniable authority, Vegeta, after all, Raditz was once your comrade, and you know him best. It should pose no problem for you to handle him, right? This maneuver served both to test Vegeta's loyalty and to delegate one of the most troublesome enemies to him, inciting internal strife among the Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His initial plan was to remain an observer, allowing Frieza's subordinates to engage Raditz and Kakarot in a mutually destructive battle, before stepping in to reap the rewards. He never anticipated that Jiez would be so cunning as to thrust him into the spotlight. At this moment, under the scrutinizing gazes of many, refusing would undoubtedly arouse suspicion and could lead to a collective assault against him. Moreover, deep down, he indeed yearned to teach Raditz, who dared to challenge his princely authority, a harsh lesson. After weighing the pros and cons, a cold smile crept onto Vegeta's face as he declared, "Very well. Since Mr. Jiez has said so, I shall personally deal with this traitor." "Excellent. You possess resolve." Jiez smiled, clearly pleased with this outcome. He then turned to Bart and Rikumu, who were still bickering. "Enough. Raditz is entrusted to Vegeta. As for the remaining Earthlings, let us decide who will face them through rock, paper, scissors." The group then began to engage in the game. Upon witnessing the opponents use such a trivial method to determine their adversaries, as though they were mere commodities to be chosen at will, Piccolo, Yamcha, and the others wore expressions of profound discontent. How infuriating! These arrogant fools regard us with such disdain. Yamcha clenched his fists, his face flushed with indignation, feeling deeply insulted. "Humph! A bunch of reckless scum," Piccolo coldly remarked, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "Leave these individuals to me. I shall eliminate them all in one go." He bore the pride of a Namekian warrior. "Hey, Piccolo, that won't do," Yamcha protested. "We must leave a few for ourselves to practice against. We also wish to test the fruits of our training. Everyone must remain vigilant." Although Sun Wukong also felt displeasure at their attitude, he maintained his composure and earnestly cautioned. "These individuals appear peculiar, yet their energies are formidable. They are certainly not to be underestimated." His gaze, for the most part, remained fixed on the powerful Vegeta, who was the opponent he truly desired. Krillin and Sun Wufan also nodded solemnly, not daring to exhibit any complacency. At this moment, the remaining 3 members of the Jinyu force had resolved their match through their unique method. To everyone's surprise, it was the short and stout Guldo who emerged victorious. "Haha, I have won. I shall go first." Guldo chuckled triumphantly, his small eyes glinting with cunning. He scanned Wukong and the others back and forth, akin to a vendor selecting produce at a market. Ultimately, his gaze lingered on the relatively diminutive Jiaozi, Krillin, and Sun Wufan, before pointing at them with his short, stubby finger, declaring in his gravelly voice, "All right, I shall contend with you 3 little ones. You seem rather easy to handle." Wukong and the others felt a jolt of apprehension. The chosen trio, Krillin, Jiaozi, and Sun Wufan, were equally astonished, never anticipating that their adversary would select all 3 of them at once. Krillin looked to Sun Wukong and volunteered, "Wukong, in that case, let us 3 handle this short and stout fellow." Sun Wukong glanced at Guldo, then at Krillin and the others, nodding in agreement as he cautioned, "All right, be careful. This fellow may not look impressive, But since he can associate with those individuals, he likely possesses some unique abilities. Do not underestimate him. Understood. Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Jiaozi responded in unison, their faces displaying resolute determination. Krillin stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Guldo. Despite his inner vigilance, he refused to show weakness, deliberately provoking his opponent. Hey, short and stout, since you chose us, let us be your adversaries. I hope you won't regret it. Upon hearing Krillin daring to call him short and stout, Guldo's previously triumphant smile instantly faltered. Enraged, he trembled with fury, pointing at Krillin and bellowing, "You little bald brat! How dare you call me short and stout? I will crush all three of you into a pulp." He loathed it when others brought up his height. The atmosphere became charged with tension. A new battle is about to unfold in this desolate land in an unexpected manner. Chapter 75, The Power of Time Pause. Krillin observed the infuriated Guldo across from him, his eyes sharp, swiftly whispering to Sun Wukong and Jiaozi beside him. "Jiaozi, at my signal, use your psychic powers to immobilize him. Wukong and I will seize the opportunity to unleash our full assault on him and conclude this swiftly." "All right." Jiaozi nodded vigorously, his hands slightly raised in preparation to activate his psychic ability. Subsequently, the three of them ceased suppressing their energies, simultaneously shouting, releasing the latent power within them. In an instant, three formidable white auras erupted from their bodies like an explosive volcano. Krillin's aura was dense and fierce. Wukong's shimmered with a hint of golden radiance, while Jiaozi's aura was relatively gentle yet enduring. Almost simultaneously, the energy detectors worn by the Frieza force members emitted sharp, piercing alarms. The display screen indicated the combat power of Krillin, and his companions surged wildly, instantly surpassing the previous limit of 5,000. What is happening? How did their combat power suddenly escalate so dramatically? Bart was the first to exclaim in shock, staring incredulously at the fluctuating numbers on the detector. At that moment, the detector clearly displayed the true combat power of the three. Krillin at 15,600, Sun Wukong at 15,000, and Jiaozi at 13,800. All three surpassed the impressive threshold of 10,000. This unforeseen transformation left the members of the Jinyu force, who had initially approached the situation with a mocking demeanor, utterly astounded. GC furrowed his brow tightly and spoke with grave seriousness. "These fellows are indeed capable of freely controlling their combat power. We have all been deceived." He immediately shouted a warning to Gu Air Duo in the arena. "Gu Air Duo, be cautious. The true combat power of these three youngsters exceeds 10,000 points. Do not underestimate them." "What? Over 10,000 points?" Gu Air Duo's expression shifted from anger to shock. He gazed, incredulous, at the three imposing figures of Klin and his companions, his small eyes widening in disbelief. The three diminutive figures he had previously regarded as easily manageable had, in an instant, transformed into formidable adversaries surpassing his own combat prowess. Now is the time to strike. At that very moment of Gu Air Duo's astonishment, Klin seized the opportunity and shouted. Already poised for action, Klin and Sun Wukong blurred into motion, becoming two streaks of light barely discernible to the naked eye. With a swiftness far exceeding their earlier display, they surged toward Gu Air Duo like phantoms. Their speed was so extraordinary that, almost simultaneously with the sound of their approach, their fists, infused with fierce energy, advanced to within mere inches of Gu Air Duo's face. Gu Air Duo was taken aback, the imminent threat of death causing his hair to stand on end. He had no time for any further reaction. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply and activated his life-saving skill, the ability to pause time. An invisible, eerie wave emanated from Gu Air Duo, enveloping the entire battlefield. In an instant, everything around seemed to be frozen in time. The dust suspended in the air, the howling wind abruptly stilled, and the expressions of the onlookers became rigid. Klin and Sun Wukong, caught mid-strike, were frozen in place, mere centimeters from Gu Air Duo's nose, resembling two vividly sculpted statues. The world plunged into a profound silence, rendered colorfully static yet devoid of motion. However, Gu Air Duo remained able to move. Holding his breath, he maintained the ability to pause time. As he beheld Klin and Wukong's fists, poised to collide with his face, his eyes widened in terror, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. These two are unbelievably fast. If I had delayed even a fraction of a second, Guerre Duo's heart raced with dread as he imagined the consequences of being struck by the fists of these opponents boasting over 15,000 in combat power. He dared not linger and hastily moved his short legs, attempting to escape the range of their impending attack and create a safe distance. Unbeknownst to him, not everyone present was affected by his time pause. One individual, enveloped in a subtle, barely perceptible green aura, was none other than Jiaozi, who also possessed superpowers. His abilities somewhat counteracted the effects of the time pause, allowing him to continue thinking and observing. As he watched Guerre Duo frantically attempting to flee, determination flickered in Jiaozi's eyes. He focused his energy and, with both hands directed at Guerre Duo's retreating form, unleashed his superpower attack. An invisible wave of energy shot toward the escaping Guerre Duo like a swift arrow. Though most of his attention was directed ahead, Guerre Duo, as a superpower user, was highly sensitive to fluctuations in energy. He suddenly sensed a looming danger from behind and instinctively turned to look, only to see an invisible energy wave rapidly approaching him. Panic surged through him, and in that moment of fright, the breath he had been holding escaped him. With a sound akin to a balloon being punctured, the energy sustaining the time pause abruptly shattered. Boom! The wave unleashed by Jiaozi struck the ground slightly behind Guerre Duo's original position, resulting in a violent explosion. Flames and thick smoke billowed into the sky. The earth trembled violently, and a ferocious shockwave radiated outward. The confinement of time was forcibly disrupted. The world seemed to shift abruptly from a frozen tableau back to normalcy. Clin and Sun Wufan, who had been poised to charge forward, were caught off guard by inertia and slid forward a short distance before managing to stabilize themselves. Their faces filled with confusion. What just happened? What occurred? Clin gazed around in bewilderment at the swirling dust and the aftermath of the explosion, entirely oblivious to the momentary lapse in consciousness that had just transpired. He only remembered preparing to strike Guerre Duo before everything seemed to blur into nothingness. Huh, where did that short, stout fellow go? Sun Wufan also looked around in puzzlement, searching for Guerre Duo's figure. Not only they, but all the spectators, including Sun Wukong, Pick, Vegeta, and GC, wore expressions of bewilderment and shock. They too felt as if a brief moment had slipped away, only to witness the explosion that followed. What transpired just now? Sun Wukong's face turned serious as his keen battle instincts informed him that something unusual had indeed occurred. It seems as though we were all frozen for a moment. Pick nodded gravely, his gaze fixed on the direction of the explosion, and remarked, indeed, it was a temporal disruption, likely a superpower employed by that short, stout fellow. His perception was sharper than the others. What? A superpower? Aunt Gine fan and Yamu Cha gasped in astonishment. The ability to manipulate time was practically unheard of. It was the power to halt time itself. Suddenly, a calm and familiar voice resonated nearby. With a swift motion, a figure appeared abruptly between Sun Wukong and Pick, like a specter, without any prior indication. The speaker was none other than Pa Luote. Pa Luote, Sun Wukong, Aunt Gine fan, Yamu Cha, Clin, Jiaozi, and RADZ all exclaimed in unison, their faces a mixture of surprise that quickly transformed into delight. They had not anticipated Pa Luote's sudden appearance at this moment. However, Pa Luote's sudden manifestation startled Vegeta and GC, along with the members of the Frieza force. This individual had appeared out of thin air, with no trace of movement discernible. Vegeta's heart raced. His eyes filled with profound astonishment. This mode of appearance transcended his understanding of mobility. Huh, who is this new arrival? Li Kumu regarded the suddenly materialized Pa Luote with suspicion. Isn't he the one who killed Dudulia? GC was the first to recognize Pa Luote, his face revealing surprise. The target that Lord Frieza ordered us to eliminate at all costs. What? Is it really him? Bate exclaimed, immediately raising his energy scanner to scan Pa Luote, yet the numbers displayed left him dumbfounded. Combat power only 1? What is going on? This is absurd. Wasn't it said that his combat power exceeds 24,000? Is the scanner malfunctioning? We can no longer view these earthlings through the lens of conventional reasoning. GC's expression darkened as he mused. They have likely mastered the ability to freely control their combat power. Thus, the numbers displayed are utterly unreliable. Indeed, Bate Likumu and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions growing grave. Just when we were at a loss about where to find him, he has delivered himself to us. A cruel smile crept across GC's face. This saves us the trouble of searching. We can deal with him right here. The members of the Frieza force, including Sabo, Chiu-E, and others, echoed his sentiments with scornful and sinister laughter, as if Pa Luote were already within their grasp. Chapter 76. Parrot takes action. Slaying Guldu as Sun Wukong gazed at Parrot beside him. A look of confusion crossed his face. Parrot, what brings you here? Did you not state that you would refrain from participating and allow us to handle things ourselves? An unforeseen circumstance has arisen, Parrot replied with a faint smile. His tone relaxed. I have come to retrieve something, and I shall depart immediately thereafter without disturbing your training. Retrieve something? What could it possibly be? Wukong and the others displayed expressions of bewilderment and incomprehension. In this desolate wilderness, what could be of such significance that Parrot would venture here to obtain? Without directly answering, Parrot shifted his gaze towards Guldu, who had just emerged from the cloud of smoke created by the explosion, his own face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Parrot's eyes, akin to the discovery of a rare prey, as he slowly spoke. What he has just demonstrated is a rather rare ability, the power to pause time. This is precisely why I am here. What? Time pause. Upon hearing this, Wukong and the others could not help but exclaim in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. The ability to manipulate time? This was akin to divine power. Parrot nodded affirmatively, confirming this astounding reality. Meanwhile, Guldu and his companions, including Jine, were equally astonished to hear Parrot so effortlessly unveil the secret of the time pause ability. Guldu felt a surge of terror wash over him. Not only did the opponent know of his ability, but he had also come specifically for him. At that moment, Parrot made his move. His actions appeared unhurried, even somewhat casual. Yet, in an instant, he had traversed a considerable distance, materializing before Guldu, who had just regained his footing and was still catching his breath. In a blink, Parrot's right hand shot out like lightning, seizing Guldu's thick neck with ease, lifting him off the ground as if he were a mere chick. The speed was beyond the limits of visual perception. As if he were always meant to occupy that space, his hand naturally clasped around Guldu's throat. This sudden, ghostly scene startled everyone on the battlefield. Guldu, Jis, Bart, Likumu, Sabo, and the other elite members of the Frieza force gasped in horror, their collective voices rising in alarm. They had not even seen how Parrot had moved. How is this possible? When did he get there? Bart exclaimed, his voice trembling with shock. Even he, the fastest in the universe, had failed to perceive Parrot's movement. Vegeta's face mirrored his astonishment, his mouth agape, his pupils dilating in disbelief. I cannot see his trajectory, not even an afterimage. A chilling sensation coursed through his body. Impressive, truly worthy of Parrot, Wukong, and the others, although aware of Parrot's strength, were still unable to conceal their shock upon witnessing such an unfathomable display of speed. Piccolo and Raditz exchanged solemn glances, nodding in acknowledgement. Each manifestation of Parrot's power seemed to stretch into infinity. At this moment, Guldu, firmly held by Parrot's grip, was paralyzed with terror. He felt as though an unyielding iron shackle had seized his throat, rather than a mere hand. Desperately, he flailed his legs in the air, attempting to pry Parrot's fingers apart, but it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. As suffocation and overwhelming force took hold, his complexion shifted from red to purple, his bulging eyes bloodshot with sheer panic and despair. Parrot observed Guldu's futile struggles with a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips, as if regarding an inconsequential insect. He then tightened his grip, and a strange, indescribable luminescence surged forth from his palm, as if it could disassemble all matter. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, Parrot's fingers suddenly closed together. Boom! A sound that was not particularly loud resonated, yet it caused every soul present to tremble. Guldu's stout form did not even have the chance to emit a scream before he exploded, akin to an internally detonated balloon. There was no splatter of flesh or shattered bones. His entire existence seemed to be utterly erased from the fundamental particle level by some absolute force, reduced to the finest dust, dissipating into the air without a trace. A complete annihilation, a thorough execution devoid of any chance for resistance. This horrifying spectacle struck the visual nerves and psychological limits of everyone present like the most profound nightmare. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, as if even the wind had ceased its howling. As formidable as Guldu, a warrior endowed with the god-defying ability to pause time, was. He appeared as fragile as paper before Parrot, having failed to withstand even a single blow before being obliterated from existence. The overwhelming aura of power shocked the entire scene. After slaying Guldu, Parrot wore a satisfied smile, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Turning to the still-dazed Wukong and the others, he spoke nonchalantly. "All right. I have retrieved what I came for. The remaining riffraff can be handled by you. I shall take my leave." "Huh. Oh, okay." Wukong and Krillin, still reeling from the earlier shock, jolted back to reality, nodding instinctively like marionettes, their eyes still filled with disbelief. Was Parrot's so-called retrieval merely the taking of Guldu's life or abilities? Guldu. Only now did Jis and the others fully emerge from their shock and fear, gazing at the spot where Guldu had vanished, unleashing roars of fury and indignation. They glared at the composed Parrot, with Jesus' eyes blazing as he shouted, "You bastard! You actually killed Guldu. Die!" Fueled by extreme anger and a hint of fear they themselves were reluctant to acknowledge, Jess, Bart, and Lakumu collectively lost their composure and launched their attacks. Each gathered a formidable energy wave in their hands, Jis with his purple destruction ball, Bart with his blue whirlwind slash, and Lakumu with his yellow explosive energy cannon, all aimed with devastating intent towards Parrot, who stood with his back turned, seemingly preparing to depart. However, in the face of these three terrifying attacks capable of easily obliterating a city, Parrot did not even turn his head, as if he were completely unaware or simply dismissive of their intent. At that critical moment, Wukong, Raditz, and Piccolo sprang into action simultaneously. They had long been poised for action, and upon witnessing Parrot's ambush, they unhesitatingly retaliated. Wukong thrust his palms forward, unleashing a concentrated white Kamehameha wave that roared forth like an enraged dragon. Raditz's hands coalesced, the blinding Gallic gun erupted with the ferocity of his 30,000 battle power. Piccolo's fierce glare summoned forth a thick demon flash wave, imbued with a penetrating sharpness. The three powerful energy waves intercepted Jis and the others' attacks with precision. The air was filled with the thunderous clash of energy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that rocked the very foundations of the battlefield. Blinding light consumed everything, and the deafening roar seemed capable of collapsing the heavens themselves. The terrifying energy storm surged forth like a tsunami, wreaking havoc as the ground was lifted and melted, instantly creating a colossal pit over 100 meters in diameter. The violent shockwave swept away the unfortunate foot soldiers of the Frieza force like fallen leaves, their cries echoing in the chaos. As the blinding light and pervasive dust began to dissipate, a strikingly large and horrifying crater remained at the center of the battlefield, with the Earth's edges still emitting wisps of smoke. Aside from the unfortunate soldiers, the primary combatants on both sides had managed to distance themselves at the last moment, escaping significant harm. Upon witnessing Parrot and Goku emerge unscathed, Jis and the others stared in disbelief. How could this be? They had managed to withstand the combined assault of the three of us. Jesus' voice wavered with shock. Parrot remained unfazed, as if the cataclysmic exchange of energy moments ago had nothing to do with him. He dismissed the noisy intruders, his figure flickering slightly before vanishing from sight, blending seamlessly into the air without leaving a trace. "No, he has vanished," Lycum exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the spot where Parrot had stood. "Trying to escape? Not so fast." Seeing this, Jis and Bart were consumed by rage, interpreting Parrot's disappearance as an attempt to flee. They unleashed their full power, transforming into streaks of red and blue light as they charged towards Parrot's previous position, intent on pursuit. However, they barely covered 10 meters when a chilling voice rang out. "Your opponents are us," simultaneously from Piccolo and Raditz. The two appeared like phantoms, intercepting Jis and Bart with precision. Piccolo faced Jis, while Raditz confronted Bart. The four engaged without a word, striking fiercely upon contact. Bang! Bang! Two resounding booms erupted almost simultaneously as their energies collided violently. Jis and Bart's forward momentum was abruptly halted, while Piccolo and Raditz were pushed back a short distance, landing steadily. Regaining their composure, Jis and Bart looked incredulously at the figures blocking their path. They could not accept that these Earth natives possessed the strength to confront them directly. "You seek death." Jis and Bart roared in anger at Piccolo and Raditz, the barriers to their advance. The two simultaneously surged their energy to the peak. crimson and azure flames soaring into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the four transformed into blurred afterimages, engaging in a dazzling display of super-speed movement and fierce close-quarters combat across the ravaged wasteland. The dull thuds of fists and feet colliding resonated like unending thunder. Each clash erupted with intense energy flashes and expanding shockwaves, shaking the very fabric of the world. The battle had finally escalated to a full-blown confrontation. Chapter 77. Z Warriors Erupt, Unbalanced Vegeta. High above, four figures intertwined at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, colliding fiercely. Each contact produced thunderous booms, sending rippling shockwaves that shattered the clouds above. Piccolo and JIS were locked in combat. Piccolo's innate combat talent as a Namekian was on full display. His arms elongated like rubber, launching attacks from incredible angles, creating afterimages with his high-speed movements that left JIS defenseless. As a member of the Ginyu Force, JIS was immensely experienced in battle. He continuously unleashed red energy blasts, attempting to bombard Piccolo and restrict his erratic movements. The two exchanged blows, unleashing energy, locked in an intense stalemate. Meanwhile, Raditz and Bart's battle was equally breathtaking. Bart's proud claim of being the fastest in the universe was now challenged. Raditz, having undergone rigorous training, had significantly improved his speed. Although he may not have completely surpassed Bart, his newfound strength allowed him to hold his ground. Raditz's fighting style was wild and direct, embodying the Saiyans' fierce determination. He absorbed Bart's rapid punches while delivering his own powerful strikes imbued with terrifying energy. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on Bart's blue face. His high-speed movements could no longer toy with his opponent. He had to remain vigilant against Raditz's desperate assaults. Bang, boom, thud. The sounds of intense collisions filled the air, energy scattering and light flashing. This terrifying spectacle left Vegeta and the Frieza soldiers on the ground dumbfounded, as if they had forgotten to breathe. They could never have imagined that this Namekian and the once-acknowledged weakling Raditz could unleash such astonishing power, standing toe-to-toe with the elite members of the Ginyu Force. Vegeta gazed up at the four battling in the sky, his typically proud expression marred by disbelief. The energy scanner on his face flickered with alarming readings, particularly Raditz's data, which was blindingly bright. How could this be? Raditz, that worthless creature, had become even stronger? A torrent of shock and confusion surged within him, battering against his understanding like a tempest. The scanner clearly displayed that Raditz's battle power now hovered around 45,000, surpassing his own. Moreover, he keenly noted that the green Namekian's power had also skyrocketed in an instant. The Namekian's battle power had surged from around 22,000 to over 44,000. What on earth was happening? An unnamed fury mingled with deep humiliation ignited within him. How infuriating. What kind of training had these guys, Kakarot, Raditz, and these Earthlings, undergone this past year to experience such outrageous growth and power? He could not accept or believe the reality before him. Even Raditz, whom he had always looked down upon, now surpassed him, a ruthless violation of his dignity as a Saiyan prince. No wonder Raditz had dared to speak to him that way earlier. He was emboldened by his newfound strength. As for the others, like Ba, they were already terrified. Mouth agape, staring blankly at the sky. He could never have imagined that Raditz, whom he had once ridiculed and belittled, harbored such terrifying strength. Sabo and Chioi, seasoned officers of Frieza, were equally stunned. Sabo's once elegant demeanor had vanished, replaced by astonishment. Chioi exclaimed in disbelief, "What is happening? How can they all possess such formidable battle power? This planet is too bizarre." Sabo's gaze fixated on the fluctuating readings on the scanner, muttering, "Their battle power seems to increase significantly in an instant." His gaze involuntarily shifted to Goku, Tianjin Fan, and the others who had yet to join the fray. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. Could they also possess the same ability to instantly enhance their battle power? Suddenly, a strange laughter broke the heavy atmosphere as Lycum twisted his neck with a cracking sound. His gaze, filled with fighting spirit, yet laced with disdain, swept over Goku, Tianjin Fan, and the others, as if selecting an appropriate toy for his amusement. Regardless of their capabilities, he thought, "I shall find some fun. Which one shall I start with?" At that moment, Tianjin Fan stepped forward, his three eyes burning with unwavering determination. He fixed his gaze firmly upon Lycum, speaking in a low, resonant voice. "Big guy, There's no need for selection. Allow me to be your opponent. As soon as the words left his lips, Tianjin Fan let out a thunderous shout, boom. A powerful white aura erupted around him like a whirlwind, an overwhelming presence. The device on Lekomu's face immediately registered his battle power. He watched as Tianjin Fan's combat strength surged from a base level to an astonishing 16,000 points, slightly raising an eyebrow in surprise. But this was quickly replaced by a deeper disdain. Is this all the fighting power you possess, yet you dare to challenge me? Truly a fool unaware of his own mortality. It seems Earthlings are not only weak, but also foolish. Unmoved by these words, Tianjin Fan took a deep breath and declared once more, Kaioken. A peculiar resonance filled the air as the outer layer of his white aura was suddenly enveloped in a fierce, blood-red hue. His energy skyrocketed, and the combat power began to fluctuate at a breathtaking pace. What? This? Lekomu, Sabo, Vegeta, and the others exclaimed simultaneously, their faces etched with disbelief. They watched in astonishment as the numbers on the device soared. 28,000, 30,000, 32,000. How is this possible? His battle power is skyrocketing too. Lekomu's bulging eyes nearly popped from their sockets, the earlier contempt having evaporated, replaced by overwhelming shock. Yet, this was not the end. Triple Kaioken. Tianjin Fan roared again, as if striving to extract every ounce of potential from within him. His battle power, which had already reached 32,000, began to rise uncontrollably, as though breaking through some unseen barrier. How could this be? His battle power can still increase? Is this man a monster? Chio-E was so terrified that he stumbled back involuntarily. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. He listened to the cold, mechanical voice of the device in disbelief, his complexion darkening as he whispered, 42,000, 43,000, 45,000. Each number struck him like a heavy hammer against his pride. Damn it, how could so many surpass me? Kakarot, Raditz, and even this three-eyed earthling. His inner fury, resentment, and a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge intertwined, distorting his handsome features. How can this guy possess such formidable combat strength? Lekomu completely shed all underestimations, his face now bearing a grave expression of impending danger. However, just at that moment of profound shock, with a piercing sound of sonic boom, Tianjin Fan moved. He transformed into a streak of red and white, carrying an overwhelming momentum and energy, charging towards Lekomu at a speed beyond visual capture. The speed was astonishing, so fast that Lekomu had no time to mount an effective defense. Bang! A thunderous crash resonated as Lekomu's robust form was struck as if by a meteor. He was sent flying uncontrollably, akin to a cannonball, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing into a mountain several kilometers away. Instantly, the rocks shattered, dust billowing skyward, the entire peak seeming to mourn. Lord Lekomu! Chio-E screamed in terror, his eyes filled with horror. He could hardly believe that Lekomu, one of the most powerful members of the Jinyu force, had been sent flying with a single blow. Suspended in midair, Tianjin Fan focused intently on the direction where Lekomu had fallen. He understood well that such a strike would not be sufficient to completely vanquish that formidable opponent. Moreover, he was aware that while he could forcibly employ the triple Kaioken, he had not yet mastered its essence completely. He could not unleash his full potential. With his battle power fluctuating between 42,000 and 45,000, this powerful adversary was the perfect catalyst for him to hone his skills and fully grasp the triple Kaioken. Without hesitation, Tianjin Fan darted forward, a blur of light racing towards the dust-filled mountains. He was determined to continue the fight. Vegeta watched Tianjin Fan's retreating figure, his expression darkening to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "These beings have each mastered techniques that can instantly amplify their battle power. What on earth is happening? What secrets does this planet hold?" At that moment, Goku, unable to contain his boiling combat spirit, rubbed his hands together, wearing his signature challenge-filled grin as he turned to Vegeta. "Hee, everyone has found their opponent. Vegeta, allow me to be yours." Kakarot. Vegeta spat the name through clenched teeth, glaring fiercely at Goku. "Very well. I shall see what astonishing abilities you, a lowly warrior, possess. There are too many people here. It's not exciting enough. How about we move over there? Let us find a more spacious area," Goku suggested, pointing to a more desolate, an open plain in the distance. Vegeta's gaze flickered as he quickly calculated. The situation today felt exceedingly strange. The strength of the Earth warriors far exceeded his expectations, and the Frieza force was unreliable. Remaining here could spell disaster. This proposal suited him perfectly. During the upcoming battle, he would not linger unnecessarily. Once an opportunity arose, he would create chaos and flee. All right. Vegeta feigned calmness as he nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Vegeta's consent, Goku's smile widened. He then ceased further conversation, his figure leaping into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he soared toward the distant plain. In the moment before Vegeta took off, he discreetly signaled to the somewhat dazed Nappa below, whispering, "Nappa, listen. I will create an artificial moon when the opportunity arises. Once you see it, do not hesitate. Transform into a great ape. Otherwise, with your current strength, you stand no chance against these foes." Nappa shivered at his words, nodding vigorously. "Understood. I comprehend, Prince Vegeta." Without further delay, Vegeta soared upward in pursuit of Goku. Meanwhile, within his palm, a pure and strange energy began to coalesce quietly, resembling a miniature, unstable moon embryo. Thus, with Goku and Vegeta departing, Tianjin Fan pursued Lakamu into the mountainous region, while Piccolo, Raditz, and Jis battled fiercely in the skies. On the ground, only Krillin, Yamcha, Dumpling, and Sun Wukong remained. Facing the remnants of the Frieza force, Yamcha stretched his neck, a smile of eagerness spreading across his face as he surveyed the Frieza warriors led by Sabo and Chou-E, boldly declaring, "All right, those troublesome foes have been drawn away. Let us deal with these remaining minions." Before Krillin and the others could respond, Yamcha propelled himself forward like a cheetah, targeting the strongest presence among the opposing ranks, Sabo. Noticing that Yamcha had approached him, and with the device indicating a battle power of only over 14,000 points, Sabo couldn't help but smirk with cruel disdain. An earthling, who knows no bounds, dares to seek death. As he faced Yamcha's rapid strike, Sabo did not evade, instead meeting it with a punch of his own, intending to crush his opponent with sheer power. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a muffled sound. Sabo firmly withstood Yamcha's assault, his arm remaining utterly still. The contempt on his face deepened. However, Yamcha had anticipated this, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he shouted once more, "Kaioken, double!" In that instant, the energy within Yamcha ignited explosively, erupting with a thunderous force. The aura surrounding him deepened in color and expanded significantly. The energy detector on Sabo's face emitted a piercing alarm, and on the screen, Yamcha's battle power soared like a wild stallion, reaching 18,000, 22,000, 25,000. The upward trend showed no signs of halting. How is this possible? Not again. Sabo was taken aback, his expression changing dramatically. He could distinctly feel the power emanating from Yamcha's fist growing exponentially. Before he could react, with a deafening roar, the terrifying force contained in Yamcha's punch erupted completely. Sabo felt an irresistible force strike him, his blocking arm violently pushed aside. He was uncontrollably sent flying, crashing into a small hill behind him, causing it to explode into rubble. But it was not over. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha relentlessly pursued, transforming into a streak of light heading towards Sabo's falling position. Sabo emerged from the wreckage, alarmed and furious, his composure shattered. He knew he could no longer hold back. "You have forced my hand," he bellowed, his muscles convulsing violently, swelling as his form underwent a dramatic transformation. He morphed from a handsome extraterrestrial into an ugly yet powerful monster. His battle power, originally around 23,000, surged instantaneously to over 28,000, nearing 29,000. With a primal roar, the transformed Sabo collided fiercely with the rapidly approaching Yamcha. The clash echoed with a cacophony of blows, fists and feet colliding like a tempest. Energy blasts scattered everywhere, making it a fierce and evenly matched struggle. Meanwhile, Krillin observed Yamcha entangled with the formidable Sabo. Glancing at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky and the distant rumbling from the mountains, realizing they could no longer wait, he addressed Gohan and Din beside him. "We must join in. Let's eliminate these minions and then assist them." "Okay." Little Gohan nodded firmly despite his nervousness, clenching his small fists. Din also nodded expressionlessly, his powers brewing in the background. "Go." With Krillin's command, the three shot forth like arrows into the ranks of Frieza's army. Instantly, the battlefield erupted. Every corner filled with the roar of combat and flashes of energy. Krillin, Dende, and Gohan plunged into the Frieza soldiers, whose battle power hovered around the thousands. Like tigers among sheep, moving through them effortlessly. Krillin's blade struck down, the edge of his Kienzan razor sharp, easily slicing through enemy armor. Driven by anger and courage, Gohan unleashed astonishing strength, his small fists capable of shattering stone. Dende used his psychic abilities, freezing enemies in place and executing precise strikes with his Dodon Ray. They swiftly toppled one Frieza soldier after another, akin to chopping vegetables. Among the remaining Frieza forces, a dozen officers with battle powers ranging from 10 to 13,000 were alarmed and enraged. Exchanging glances, they shouted in unison and launched a coordinated assault on Krillin, Gohan, and Dende, energy waves raining down like a deluge. Yet, even when faced with tenfold enemies, the trio, relying on their agile movements, seamless teamwork, and vastly improved battle power, handled the onslaught with ease. Krillin's solar flare intermittently dazzled, disrupting the enemy's sight. Gohan and Dende stood back to back, one on the offensive and the other supporting, deflecting incoming attacks while continuously counterattacking. Observing from the sidelines, Chio-E scanned the battlefield, ultimately locking onto Krillin, Gohan, and Dende. He stroked his chin, contemplating. Jis, bait, and Lakumu are entangled. Sabo is struggling. These three seem like the softest targets. That little Saiyan possesses incredible potential. He must be eliminated first. I will deal with them and claim the credit. Resolved, Chio-E revealed a sinister smile, his aura exploding forth as he silently approached Gohan's back, who was entangled with several officers, gathering lethal energy for a decisive strike. Gohan, watch out. Krillin, ever vigilant, sensed the insidious energy first. His expression shifted as he urgently called out, abandoning his current opponent and flashing to Gohan's side, delivering a powerful punch towards the ambushing Chio-E. The battle erupted in full force. Chio-Yi's wrinkled face contorted into a sneer, his crimson eyes fixated on Krillin as if regarding an insignificant ant. You little brat. Do you dare obstruct my path? You truly seek death. Without allowing Krillin a moment to react, he raised his right hand, gathering a ball of ominous, purplish energy. With no hesitation, he thrust his arm forward, the energy wave slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, akin to a venomous serpent striking towards Krillin's face. This attack was swift and far more potent than those from the previous minions, clearly intended to eliminate this bothersome little bald head in one blow. Confronted with this rapid and lethal assault, Krillin's pupils constricted, his nerves tightening instantaneously. Aware of his opponent's strength, he dared not delay. Just as the energy wave was about to reach him, he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as he declared, Kaioken. An energy wave far more intense and ferocious erupted from Krillin's relatively modest physique. The white flames surrounding him, previously stable, transformed into a searing crimson akin to molten lava in a fraction of a second. The aura surged skyward, seemingly creating a burning battle attire around him. Simultaneously, the power within him surged forth like a raging torrent, his battle power escalating at an astonishing pace. From an initial 15,000 points, it shattered the limits, boldly crossing the threshold of 30,000. In that moment, as his strength peaked, Chio-Yi's determined energy wave struck before him. Yet, Krillin did not flinch or evade. His right hand, enveloped in crimson energy, swatted forward with casual precision. With a resounding thud, the purplish energy wave, capable of demolishing hills, was redirected by his seemingly nonchalant palm, veering off towards a remote cliff, resulting in a violent explosion and flying debris. What? How is this possible? Chio-Yi's previously malevolent grin froze, replaced by sheer horror and disbelief. He was left dumbfounded, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This earthling boy possessed such a bizarre ability to instantaneously elevate his battle power? What kind of joke is this? A profound terror enveloped Chio-E like a torrent of icy water. His resolve shattered upon witnessing Krillin's terrifying combat power, which soared to an astonishing 30,000 points. A singular, piercing thought seized his mind. Damn it. I am no match for these monsters. Remaining here would only lead to my demise. I must flee. Immediately escape this accursed planet. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else, leaving Chio-E devoid of any fighting spirit. With a frantic roar, he flailed his arms like a malfunctioning machine, unleashing energy from within with reckless abandon. Chapter 79. Yamucha's 40,000 combat power crushes Sa Bo in an instant. Countless purple energy waves of varying sizes surged towards Klin's position like a tempest. Although the individual power of these energy waves was inferior to his previous attacks, their sheer volume was staggering, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes for Klin. Chiu-Yi harbored no illusions that this assault would slay his opponent. His sole hope was to momentarily halt Klin's advance with this frenzied barrage, granting him precious time to escape. The deafening sounds of explosions reverberated as the energy waves struck relentlessly, engulfing Klin entirely. A blinding radiance and a plume of thick smoke enveloped the area, causing the earth to tremble violently as if an earthquake had struck. Seeing his attack land, Chiu-Yi involuntarily wore a fleeting grin of triumph. Yet he dared not linger even for a moment. He immediately turned to take flight toward the distant ship. However, just as he pivoted and exerted force, his toes barely leaving the ground, a clear and resolute voice pierced through the dissipating smoke. Kamehameha. The words rang out, followed by a colossal, concentrated beam of azure energy that tore through the darkness like a bolt of thunder, shattering the smoky confines. As it surged forth, the air was ionized, crackling with explosive sounds. Its velocity surpassed Chiu-Yi's imagination. Almost simultaneously with the sound reaching his ears, the devastating light illuminated his eyes, filled with terror. No, no, no. Chiu-Yi let out a desperate, shrill scream. He desperately attempted to twist his body to evade the attack, but it was far too late. The Kamehameha, infused with Klin's full might, had completely consumed him. The earth-shattering boom drowned out Chiu-Yi's final, anguished cry. The brilliant white-blue light expanded, utterly obliterating his grotesque form, disintegrating it. Along with his fleeing soul, he became an inconsequential wisp of dust in the cosmos, vanishing without a trace. Chiu-Yi, a high-ranking officer of Frieza's forces, became the first elite combatant to fall in the defense of Earth. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, Klin's tall figure emerged, his crimson Kaioken aura receding. He wore a calm and indifferent expression, as if vanquishing Chiu-Yi had been an inconsequential task. Klin uncle is amazing. Upon seeing Klin unscathed and effortlessly dispatching a formidable foe, Wu Fan could not help but exclaim, his small face alight with surprise. For the remaining Frieza soldiers and lower ranks, however, this scene was akin to a bolt from the blue. They stared in shock at the spot where Chiu-Yi had vanished, then at the composed Klin, a chilling despair rapidly enveloping their hearts. Lord Chiu-Yi, he is dead, a soldier trembled, murmuring in disbelief. In the midst of their collective shock, a figure resembling a specter appeared silently behind a cadre with a battle power of approximately 12,000. The cadre, still reeling from the fear of Chiu-Yi's death, was oblivious to the impending danger. Zhao Zi's gaze remained calm as he struck with lightning speed, his index finger extended, unleashing a precisely honed Dodon ray. The faint sound echoed, akin to a searing iron piercing through ice. The slender yet lethal beam instantly pierced through the cadre's chest, leaving a charred hole as it exited through his back. The cadre's body stiffened, disbelief flooding his features as he looked down at his chest. His wide eyes filled with terror and a desperate unwillingness to confront death. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, as life swiftly ebbed away like a receding tide. In the next moment, he fell lifelessly to the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string, raising a cloud of dust. This sudden turn of events jolted the remaining Frieza warriors from their stupor, like cold water splashed into a tranquil pot of oil. They screamed in terror, instinctively distancing themselves from Klin, Zhao Zi, and Wu Fan, frantically attempting to regroup for an effective counterattack. Yet, their nightmare was only just beginning. Before they could steady themselves, a dull thud resonated. Another cadre-level warrior erupted unexpectedly, his body disintegrating into a mist of blood. Klin had struck again. He moved like lightning, activating the Kaioken, the crimson aura swirling around him like a war god descending upon the battlefield, wreaking havoc among the remnants of the Frieza forces. His movements were both simple and efficient. Each strike was accompanied by the fall of an enemy, whether sent sprawling by a heavy punch or cleaved by his energy blade. He dispatched one formidable foe after another with ease. Zhao Zi did not relent either. Utilizing his abilities and agile movements, he darted along the edges of the battlefield, firing Dodon rays with precision, harvesting those enemies attempting to ambush or flee. Wu Fan, summoning his courage, charged towards the enemy, tapping into his latent potential to bring down foes with sheer force. Though his techniques were somewhat unrefined, his strength was not to be underestimated. Under the relentless assault of Klin, Jiao Zi, and Wu Fan, the already demoralized Frieza forces were thrown into disarray, collapsing entirely. Meanwhile, the battle between Yamcha and Sabo intensified. As time passed, Yamcha gradually familiarized himself with his surging power and Sabo's fighting rhythm. Beginning to gain the upper hand, his attacks became increasingly ferocious, raining down upon Sabo like a torrential storm. Sabo, feeling increasingly overwhelmed, struggled to block Yamcha's onslaught, his mind a whirlwind of anger and disbelief. Damn it! That fool Chiu, he was killed so quickly. How can these Earth warriors be so strong? How did they cultivate such power? His face darkened, nearly dripping with anxiety as he grappled with the unexpected collective eruption of the Earth warriors and Chiu Yi's instantaneous demise. In a moment of distraction caused by Chiu Yi's death, Yamcha seized the opportunity. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he ducked beneath Sabo's blocking arm and delivered a heavy punch, infused with the full power of a doubled Kaioken, squarely into Sabo's abdomen. Ugh! Sabo gasped in pain, taken completely by surprise, his body flying uncontrollably like a train hitting its target, crashing down hard onto the earth below. A thunderous roar erupted, and the ground was violently struck, creating a vast pit, with spiderweb-like cracks extending outward as dust and smoke enveloped the area. Yamcha, now emboldened by his power, showed no intention of halting his assault. He swiftly stabilized his stance, placing his hands behind his waist, palms facing each other. As the surging energy within him converged towards his palms, a dazzling blue energy sphere rapidly formed and expanded, embodying the Kamehameha wave. With a mighty shout, Yamcha unleashed the fully formed Kamehameha with all his might. A colossal blue energy beam, exuding a sense of annihilation, roared forth like a furious energy dragon, tearing through the air with an unstoppable momentum toward the pit below, where Sabo lay struggling to rise. As he glanced up, he was met with the sight of the deathly blue energy wave filling his vision. His eyes widened in terror, pupils constricting to pinpricks as an overwhelming dread seized his heart. Damn it! He howled in despair, attempting to evade the oncoming onslaught, but it was too late. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, he opened his mouth wide, desperately channeling every ounce of energy within him. With a thunderous roar, a robust purple energy wave shot out from his mouth, akin to a dying serpent, soaring toward the Kamehameha wave. The collision of the blue and purple energy waves resonated in the air, producing a blinding flash of light, while chaotic energy currents wreaked havoc, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently as if struggling to withstand the force of the clash. Sabo's desperate energy wave barely held its ground against the Kamehameha, resulting in a brief stalemate in the air. However, it was evident to all observers that Sabo's energy was slowly but surely being pushed back, merely engaging in a futile struggle. Yamcha, unwavering in his resolve, noticed the temporary halt of his Kamehameha and displayed no sign of surprise. As if he had anticipated this outcome, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he tapped into a deeper reservoir of power and bellowed, "Triple Kaioken." The crimson aura surrounding him expanded once more, deepening in hue, reminiscent of burning blood. His energy surged anew like a volcano erupting, and his combat power began to escalate wildly. 37,000, 38,000, 39,000, 40,000. In the blink of an eye, his power soared beyond 40,000, surpassing Sabo's transformed state. Yamcha shouted, flexing his muscular arms as he gathered strength once again. The already massive Kamehameha wave swelled, infused with renewed vigor, its blue radiance intensifying and energy becoming more concentrated and ferocious. This time, Sabo's purple energy wave could no longer withstand the onslaught. "No, this is impossible," Sabo exclaimed, disbelief and despair etched across his face. He gasped, straining every fiber of his being to counter the overwhelming blue tide. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. The disparity in their powers was too vast. He could only watch helplessly as the Kamehameha wave approached, the shadow of death enveloping him. Filled with hopelessness and fear. "No, I cannot lose. How could I die on such a lowly planet?" He let out one final cry of struggle, but the next moment, the blue Kamehameha wave engulfed him entirely. A terrifying explosion erupted, more ferocious than before. Sabo's anguished scream pierced through the heart of the blast. But it quickly faded, becoming a mere whisper until it vanished completely. As the dust from the explosion gradually settled, the already vast pit had expanded several times over, with the surrounding soil and rocks melted into a glass-like state from the intense heat. Sabo's figure had long since disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Finally, it was over. Yamucha let out a long, relieved breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The continuous use of Kaioken had taken a toll on his body. A victorious smile graced his face as he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then cast his gaze toward the distance. The battle between Tianjin Fan and Li Ku Mu continued to rumble through the mountains. The fierce clashes of Piccolo and Jisoo, as well as Raditz and Bate, raged on in the skies, with none of their battles yet concluded. Next, he glanced towards Krillin and the others. Although a significant number of the minions had been dealt with, Frieza's henchmen still remained, stubbornly resisting. I must assist them in swiftly concluding this battle. Without taking a moment's respite, Yamucha surged toward Krillin's battlefield, joining the fray to eliminate the remaining foes. Ha! Ha! The sounds of fists and feet colliding, energy blasts erupting, and cries of enemies filled the air once more. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, and Raditz were locked in fierce combat with their respective adversaries. Terrifying forces clashed, engulfing the battlefield, as the released energy tore the earth asunder and flattened the hills, causing the very heavens to change color. This area was saturated with the ferocity of their battles and the overwhelming energy, creating a unique, forbidding energy field. Any ordinary person who dared to approach would be instantly torn apart by the raging energy waves, leaving no trace behind. On another front, Wukong continued to soar through the skies, searching for a suitable arena to engage in a fierce battle with Vegeta, who leisurely followed behind him. As they flew, Vegeta held a peculiar, moon-like sphere of pristine white energy in his hands, now fully formed, radiating a soft yet eerie glow. Then, his gaze swept over a concealed corner below, and with a discreet flick of his wrist, he silently launched the energy sphere into the sky. The orb ascended rapidly, merging with the clouds, emanating a light and aura indistinguishable from that of the true moon. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Daba, who had been closely monitoring Vegeta's movements, felt a jolt of excitement upon witnessing this scene. His eyes fixated on the artificial moon created by Vegeta, filled with anticipation and a frenzied desire for power. Moments later, Wukong finally landed in a desolate expanse, devoid of life except for jagged rocks and barren terrain. He and Vegeta stood atop separate hills, facing each other from several hundred meters apart. The fierce wind whipped up sand and stones, stirring their hair and garments, creating a tense atmosphere. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings, a trademark sneer spreading across his face as he regarded Wukong with an air of assuredness. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? The scenery is rather pleasant, fitting for a warrior such as you, Kakarot. He then unleashed a barrage of verbal assaults upon Wukong, attempting to psychologically undermine his opponent. Humph, you earthlings, and that traitor Raditz believe that mastering a few tricks can challenge the pride of a Saiyan? How naive. I shall show you that in the face of absolute talent and bloodline, all your efforts are in vain. However, Wukong remained unfazed. His eyes shone with clarity and determination, fixating intently on Vegeta as if he sought to see through every facet of his adversary. His aura had reached its zenith, though it did not erupt in flames. The steady, mountain-like presence he exuded imparted an intangible pressure upon Vegeta. How could this worthless being possess a combat power of 32,000? Is he truly stronger than that traitor Raditz? How is this possible? As Vegeta observed the reading displayed by his energy detector, which indicated Goku's combat power in his tranquil state, he was once again filled with astonishment and disbelief. He was merely a waste, designated as a low-class warrior at birth. How could he possess such formidable strength? His countenance darkened, and his pride was subjected to a profound shock. Whether genius or fool, Goku seemed to perceive the turmoil and imbalance within Vegeta's heart. He spoke earnestly, with unwavering diligence. Anything can become possible. As he said this, he slightly crouched, clenched his fists before him, and assumed the classic fighting stance, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle. Vegeta scoffed at Goku's words, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke of the world. Such an absurd assertion. Let me show you the insurmountable chasm that lies between so-called geniuses and fools like you. He too crouched slightly, adopting the aggressive signature stance of a Saiyan prince. At that moment, the air between them seemed to freeze. The sound of the wind vanished, leaving only the heavy breaths and heartbeats of the two warriors. A chilling aura enveloped the desolate expanse. In the next instant, with a thunderous crash, the mound beneath Goku's feet shattered from the explosive force of his sudden launch. As debris flew, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, initiating his attack with astonishing speed. Vegeta, observing Goku's approach, felt a glimmer of cold light flash in his crimson eyes. With a slight sidestep, his seemingly casual movement proved precise, allowing him to evade Goku's fierce first strike. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his hand and delivered a swift chop aimed at Goku's neck, cutting through the air with a menacing whoosh. Goku's battle instincts were exceptionally sharp. He quickly bent his arm to block. The collision of his arm with Vegeta's hand produced a resonant thud. In an instant, the two engaged fiercely in combat, their figures becoming a blur as they ascended from the ground to the sky. The sounds of their fists and feet clashing resonated like a rapid drumbeat. Each impact generated visible shockwaves, causing the rocks beneath them to shatter continuously. They descended from the sky to the ground, their high-speed movements rendering them nearly invisible, only leaving trails of light as they intertwined, separated, and collided again. The intensity of their clashes caused the very space around them to tremble. The mountains on the desolate plains fracturing under the aftershocks of their battle, clouds of dust rising in their wake. In mere moments, utilizing their extraordinary eyesight and reflexes, they had exchanged over 1,000 blows, the speed so swift it was nearly dizzying. However, any observer could discern that neither had yet revealed their true capabilities. Neither Goku's Kaioken nor Vegeta's confident ultimate techniques had been employed. Instead, they appeared to be probing each other's moves, strengths, speeds, and combat habits. After a particularly fierce exchange, they briefly separated, hovering in midair. Goku gazed at Vegeta, whose aura remained steady and even bore a hint of ease. Excitement surged within Goku as he thought to himself, "I can hardly believe it. He hasn't even displayed his true strength, yet his speed and power already far surpass my own. This is indeed the might of a Saiyan genius." Vegeta hovered in the air, his crimson eyes firmly locked on Goku. The disdain and contempt that had previously marked his gaze had faded significantly, replaced by a weighty mixture of suspicion and scrutiny. He could distinctly sense that this so-called low-class warrior, Kakarot, harbored within him an energy far beyond what he had shown, akin to a turbulent current beneath a placid sea. "Kakarot." Vegeta's voice bore a subtle rasp as he broke the brief silence between them. "Surely, this cannot be your full strength?" He gestured towards the energy detector affixed to his ear, though its reliability had waned due to the fluctuations in Goku's combat power. "You must possess that peculiar method of instantly amplifying your power, much like rabbits and those bothersome insects on the ground, correct?" He slightly raised his chin, attempting to reclaim the pride of a Saiyan prince, yet his tone betrayed an urgency for confirmation. "If you have it, cease your concealment and unleash it. Otherwise, with your current abilities, you stand no chance against me. Show me what this exiled low-class warrior can truly achieve." Goku, taken aback, displayed a look of surprise. He had not anticipated Vegeta's keen intuition. He scratched his cheek and readily admitted, "So you figured it out? Your instincts are sharp." The astonishment on his face swiftly transformed into pure, fervent battle intent as he clenched his fists, his aura becoming vibrant and restless. "Very well. Allow me to reveal my true power." In an instant, Goku's gaze sharpened like a blade. "Kaioken." His exclamation echoed as if a stone had been cast into a serene lake. Subsequently, Goku held nothing back, unleashing the technique he had painstakingly honed under the tutelage of North Kao. A surge of energy, more formidable and intense than any Earth warrior had ever wielded, erupted from within Goku's seemingly unassuming frame, akin to a dormant volcano awakening. The crimson flames enveloping him no longer merely adorned his surface. They ascended like a tempestuous firestorm, coloring his hair, brows, and even his pupils in a blazing hue. At that moment, his aura grew wildly tempestuous and oppressive. The rocks beneath him began to crack under the sudden onslaught of pressure, and small fragments of stone levitated against gravity. His combat power soared with remarkable velocity. Vegeta's expression froze in disbelief as he gazed at the sight before him, his eyes riveted to the screen of his detector. The numbers danced like wild stallions, climbing at an unprecedented pace, utterly shattering his comprehension. 41,000, 42,000, 43,000, 45,000. Finally, the digits stabilized at the astonishing figure of 45,000, even exhibiting an upward fluctuation. How can this be? Vegeta murmured instinctively, his voice laden with uncontainable shock and a hint of confusion. Though he had anticipated that Kakarot might be concealing his strength, the sheer impact of witnessing a number that eclipsed his own power was still devastating. How could a low-class warrior, whose combat power was but a mere single digit at birth, so effortlessly surpass him? A tumultuous whirlpool of humiliation, rage, and disbelief surged within him, distorting his once proud visage. Chapter 81. The Great Ape, Ozru, with a combat power of 140,000. The crimson flames around Goku burned steadily, emanating an unsettling energy wave. He slowly raised his arm, feeling the tumultuous power coursing within him, his gaze piercing as he looked upon Vegeta. This is the power of the Kaioken, Vegeta. Now, we can truly engage in a battle of equals. However, at the moment when Wukong's aura reached its zenith, Vegeta's heart trembled violently, and it seemed as though the entire battlefield was poised to be reshaped around the two of them. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A roar, potent enough to shatter eardrums and fracture souls, erupted from the distant horizon like a terrifying proclamation from ancient times, resonating throughout the cosmos. The roar contained not merely the ferocity of wildness, but also an annihilating will so pure it instilled dread in all beings. Following closely, a horrifying and dreadful aura surged forth like an invisible tsunami, instantaneously enveloping the globe. Whether it was Tianjin Fan, who was entangled in combat with Lakamu, or Piccolo and Raditz engaged in aerial warfare, or even Krillin, Yamcha, and others who were clearing lesser foes on the ground, they all turned pale in unison, sensing a primal terror and oppression emanating from deep within their instinctual being. The sky appeared to darken further under that deafening roar. In the distance, the colossal figure of the giant ape, towering like a mountain, fully manifested, its violent aura resembling a tangible storm, swirling with sand and the will to destroy, overwhelming the world. This was no longer merely potent energy. It was an oppressive force born from the primordial wilderness, capable of sending chills down one's spine. Nappa had already completed his transformation into a giant ape. His originally robust physique had swelled, under the influence of the Saiyan bloodline and the Bur's Ray, into a terrifying beast towering several dozen meters high. Dense, black fur cloaked his body, muscles bulging like twisted mountains, and his crimson eyes reflected nothing but pure destructive desire. In this form, Nappa's battle power had astonishingly surged to an impressive 140,000. Wukong, who was fiercely clashing with Vegeta, found himself momentarily halted under the impact of this terrifying aura. He gazed towards Nappa's direction, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. That massive silhouette, that familiar ferocious aura, evoked memories buried deep within his bloodline, fragments of which he could not clearly recall due to childhood accidents. Was that a giant ape? A sense of dread suddenly filled Wukong's heart, and his expression turned grave. He was acutely aware of the terrible power of a Saiyan in this form. Even if he could not remember the specifics, the overwhelming energy capable of crushing most present was unmistakable. He had to stop him immediately, in stark contrast to Wukong's gravity. Vegeta witnessed this scene with a triumphant grin spreading across his face, as though he had already envisioned the ultimate victory. He shouted towards the giant ape, "Well done, Nappa. Just like that, wreak havoc. Crush these damned earthlings and obliterate this planet." He turned to Wukong, a self-satisfied smile adorning his face. "Kakarot, you are finished. Even if you have mastered that peculiar method of enhancing battle power, it matters not. Before absolute strength, all is futile." As Nappa transformed into a giant ape, his battle power had surged nearly tenfold. "Haha, with 140,000 in battle power, I wonder what you will use to stop me." His laughter echoed across the wasteland, brimming with the joy of revenge and confidence in regaining control of the situation. Wukong was taken aback. Although he knew that transforming into a giant ape would drastically increase battle power, each time he experienced it firsthand, he would forget. Tenfold, 140,000. This brought unprecedented pressure upon him. He had to resolve this predicament. Wukong thought, his gaze sharpening. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, elevating his speed to its zenith. Becoming a streak of crimson light racing towards Naba. He had to interrupt Naba's destruction, otherwise, Earth would truly be in peril. However, he had barely taken flight when a silver figure, like a specter, blocked his path. Vegeta. Haha. Kakarado, where do you think you're going? Vegeta crossed his arms, leisurely hovering in the air, a smirk on his face akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Your opponent is me. You won't be going anywhere until I defeat you. Saying this, he raised his hand and unleashed a swift energy wave, akin to a purple meteor, charging towards Wukong, completely sealing off his path forward. With a resounding boom, Wukong, left with no choice, raised his hand to counter. The blue light of the Kamehameha collided with Vegeta's purple energy wave, instantly triggering a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very earth. The chaotic energy currents once again plowed the ground around them. Soon after, the two entangled in fierce combat. Vegeta's objective was clear, to firmly restrain Wukong, preventing him from interfering with Naba's destructive rampage in giant ape form. Wukong felt anxious in his heart, yet Vegeta's strength was equally formidable, making it impossible for him to break free in the short term. Meanwhile, everyone on the battlefield with Piccolo and Krillin clearly sensed the powerful aura unleashed by Naba's transformation into a giant ape. Engaged in rapid offense and defense with Bait, Raditz seized an opportunity, delivering a heavy punch that sent Bait flying, and then turned his attention towards Naba, his expression suddenly grave. Naba has transformed into a giant ape. He understood the power of this transformation well and knew the catastrophic destruction that an irrational Naba could cause. On the other hand, Piccolo, while calmly countering Jia's well-coordinated and sharply angled energy attacks, also noticed Naba in his giant ape form. His green face revealed little emotion. Yet his voice grew somber. He actually became a giant gorilla. This is bad. I must deal with him quickly. Otherwise, the entire Earth will be doomed. Earth was his homeland and the place he aspired to dominate. He would not allow a rampaging giant ape to destroy it. Meanwhile, Jiez, battling Piccolo, saw Naba transformed into a giant ape, and a slight smirk appeared on his otherwise tense face, feeling somewhat relieved. Humph, finally showing your true prowess? He had long been astonished by Piccolo's formidable battle power. The strength, speed, and regenerative abilities of this Namekian far exceeded his expectations, making the battle exceptionally arduous. And he felt as though he was subtly at a disadvantage. He had not anticipated that these natives possessed such great combat prowess, capable of contending with the core members of their Jinyu force thus far. In the mountainous region, Tianjin Fan was engaged in a fierce contest of strength with Lekamu when he caught a glimpse of the titanic giant ape. A flash of the scene where little Wufan lost control and transformed crossed his mind, and he murmured, gazing at Naba in his giant ape form, "That's just like when Wufan transformed." A powerful sense of urgency surged within him. At this moment, Krillin, Yamcha, Jiaozi, and Sun Wufan, who had nearly cleared the Frieza minions, quickly gathered together. They looked towards the colossal giant ape in the distance, each wearing an expression of grave concern. The air thick with tension. Cold sweat trickled down Krillin's forehead as he spoke with a serious demeanor. They actually turned into giant gorillas. This is bad. Wukong, Piccolo, Raditz, and Tianjin Fan are all occupied with their opponents. If we don't stop this giant gorilla, the entire Earth will be doomed. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. The mere aura of 140,000 battle power, instilling a sense of despair. Yes, Yamcha clenched his fists, his expression equally grave as he nodded, fully aware of the critical nature of the situation. Jiaozi's face was marked with fear as he stammered. What should we do? He is too powerful. We can't defeat him. The immense disparity in strength loomed like an insurmountable chasm, obscuring any hope of victory. Krillin took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and analyzed. There's no other way. We must go and stop him. As long as we are careful, we can hold on until Wukong and the others deal with the enemies. This is the only feasible strategy to buy time with our lives. Krillin was right. We cannot allow him to rampage across Earth without intervention. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Despite the fear that gripped him, the determination to protect his homeland overshadowed all else. Subsequently, Krillin turned to the youngest members, Jiaozi and Gohan, and said, Gohan, Jiaozi, you stay here and continue to deal with these straggling minions. Yamcha and I will attempt to advance first. He aimed to shoulder the perilous task himself, shielding the children and his companions. No way, I'm going with you. Jiaozi declared resolutely, despite his trepidation. He could not bear to watch his friends face danger alone. Uncle Krillin, I shall accompany you as well, Gohan said, lifting his head. Though his youthful face still bore traces of fear, it was overshadowed by an undeniable resolve. This surprised the others. They had not anticipated that the typically timid and tearful child would display such courage at a critical moment. Seeing the unwavering determination on their faces moved Krillin. He exchanged a glance with Yamcha, and they silently nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed with caution, attacking from a distance and avoiding getting too close to that behemoth. Our objective is to stall him until everyone has dealt with their battles. Oh, Gohan and Jiaozi rose, responding with enthusiasm, their spirits bolstered. Let us go. With that, Krillin transformed into a streak of light, leading the charge towards the formidable creature known as Nappa. Yamcha and the others followed closely behind, for figures charging fearlessly towards the terrifying giant ape. At that moment, Nappa was entirely consumed by primal instinct, launching indiscriminate and frenzied attacks. Each of his enormous footfalls cracked the earth beneath him, and with a mere swipe, he could level a hill. He opened his cavernous maw, a terrifying energy rapidly gathering within, as a wave of power capable of vaporizing mountains prepared to launch towards a distant city barely visible on the horizon. Just as disaster loomed, a resounding boom echoed. Two meticulously focused Kamehameha waves struck his mouth with pinpoint precision, resulting in a violent explosion that disrupted his energy accumulation. Nappa's head merely swerved to the side from the force of the impact, suffering no substantial harm, but the energy wave in his mouth was successfully interrupted. However, this provocation infuriated Nappa completely. He roared in rage, the sound reverberating like a tempest. Turning his gaze, his crimson eyes locked onto Krillin and the others hovering in the distance. Roar! Enraged, he opened his mouth once again, unleashing an even thicker and more ferocious energy wave, akin to a devastating torrent, directed at the location of Krillin and his companions. Everyone scatter! Krillin shouted, his pupils constricting as he hastily accelerated to evade to the side. This was no jest. A direct hit would be fatal. Gohan and the others paled, swiftly employing their flight techniques to dodge. The tremendous energy wave whizzed past the spot they had just occupied, erupting in a distant explosion on the horizon. The terrifying fireball shot skyward, and even from afar, they felt the searing heat and shockwave, causing the ground to tremble violently. Having narrowly avoided that strike, Krillin understood they could no longer afford to be passive. He quickly called out to his companions, "You all distract him while I look for an opportunity to sever his tail." They were all aware of the Saiyans' weakness, having previously dealt with Gohan using this tactic. Understood, they responded in unison, without hesitation. Immediately, Yamcha, Jiaozi, and Gohan launched a coordinated assault on Nappa from different angles. Kamehameha. Yamcha thrust his hands forward, unleashing a brilliant azure beam. Dodon Ray. Jiaozi shot forth a concentrated beam from his fingertips. Masenko. Gohan propelled a dazzling energy blast from his palms. Haya. The trio's battle cries united, embodying a spirit of defiance against death. Three energy waves sliced through the air, targeting Nappa's face and chest. Seeing this, a flicker of fury crossed Nappa's scarlet eyes. He unleashed a larger energy wave, resembling a purple dragon, to meet the trio's onslaught. The collision between Gohan and his friends' attacks and Nappa's energy wave was fierce. However, the disparity in power was overwhelming. Their energy waves faltered, unable to hold for even a second before being completely devoured and obliterated by Nappa's terrifying energy torrent. The violet wave continued its relentless advance toward the three. Dodge! Yamcha shouted, and the three scattered in a frantic attempt to evade. Meanwhile, Krillin seized the opportunity created by his companions to flank Nappa's massive form. He raised his right hand, gathering an intense energy that spun wildly, emitting a piercing hum. Spirit Slice, a razor-thin energy disc, shimmering with lethal brilliance, materialized. With all his strength, Krillin hurled it towards the base of Nappa's thick tail. The Spirit Slice surged forth with a momentum that could cleave anything, slicing through the air and leaving a distinct vacuum trail. Yet, despite his loss of reason, Nappa's primal instincts granted him an extraordinary awareness of danger. Sensing the threat from behind, he swiftly turned to face Krillin, just in time to see the rapidly approaching Spirit Slice. Without a moment's thought, he unleashed a smaller but incredibly swift energy wave, precisely intercepting the path of the Spirit Slice. The collision resulted in a deafening explosion as chaotic energy surged outward, shaking the air. What? Krillin stabilized himself mid-air, astonished and incredulous. He had not anticipated such a rapid response from the giant ape. His carefully prepared lethal strike had been effortlessly neutralized. As the shockwave from the explosion surged toward him, he hastily dodged to avoid the scattering energy fragments. The commotion naturally drew the attention of other Z fighters engaged in battle. Piccolo, Raditz, Tien Shinhan, and even Goku, entangled with Vegeta, cast sidelong glances at the perilous confrontation between Krillin and the giant ape. Each harbored a sense of urgency and concern. They needed to resolve their current adversaries swiftly. As Tien Shinhan clashed fiercely with Raikou, he monitored the situation involving Krillin and the giant ape. Upon witnessing Krillin's failed ambush and the dire circumstances, he silently resolved, "I must finish this foe quickly and assist them." In his agitation, his attacks became slightly erratic. Haha, to battle with me while distracted is truly courting death. Raikou, seasoned in combat, seized the fleeting opportunity, landing a powerful uppercut squarely on Tien Shinhan's chin. With a resounding thud, Tien was caught off guard, sent flying, and he tumbled through the air for quite a distance before managing to steady himself. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he fixed a fierce gaze on the triumphant Raikou, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. He could no longer afford to delay. Hiya! Tien Shinhan roared with a thunderous shout, proclaiming, "Fourfold Kaioken." In that instant, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from him, far surpassing his previous power. The crimson flames no longer enveloped, but blazed forth like an explosion, expanding in scale and deepening to a nearly dark red hue. The surrounding space began to warp slightly under the overwhelming power. What? The sinister grin on Lycum's face instantly froze, his eyes widening in horror. The energy detector on his face emitted a piercing alarm, the values on the screen fluctuating wildly at an unprecedented pace. He witnessed the terrifying surge in Tianjin fans' battle power: 58,000, 59,000, 60,000. The digits ultimately settled at a staggering figure exceeding 64,000, utterly overshadowing his own combat strength. No, this is impossible. Lycum's face turned pale with fear, retreating in terror as all previous bravado evaporated. How could you possess such immense power? This cannot be. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jez and Bait, locked in fierce battle with Bick and Raditz, also took note of Tianjin fans' alarming increase in strength. That guy still has hidden power? Over 60,000 in battle strength? How can this be? Jez gasped in disbelief, his voice trembling. His struggle against Bick had already placed him at a disadvantage, and now he felt utterly disheartened. How could there be such monsters? We cannot possibly defeat them. Bait was equally stunned, his unparalleled speed rendered ineffective against Raditz's relentless attacks. Upon witnessing Tianjin fans' newfound strength, he completely lost his will to fight. Bick, who had maintained a considerable pressure, observed the disarray in Jez's demeanor. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of his green lips. "It seems you all possess only this level of skill, wasting my time in this futile endeavor," he remarked. Jez, shaken to his core, instinctively retorted, "What do you mean?" He looked at Bick in confusion, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Bick slowly raised his hand, gathering a formidable energy in his palm, the fluctuations far more terrifying than any before. With a cold smirk, he proclaimed, "What do I mean? This dull farce is about to come to a decisive end." As the Z fighters of Earth engaged in a desperate struggle against the Saiyans and the Frieza force, the beams of energy and the roars of explosions echoed throughout the cosmos. The very fate of the planet hung in the balance of this brutal conflict. Meanwhile, in a location far removed from the battlefield, it was not a barren wasteland, but rather a vibrant, flourishing expanse of towering ancient trees. The lofty mountains loomed like slumbering giants, while the meandering rivers sparkled under the sun and dense forests blanketed the earth. The air was infused with the freshness of grass and the fragrance of soil, forming a stark contrast to the destructive energy fluctuations in the distance, as if two completely different worlds coexisted. However, this tranquility was shattered by the arrival of an uninvited guest. A sinister spacecraft, resembling those of the Frieza force, descended into the heart of this pristine forest. They were none other than Dales and his crew, in pursuit of Vegeta. Dale stood atop a high mountain, flanked by several menacing and diverse alien subordinates. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, their eyes brimming with scrutiny and unmasked predatory desire. Dale's gaze was sharp, his lips often curving into a cruel and greedy arc as he stared into the horizon, his expression grave. He inhaled the air of Earth, the life energy it contained causing him to squint slightly. His initial purpose for coming here was to hunt down Vegeta. However, upon setting foot on this land and feeling the overwhelming vitality of the planet, as well as witnessing its breathtaking beauty, an indescribable thrill and ecstasy washed over him. Overshadowing his pursuit of Vegeta, his gaze swept across the verdant forests, crystal-clear streams, distant rolling mountains, and the pristine blue sky. As a Saiyan who roamed the cosmos, relying on the plundering of planets' life essences to enhance his power, he instantly recognized the extraordinary value of this planet. This world, with its rich life energy, is the perfect breeding ground for the spirit tree. The spirit tree, this mythical plant, said to require the life force of an entire planet to bear fruit, whose fruits contain unimaginable energy, is a forbidden shortcut to rapidly enhance combat strength. Dale still possessed spirit tree seeds, a treasured item he had painstakingly obtained, and had been searching for a sufficiently fertile planet to cultivate them. Earth, without a doubt, was the most perfect seedbed he had ever encountered. The vitality of this planet far surpassed that of any he had previously plundered. He could almost foresee that, should he plant the spirit tree seeds here, they would yield numerous high-quality fruits. Once consumed, the essence within would elevate his combat power to unimaginable heights. Perhaps, he could even contend with that monster Frieza. No, he might even surpass him. The tremendous temptation gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He altered his intentions regarding the pursuit of Vegeta. In comparison to grappling with that troublesome foe, the immediate and attainable power before him was far more significant. Moreover, he keenly sensed several powerful presences clashing fiercely in the distance. And Frieza's men have also arrived. He licked his lips, a flicker of caution in his eyes, but more so, a calculating ambition. The unique energy of the Ginyu Force was unmistakable to him. A more insidious plan began to form in his mind. He initially intended to wait for all parties to weaken each other before striking, seizing the opportunity to eliminate everyone, including Vegeta and Frieza's subordinates. This way, he could secure the spirit tree fruits while simultaneously removing potential competitors and threats, achieving a twofold gain. However, plans are always subject to change. The energy fluctuations emanating from the distant battlefield were stronger and more dynamic than he anticipated. He and his subordinates, despite the distance, could clearly feel the terrifying auras sweeping across the globe like a storm, especially the sudden emergence of the wild and ferocious energy of the great ape, along with several other formidable bursts of power that seemed to suppress their opponents. I never expected the combat strength of these earthlings to be so formidable, Dales exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the ever-shifting colors of the clouds in the horizon due to the energy clashes, his expression fluctuating between concern and uncertainty. He had initially thought this was merely a one-sided massacre by Vegeta and the Frieza force against a lower-tier civilization, with the Earthlings merely lambs to the slaughter. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. Based on his perception, it seemed that the Earthlings were currently gaining the upper hand. Those unfamiliar, yet increasingly powerful auras were suppressing Vegeta and the members of the Ginyu Force. The combat prowess they exhibited appeared to surpass even their own. This revelation filled him with profound unease and a strong sense of threat. The situation's evolution disrupted his plans to sit back and watch the conflict unfold. He contemplated whether he should plant the spirit tree seeds now. It was a dilemma. On one hand, the allure of the spirit tree fruits was immensely enticing, the power he had long desired. If the seed of the spirit tree were to be planted now, given the Earth's abundant vitality, it would likely grow rapidly and bear fruit in a short span of time. Once he consumes the first fruit, his power would surge dramatically, rendering both the Earth's natives and the likes of Vegeta and the Frieza force as mere adversaries of the past. However, the associated risks are equally formidable. Planting the spirit tree seed now would undoubtedly attract the attention of both Vegeta and the Earth's inhabitants. The growth of the spirit tree would voraciously siphon the planet's life force, creating celestial phenomena that could not be concealed. Vegeta, that proud warrior, would surely recognize the spirit tree and would likely come to stake his claim, possibly even attempting to seize it. At that juncture, Dales would find himself contending not only with the formidable Earth natives, but potentially facing foes from both sides, placing him in a perilous predicament. Yet, what if he chose to wait? If the Earth natives were to emerge victorious, it would pose a significant threat to him as well. judging by their displayed prowess. The Earthlings are remarkably powerful and seem to possess some form of coordinated combat ability. Once they dispatch Vegeta and the Frieza force, who would be their next target? This Saiyan lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly be perceived as a threat. He could find himself alone against the might of the Earth's strongest warriors. With scant hope of survival, a thought flickered through his mind. Should he ally with Vegeta? Dales furrowed his brow, contemplating this possibility. The combined strength of two Saiyans might stand a chance against the Earth natives, allowing them to share the fruits of the spirit tree. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Vegeta is a creature of immense pride and cunning. Collaborating with him would be akin to courting disaster, likely resulting in his utter consumption. Moreover, Dales harbors his own pride and is unwilling to remain subordinate to Vegeta. After much deliberation, he found himself torn between the alluring temptation of the spirit tree's fruits, which symbolize unparalleled power and the potential for cosmic domination, and the immediate considerations of the present situation, laden with imminent threats and uncertainties. Ultimately, his thirst for power eclipsed his fear of risk. To wait could mean losing a golden opportunity, while to take a chance might yield everything he desires. He could no longer hesitate. He must acquire strength before the situation becomes entirely clear. Time waits for no one. A glint of resolve flashed in Dale's eyes as he made his final decision. He must gamble. He resolved to plant the seed of the spirit tree. Surveying his surroundings, he selected a clearing that was most expansive, basked in sunlight, and seemed to pulsate with vibrant energy. He signaled for his subordinates to spread out and maintain vigilance. Then, cradling the precious seed as if it were a rare treasure, he carefully extracted it from his pocket. The seed, roughly the size of a fist, radiated a profound, dark purple hue reminiscent of the cosmos. Its surface was adorned with intricate golden patterns resembling circuitry, emanating a gentle warmth and a peculiar pulsating energy. Merely holding it, Dales could sense the terrifying vitality contained within, waiting to erupt, and its insatiable thirst for the essence of the planet. Without further hesitation, he knelt and dug a shallow hole in the ground. He gently placed the spirit tree seed into the pit and covered it with soil. Having completed this task, he quickly retreated a few steps, his gaze fixated on the spot where the seed had been buried, filled with anticipation, tension, and a hint of barely concealed madness. At first, there seemed to be no change. However, just a few seconds later, a deep and resonant hum, akin to the heartbeat of the earth itself, began to emanate from the location of the buried seed. Following this, the ground trembled slightly, and the surrounding flora visibly lost their luster, turning a dull yellow. An invisible, colossal force began to take shape, ravenously drawing in life energy from the vicinity and beyond. The sky began to darken, as if some unseen shadow was obscuring the sunlight, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air. The spirit tree was beginning to take root and sprout. Its growth would inevitably thrust this beautiful planet into an unknown and perilous abyss. Meanwhile, Dale stood at the precipice of it all, a smile of avarice and ambition playing upon his lips. He understood that the gamble had commenced, and he must emerge victorious. Piccolo hovered in midair, his unique green skin appearing particularly eerie and powerful against the backdrop of the crimson aura surrounding him. He gazed down at the visibly shaken Jisoo, a cruel and mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, reminiscent of a hunter relishing the struggle of its dying prey. He slowly spoke, his voice reminiscent of ice scraping against metal. Since you were so fond of that little gadget to gauge others' combat power. He gestured toward the energy detector blinking on Jisoo's ear. Then open your eyes wide and behold. I hope you do not frighten yourselves to death. What? Jisoo's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping through him like a venomous vine. Yet, more so, he felt a sense of confusion and disbelief. He could not fathom that his opponent could possess even greater hidden strength. However, in the next moment, Piccolo took action, shattering all of Jisoo's misplaced hope. Fivefold Kaioken. Piccolo shouted, his voice booming like thunder. A more colossal and terrifying aura erupted from him. If his previous aura resembled a surging river, then now it was akin to an ocean breaking its dam. Boom! The crimson aura surrounding him surged violently, infused with a frenzied energy, expanding dramatically. It deepened to a dark red hue, enveloping much of his body, as if he had donned a blazing demonic armor. In that instant, his combat power began to ascend beyond the realm of comprehension. Beep, beep, beep. The energy detector on Jisu's face emitted an unprecedentedly sharp alarm. The sound so piercing it threatened to rupture eardrums. The numbers on the screen fluctuated at an unparalleled pace, far exceeding his cognitive limits. This is impossible. Jisu's mouth gaped open, wide enough to fit an egg, his eyes bulging with disbelief and shock, bloodshot with astonishment. He fixated on the detector's readings soaring like a rocket, his voice trembling as he recited, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000 in mere moments. Piccolo's combat power surged past 90,000 points. Moreover, the numbers showed no signs of halting. They continued to escalate. And that's not the end. Huh? Piccolo roared once more, seemingly striving to extract the last vestiges of his potential. The aura around him surged again, the crimson light illuminating half the sky. The overwhelming pressure making it nearly impossible for Jisu to breathe. 100,000,110,000 Jisu had lost the ability to think, muttering in a daze, his body trembling uncontrollably, utterly paralyzed by fear. He could not comprehend how a Namekian, a native of a lower-tier planet, could wield such cataclysmic power. Ultimately, Piccolo's combat power stabilized at 120,000 points after a meteoric rise. That magnificent aura weighed down on Jisu like a tangible mountain, suffocating him. Chapter 84, Raditz 180,000 combat power. Piccolo reigned in some of his outwardly displayed power, yet his icy killing intent became more concentrated. He looked at the ashen-faced Jisu and sneered. This is my combat power. What do you think? Is it worthy of your regard? The sarcasm woven into the words pierced through Jisu's final psychological defenses like a chilling needle. How could you possibly possess a battle power of 120,000? It is inconceivable. Jisu shook his head repeatedly, disbelief and inability to accept evident on his face. This figure rivaled that of their captain Jine, which explained why they had been suppressed from the very beginning and why victory eluded them. Facing an opponent of such terrifying strength rendered their presence here akin to a death sentence. A profound chill surged from the soles of his feet, racing toward the crown of his head. The explosive rise in Bix's battle power was akin to a nuclear bomb cast into a tranquil lake, drawing the attention of all on the battlefield, including Bart, who was entangled with Latais, and Lycum, who had just been driven back by Tianjin Fan's sudden outburst. Both men widened their eyes in unison, filled with disbelief and horror. How is this possible? He actually has a battle power of 120,000? This cannot be real. Bart murmured, his once blue visage now drained of color, his previously proud speed appearing utterly impotent before such overwhelming power. Before him, Latais observed Bart's magnificent expression with a sense of satisfaction, as if years of pent-up resentment and humiliation were finally being released. He could hardly contain his laughter. Bart, do you see? Your day has come too. Prepare to meet your doom. How infuriating. Bart's face contorted with dread, cold sweat soaking his battle attire. The threat of death stripped him of his pride, and he looked at Latais, his tone softening, tinged with a hint of desperation. Latais, let us go? I swear we will never set foot on Earth again. This was a plea he had never before uttered. Latais responded with a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with a vengeful delight. Do you truly believe that is possible? I have awaited this day for far too long. His voice suddenly surged with fervor and rage. Once, you looked down upon us Saiyans, perched high above, mocking us, treating us as mere tools to be discarded by Frieza. Today, I shall repay all of that in kind. Do not get ahead of yourself, Bart threatened darkly, grasping at the last straw of hope. If you dare to kill us, King Frieza will not let you off easily. The entire universe will have no place for you. However, having undergone the trials of Earth, Latais' mindset had transformed. He was not intimidated by Bart's threats. He declared with pride, Frieza? Huh, do you think I still fear him? If he dares to come, I shall be the first to end him. The surge in his power inflated his confidence to an extreme, even igniting a reckless desire to challenge the Cosmic Emperor. Latais, you are far too arrogant. Bart gaped at Latais, astonished that he would be so audacious as to dismiss King Frieza. Do you think yourself his equal? You are utterly deluded. Is that so? The arrogance on Latais' face slightly diminished, yet a meaningful smirk formed at the corners of his mouth, as if toying with a mouse. In that case, allow me to show you something remarkable. What? Bart stammered, a sense of foreboding rising within him once more. Use your energy detector. Latais grinned wickedly, his voice laced with temptation and cruelty. "Open your eyes wide and behold." He then shouted, "Fivefold Kaioken." Boom. Thunderous roars erupted. As his words resonated, an overwhelming power surged forth from Leitai, even eclipsing the earlier might of Bick. His body ignited in a raging crimson aura, expanding dramatically, reminiscent of a supernova, as the scarlet flames shot skyward, staining the clouds in blood. This formidable presence swept across the entire planet like a tsunami, sending tremors through every life form that sensed it. Beep, beep, beep. Bart's energy detector blared a frantic alarm, nearing its limits. The numbers on the screen flickered, almost leaving afterimages. This cannot be real. Bart gazed at the astronomical numbers rising on the detector, retreating in terror, his eyes wide with horror, as if witnessing the most terrifying sight in existence. 90,000. 100,000. 120,000. 130,000. His gaze remained fixed on Leitai, as if beholding a demon risen from hell, his voice quivering as he counted the escalating figures. He was drenched in sweat, his battle attire soaked through. No, it cannot be. Leitai possesses 130,000 battle power? In the distance, Jine, just recovering from the shock of Bick, was similarly dumbfounded, his voice hoarse as he screamed in disbelief. This series of blows had pushed his sanity to the brink. Lycum, too, was overwhelmed by Leitai's incomprehensible aura. Feeling the suffocating pressure, his massive frame trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Leitai continued to roar, seemingly challenging his own limits. As the colossal aura blazed on, his battle power still on the rise. 160,000. 170,000. 180,000. Bart could no longer articulate coherent words, trembling as he stuttered the despairing numbers. Leitai's battle power had skyrocketed to an astonishing 180,000. At that moment, a deafening explosion resonated. Bart's energy detector screen shattered into a flurry of snowflakes, unable to withstand the energy readings that far exceeded its design limits, exploding into fragments and sparks. Not only his, but almost simultaneously, Jine and Lycum's detectors also detonated, as if drawn by an invisible force. Even far away in a desolate region, engaged in battle with Wukong, Vegeta's detector exploded, the debris grazing his cheek and leaving a trail of blood. This is impossible. How can Leitai possess 180,000 battle power? Vegeta stood stunned, momentarily forgetting to continue his assault, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. The one he had always regarded as a waste, someone in need of his protection, had surpassed him in power? This was far more challenging for him to accept than being surpassed by Kakarot. Meanwhile, in the rugged wilderness, Dales, who was closely monitoring the fluctuations of energy on the battlefield, watched as his energy detector suddenly exploded, shards scattering and sending his face into a state of shock, his expression turning grim. "Boss, what happened?" One subordinate cautiously inquired, noticing Dales's darkened demeanor. Dales remained silent, his chest heaving violently, his face a mask of horror and shock. 180,000 battle power. How is this possible? He hissed softly, utterly unable to comprehend how such a terrifying warrior could exist on Earth. This is disastrous, his thoughts raced, his expression grave and somber. Frieza's subordinates are no match for these individuals. If they are allowed to unleash their full potential, my plans will be ruined. He had never anticipated that these Earthlings would possess battle power of 180,000, completely disrupting all his calculations. What to do? Dales's mind whirled. His brow furrowed tightly as he pondered. Must I truly ally with him? The him he referred to was, of course, Vegeta. However, he was reluctant to join forces with Vegeta unless absolutely necessary, because he knew that the prince was far more dangerous, akin to courting disaster. Ultimately, he had no choice but to place his hope in Vegeta to hold them off for a while longer. I hope Vegeta can stall for just a little longer. Dales gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, his heart brimming with anxiety and unease. On this side of the battlefield, the debris from the exploded detector seemed to shatter the last vestiges of hope within JS, Bait, and Lycum. Having witnessed the terrifying combat power of 120,000 from Bick, and having laid eyes on the dreadful 180,000 strength of Raditz, JS, Bait, and Lycum were now left with nothing but despair and fear. What missions? What pride? Everything had dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming dread of death. Enough of the theatrics. It is time to send you on your way. Raditz coldly declared, observing the disheveled and increasingly terrified Bait before him, pronouncing his death sentence. No, no, no. Wait. Raditz. Bait's face turned pale with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Retreating as cold sweat soaked his battle suit. He pleaded incoherently, I surrender. I can join forces with you. Together, we can surely defeat Frieza and his minions. I possess many secrets of the Frieza force. I am of use to you. In a desperate bid for survival, he did not hesitate to choose betrayal. Raditz looked at his pathetic display of submission with intensified disdain and contempt. You, a mere waste, dare to think you are worthy to ally with me? His voice was as cold as ice from the depths of the abyss. You would be better off in hell, repenting for the planets you have destroyed. As Raditz's words fell, he vanished in an instant, appearing right before the still begging Bait with a swift whoosh. His speed surpassed even the limits of Bait's so-called universe-leading velocity. Bait could not react. He only saw a fist enveloped in crimson flames rapidly enlarging in his vision. With a sickening crunch, Raditz's fist penetrated Bait's chest as effortlessly as a searing iron through fragile paper, bursting forth from his back. A massive, charred hole appeared in Bait's torso. His heart shattered and evaporated in an instant. Wah! Bait's body stiffened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The last hues of life in his wide eyes reflected sheer horror, despair, and a flicker of regret, perhaps for coming to Earth, or perhaps for having once bullied the Saiyans. His vitality ebbed away like a receding tide. Raditz let out a roar, and the energy within his arm, still embedded in Bait's chest, erupted violently. In the next moment, a blinding white light shot forth from Bait's body, causing him to explode like an overinflated balloon. Flesh, bone, and fragments of his battle suit were utterly obliterated in an instant, reduced to the most fundamental particles, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. The member of the Ginyu Force, the universe's fastest Bait, had perished. Bait, witnessing the appalling fate of their comrade, Lycum and Jais let out heart-wrenching cries, filled with boundless terror. In their screams was not only sorrow for their fallen companion, but also the deepest fear of facing the same destiny themselves. Their psychological defenses crumbled entirely in that moment. Chapter 85. The total annihilation of the Frieza force just hovered in midair, his body trembling uncontrollably like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. His gaze was locked onto the spot where Bait had just vanished, now devoid of anything. Not even a speck of ash left behind. Raditz's devastating and near-sadistic strike had completely shattered his pride and courage as a member of the Ginyu Force. One blow to take down Bait, he muttered in a daze, his voice hoarse and intermittent from sheer terror. He was all too familiar with Bait's strength. That once proud speed was utterly futile before absolute power. Trembling uncontrollably, the icy tide of fear inundated his entire being, compelling him to retreat from the demonic presence of Raditz. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the other side, to the green-skinned Namekian engulfed in dark red flames. He met Bic's gaze, which bore no expression. Yet within those eyes glimmered a cruel and merciless coldness, as if assessing a lifeless corpse. Merely making contact with that gaze sent chills down Jesus' spine, freezing him to the core, causing his very soul to tremble. A strikingly clear and intense thought pierced through his mind like lightning. Flee, one must escape. He inwardly chanted, no longer feeling any inclination to resist. These beings were not foes we could hope to defeat. They are monsters, demons. Remaining would only lead to a dead end. Dying as meaningless as Bait, or even worse, like Chio-E or Sabo, leaving behind nothing but a corpse. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He forcefully suppressed the fear within, managing to contort his face into a ghastly expression, rife with imploring desperation as he addressed Bic. In an unprecedentedly subservient tone, trembling with fright, he pleaded, please spare me. I assure you, I will never return to Earth, Jas swore, invoking the honor of a cosmic warrior. Seeing Bic's impassive expression, he hastily revealed what he believed to be his most valuable bargaining chip. Moreover, I can report back to Lord Frieza that Earth has been utterly destroyed, with all life extinguished. Thus, he will never send others to trouble you again. Your Earth will be safe. He sought to barter for a sliver of hope through this proposition. However, his plea for mercy was entirely misplaced. Had he directed such words to Wukong, perhaps they would have held weight, as Wukong was not a bloodthirsty individual. Yet, he stood before Bic, a once ruthless dark overlord who had aspired to dominate the world. Even with signs of reformation, Bik's resolute and cold nature far surpassed Wukong's. Indeed, upon hearing Jesus' terms, especially the mention of Frieza, Bik merely let out a derisive snort. His laughter filled with disdain and mockery. Frieza? If he comes, all the better. I shall personally send him on his way, sparing us the trouble of seeking him out. He dismissed Jesus' words entirely. To Bik, Jine was already an elite of Frieza's forces, and even if the so-called Cosmic Emperor Frieza were stronger than Jine, how much stronger could he truly be? At most, he would be on par with Bik using his fivefold Kaioken, or possibly even weaker. Bik was filled with confidence in the power he and his companions currently possessed. Upon hearing this, the ingratiating expression on Jesus' face froze instantly. He looked at Bik as if gazing upon an irredeemable fool, a madman oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "You have no idea of the terror of Lord Frieza. He is the Cosmic Emperor ruling over countless star systems. His combat power is beyond the comprehension of mere frogs at the bottom of a well like you." He attempted to instill fear of Frieza in Bik, hoping to convey that allowing him to leave would be the wisest course of action. And so what? Bik impatiently interrupted, his murderous intent coalescing once more in his gaze. "Enough of this chatter. It's time for you to depart." He had no desire to hear another word from this man. Raising his hand as lethal energy began to coalesce in his palm, Jine, realizing that his pleas had fallen on deaf ears, felt his face drain of color, transforming from pale to a despairing shade of iron. Damn it! He emitted a roar of a cornered beast, choosing to fight desperately rather than succumb to his fate. Seizing the fleeting moment when Bik was gathering energy, Jine concentrated all the remaining energy within him into his hands. He unleashed the most powerful energy wave of his life, infused with desperation and madness, directed at Bik. The energy wave manifested as an unstable deep purple, roaring forth with an overwhelming force capable of tearing through anything, instantly striking Bik, who seemed unable to evade. A tremendous explosion erupted in the air, blinding light rendering it impossible to look directly, as flames and thick smoke billowed, completely engulfing Bik's figure. Observing this, Jine instinctively bore a smirk of luck and pride, convinced that this desperate strike would at least severely injure or even kill his opponent. However, he dared not linger to confirm the outcome. Even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of survival, he had to flee immediately. He unleashed all his strength, propelling himself to the utmost limit. Ignoring the unbearable pain from his overstrained body, he transformed into a purple streak of light, fleeing madly toward the distant location of the space ship, not even sparing a thought for his companion Lycum, who was being mercilessly beaten by Tianjin Fan. At that moment, his mind was solely consumed by the instinct to survive. As the dust began to settle and the chaotic energy at the explosion's center slowly calmed, Bik's figure emerged clearly, still hovering in place, his posture unchanged. Remarkably, he bore no injuries. His Mikexing battle attire remained pristine, not a speck of dust upon it. His iconic white cape billowed majestically in the air currents created by the explosion, accentuating his composure and strength. The energy wave Jine had unleashed with all his might had not even forced Bik to take a step back. Observing Jine's retreating figure, akin to a frightened dog, a disdainful smirk curled upon Bik's lips. Such a level of attack was unworthy of even a mere tickle. A desperate struggle, Bik coldly uttered. He then slowly raised his hand, bringing his right index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the direction of Jine's escape. A terrifying energy, highly compressed and gathered to its apex, began to coalesce at his fingertips, emitting a shrill sound akin to a multitude of birds screeching in unison. The energy took on a dangerous, heart-pounding crimson hue. Mogwan Guangsha Pao, he bellowed, thrusting his fingers forward. A piercingly crimson, solidified spiral energy beam shot forth as if transcending distances, leaving a clear vacuum passage in its wake, moving at a terrifying speed far exceeding that of Jine's escape. Aimed directly at him. At that moment, Jine had expended all his energy and reached the edge of his small spacecraft, his hand already touching the cold hatch. Hope for survival lay before him. He glanced back to gauge the distance of his pursuer, but what he beheld was not a pursuer, but death itself. The crimson spiral energy beam approached him like a grim reaper's invitation. His pupils dilated in horror. No, no. Terrified, his heart raced, his eyes wide with sheer terror, despair, and unwillingness. He let out a final, anguished wail. A light sound, as if a hot knife slicing through butter. The energy of the Mogwan Guangsha Pao, with its unparalleled penetrating power, effortlessly pierced through Jisai's protective aura-laden body, leaving a clean, charred hole through his chest. The expression on Jisai's face froze instantly, the spark in his eyes dimming like an extinguished candle. Yet, the deadly beam did not cease. After piercing through Jisai, its momentum unabated. It accurately struck the spacecraft behind him that had yet to be activated. Thunderous booms echoed. The ship's fuel chamber and engine ignited in an instant. A massive mushroom cloud ascending, flames reaching for the sky, coloring everything in an orange-red hue. A terrifying shockwave spread outward like a tsunami, shaking the very heavens and earth. Jisai's battered body, still standing, was entirely consumed by the flames and shockwaves of the explosive force, disintegrating into vapor. Along with his hope of escape, he was reduced to cosmic dust, leaving not a trace behind. Another member of the Jinyut Zhan Due, Jisai, had fallen on the battlefield of Lycum and Tianjin Fan. The mountainous region had been utterly transformed by their fierce combat, peaks crumbling, the ground fracturing. After employing the fourfold Kaioken, boosting his battle power to 64,000, Tianjin Fan had completely seized control of the situation. With his ferocious strength, swift speed, and exquisite techniques, he relentlessly battered Lycum. The sounds of fists striking flesh echoed continuously. Tianjin Fan's heavy punches fell upon Lycum's once proud, robust body like rain, rubbing him into the ground. Lycum's comical hairstyle was now disheveled, his battle attire severely damaged. His body was covered in bruises and gaping wounds, blood flowing freely, leaving him in a pitiful state. He attempted to counterattack, but his strikes appeared feeble and ineffective against Tianjin Fan in the fourfold Kaioken state, easily blocked or evaded. At this point, Lycum was utterly exhausted, barely able to stand. His legs felt as heavy as lead, his body swaying precariously, as if a gust of wind could topple him. The playful expressions that once adorned his face had been replaced with pain, fear, and despair. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan knew it was time to conclude the battle. He prepared to deliver the final blow. Taking a deep breath, he soared into the sky, looking down upon Lycum, who resembled a candle flickering in the wind. He positioned his hands in a peculiar yet solemn stance before his chest, the surging energy within him rapidly converging between his hands. The energy's fluctuations were far denser and more oppressive than those of the Kamehameha. This was his ultimate technique, the Qigong Pao. Tianjin Fan gathered immense energy, his face reddening from the intensity of the accumulation. He shouted with all his might, Qigong Pao. In an instant, an unimaginably vast column of energy surged forth. Like divine judgment descending from the heavens, radiating an unmatched might, aimed directly at Lycum below. The beam was not merely blue, but contained a multitude of energy colors, resembling a near-white torrent of destruction, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Lycum, sensing the overwhelming energy above him capable of annihilating all, let out a final roar of despair. He shouted, attempting one last act of defiance, raising his head sharply and gathering all remaining energy within him to unleash a substantial energy wave aimed upward, hoping to counter the destructive beam. However, his resistance proved futile. Lycum's dark red energy wave crumbled before the might of the Qigong Pao, infused with the power of the fourfold Kaioken. The moment they collided, the dark red energy wave was crushed, devoured, and obliterated by the white torrent, not even a ripple remaining. In the next moment, the white beam of destruction completely engulfed Lycum's massive form. Thunderous booms resonated once more, this time with a power surpassing any previous explosion. The white radiance engulfed Lycum, consuming the very earth beneath his feet. The blinding flames that soared into the sky illuminated the heavens as if it were midday. The ground trembled violently, reminiscent of a cataclysmic earthquake. A colossal, bottomless pit swiftly emerged at the heart of the explosion. After a considerable time, as the dust gradually settled, the scene before one's eyes was nothing short of shocking. The earth was carved into an immense, unfathomable, and perfectly square-edged chasm, as if measured by a gigantic ruler. The walls of the pit were smooth as a mirror, seemingly formed from some extreme heat that had melted and then solidified. Deep within the abyss, faint traces of dark red lava flowed, exuding an intense heat. Lycum's form had long since been obliterated by that cataclysmic energy, leaving no trace of his existence. The same fate befell Jis, whose resting place, along with the spacecraft, had been reduced to ashes. All that remained was a hauntingly desolate giant pit, sculpted by the explosion and the energy beam of the magic cannon. Thus, the members of the Ginyu Force and the commanders of the Frieza Force, along with their multitude of minions, were thoroughly eradicated by the Z warriors. Earth, in the face of this sudden cosmic invasion, was successfully defended through the strength and sacrifice of its warriors. In the wilderness, only the sounds of the Z warriors catching their breath remained, accompanied by the distant roars of the great ape and the aftershocks of the battle between Wukong and Vegeta, indicating that the fight was far from over. Just at the moment Jai-S was pierced by the magic cannon and Likumu disintegrated under the Kikaho, the once arrogant auras of the Frieza Force were abruptly extinguished, like candle flames snuffed out by a tempest, vanishing completely from Earth. The obliteration of these auras felt akin to a massive ice stone being cast into a boiling sea of energy, creating a profound emptiness that was as palpable as a lighthouse in the night to those with keen perception. Amidst his fierce battle with Wukong, Vegeta, after forcefully breaking free from Wukong's grasp, suddenly hesitated, his crimson eyes narrowing sharply. He distinctly sensed this sudden shift, the presence of Chio-E, Sabo, and all the Frieza lackeys he both knew and despised had disappeared. Cursed be it. Vegeta's heart sank, his countenance darkening, as a tumultuous mixture of anger, shock, and profound unease gripped him. The Frieza Force had been utterly vanquished? He nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. What a useless bunch. They couldn't even delay the inevitable. He had hoped that Frieza's subordinates would exhaust some of Earth's warrior strength, perhaps even sow chaos to provide him an opportunity. Yet, he never anticipated their demise would be so swift and complete. This information of defeat rang in his heart like a chilling alarm bell, amplifying his sense of crisis. Without the Frieza Force to restrain them, the empowered Earth warriors and Raditz would soon be unrestrained. When that time came, he would face not just Kakarado, but the combined onslaught of Earth's mightiest fighters. Just the thought of Piccolo's battle power at 120,000, Raditz's terrifying 180,000, and that three-eyed Earthling sent shivers down his spine. No, Vegeta silently vowed, his thoughts racing with unprecedented speed. If this continues, I will be trapped here and eliminated by these fools. This was entirely beyond his expectations. He had never envisioned the combat prowess of these Earth natives, and the traitor Raditz would be so formidable. Panic gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Yet he was a seasoned Saiyan prince, and amidst despair, a flicker of ruthlessness ignited within him. However, he was not without the capacity to retaliate. A wild, desperate plan. His last card quickly took shape in his mind. While he continued to block and evade Wukong's relentless assaults, he cast a sidelong glance at the artificial moon he had discreetly unleashed earlier, now suspended in the sky, radiating light indistinguishable from that of the true moon. That soft yet eerie glow, in this moment, represented his sole hope, the key to turning the tide. An opportunity must be created. Distance must be established. Kakarado, Vegeta bellowed, his voice imbued with resolute determination. He abruptly retreated several dozen meters, crossed his arms before his chest, and then thrust them forward, unleashing a powerful aura. A silvery white energy erupted around him, sending debris flying. Gallic Gun, a colossal energy wave, far surpassing any of his previous attacks and encapsulating all his might, surged forth like a roaring purple dragon, aimed directly at Wukong. The space where the energy wave passed twisted, and the ground was plowed by the released energy, carving deep ravines in its wake, a sight of overwhelming ferocity. Wukong sensed the terrifying power contained within this strike, and his expression turned grave, daring not to underestimate it. He quickly steadied himself, skillfully placing his hands at his waist, as a brilliant blue energy rapidly converged. Kamehameha, Wukong shouted, thrusting his hands forward with great force. A robust, radiant Kamehameha collided with the incoming energy wave. Boom! The two formidable energy waves clashed in midair, akin to two asteroids colliding, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The blinding light momentarily consumed everything, and the earth trembled violently, as if the very fabric of space were about to tear apart. Flames and dust spread across the sky, forming a colossal, ever-expanding mushroom cloud. The turbulent energy surged like a tsunami, leveling everything within several kilometers. As the dust gradually cleared, the scene at the explosion's center slowly came into view. Wukong panted lightly, his gaze piercing as he looked toward the spot where Vegeta had just stood. However, that place was now empty, devoid of Vegeta's presence, leaving behind only a vast chasm carved by the energy clash. Wukong furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion rising within him. Yet, he immediately sensed through his power perception that Vegeta was retreating at great speed, heading towards the distant moon. A horrifying thought flashed through Wukong's mind like lightning. Could it be? He recalled the scene of Vegeta's transformation and paled in alarm, exclaiming, "This is bad." He instantly understood Vegeta's intentions. He must not be allowed to witness the moon and complete his transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself to his utmost speed. The crimson aura of the Kaioken igniting once more as he pursued Vegeta, becoming a red meteor streaking through the sky. At that moment, Vegeta, utilizing the cover and recoil generated from the earlier clash of energies, soared into the air near the moon. He could distinctly sense the peculiar Burzu light waves within the moonlight that stirred the power in his bloodline. He halted, gazing up at the moon. That gentle glow reflected in his crimson eyes, and in an instant, his demeanor began to shift. The original ferocity, cunning, and arrogance rapidly faded, replaced by an overwhelming, primal wildness and fury. His heart thudded like a war drum. Thump, thump. The powerful beats resonated like distant thunder, echoing ominously throughout the vicinity. Visible changes began to manifest upon him. The muscles beneath his skin writhed as if alive, expanding, while his bones emitted a disconcerting cracking sound. His pitch-black hair sprouted visibly like bamboo shoots after rain, swiftly covering his entire body. The entire body began to swell at a terrifying pace. The battle suit emitting a sound of fabric straining to its limits. No way. The arriving Wukong, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of urgency in his heart and shouted loudly. In midair, he once again assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. Kamehameha wave, a beam of energy, condensed with all of Wukong's might, surged forth with an unprecedented swiftness and ferocity, resembling a blue comet tearing through the night sky, hurtling towards the rapidly transforming Vegeta. However, just as the Kamehameha wave was about to strike Vegeta, a roar erupted from Vegeta's morphing mouth, a roar so powerful it could shatter souls and compel all existence to submit. This roar was far more terrifying than that of Nappa, brimming with destructive force. At this moment, Vegeta's transformation reached its final stage. His fangs erupted, piercing through his lips and glinting ominously. His body ballooned dozens of times in an instant, transforming from a warrior over 1.60 meters into a monstrous ape towering several dozen meters high, muscles bulging grotesquely. His pitch-black fur covered him completely, shimmering with a chilling sheen under the moonlight. A ferocious aura, exponentially more terrifying than Nappa's, radiated from him like a tangible storm of destruction, instantly engulfing the world. The clouds in the sky dispersed under this oppressive energy, the earth groaned beneath its weight, and the heavens seemed to change color, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Transformed into a giant ape, his battle power had reached a staggering 420,000. He had fully completed his transformation into the great ape. At that moment, Wukong's Kamehameha wave struck the colossal figure of Vegeta, akin to a mountain. With a thunderous boom, the explosion erupted upon Vegeta's densely furred chest, flames engulfing the scene, energy scattering in every direction. Yet, Vegeta did not utter a single cry of pain. He merely swayed his massive head slightly, his crimson eyes coldly surveying the explosion before him. As the smoke cleared, the scene at the center of the explosion was revealed. Vegeta's chest, directly hit by the Kamehameha wave, bore no injuries whatsoever. Even the outermost layer of fur had scarcely been singed, as if that devastating attack capable of annihilating a city had merely been a gentle breeze brushing against the mountains. What? Wukong hovered in midair, exclaiming in shock, his face displaying disbelief and horror. He felt an overwhelming, suffocating aura, as deep and unfathomable as the vast universe. Gazing upon Vegeta's unharmed colossal form, his expression turned grave, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. The absolute disparity in power brought by the battle power of 420,000 was unmistakably revealed at this moment. The situation had turned on its head. The terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta's transformation into a great ape swept across the globe with unparalleled dominance. Its overwhelming pressure even made those far away on the battlefield feel a sense of foreboding. The sky seemed to sag beneath this aura, and the air was thick with an oppressive sensation that was hard to breathe. Meanwhile, Raditz, Piccolo, and Tianjin Han, who had gathered and were flying towards the main battlefield, suddenly halted in their tracks as this aura washed over them. What a terrifying energy! Tianjin Han's 3 eyes widened simultaneously, gasping in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The intensity of this aura far surpassed any existence they had previously sensed, including Piccolo and Raditz, who had unleashed the Kaioken at 5 times its strength. What is this? Shock was etched across Piccolo's green face. He stared intently in the direction from which the aura emanated, where Wukong was engaged in combat with Vegeta. The 3 of them gazed into the distance, as if they could see the towering terror of the great ape through layers of space, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Raditz's expression was the gravest of all. As a Saiyan, he was all too familiar with such an aura. He spoke in a low voice. It seems that Vegeta has transformed into a great ape as well. When Saiyans transform into great apes, their battle power increases tenfold. This is dire. What? Tenfold increase? Piccolo and Tianjin Han exclaimed in unison. Their faces instantly turned grave, even tinged with paleness. Vegeta's base battle power was already formidable. If it were to increase tenfold, the concept was utterly terrifying. Even with their Kaioken at 10 times, they would be unable to match him. Moreover, they were currently at their physical limits and had yet to master the tenfold Kaioken. A sense of helplessness crept into their hearts. Raditz quickly regained his composure and analyzed the situation. Kakarot alone cannot handle the great ape Vegeta. We must split up. He turned to Piccolo and Tianjin Han, decisively assigning tasks. You two go assist Krillin in dealing with Nappa and quickly eliminate that nuisance. I will go help Kakarot, hoping to buy some time against Vegeta. Good. Piccolo and Tianjin Han, fully aware of the urgency, nodded without any dissent. With a whoosh, the 3 of them instantly separated, shooting off like streaks of light in different directions. Raditz flew directly towards the main battlefield between Wukong and Vegeta, while Piccolo and Tianjin Han changed course, heading towards the secondary battlefield where Krillin and the great ape Nappa were engaged. At that moment, on another chaotic battlefield, Krillin, Yamcha, Gohan, and Dandan continued to engage in a grueling battle against the great ape Nappa. They flitted around the massive beast like agile birds, attacking and dodging. Each of them sought an opportunity to sever Nappa's tail, the weak point of a Saiyan in great ape form. However, opportunities were scarce, although Nappa had lost his rationality. His primal instincts allowed him to guard his tail fiercely. The massive hands and the tail itself always protected the vital point in time. The 4 of them had exhausted significant energy by now, their breaths unsteady, each bearing considerable injuries. Krillin's robes were torn. Yamcha had blood at the corner of his mouth. Gohan's small face was dirty, and Dandan's movements had slowed. They had activated the Kaioken, but against the thick-skinned and immensely powerful great ape, they still found it exceedingly challenging. Just as they were struggling to hold on, an aura far more terrifying than Nappa's descended like a tsunami. What a frightening energy! Yamcha stumbled, nearly losing his balance in midair due to the overwhelming aura. He gazed into the distance, astonished. Has another Saiyan transformed into a great ape? This is bad. Krillin wiped the sweat and blood from his forehead, his tone grave. Let us hope Wukong can hold him back. Yet they all understood that in the face of an enhanced Vegeta, the likelihood of Wukong standing alone was minuscule. At that moment, a massive energy wave suddenly surged towards them. Nappa was launching another attack. Krillin shouted a warning. Be careful. Immediately, the 4 of them executed their aerial maneuvers to evade, as the energy wave detonated behind them, shaking the ground. They steadied themselves and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Nappa, while simultaneously trying to distract him and find an opportunity to sever his tail. Infuriated by the incessant harassment, Nappa suddenly redirected his target towards Gohan, who had the weakest aura and was the youngest among them. A colossal shadow loomed over Gohan. Gohan, be careful, Krillin shouted in alarm. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards Nappa's massive form, attempting to draw his attention. At this moment, Nappa, in a frenzy, ignored Krillin's attack and lifted his hand, resembling a small mountain, with the intent to crush everything as he aimed for Gohan. Gohan, locked in by the terrifying killing intent, displayed a look of fear. His small body froze in terror, and it was too late for him to evade completely. There was no way out. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he gathered every ounce of energy within him, condensing it into his arms, crossing them above his head to resist the colossal hand capable of reducing him to mere pulp. In that critical moment, a sudden rush echoed through the air. A scarlet spiral energy beam and a golden energy ray came hurtling towards him, striking the massive wrist of the creature just as it was about to descend. With a thunderous boom, a violent explosion erupted, scattering flames and energy fragments in all directions. The creature let out a roar of pain, its immense body staggering slightly from the force of the impact. The lethal hand struck the ground beside Wugahan, creating a deep crater and sending shards of rock flying, causing him pain. It was none other than Bick and Tianjin Fan who arrived just in time to save him in this dire moment. Uncle Bick, Uncle Tianjin Fan. Relief washed over Wugahan as he beheld the timely appearance of the two, joy flooding his features. Bick, Tianjin Fan, Tian, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jiaozi echoed their surprise. Their spirits lifted at the arrival of reinforcements. Bick wasted no time on pleasantries. His gaze was sharp as he focused on the increasingly frenzied creature, declaring without hesitation, "I will draw its attention. You all take the opportunity to sever its tail." Understood. Krillin and the others nodded, fully aware that this was the best strategy. With a fierce shout, Bick unleashed the power of the six-fold Kaioken. His aura surged dramatically, deepening into a dark crimson hue, and his combat power soared to over 140,000, matching that of the transformed creature. Sensing Bick's formidable presence, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha felt invigorated. They shouted in unison, transforming into their strongest forms. Activating the five-fold Kaioken, explosions of powerful auras erupted, their combat strength instantly exceeding 75,000. Although still inferior to the creature, in conjunction with Bick, they now possessed the means to confront and potentially defeat it. With a swift motion, Bick darted forward, becoming a dark crimson blur as he charged directly at the creature. Channeling the full force of the six-fold Kaioken, he landed a solid punch against the creature's chest. Roar! The creature howled in pain, reeling backward from the tremendous impact, its chest fur burning black. What? Bick was utterly astonished. He had expected this blow to inflict substantial damage, but to his disbelief, the creature merely retreated in pain, its defenses astonishingly resilient. Meanwhile, Krillin and Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity created by Bick, launching a coordinated attack on the creature's tail from the sides and rear like leopards. The battle intensified once more, but this time, the scales of victory appeared to be tipping in favor of the Earth Warriors. Elsewhere, amidst the mountains and woods, Dales observed the two surging ape auras and the chaotic energy fluctuations with a slight smirk, revealing a hint of a devious plot coming to fruition. At last, Vegeta is truly showcasing his prowess, he murmured, his voice laced with anticipation. Fight with all your might. I hope you both end up gravely wounded. A sinister smile crossed his face as he envisioned himself reaping the benefits, effortlessly harvesting the fruits of the Tree of Might. Chapter 88. Goku's tenfold Kaioken high above the battlefield where Goku and Vegeta clashed, amidst the lofty clouds, Parrot effortlessly embraced Bulma's graceful figure, floating in the air. Beside them stood Jine, elegantly holding Jixinglin in her arms. They had been watching the fierce battle between Goku and Vegeta from above for some time, having arrived at the onset of the Z Warriors conflict, choosing to remain hidden. Vegeta had transformed into a giant ape, and it seemed Goku and the others were in trouble. Jine gazed at the mountain-like giant ape and the dodging figure of Goku below, a hint of worry creasing her brow. As a mother, concern was inevitable. Are Goku and the others in danger? Bulma, though not well-versed in combat, could feel the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from below. She turned to Jine, asking with a hint of anxiety. Parrot, however, merely smiled calmly, unconcerned, and replied, "There's no need to worry. Only by facing such dire circumstances can they awaken the dormant potential within them." He viewed the current predicament not as a cause for alarm, but as a necessary trial. Jine, reassured by Parrot's words, nodded in agreement, choosing to trust the judgment of her mysterious and powerful companion. They continued to watch the unfolding battle below. At that moment, on the battlefield, faced with the giant ape Vegeta, whose terrifying combat power stood at an astounding 420,000, Goku found himself utterly outmatched. Even with the Kaioken activated, he dared not confront the creature head-on, resorting only to evasive maneuvers. His form darted through the air, desperately avoiding the colossal fists and energy blasts raining down like meteors. Ahaha! Vegeta's massive head erupted in a deafening, triumphant laugh, his crimson eyes glinting with mockery. Kakarot, is running away all you can do like a frightened rat? Where has your bravado gone? He reveled in the thrill of the chase, relentlessly swinging his fists and forcing Goku to retreat in a desperate scramble. Gritting his teeth, Goku realized he could no longer afford to evade indefinitely. The energy expenditure was immense. A steely resolve settled within him. With no other choice, he thought to himself. He made up his mind. Suddenly, Goku halted at a relatively safe distance, turning to face the terrifying giant ape. Vegeta, caught off guard by this sudden halt, paused as well, a flicker of confusion crossing his enormous eyes. He taunted, "What's the matter, Kakarot? Have you given up and prepared for your demise?" Goku remained silent, drawing in a deep breath as he concentrated all his energy to its peak. Clenching his fists, his aura erupted into a wild and ferocious display. "Tenfold Kaioken," he shouted. A strange resonance echoed as if the very fabric of space trembled. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from within Goku, unprecedented and fearsome. The crimson aura no longer merely enveloped him. It burst forth like a supernova, shooting skyward in a dazzling display. The scale of the aura expanded several times, its color burning as fiercely as blood, radiating an intense heat that made the surrounding space shimmer in a deep red hue. Again with this move, Vegeta furrowed his massive brow. Although he could not precisely gauge it, he sensed that Goku's power was growing at an astonishing rate. This energy now posed a tangible threat to him. At this moment, Goku, harnessing the tenfold Kaioken, had his combat power soar to 320,000. Although still inferior to Vegeta's 420,000, he now possessed the means to confront him directly. A far more brutal and elevated battle was poised to commence. A sharp sound sliced through the air. Under the ferocious crimson blaze powered by the tenfold Kaioken, Wukong's figure transformed into a nearly imperceptible afterimage. No longer evading with circumspection, but charging forward with an unwavering resolve directly toward the towering and formidable great ape Vegeta. His speed reached its zenith, seemingly tearing through the fabric of space itself. The air was left with a vanishing trail of red, and in an instant, he arrived before Vegeta's colossal form. Without hesitation or caution, Wukong channeled his surging energy into his fists, unleashing a tempestuous flurry of strikes upon Vegeta. The resounding impacts echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air. Wukong's fists, akin to glowing meteors, rained down upon Vegeta's thickly furred chest, abdomen, and even his robust neck at a dazzling velocity. Each blow bore the terrifying force capable of splitting mountains, and the crimson energy unleashed concentric ripples upon impact. Amidst the sudden, high-frequency onslaught, Vegeta's massive body was forced to retreat, each step causing the ground to fracture and tremble. After a breathtaking combination of punches, Wukong propelled himself backward using the recoil of his final strike. He understood that such an assault could not truly incapacitate his opponent. He needed to harness even greater energy. With swift precision, he positioned his hands at his waist, gathering a brilliant blue light at an unprecedented pace, compressing it until the surrounding air quivered with its intensity. Wukong exhaled forcefully, expending every ounce of strength to thrust his palms forward. A massive beam of energy, resembling a colossal column of destruction, roared forth like a rampaging dragon, striking the center of Vegeta's exposed chest with fervor. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar, a blinding blue light engulfing a significant portion of Vegeta's torso, while flames and smoke billowed skyward like a volcanic eruption, enveloping the upper half of the great ape. The shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, further eroding the ground beneath. Wukong, having poured all his energy into that one attack, felt a momentary disarray in his breath. Halting his movements as he floated in the air, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. The immense strain of the Kaioken weighed heavily upon him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and cascading down his cheeks. He fixated on the lingering smoke from the explosion, harboring a glimmer of hope that this culmination of the tenfold Kaiokens would yield results. He raised his gaze, yet the smoke remained dense, obscuring his view. Suddenly, a familiar, chilling voice, laced with mockery and disdain, pierced through the smoke like a cold wind from the abyss, sending shivers down Wukong's spine. "Kakarot, The voice resonated with the deep, guttural growl characteristic of the great ape, yet retained Vegeta's signature haughty tone. Is this all you are capable of? How disappointing. As the words fell, the smoke seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, swirling violently. Alarmed, Wukong felt a surge of dread, instinctively preparing to evade. Yet, it was too late. A colossal hand, cloaked in dark fur and as large as a small plaza, emerged from the smoke like the claw of a demonic entity, descending upon him with earth-shattering strength and speed. Before the hand even reached him, the oppressive wind pressure caused the air around Wukong to stagnate, rendering his movements sluggish and cumbersome. The impact was deafening and jarring. Wukong barely had time to raise his arms in defense before being struck down as if swatted aside like an insect. Blood erupted from his mouth, and the next moment, he was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, following a tragic parabolic arc before crashing into the hardened ground. The earth quaked violently, a mushroom cloud of dust billowing upward, forming a strikingly deep, human-shaped crater. In that instant, Vegeta emerged from the smoke, his form now fully visible. Aside from the singed and curled fur at the center of his chest, where the Kamehameha had struck, he bore no injuries at all. The formidable barrage of punches and the Kamehameha had merely dirted his fur. It was evident that Wukong's full-force assault had been utterly ineffective against Vegeta. The staggering disparity in their combat prowess, a gap of 100,000, loomed insurmountably before them. At the bottom of the crater, Wukong struggled to move, a pained groan escaping his lips as blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. He felt as though his very bones had shattered. His insides twisted and torn apart, inflicting him with excruciating agony. That singular blow had nearly obliterated his insides. Were it not for the enhanced resilience granted by the tenfold Kaioken, that strike might have claimed his life. So powerful, he thought. Lying on the ground and feeling the searing pain within him, as well as the immense pressure that weighed upon his heart, a bitter smile crept upon his face. My attack was utterly futile, yet a single slap from him nearly cost me my life. The absolute difference in strength lay starkly before him. High above, Vegeta's crimson eyes coldly locked onto Wukong in the crater, radiating a chilling intent to kill. He raised his colossal right foot, energy gathering within it, distorting the space around his foot. This is the final blow. Die, Kakarot, Vegeta bellowed, his voice echoing like a death knell. He lifted his foot, embodying the force to crush everything, and brought it down upon Wukong in the crater. Should that foot land, Wukong would be reduced to mere pulp. A massive shadow enveloped the crater, the very air thick with the scent of death. Wukong's pupils constricted. An overwhelming instinct to survive and fight surged within him, compelling him to suppress the agonizing pain. With steely determination, just as the colossal foot was about to descend upon him, he summoned his remaining energy, unleashing a burst of power and executing the instant transmission technique, escaping sideways from the bottom of the pit in a flash. The thunderous impact of Vegeta's foot nearly grazed Wukong's afterimage. The earth shook violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had occurred. A massive footprint, over 100 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared at the point of impact, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading for miles. Dust and debris swirled around, resembling a sandstorm. Chapter 89, Surpassing Limits. 15-fold Kaioken. Wukong narrowly evaded the lethal strike, appearing on a relatively intact hillside not far away. He knelt on one knee, one hand clutching his still painful chest, blood continuing to seep from the corner of his mouth, his breath becoming erratic and weak. He gazed at the colossal figure of the great ape before him, feeling the overwhelming, despair-inducing aura emanating from it, his expression grave. Indeed, a prodigy among the Saiyans, Wukong murmured, a tone of admiration and acknowledgement for his formidable opponent lacing his words. Even the tenfold Kaioken is no match for him. The reality was undeniable, and he could not refuse to acknowledge it. However, despite his circumstances, the clarity and determination in his eyes reflected no trace of fear or retreat. Conversely, a more fervent flame ignited within his eyes. It was a thrill born from confronting a formidable adversary, a yearning to challenge his limits. A hint of a blood-tinged, battle-filled smile graced his lips. The searing pain coursing through his body and the depletion of energy seemed to transform into fuel, awakening the innate trait of resilience within his Saiyan bloodline. With this realization, Wukong took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain, and suddenly straightened his posture. He crouched slightly, fists clenched at his waist, fervently compressing and consolidating all the remaining energy within him, along with his indomitable will. He raised his voice to the heavens, unleashing a thunderous cry, 15-fold Kaioken. A surge of energy, more violent and unstable than before, erupted from Wukong, seemingly threatening to annihilate its wielder. The crimson aura enveloping him intensified, deepening to a near dark red, with a faint, ominous purple hue emerging. The edges of the aura twisted and leaped, revealing the daunting challenge of controlling such power. His combat prowess began to soar uncontrollably. With the 15-fold Kaioken, his battle power theoretically surpassed 480,000, enough to contend with the colossal figure of Vegeta before him. However, due to his injuries, he was unable to fully harness the true might of the 15-fold Kaioken. His wounds and the excessive strain on his energy caused this power to rampage within him like a wild stallion, inflicting a tearing agony while he struggled to consolidate and control it. Tiny beads of blood began to seep from his skin, yet this power was undeniably real. Wukong hovered in midair, the crimson aura tinged with purple blazing fiercely around him. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze sharp as two blades, piercing through the astonished Vegeta. The battle for Vegeta was only just commencing. His voice trembled slightly from the impact of power, yet it resonated with unwavering determination. With a resounding boom akin to thunder, Wukong's dark red, nearly purple, 15-fold Kaioken aura blazed intensely. He suddenly surged forward, the ground beneath him cracking and sinking from the force of his takeoff. In an instant, he darted towards the astonished Vegeta, who had only just regained his footing. In the blink of an eye, Wukong was upon Vegeta. His right fist, embodying a power that transcended his limits, struck Vegeta's solid abdomen, cloaked in thick fur, with the force of a battering ram. The impact resonated with a sound so deep it was as if two mountains had collided. This time, the situation was vastly different. A punch containing over 420,000 battle power delivered its full force. Vegeta's massive form bent sharply, his eyes bulging with pain and disbelief. A muffled groan escaped his lips, and a coppery liquid surged up his throat, spilling forth as crimson blood, stark against his dark fur. He let out a roar, a mixture of agony and fury. Wukong's full-force strike sent Vegeta's immense body flying backward, as if hurled by a catapult, crashing through several desolate mountains along the way. Amidst the thunderous explosions and the billowing dust, he finally came to rest, buried among the rubble. Following his successful strike, Wukong did not relent. Aware of the Saiyans' formidable vitality and Vegeta's fearsome defense in his great ape form, he knew that such an attack would not suffice to truly defeat Vegeta. He charged toward the ruins where Vegeta had fallen, determined to grant him no respite. Vegeta, quick to react, erupted from the debris with a roar, his enormous palms slamming the ground, causing the earth to groan in response. How is this possible? Vegeta seethed with rage, grappling with the pain in his abdomen and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Son Wukong possessed such tremendous power? Yet this was not the time for hesitation. The imposing silhouette of Wukong loomed ever closer. As Wukong approached, Vegeta unleashed a furious punch, his massive fist cutting through the air with a terrifying pressure. The clash of their fists, one large and one small, unleashed a cataclysmic force, colliding with a sound reminiscent of two meteors colliding. The resulting shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, causing the ground below to buckle and upheave. Dust and debris were launched hundreds of meters high, creating a spectacle both magnificent and terrifying. In the midst of this raw power, both combatants were propelled backward, each sliding hundreds of meters before barely regaining their balance. Almost simultaneously, they instinctively unleashed energy blasts, fueled by their fury. One was Wukong's Azure Kamehameha, and the other was Vegeta's purple energy of destruction. The two waves clashed violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A blinding light erupted, and dust obscured their forms momentarily. As they regained their footing amidst the lingering smoke, they charged at each other once more, like two shooting stars, launching into fierce combat. The air was pierced by the shrill sound of their extreme speed. The thuds of their strikes resonated with the force capable of shattering mountains. The explosions of their energy clashes echoed like thunder. They engaged in a relentless battle, their silhouettes intertwining in a rapid dance of attack and defense, colliding repeatedly. Each punch and kick ignited sparks and energy surges, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged countless blows. Wukong was enveloped in the dark red aura of the 15-fold Kaioken, resembling a blazing fireball, charging headfirst into the imposing mountain that was Vegeta. Their speeds and strengths peaked, every encounter altering the very atmosphere around them, shaking the earth to its core, as if attempting to erase this wasteland from existence. High above, amidst the clouds, Parrot effortlessly embraced Bulma's graceful waist, as if the devastation below was merely a vivid hologram. Meanwhile, Jine's gaze remained fixated on the breathtaking battle, her beautiful visage etched with worry. Wukong has activated the 15-fold Kaioken, temporarily matching Vegeta's strength, Jine remarked softly, her perceptive abilities equally sharp. However, the Kaioken demands enormous energy and stamina, placing a heavy burden on his body. If this high-intensity battle continues, it could severely affect Wukong's endurance. Parrot nodded in agreement. Though Wukong currently has the upper hand with his explosive power, prolonged engagement could lead to a reversal of fortunes should his stamina wane. Below, amidst the fierce skirmish, Wukong, operating at maximum capacity, exhibited the slightest delay in his movements. Vegeta, seasoned in battle, instantly seized upon this fleeting opportunity. With a heavy thud, Vegeta executed a cunning hook, bypassing Wukong's guard and striking him hard in the side. Wukong let out a pained cry, as excruciating agony coursed through his ribs, and he spat out a copious amount of fresh blood. The formidable aura of his 15-fold Kaioken flickered violently. His body plummeted like a kite with severed strings, crashing into the already battered earth below, creating a deep crater enveloped in swirling dust. Just as Vegeta's eyes glinted with malice, preparing to pursue and deliver a fatal blow to Wukong, a powerful energy wave surged from the blind spot behind Ba, striking him fiercely on the back. The resulting explosion reverberated with a thunderous roar. Flames erupted upon Ba's broad back, and the intense shockwave caused him to stagger. With a pained howl, Vegeta felt a searing pain radiate from his back. Although his defenses were formidable, this surprise attack still inflicted internal injuries. His massive frame was propelled forward, crashing onto one knee and creating a large dent in the ground. He quickly regained his footing and whipped around, blood uncontrollably trickling from his mouth. Looking up at the sky, he beheld A, who was engulfed in blazing crimson flames, standing aloft, the very source of the recent energy wave. With this sight, new grievances surged within Vegeta, igniting his fury to a near uncontrollable level. He bellowed, "Lano, you damn traitor, you seek your own demise." With that, he temporarily abandoned the pursuit of Wukong at the bottom of the pit, charging like a frenzied rhinoceros towards the airborne Lano. His massive hand descended with an earth-shattering force. Unfazed, Lade's expression remained icy as he shouted, 13-fold Kaioken, elevating the multiplier once more. His aura swelled dramatically, the red glow intensifying, and his battle power surged beyond 390,000. As Vegeta unleashed a punch imbued with overwhelming force towards Zhou, the latter boldly chose to confront it head-on. He concentrated his power into his right fist and struck back, aiming directly at Ba's colossal fist with unembellished ferocity. The collision produced a sound reminiscent of a meteor striking the earth. Their fists, one large and one small, collided violently, unleashing a shockwave of furious energy that rippled outward. Both fighters were involuntarily thrust backward by the immense backlash. Vegeta staggered back 2 steps, while Liu slid further through the air. How is this possible? Vegeta steadied himself, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Liu, who had merely been pushed back without injury. Even Liu, once deemed a weakling, now possessed such formidable strength? This succession of blows nearly shattered his proud spirit. With a swift motion, Liu transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Ba once again. He understood the urgency of denying Ba any moment to contemplate. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows and energy blasts. Utilizing his relatively smaller size and speed, Liu darted around Vegeta, launching relentless attacks, while Vegeta relied on his absolute strength and defense to retaliate. In the midst of the ruins, Wukong suddenly emerged, suppressing the agony in his ribs, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and enveloped in a powerful dark red aura. He resolutely charged towards Ba, rejoining the fray. In an instant, the 3 figures intertwined in the sky, locked in a ferocious battle. The sound of their flesh meeting flesh echoed like a rapid drumbeat. explosive detonations erupting in succession, shaking the very heavens, with energy lights flickering incessantly. From a distance, it appeared as if two incandescent meteors, ablaze and flickering, collided with the massive, cumbersome black form of the great ape. Although Vegeta's power had surged immensely after transforming, his speed had suffered, a disadvantage inherent in the great ape transformation. Under the coordinated assault of Vegeta, he found himself overwhelmed, continuously struck by their powerful blows and energy waves. Firmly on the defensive, with each successive strike, Vegeta's hardened fur began to tear, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, and his ferocity began to wane. However, Wukong and Ladidu were not without their own injuries. They too faced Vegeta's ferocious counterattacks, and any blow from his enormous fists was enough to shatter bones and disrupt their energy. Their injuries were likely more severe than Vegeta's. Furthermore, the continuous exertion of high multiplier Kaioken took a toll on both their minds and bodies, sapping their strength and causing their breaths to become increasingly unsteady. If this continued, they risked being overwhelmed by exhaustion. After a fierce exchange, the three momentarily separated to catch their breaths. Ladidu, breathing heavily, called out to Wukong, "Ka-ta-ta." You draw his attention from the front. Startled for a moment, Wukong quickly comprehended his intent, nodding in agreement. All right. Thus, the two summoned their remaining strength, shouting defiantly as they charged once more into the fray against the raging Vegeta. With fierce determination, Wukong faced Vegeta's onslaught, drawing the majority of his attention with relentless attacks. Meanwhile, Ladidu maneuvered along the battlefield's periphery, searching for an opening to strike at Vegeta's swaying tail, which was crucial for maintaining balance. Yet, Vegeta seemed to anticipate this. Despite his rage, his combat intelligence remained sharp, always allocating part of his focus to Ladidu's movements. His massive tail either coiled tightly around his waist or whipped with such rapidity that Vegeta could never draw near. Ladidu struggled to find an opportunity. His attempts to advance only led to him being struck by Vegeta's tail or hand multiple times, compounding his injuries. The battle devolved into a brutal war of attrition. Both Ung and Vegeta bore numerous wounds, their garments and battle attire tattered, drenched in sweat, with trails of dust and blood marking their bodies. Their breaths were rapid and chaotic, the burden of high multiplier Kaioken gnawing at their stamina and willpower. Although Vegeta too bore significant injuries, the immense vitality and energy reserves afforded by his great ape form allowed him to remain a formidable threat. The situation remained dire. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the conflict between Beaker and Queen was equally intense. The strategy was clear, yet fraught with challenges. Harnessing the formidable power of six-fold Kaioken, Beaker attracted the bulk of Naba's attention. His dark red figure moved like a specter, relentlessly striking Naba's head and torso with heavy punches and energy blasts, forcing Naba to focus his assault on him. Meanwhile, Colleen, Tianjin Fan, Yuchab, Zhaozik, and Mufan maneuvered like a nimble swarm of bees, launching attacks from the flanks and rear to distract Naba while keenly searching for fleeting opportunities to target his whip-like tail. However, the task remained daunting. Though Naba had lost his rationality, completely succumbing to the primal rage of the great ape, he exhibited an acute awareness of his vulnerabilities. Whenever King and his companions attempted to close in or launch an ambush, they invariably faced Na's fierce counterattacks, sustaining varying degrees of injury. Kuang's arm was scorched by an energy wave, and Tab narrowly avoided a crushing blow from a massive hand. Auntie and Fan suffered a gash from flying debris. In a valiant effort to shield Wu Fan, Jiaozi endured a sweeping strike from a tail, leaving him in a state of fatigue. Even the young Wu Fan was caught off guard by an explosion, sent flying and disoriented. The battle had reached a stalemate, necessitating a decisive break in the equilibrium. Now was the moment for a collective strike. As Piccolo seized the opportunity when Naba was disoriented from consecutive assaults, he bellowed with authority, "Maguan Guangshapao." A lethal crimson spiral beam coalesced at Piccolo's fingertips. Ma Shangguang. Wu Fan unleashed a brilliant golden energy sphere with both hands. Kue Paichi Gongbua. Yamucha exerted all his effort to release a cerulean beam of light. Dong Dongbua. X2 simultaneously, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi shot forth concentrated energy beams from their fingertips. The five of them, Piccolo, Wu Fan, Yamucha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi, each launched their most formidable energy waves at Naba from different angles, almost synchronously. 5 beams. each a different hue, yet equally infused with immense power, converged like precise snipers on Naba's colossal form. Though Naba was ferocious, he instinctively sensed the peril of this combined assault. He propelled himself backward, attempting to create distance while simultaneously gathering energy in his mouth, unleashing a more robust and terrifying energy wave, akin to a purple torrent of devastation, to meet the 5 attacks head-on. Boom! The clash of Naba's energy wave and the combined energies of the 5 erupted with blinding brilliance akin to that of a sun. The devastating shockwave radiating outward like a tangible force, stripping away another layer from the already shattered ground. The combined might of the 5 energy waves momentarily held Naba's full force strike at bay, creating a transient balance in the air. They pressed against one another, annihilating and emitting a disconcerting sizzling sound. Piccolo exerted every ounce of energy to maintain the output of the Mogwan Guangsha Pao. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on a particular direction. With a commanding roar, he urged, "Kellen, now is the time." Kellen, concealed in the shadows and poised for the perfect moment, responded to the call, prepared and ready. He raised his hands high above his head, and a disk of energy, thin as a cicada's wing, with edges spinning rapidly and emanating a lethal cold light, took form. The Qi Yuan Zhan. Qi Yuan Zhan. He shouted, targeting Naba's tail, which was momentarily still due to the struggle for balance. With all his might, he hurled the prepared Qi Yuan Zhan towards the base of Naba's tail. At this critical juncture, an unforeseen event transpired. The earth trembled with an unprecedented intensity, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had erupted. The ground cracked open like fragile eggshells, giving way to bottomless chasms. Distant mountains crumbled and collapsed amidst the thunderous roars. This sudden upheaval shattered the delicate balance of the battlefield. Kellen, standing atop a protruding rock, felt the ground beneath him explode from the violent tremors, causing him to lose his balance and distort his throwing motion. The Qi Yuan Zhan was released, yet its trajectory veered off course. Swish! The Qi Yuan Zhan missed Naba's tail and instead grazed the outer side of his massive thigh. A deep gash appeared instantly, blood gushing forth like a flood, staining the black fur a dark crimson. Roar! Naba, unexpectedly wounded, let out a heart-wrenching scream, the agony disrupting his energy output. The energy wave he had been accumulating surged uncontrollably, erupting with even greater fury. The balance was shattered. The 5 energy waves were instantly engulfed and obliterated by this uncontrollable torrent of energy. Boom! Their collision triggered an explosion more violent than any prior encounter. Piccolo, Wu Fan, and the others were hurled through the air, blood spewing from their mouths. Naba, too, was thrown down by the force of the explosion and his severe injury, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust, his pained roars echoing through the chaos. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and the others struggled to stabilize themselves in midair, wiping the blood from their lips, left bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 91. The Reemergence of the Spirit Tree, Parrot's Scheme. The earthquake struck at the worst possible moment. What is happening? Yamcha exclaimed, clutching his chest in confusion. What is going on? Tianjin Fan surveyed the apocalyptic scene around him with his 3 eyes. Is the entire earth trembling? Jiaozi found it hard to believe. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. This was no ordinary earthquake. The tremors emanated from deep within the planet, vast in scope and staggering in intensity. They quickly scanned their surroundings, noting the continuously fracturing ground and collapsing peaks, yet found no evident source of external attack. Could it be the commotion caused by Goku and the others? Piccolo hovered in the air, frowning as he speculated. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan. What is happening? I was just about to succeed. Kellen flew over, his face a mask of frustration and confusion, his plan thwarted. Unknown. The others replied almost in unison, their expressions grave. The earth continued to tremble violently, as if some colossal entity were awakening within the planet or something was voraciously siphoning the earth's vitality. At that moment, Wu Fan, scanning the area, seemed to discover something. His eyes widened in shock and terror, and he pointed towards the distant horizon, stammering, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Kellen. What is that? What?" The group turned to follow Wu Fan's gaze. In the next instant, all who beheld the sight were left in stunned silence. There, at the far edge of the horizon, beyond towering mountains, stood an ancient tree of unimaginable stature, growing at an incomprehensible speed that defied logic. Its trunk was as robust as pillars supporting the sky, with a diameter likely measured in kilometers. The crown expanded in an unfathomable manner, layers of leaves resembling a verdant sea, stretching upwards and outward as if to envelop the entire sky. The tree emanated an ancient, primal, and predatory aura, casting a pall over the sky in its vicinity. The earth, centered around it, took on a deathly gray hue, which spread outward like a plague. This was not merely a tree, it was a concept of enormity, a terrifying presence that seemed poised to envelop the entire planet in its shadow. What on earth is that thing? Kellen's voice was hoarse and trembling, filled with an incomprehensible fear. Piccolo's expression was darker than ever before. He sensed a threat from that tree deeper and more despairing than that posed by the great ape Vegeta. His green visage was etched with unprecedented gravity as he gazed at the tree, which continued its frenzied growth, its crown nearly reaching the upper atmosphere, his brow furrowed deeply. Even more alarmingly, his keen sense of nature felt a decline in the surrounding life energy that supports all living things, receding at a slow yet discernible rate. It was as if the very vitality of the earth was being siphoned away by an invisible force, converging towards that enigmatic giant tree. What on earth was happening? He murmured softly, his gaze directed towards the direction of the towering tree. Over there lies the place where, long before, upon the arrival of Vegeta and the Frieza force, they sensed a hidden yet equally formidable presence quietly descending upon the earth, in addition to these two forces. At that time, encircled by formidable foes, they had no time to spare. Now, however, the location of the tree's frenzied growth coincided precisely with the source of that mysterious aura they had previously detected. A dreadful association took shape in his mind. Could all these strange occurrences be linked to those concealed beings? Piccolo muttered softly, a tinge of uncertainty lacing his voice. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, and Gohan, upon hearing Piccolo's murmurs, cast puzzled and anxious glances at him, awaiting his judgment. Simultaneously, Vegeta, engaged in a fierce battle with Goku and Raditz, was also stirred by the surge of life force sweeping across the globe and the colossal shadow of the great tree in the distance. The overwhelming presence was impossible to ignore. The intense exchange of energy abruptly ceased as they all halted their combat, instinctively turning their gaze towards the tree. Vegeta's crimson eye fixated on the distant giant, his spirit quaking, his massive form trembling with excitement, utterly shaken. This scene was all too familiar to him. The voracious consumption of a planet's life force, the ever-expanding trunk, the peculiar energy fluctuations emanating from it. This was precisely akin to the situation he encountered half a year ago in that remote star system. He roared within. It was due to a fortunate coincidence that he had consumed a fruit from a similar tree on that strange planet, resulting in a qualitative leap in his battle power. Reaching his current level, he never anticipated that such a destiny-altering tree would appear again on Earth. What could it be? Beside him, Goku and Raditz echoed his bewilderment, gazing at the rapidly growing tree with expressions of confusion and curiosity, clearly oblivious to its significance. Hearing their questions, Vegeta felt a tumult of emotions surge within him, soon followed by an uncontrollable, intense joy erupting like a volcano. The presence of this strange tree on Earth could only mean one thing. He would have the opportunity to consume that miraculous fruit once more. Just one more bite, no? Even half a bite, would cause his battle power to soar yet again. Then, he could thoroughly annihilate the annoying pests that were Son Goku and Raditz, avenging his past humiliation. Yet, amidst this exhilaration, a flicker of doubt emerged. But how could such a tree even exist on Earth? Vegeta furrowed his brow, perplexed. This tree was clearly not a natural phenomenon. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed, "Could it be Darls?" Vegeta's heart trembled violently. He knew Darls had been trailing them like a hyena and had also arrived on Earth. Previously, he had focused solely on the Dragon Balls and the Frieza Force, failing to connect the giant tree with Darls. Now it appeared that the instigator behind all this was that scoundrel Darls. He could almost ascertain it. How could Darls possess such a miraculous entity? Where did he acquire it? Vegeta's mind was filled with questions and shock, jealousy of Darls' luck surging within him. Yet soon, a strange and cold smile crept across his face. It mattered not. He scoffed internally. No matter how you obtained it, this time, I will ensure you relinquish everything. He had already envisioned the fruits of the spirit tree as his own. However, The immediate concern was to discreetly assess Son Goku and Raditz nearby and contemplate. I must first rid myself of these two troublesome foes. He was no longer inclined to engage with Son Goku and Raditz. The allure of the spirit tree's fruit surpassed all else. Kakarot, what is that? Raditz, equally captivated by the giant tree, turned to Goku and inquired. Goku, equally perplexed, shook his head and replied honestly, I do not know. He merely felt that the tree exuded an unsettling aura. At that moment, a familiar yet authoritative voice resonated as if directly within their minds, clearly conveying its message to every warrior on Earth. That is the spirit tree. The North Kai's voice was laden with unprecedented gravity, echoing in each Z warrior's consciousness. Lord Kai, Goku and the others exclaimed inwardly in surprise, not expecting the Kai to contact them at this moment. After a brief astonishment, Goku immediately inquired in his mind, Lord Kai, you say that is the spirit tree? What is the spirit tree? The spirit tree is an extremely rare and perilous cosmic parasitic plant. The North Kai's voice was slow and serious as he relayed the information about the spirit tree to the Z warriors. Once it takes root, its roots will spread uncontrollably, penetrating every corner of the planet, absorbing all the vital energy and life force as nourishment, ultimately yielding fruits that contain immense energy. The individual who consumes the fruit will experience a tremendous increase in power, but this comes at the cost of the entire planet's demise. Planets that have been parasitized by the spirit tree will ultimately transform into barren wastelands devoid of life. Meanwhile, high above, Parrot, Bulma, and Jine saw the rapidly growing giant tree with clarity. Parrot, what is that? Is it a tree? How can it be so large? Bulma gazed up, her face filled with disbelief as she looked at Parrot. Parrot's gaze remained calm as he observed the spirit tree and slowly replied, that is the spirit tree. Its roots will delve into every corner of the planet, absorbing all the vital energy and life force to bear fruit. Consuming the spirit tree's fruit will greatly enhance one's strength. This may also explain why Vegeta's battle power can surge dramatically in such a short time. However, the cost is that the spirit tree will drain the entire planet, rendering it into an eternal wasteland of desolation. What? Bulma and Jine gasped in unison, their faces draining of color. Does that mean this tree poses a threat to the entire Earth? Bulma's voice trembled, her face reflecting horror. She could not fathom the sight of Earth transforming into a desert. Parrot nodded affirmatively. Who on Earth created such a thing? It is utterly despicable, Bulma asked, filled with both anger and concern. It must be Darls, Parrot answered calmly. He is also a Saiyan, one who roams the cosmos, relying on the plundering of planetary life essence to enhance his strength. Darls. Bulma repeated the name, her brow furrowing as she looked at Parrot, her eyes filled with reliance and inquiry. Parrot, what should we do? We cannot allow Earth to be destroyed. Parrot lowered his gaze, meeting the worried eyes of his beloved, and a reassuring smile spread across his face. He embraced Bulma's delicate waist and gently said, do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing will happen. His tone was calm and confident, as if stating an established fact. Upon hearing this, Bulma gazed into his deep, tranquil eyes, and her anxiety dissipated significantly, revealing a relieved smile. Yes, with Parrot by her side, she had no reason to worry. This was an unwavering trust. Chapter 92. Darls and Vegeta joined forces. Meanwhile, the North Kai's warning reached its climax. So, Goku, you must urgently devise a way to completely destroy the spirit tree. Otherwise, Earth will truly be doomed. The North Kai's voice resonated gravely in the hearts of all present. Upon hearing the detailed explanation from the North Kai, Wukong and the others finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions heavy with concern. I understand, Lord Kai. Wukong nodded vigorously, resolutely affirming in his heart. We shall destroy that spirit tree at once. Good. You must act swiftly. The longer you delay, the greater the peril to Earth, the North Kai urged one last time. Yes, all the Z fighters, regardless of the battlefield, echoed in their hearts, a sense of mission welling up within them. Wukong and Raditz, having returned to their senses after conversing with the Kai, exchanged a glance that conveyed their mutual determination, nodding in agreement. They then turned their gaze towards the direction where Vegeta had just been, ready to guard against any potential ambush or his advance towards the spirit tree. However, they were taken aback to find that the massive form of Vegeta had completely vanished. Damn it, Vegeta is gone. Raditz gritted his teeth, a foreboding sense rising within him. Wukong's expression mirrored his concern. Vegeta's disappearance at such a critical juncture could only spell trouble. They immediately attempted to sense Vegeta's energy, striving to pinpoint his location, only to be shocked to discover they could not sense him at all. It was as if Vegeta had evaporated from the earth. How could this be? His energy has vanished? Wukong exclaimed, utterly astonished. It's not surprising, Raditz replied grimly, his expression darkening. He must have deliberately concealed his energy. What? Concealed his energy? I thought he couldn't do that. Wukong was even more astonished, having always believed that Vegeta, like them, relied on scouters or energy fluctuations to sense his opponents. Vegeta is a once-in-a-century genius among Saiyans, Raditz spoke gravely. After fighting us for so long and witnessing our mastery over energy control and our ability to enhance our power in an instant, he likely began to mimic and learn during battle, and has probably grasped the fundamentals of energy control. His understanding of Vegeta led him to this dire conclusion. Wukong felt a heaviness in his heart, his brows furrowing deeply. If this were true, Vegeta would become even more formidable and dangerous. Never mind him for now. Wukong shook his head, dismissing his worries, and decisively stated, "We must first destroy that harmful tree. We cannot allow him to continue endangering the earth." Indeed, Raditz recognized the urgency of the situation and nodded. Without further hesitation, the two unleashed their energy and sped towards the towering spirit tree. Shortly after their departure, beneath the shadows of the rocky valley formed by the battle, the giant ape form of Vegeta began to emerge, utilizing the rocks and his concealed energy. His crimson eyes fixated on the direction Wukong and Raditz had taken, a cruel and triumphant smile curling upon his lips. "Kakarot, Raditz, you fools," he silently mocked. "Once I find the fruit and my power surges once more, I can already envision a future where I crush everything before me. At that time, I will obliterate you, along with that bastard Dales." He did not linger, stealthily advancing from another direction. A new struggle for the spirit tree's fruit and the ensuing crisis had quietly begun to unfold. Meanwhile, Piccolo withdrew his gaze from the main battlefield, his green visage still etched with seriousness. He observed the ominous spirit tree in the distance, which continued to expand, emanating a nefarious aura, and murmured, "Wukong and Raditz have already gone." He could distinctly sense their powerful energies moving at high speed. "What about us?" Krillin promptly inquired, anxiety etched on his face. Faced with such a monumental crisis threatening Earth, they could not afford to remain idle. Piccolo glanced at the massive and temporarily subdued form of Oru, still brimming with rage beneath the debris, and replied solemnly, "If we all leave, and this creature breaks free, it would spell disaster for Earth." He was more prudent, recognizing the need to eliminate the known threat before them. The others nodded, comprehending Piccolo's concerns. Although Oozaru was injured, its destructive power remained formidable, and they could not leave this threat unchecked. "Here is the plan," Piccolo decisively declared, his voice steady. "Two of you will stay with me to deal with this creature and ensure it is thoroughly neutralized. The rest should hurry to assist Wukong. I will stay with you." Piccolo, Tien stepped forward without hesitation, his three eyes burning with unwavering determination. His Kikaho was an effective means to combat such a colossal foe. "I will stay too," Yamcha quickly added, clenching his fists. Though slightly less powerful, he was resolute in contributing his share. Gohan raised his small face, albeit frightened. He summoned his courage and proclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo, I want to fight with you too." Piccolo glanced down at Gohan, a fleeting softness crossing his gaze, yet his tone remained stern. "Both sides are perilous. Here, we face a frenzied Oozaru, while there lies an unknown enemy and the mysterious tree. Yamcha and Tien are sufficient to handle this Saiyan with me. Gohan, you should join Krillin, Yajirobe, and the others to help over there. Every additional hand counts." His distribution of roles was logical. This side required strength and containment, while the other needed manpower for support and potential destruction. Gohan, though feeling a twinge of disappointment, obediently nodded in agreement. "All right, Uncle Piccolo, please be careful." Then it settled. Krillin took a deep breath, looking at Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha earnestly. "I entrust this place to you." He then turned to Gohan and Yajirobe, calling, "Gohan, Yajirobe, let us go help Wukong." Gohan and Yajirobe nodded immediately, a sense of duty and a hint of nervousness on their faces. "Stay safe." Tien and Yamcha called out to the departing trio, knowing the situation at the spirit tree might be even more complex and perilous than their own. "You too," Krillin replied, turning back with a nod, his eyes filled with trust and camaraderie. Soon after, Krillin, Gohan, and Yajirobe wasted no time, their energies surging as they sped towards the distant spirit tree, resembling a world tree. Just as they departed, the battlefield below erupted anew. A thunderous explosion shattered the accumulated debris beneath them. Rocks flew in every direction like cannonballs. The massive, battle-scarred figure of Oozaru burst forth, fueled by rage and a more frenzied aura. Although the gash on his thigh remained grotesque, it seemed that the pain and fury had awakened a deeper primal ferocity within him, his crimson eyes locking onto the trio of Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha in the air. "Prepare for battle," Piccolo commanded sharply, a fierce glint in his eyes, as the dark red aura of his Kaioken flared back to life. Tien and Yamcha inhaled deeply, elevating their energies to their limits, enveloped in a crimson blaze, ready to confront the wounded beast. A new round of confrontation was set to unfold upon the ruins. Simultaneously, en route to the spirit tree, Vegeta raced towards his destination. His colossal form darted through the clouds at an astonishing speed. Remarkably, he arrived at the vicinity of the spirit tree before Wukong and Raditz. He gazed at the colossal tree, its trunk as robust as the undulating mountains, its crown soaring high into the clouds, and his heart swelled with an insatiable desire and ecstasy. Yet, he remained clear-headed, unclouded by joy. Kakarot and Latiz were swiftly approaching. Casting a glance back towards their direction, he whispered softly, sensing the two unwelcome presences drawing near with alarming speed. To prevent Sun Wukong and Latiz from directly obliterating this sacred tree, pivotal to his enhancement of power, he had risked being discovered and rushed over with all his might, intending to locate the fruit first or at least safeguard the tree. Without hesitation, his formidable form ascended towards the tree's hollow at its apex. Just then, he suddenly halted, his crimson eyes alertly scanning ahead. Before him stood a figure, adorned with a mocking and sinister smile, Dale Si. It seemed he had been waiting here for quite some time. "Vegeta, it is indeed you," Dale Si said, arms crossed, observing the transformed giant ape Vegeta leisurely. "Is this extraordinary tree you're doing?" Vegeta looked at Dale Si, though he already had the answer in his heart. He still inquired with a scrutinizing tone. "Indeed, at this juncture, I see no need for concealment," Dale Si admitted candidly, a hint of pride gracing his features. Vegeta's heart jolted, revealing a knowing expression. Subsequently, his massive mouth curved into a grin, showcasing his white fangs as he regarded Dale Si with disdain, sneering. "What? You have come here to obstruct me?" A terrifying aura enveloped him, imbued with a sense of threat. Dale Si felt the immense pressure and frowned, a flicker of barely perceptible cold malice flashing in his eyes. Yet, he forced a smile, adopting a conciliatory tone. "Vegeta, you misunderstand. I do not wish to hinder you. On the contrary, let us cooperate." Laughter erupted from Vegeta, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, shaking the surrounding foliage with his booming mirth. "Cooperate? You, Dale Si? What qualifies you to discuss cooperation with me, Vegeta?" He did not conceal his contempt. Dale Si, unfazed by Vegeta's scorn, replied with a cold smirk, "Vegeta, do not be overly confident. First, the fruit of the sacred tree is not yet fully ripened. Even if you forcibly consume it now, its effects would be significantly diminished. Secondly," he paused, his tone laced with menace, "I have already installed a specialized energy bomb at the core of this tree. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. At worst, neither of us will gain anything." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, astonished, his enormous eyes flashing with suspicion. He scrutinized Dale Si, attempting to discern the truth of his words, and then feigned calmness. "Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Believe it or not, it is your choice." Dale Si shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly confident that Vegeta would not dare to gamble. Internally, Vegeta was in turmoil. His gaze remained fixed on Dale Si, noting that Dale Si's aura had not intensified, remaining at its previous level, indicating he had yet to consume the fruit of the sacred tree. This somewhat corroborated Dale Si's assertion regarding the fruit's immaturity. But what if that energy bomb was indeed real? He dared not risk this potential tree that could surpass Frieza. "What shall it be?" Dale Si pressed, observing Vegeta's indecision. "Cooperate, or shall we both face destruction, gaining nothing?" Vegeta's expression darkened, shifting several times as he hesitated momentarily before finally responding. "Very well, I agree." He chose a temporary compromise, questioning, "How shall we cooperate? What do you require of me?" He was eager to discern Dale's ulterior motives. I knew you were a clever one, Dale's smiled, slowly articulating. It is quite simple. You merely need to utilize your current strength to fend off the approaching Earth natives, ensuring they do not damage the sacred tree. Once the fruit matures, we shall split it equally. What do you say? This condition is quite fair, is it not? He positioned himself in a relatively secure spot, leaving Vegeta to confront formidable foes. Very well, let it be as you say. Vegeta assented without hesitation, his agreement remarkably swift. However, within his massive head, thoughts raced. That fool Dale's intends to use me as a pawn? Humph. Once the fruit is ripe, I shall be the first to eliminate you, worthless scum. All the fruits shall be mine, and I shall not share with you. He had no intention of honoring the accord. Dale's seemed to pierce through Vegeta's thoughts with a profound gaze, understanding the fragility of their alliance, knowing it was inherently destined for failure. Yet, what did it matter? He thought to himself with a cold smile. The priority was to exploit Vegeta's power to buy time for the fruit to mature successfully. As for Vegeta's potential betrayal later, he was not concerned. He had contingencies in place. Once Vegeta and those troublesome Earth natives had worn each other down, he would strike, eliminating everyone, including Vegeta. In that moment, victory and the fruit would still belong to him, Dale's. Thus, two scheming Saiyans, each with their own ulterior motives, forged a cooperative agreement for their mutual benefit. Not long after, amid the swift sound of rushing air, Wukong and Latai appeared like two shooting stars. Arriving near the massive trunk of the sacred tree, they immediately spotted the giant ape Vegeta, hovering before them like a guardian beast. To their surprise, Vegeta had come here. What was his purpose? Wukong pondered, observing the vigilant Vegeta. He had expected Vegeta to take the opportunity to flee or conceal himself. Latai shared the same confusion, shaking his head, warily watching Vegeta. Unclear, but his presence here surely harbors ill intentions. In the face of urgency, Wukong swiftly devised a strategy, whispering, "You will be responsible for holding Vegeta at bay, diverting his attention. I need time to prepare the Genkidama to utterly destroy this vile tree." The Genkidama was a technique that harnessed the life force of nature, and against a tree that siphoned the planet's vitality, it might prove remarkably effective. Understood. Latai nodded without hesitation, his eyes sharpening. He recognized that the Genkidama required time to gather, and his task was to secure that time. He stepped forward, gazing at the terrifying Vegeta hovering in the air, and boldly inquired, "Vegeta, why have you come here instead of fleeing?" In response, Vegeta's massive mouth twisted into a disdainful sneer, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Haha, flee. You should be the ones to escape, you ignorant insects." Without allowing any further discourse, he gathered energy instantaneously, unleashing an immense purple energy wave towards Wukong and Latai. The energy wave distorted the space around it, exuding a destructive force. "Watch out." Wukong and Latai's eyes widened as they sensed the might of the attack, instinctively shouting as they thrust their hands forward. Kamehameha Wave. X22 dazzling Kamehameha waves surged forth like blue dragons, boldly confronting the terrifying energy wave. Boom. The two Kamehameha waves clashed violently with Vegeta's formidable energy wave. The contact point erupted with a blinding radiance reminiscent of a supernova explosion, accompanied by a violent detonation. The frenzied energy turbulence surged outward like a tsunami, hurling the three individuals away simultaneously. Vegeta's massive form was struck as if by a colossal hammer, crashing forcefully against the indomitable trunk of the spirit tree, producing a resounding thud that dislodged countless large leaves. Gasping, Goku and Raditz tumbled through the air several times before barely regaining their stability, their vitality surging tumultuously. 15-fold Kaioken. Raditz realized he had to buy Goku some time. He ceased to hold back, bellowing as he frantically squeezed the remaining energy within him. The crimson aura surrounding him surged once more, deepening in hue and expanding in scale. After such prolonged combat, and the pressure of life and death, he had begun to grasp the essence of the 15-fold Kaioken. In that moment, his battle power skyrocketed to over 420,000, matching that of the great ape Vegeta. With a thunderous boom, Raditz transformed into a human fireball, charging toward Vegeta, who had just disentangled himself from the tree trunk, at a velocity beyond the eye's perception. Channeling all his strength, he delivered a devastating punch to the unsuspecting Vegeta's abdomen. The impact was catastrophic. Vegeta emitted a pained grunt, the tremendous force shifting his internal organs. And a bitter mixture of blood and bile erupted from his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Raditz, whose power had surged once again. How is this possible? He could hardly fathom that Raditz, once deemed useless, had managed to elevate his strength once more during battle. This rapid growth instilled within him a profound sense of fear and rage. Yet, Raditz's assault did not relent. With relentless fury, he rained down punch after punch upon Vegeta, akin to a pile driver, causing the Saiyan to cry out in agony as his colossal body collided repeatedly with the spirit tree's trunk, producing loud thuds. After enduring over 100 brutal strikes, Vegeta's fury finally erupted. He unleashed a deafening roar, seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, and raised his hands, akin to mountains, to grasp Raditz's body amidst his frenzied assault. Raditz found himself instantly ensnared. Vegeta's grip was as powerful as a hydraulic clamp, exerting an irresistible force upon Raditz, who screamed in agony as his bones creaked under the pressure, as if they might shatter at any moment. "Die, traitor!" Vegeta sneered, intensifying his grip. However, amid the excruciating pain, Raditz summoned an astonishing willpower. With a tremendous effort, he pushed against Vegeta's fingers, surprisingly prying them open slightly. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Raditz could still resist despite being at such a disadvantage. Furrowing his brow, he recognized that if this continued, Raditz might break free. Subsequently, he lifted both hands and forcefully hurled Raditz downward, as if he were discarding a stone into the earth. A thunderous crash ensued, dust billowing as the ground trembled violently, and Raditz's form was driven deep into the earth, creating a massive humanoid crater. Yet, it was not long before the crimson aura erupted once more from the pit. He surged forth from the ground, blood trickling from his lips and his attire tattered, yet his fighting spirit soared higher as he charged at Vegeta once again. Damn it! This is not over. Vegeta's eyes widened as he suppressed his injuries and charged forward. The two engaged in a frenzied clash once more, their high-speed collisions leaving countless afterimages in the air, shaking the very heavens and earth, while shockwaves ravaged the land surrounding the spirit tree. As Raditz desperately restrained Vegeta, Goku retreated to a relatively safe distance. He raised his hands skyward, closing his eyes, immersing himself in the process of gathering a Genkidama. Countless tiny points of light began to converge towards his palms, gradually forming a glowing sphere that radiated a soft white light, yet contained terrifying energy. However, the process was not proceeding smoothly. Damn it! It's taking longer than usual to gather energy. Sweat beaded on Goku's forehead as anxiety etched his features. He sensed that the life force of the earth was being interfered with and diminished, complicating the formation of the Genkidama. This was likely tied to the spirit tree's relentless siphoning of the planet's vitality. At that moment, several figures shot in from the distance, landing steadily near Goku. It was Krillin, Gohan, and Dend. "Goku! Dad! Mr. Goku!" They greeted him with concern etched on their faces. "Krillin, Gohan, Dend. You all made it. That's wonderful." Goku's face lit up with a joyful smile upon seeing his allies, his heart feeling a sense of relief. "Goku, what's the situation here? We're here to help." Krillin quickly scanned the fierce battle and the towering tree, speaking urgently. "All right." Goku promptly assigned tasks. "I need to focus on gathering the Genkidama to destroy this tree. You all help me fend off anyone who tries to interfere." "Understood." Krillin nodded resolutely. Immediately, the three dispersed, positioning themselves protectively around Goku, vigilantly watching their surroundings. At that moment, it seemed as though they had received orders from Dallas. Some of Dallas's minions, who had been concealed within the foliage or behind rocks, charged toward Krillin and the others, who were guarding Goku. Observing this, Krillin's expression hardened as he swiftly spoke to Gohan and Dend. "Gohan, Dend. Stay by Goku's side and do not leave. I will handle these pests." "Got it." Gohan and Dend responded in unison, assuming defensive stances. Without hesitation, Krillin surged towards the approaching minions of Dallas. These minions were not particularly strong, their battle power barely exceeding 10,000, posing no threat to Krillin, whose power had surpassed 70,000. He moved like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly dispatching one with a single punch, swiftly clearing away the distractions. Meanwhile, deep within the vast cavity at the top of the spirit tree, Dallas ignored the fierce battle occurring outside. His gaze was fixated on several fruits nestled in the inner wall of the tree, radiating an enticing sheen and gradually turning a deep crimson. A delighted yet greedy smile spread across his face as he murmured to himself, "Almost there. Just a little more, and they will be ripe." Suddenly, the energy detector affixed to his face emitted a rapid series of beeps, and the screen displayed fluctuating values wildly. In the next instant, the detector exploded with a loud bang, showering him with debris. What happened? The unexpected turn of events startled him, and he instinctively touched his face. Dallas's gaze immediately shifted to the battlefield below, where he sensed a violent energy fluctuation. In the sky not far away, Goku was gathering a sphere of pure white light above his head, a manifestation of life energy that made Dallas's very soul tremble. What is that? Dallas pondered, a strong sense of crisis surging within him. He instinctively felt that the energy sphere posed a grave threat to the spirit tree. Below, Goku regarded the now-formed Genkidama, radiating vast life energy, a weary yet content smile gracing his features as he softly proclaimed, "All right, it's finally complete." He then fixed his determined gaze upon the spirit tree, which continued to siphon the Earth's life force. Aiming at the core region of the tree trunk, he forcefully propelled the energy sphere he was holding with both hands forward. The energy sphere, radiating a gentle white light that purifies all and returns to nature, contained a colossal and destructive energy as it steadily advanced towards the spirit tree. Upon witnessing this, Dales felt a jolt of alarm, his heart racing with an overwhelming sense of danger that nearly suffocated him. He shouted towards the battlefield below, "Vegeta, quickly, intercept that sphere of light. We cannot allow it to touch the tree." Vegeta, engaged in a fierce battle with Raditz, sensed the unique energy fluctuation of the energy sphere. After violently striking Raditz away, he charged unhesitatingly towards the slowly approaching energy sphere. Under the watchful eyes of all, Vegeta's massive form collided with the radiant energy sphere like a colossal shield. A thunderous explosion erupted, blinding white light and flames bursting forth and engulfing Vegeta entirely. The vast life energy within the sphere clashed violently with Vegeta's ferocious aura, sending him crashing back with tremendous force. With a thud, his large body slammed against the trunk of the spirit tree once more. This impact was even more violent, causing the entire spirit tree to tremble. The force of the collision nearly shattered Vegeta's insides, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his breath faltering as he suffered grievously. Though he successfully intercepted the energy sphere, he paid a heavy price for his actions. "What?" Goku and Raditz exclaimed in disbelief as they witnessed Vegeta using his body to block the energy sphere. They could hardly fathom that Vegeta would go to such lengths to protect the tree. "Well done, Vegeta." Dales, observing from the tree cavity, let out a sigh of relief, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Indeed, Vegeta was a useful pawn. He glanced back at the fruits of the spirit tree on the inner wall of the cavity and noticed several had turned a deep crimson, indicating ripeness. Dales was overjoyed. Ignoring the severely injured Vegeta, he soared towards the ripe fruits of the spirit tree, his eyes filled solely with a thirst for power. Although Vegeta was gravely wounded, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on Dale's movements. When he saw Dales vanish into the depths of the tree cavity, a sense of alarm surged within him. Not good. That scoundrel is trying to seize them first. The thought of Dales potentially monopolizing all the fruits ignited a fury and unwillingness within him, prompting him to muster his remaining strength and stagger towards the opening of the tree cavity. What are they in such a hurry for? Goku wondered, observing Vegeta and Dales rushing into the tree cavity. "I don't know, but it can't be anything good. We must follow them," Raditz replied, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth. Soon after, Goku, Raditz, and the others, Krillin, Gohan, and Chaozu, who had returned after dispatching the henchmen, all surged towards the vast tree cavity. At this moment, Dales was the first to reach the ripe fruits. Unable to contain his eagerness, he bit into one of the spirit tree fruits, its sweet juice and overwhelming energy flooding into his body, almost eliciting a moan of pleasure. Meanwhile, he swiftly plucked 4 more ripe fruits, gripping them tightly in his hands. Just as he greedily reached for another ripe fruit, a fearsome energy wave, infused with Vegeta's last vestiges of fury, surged from below. "Dales, you despicable scoundrel!" Vegeta had arrived, his eyes glaring with rage as he beheld the fruits in Dale's grasp. Sensing the impending threat, Dales swiftly dodged, the energy wave narrowly missing him and crashing into the wall of the tree cavity, creating a large hole. Having interrupted Dales, Vegeta gazed greedily at the ripened fruits atop the tree cavity. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, opening his massive jaws wide to bite into the precious fruits, intending to consume both the fruits and the branches. At that moment, Goku, Krillin, and the others arrived, witnessing this shocking scene. Not good. He intends to eat the fruits. Krillin reacted with urgency, knowing he must not allow Vegeta to succeed. He shouted, Kienzan. Joining his hands, he concentrated to form a rapidly spinning, lethal Kienzan, pouring all his energy into it and launching it towards the thick base of Vegeta's exposed tail. As Vegeta swallowed the fruits whole, feeling the immense energy begin to explode within him, Krillin's precise Kienzan reached its target. The sharp blade effortlessly severed Vegeta's tail, the appendage that sustained his great ape form falling away. What have I done? Just after swallowing the fruits, before he could even feel the surge of power, Vegeta felt a sudden lightness in his lower body, the connection sustaining his massive form and power abruptly severed. Panic surged through him as his enormous great ape body began to rapidly shrink before their eyes. Brilliant white light erupted from within him. Although Vegeta's form gradually returned to normal, what astonished everyone was that his energy did not diminish with this regression. On the contrary, as he shrank, a more violent and terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, akin to a long-suppressed volcano, expanding fiercely from within. This aura was filled with chaos and anguish, yet bore an intensity that seemed to surpass his previous great ape form's battle power of 420,000. What? Goku, Raditz, Krillin, and the newly arrived Gohan and Chaozu gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. They could distinctly feel that Vegeta's power not only remained unchanged, but was escalating in an abnormal manner. What's happening? Vegeta's energy is not only unweakened, but it continues to rise? How is this possible? Raditz was filled with confusion. Krillin, fixated on the shrinking yet surging white light, analyzed gravely. It must be the fruits he just consumed activating within him. The immense energy contained in those fruits is erupting, even temporarily offsetting the normal decline in power from his regression. Upon hearing this, each of them felt a weight in their hearts, their brows furrowing in deepening concern. If Vegeta successfully digested the power of those fruits, what horrifying level of strength would he attain? They could scarcely bear to contemplate it. The situation appeared to be veering towards the worst possible outcome. Chapter 95, Vegeta with a battle power of 2 million. Just then, a new twist unfolded. A bone-chilling sound, as if the very heavens and earth were being torn apart, resonated from beneath their feet, emanating from within the colossal spirit tree. The tree suddenly split apart from its topmost point without warning, the trunk appearing to be cleaved by an invisible hand, splintering wood and energy fragments raining down like a torrential storm. The fissure expanded with a visible velocity, cascading downward like a swift black lightning bolt, rapidly enveloping the immense trunk of the tree. Everyone retreat. Leave this place, Wukong shouted, sensing the cataclysmic energy fluctuations beneath his feet and the violent tremors of the entire tree. Hearing his warning, Krillin and the others acted without hesitation, employing their flight techniques to swiftly distance themselves from the disintegrating spirit tree's hollow area. As they reached a safe distance and turned back, they were met with an awe-inspiring sight. The entire spirit tree, from top to bottom, was crumbling like a lit fuse, shattering with alarming rapidity. The stout trunk splintered apart, and the vast canopy transformed into countless luminous specks. This destructive phenomenon extended deep into the earth, where the colossal roots siphoned the essence of life from the planet. Strangely, the shattered fragments of the spirit tree did not fall like ordinary matter. Instead, they transformed into myriad flickering orbs of energy, reminiscent of fireflies, rising gently into the air before dispersing across the world. With the obliteration of the spirit tree, these points of light, infused with the stolen life energy, returned to their surroundings. The onlookers could distinctly sense the rejuvenation of the once desolate and lifeless land, which had suffered under the spirit tree's drain. The withered flora, parched rivers, and all living beings seemed to be infused with newfound vitality. In that moment, the earth was being pulled back from the brink of death. What is happening? How did the spirit tree destroy itself? Wukong asked, bewildered by the miraculous scene unfolding before him. This sudden twist left him utterly perplexed. Krillin and Dales, who had also retreated, wore expressions of confusion and disbelief. They had done nothing. Vegeta merely consumed the fruit, and yet the accursed tree had collapsed on its own. Just as their perplexity reached its peak, a familiar voice, calm yet resonant, pierced through the air from above. Instinctively, they looked up to see Parrot's figure, who had appeared atop the clouds. He descended gracefully, his robes billowing, bearing his usual serene demeanor. "Parrot!" Wukong exclaimed with delight upon witnessing his arrival, feeling as though they had found a guiding light. Parrot's presence often heralded the unveiling of mysteries and the cessation of troubles. He landed lightly before them, his gaze sweeping over the dissipating spirit tree and the distant, pulsating white light of unstable energy, before finally resting on Wukong and the others. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "What brings you here, Parrot?" Wukong inquired, his face lighting up with an unmistakable, untroubled smile. Parrot replied with a gentle smile, his tone tranquil. "I came to take a look," as if he were merely passing by to observe the unfolding events. "Did you just destroy the spirit tree?" Krillin, unable to contain his curiosity, pointed toward the remnants of the colossal tree that were transforming into luminous points. Parrot nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over them, as if a great weight had been lifted. The collapse of the spirit tree was not mere coincidence, but the result of this enigmatic intervention. "Thank goodness you acted in time. Otherwise, if that tree had fully matured, or if they had consumed more of its fruit, it would have become truly perilous," Krillin remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Parrot smiled again, choosing not to elaborate further. With a flick of his wrist, several vibrant and fragrant senzu beans appeared in his palm, which he tossed to the battered and weary Wukong, Raditz, Krillin, and the others. "Senzu beans!" The group exclaimed in surprise as they held the familiar beans, their faces lighting up with joy. The senzu beans were their most trusted healing remedy. "Eat up," Parrot urged simply. "Thank you, Parrot." They expressed their heartfelt gratitude, without hesitation consuming the beans. As the beans entered their stomachs, a warm and potent surge of life energy coursed through their bodies. The grievous wounds visible on their forms healed at an astonishing rate, scabbing over and falling away without leaving a scar. Their depleted strength surged back, like a dry riverbed replenished by a fresh spring, restoring them to their peak condition. In fact, having just endured an intense battle, their auras felt even more refined. Their pallid complexions transformed to a healthy hue, radiating vitality once more. "This is incredible. I feel my strength returning, and it seems even greater than before," Wukong exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement, a vibrant smile gracing his face. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A deafening rumble reverberated from the vast ruins formed by the spirit tree's collapse, sending dust swirling into the air. Suddenly, two figures emanating an overwhelming aura burst forth like cannonballs, hovering in midair, Vegeta and Dales. Both bore the marks of the spirit tree's fragments, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet an unparalleled and terrifying energy radiated from them. The smiles on Wukong and the others' faces vanished in an instant. "What a terrifying energy!" Krillin exclaimed, sensing the oppressive weight of their newfound power, his voice trembling with disbelief. The joy of restoration from the senzu beans was quickly overshadowed by the immense disparity in strength before them. "You dare to thwart my grand design. You seek death," Dale snarled, his face twisted with rage as he glared at Parrot and the others, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. All his meticulous plans were crumbling before his eyes. "I will tear you to pieces." Vegeta, equally furious, felt the explosive power surging within him, his anger compelling him to obliterate anyone who stood in his way. Parrot regarded the power-hungry Vegeta and Dales with calm scrutiny. In his perception, after consuming the spirit tree's fruit, both had indeed experienced a remarkable increase in strength. Dale's battle power had surged to an astonishing 2 million, while Vegeta, slightly weaker due to his injuries, had exceeded 1.9 million. Such figures far surpassed the normal levels of Wukong and his companions. "Wugohan, Krillin, Jiaozi, fall back and protect yourselves," Wukong commanded, inhaling deeply as he addressed his companions. His expression grave, yet his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit as he faced Vegeta and Dales without a hint of fear. Vegeta, hearing Wukong's spirited words, could not help but laugh derisively, his expression laced with contempt and cruelty. "Kakarot, do you really think you can still be my match?" He raised his hand, feeling the power coursing through him. "Let me tell you, my battle power has at least multiplied by several folds." He paused, bloodlust flickering in his scarlet gaze. "Rest assured, I will not grant you a swift death." I will repay you for the care you've shown me. Whether or not I am your adversary will be determined in battle. Wukong replied, unwavering in his resolve. He soared forward, his spirit of battle, honed through life and death, surged forth fiercely. Even when faced with foes that outnumbered him several times, he refused to retreat. At that moment, Parrot calmly extended his hand, blocking Wukong, who was eager to engage in combat. Wait, Wukong, his voice remained serene. Parrot? You. Wukong halted, gazing at Parrot in confusion, unsure of the reason behind the interruption. Vegeta observed the scene, his brow furrowing in contemplation. His scrutinizing gaze assessed Parrot meticulously. From the expression on Parrot's face, he discerned something significant, exclaiming, Humph, so there truly are other Saiyans. I thought we were the last remnants of our race. I never imagined someone could escape from Vegeta planet. Although he did not sense a formidable aura emanating from Parrot, rendering him seemingly ordinary, having witnessed the Earth Warrior's deceptive strength, he no longer naively believed that Parrot's prowess was as feeble as it appeared. Nevertheless, even if Parrot were strong, what would it matter? Having consumed the fruits of the Tree of Might, Vegeta's confidence swelled immensely, dismissing all others as insignificant. He felt his power was sufficient to shake the universe. Even the Frieza he had long feared would find him a worthy adversary, perhaps even a conqueror. Yet, Parrot paid no heed to Vegeta's scrutinizing and arrogant remarks, treating him as though he were mere air. Instead, he cast a calm gaze upon the menacing Dales and spoke slowly, his voice soft yet clear to all present. So, you are Dales? In an instant, no one could discern how he moved. Swish. His figure, without warning, appeared before Dales, mere meters away. This terrifying spectacle startled both Dales and Vegeta, leaving them bewildered by Parrot's sudden approach, which surpassed their comprehension of speed. What? Whoosh. Like startled birds, they instinctively shot away from Parrot, creating distance in an instant. They stared in disbelief at Parrot, who remained rooted in place, seemingly unmoved, their eyes wide with shock and incredulity. When did you? Dales stammered, his voice trembling with uncontainable fear. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though death had gripped his throat. What is this man? How could I have failed to perceive his movement? How is this possible? Vegeta, equally astonished, felt cold sweat soak his back. His battle power had exceeded 1 million, and his senses should have been razor-sharp. Yet he could not even detect how Parrot closed the distance. Such speed and stealth, utterly beyond comprehension, were terrifying and bizarre. Chapter 96. The shock of the Super Saiyan. Parrot regarded the apprehensive Dales, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile, as if stating an established fact, your life is mine to take. Dales and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such a direct declaration of a death sentence, delivered so casually. Subsequently, Dales, feeling belittled, was consumed by a volcanic rage, trembling with fury. You seek death. This was a blatant affront to his dignity. How could he tolerate such disrespect? In a fit of rage, he raised his hand, gathering a tempestuous surge of purple energy, and unleashed a furious energy wave towards the still calm Parrot. In the face of this attack, capable of leveling mountains, Parrot remained unfazed, his expression betraying a hint of boredom. Casually, as if swatting away a fly, he lifted his right hand and gently clapped forward. With a soft pop, the fierce energy wave shattered like a fragile soap bubble, dissipating into motes of light. What? All present, including Wukong, Raditz, Krillin, and Vegeta, were struck by disbelief at this utterly illogical scene, their faces etched with incredulity. Dales, whose battle power exceeded 10,000, had unleashed a furious strike, only to see it dismissed so effortlessly. How could this be? Vegeta's pupils dilated, his shock profound. The most stunned of all was Dales himself. No, this cannot be. He struggled to accept such absurdity. His attack had failed to even make Parrot flinch. This shattered his understanding. Soon, a tumult of fear and madness overtook him. In a frenzied state, he wildly swung his arms, unleashing a barrage of even more concentrated and violent energy waves upon Parrot, like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, in the face of this devastating onslaught, Parrot made no extraneous movements, merely standing there, even too indifferent to raise an eyelid. An eerie phenomenon occurred. Those furious energy waves, upon nearing Parrot's body by about 3 feet, seemed to collide with an invisible, insurmountable wall, exploding prematurely. The deafening blasts echoed continuously, fire and smoke engulfing Parrot's position. However, no matter how violent the explosions were, they could not breach that 3-foot barrier. Nor did a single speck of dust or dirt touch Parrot's clothing. After a series of frenzied detonations, Dales was left panting, his eyes bloodshot. He conjured his most powerful technique, raising both hands to form a massive, rapidly spinning golden ring of death, pouring every ounce of his strength into a fierce strike aimed at Parrot. Die! Death ring! The most violent explosion yet erupted, flames soaring skyward. The terrifying shockwaves surged forth like a tsunami, uprooting the already shattered ground in waves several meters high. Parrot. Although Wukong and Krillin were aware of Parrot's strength, witnessing such cataclysmic power evoked a surge of concern. Dales, gasping for breath, fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, watching the thick smoke and flames linger. A triumphant grin spread across his face as if vengeance had finally been served. Humph. I thought you were formidable, but you are merely an arrogant fool. No one survives my death ring. In his mind, he was certain Parrot had perished beneath his mightiest attack. However, Vegeta remained unyielding, his brow furrowed, his expression grave as he scrutinized the encroaching smoke, his acute perception alert to an anomaly. That fool Dales, he muttered through clenched teeth. For throughout this ordeal, Parrot's previously calm aura had not wavered, not even a hint of fluctuation. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene at the explosion's center began to clear. A tall figure emerged from the thinning mist, and Dale's smug grin froze, becoming rigid and expressionless. This is impossible. His eyes widened, filled with sheer terror and disbelief, his body recoiling uncontrollably as he stumbled back, nearly tumbling from the air. To unleash one's full force of attack and find it utterly ineffectual? There stood Paluot, seemingly unscathed, immaculate in appearance, devoid of even the slightest wrinkle or speck of dust. It was as if the cataclysmic explosion that had just transpired was merely a gentle breeze passing by him. He even took the time to adjust his impeccably neat sleeves. Upon witnessing this scene, Vegeta was filled with shock and trepidation. Even in his current state, he would never dare to endure such an assault head-on. Yet this enigmatic Saiyan before him had absorbed all attacks without so much as a scratch. How could this be possible? Wukong, Krillin, and Radz shared in the astonishment, yet they were also enveloped in a palpable sense of relief, exhaling deeply. Paluot's might surpass their wildest imaginations once more. Vegeta's gaze was fixated on the terrifyingly calm figure, his brow furrowed in disbelief and contemplation. In the next moment, a term buried deep within his memory, belonging to the ancient legends of the Saiyans, flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened in horror, as if he had witnessed the most unfathomable sight, and he gazed at Paluot with palpable shock, his voice trembling with disbelief. Could it be you? He then seemed to attempt to dismiss this dreadful conjecture, shaking his head violently, exclaiming, "No, impossible. There's no way this could be true. How could you possibly be?" His tone was laden with self-doubt and a fear of being surpassed. If such a legend were to exist, if such a warrior were to emerge, it should be me, not someone like you. His body trembled violently with excitement and fear, as if his entire worldview were collapsing. What is wrong with Vegeta? What is he saying? Wukong, Krillin, and Radz were perplexed by Vegeta's incoherent, fear-laden mutterings, unable to comprehend the source of his shock and dread. Only Paluot remained serene, standing there as if the legends Vegeta spoke of had no bearing on him. Vegeta's disoriented and terrified mutterings echoed harshly above the desolate ruins left in the wake of battle. He seemed ensnared in a profound shock, unresponsive to the world around him. Vegeta, what nonsensical words are you uttering? Who is he? Dalyesi. Disturbed by Paluot's unfathomable strength and Vegeta's inexplicable reaction, could not help but shout at the entranced Vegeta, attempting to bring him back to reality. Yet, Vegeta appeared oblivious to Dalyesi's cries. His gaze remained fixed, an amalgamation of inquiry, horror, and unwillingness, locked onto the eerily tranquil Paluot. He seemed to seek to pierce through the facade, to verify that which was deemed impossible. He murmured again, his voice dry and trembling, as if trying to convince himself. How can this be? That kind of power, that complete disregard for attacks, you cannot possibly be the fabled Super Saiyan. When the term Super Saiyan escaped Vegeta's lips, it struck the hearts of all present like an invisible thunderclap. What? Super Saiyan? The exclamations, filled with utter astonishment, erupted from Radz and Dalyesi, nearly shattering their voices. Radz abruptly turned to Vegeta, then swiftly directed his gaze back to Paluode, his face etched with disbelief, as though he had just heard the most absurd yet chilling of legends come to life. His lips quivered as he repeated, Super Saiyan? Is Paluode truly the legendary Super Saiyan? This title, which had only appeared in ancient Saiyan ballads and fragmented records, now seemed to be manifesting before their very eyes. Dalies's reaction was even more visceral. He recoiled as if struck, his body trembling. The muscles in his face contorted with extreme shock, deep-rooted fear, and a hint of jealousy. He glared at Paluode, then shot an incredulous look at Vegeta, unable to accept this hypothesis. In contrast, Wukong, Kulin, Wufan, and Jiaozi exhibited an entirely different demeanor. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting pure confusion and incomprehension. Super Saiyan, what is that? Wukong scratched his head, perplexed, looking at Kulin beside him. Then at the astonished Radz and Vegeta. It sounded formidable, but he could not grasp the weight and significance of the title. Kulin shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. He tugged at Radz's arm, who was also in shock, and urgently inquired, Radz, what are you all talking about? What is a Super Saiyan? Why did you and that guy react so strongly to that name? Radz, pulled back to reality by Kulin's grasp, took a deep breath. He looked at Kulin, Wukong, and the others, his expression complex. His voice still trembling. The Super Saiyan is an ancient legend passed down through our Saiyan lineage for millennia. According to the lore, every 1,000 years, a Saiyan of exceptional talent, surpassing all limits, shall emerge as the ultimate warrior. Their power is so immense that it can sweep across the entire galaxy, making them the most formidable warriors in the universe. He paused, struggling to continue. But this is merely a legend. No one has ever truly witnessed it. Even before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, most Saiyans regarded this as a tale to inspire the younger generations, or simply dismissed it as nonsense. So you believe Paluode is that legendary Super Saiyan? Kulin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the still calm Paluode in the distance. No, it's impossible. How could he possibly be a Super Saiyan? That is absolutely impossible. Dalies was gripped by an overwhelming fear. He stared incredulously at the eerily calm Paluode, unwilling to accept such a fantastical notion. As one who craved power and prided himself on being a predator, he could not fathom that someone could stand at a height he could not even aspire to see, especially if that person bore the supreme honor of the Saiyan legend. The Super Saiyan is merely an ethereal myth. He almost shrieked, his voice transformed by excitement and a deep-seated tremor. For millennia, no, in all recorded history, it has never truly manifested. It is but a tale to frighten children. How could you possibly be a Super Saiyan? His tone was suffused with an indescribable shock, attempting to mask his internal fear with a facade of bravado. Although Vegeta did not scream like Dalies, he too gazed at Paluode in disbelief. His inner turmoil, no less turbulent than Dalies's. He internally pondered, repeatedly mulling over the term. Is he truly the legendary Super Saiyan? This question lingered in his mind like an incantation. If Paluode's displayed power was not that of a Super Saiyan, how could one explain his utter invincibility against Dalies's assault? Could the legends have been misinterpreted? Or had this individual transcended the traditional descriptions, reaching a more subtly terrifying realm? Vegeta dared not contemplate further, for such thoughts would shatter his pride as a genius. Is this true? Is Paluode truly that Super Saiyan? Klin, gazing at the equally astonished Leitais beside him, inquired with a voice laden with uncertainty and curiosity. Wukong and the others also turned their attention to Leitais, their eyes reflecting pure curiosity and inquiry. Sensing the collective gaze upon him, Leitais bitterly shook his head and confessed. I do not know. He openly admitted his ignorance. I have never witnessed the so-called Super Saiyan with my own eyes. All I know is that it is one of the oldest legends passed down through our Saiyan lineage. It is said that one appears every 1,000 years. A super warrior who surpasses all Saiyan limits, possessing a terrifying power capable of altering the very fabric of the universe. However, no one truly understands what it looks like or what characteristics it possesses. Beyond that, I am at a loss. Upon hearing Leitais' uncertain response, Klin and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. If even a Saiyan could not clarify, then what of Parrot? It had seemingly become a riddle. Just then, Parrot, who seemed detached yet was the focal point of the discussion, finally spoke. He disregarded the debate surrounding the Super Saiyan and calmly fixed his gaze on the flustered and bewildered Dales, slowly beginning to speak. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear present. It seems you have only this level of capability. He paused slightly, a hint of barely perceptible disappointment appearing. I even granted you ample time to consume the fruit of the tree of might, elevating your power to this extent. This statement was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of shock. What? Dales was utterly taken aback, completely baffled, struggling to comprehend Parrot's words. Gave me time to eat the fruit. What does that mean? Immediately, a surge of anger arose within him, feeling utterly belittled, as if treated like a mere experiment. Mingled with a deeper fear, he roared with a distorted face. How dare you look down upon me, King Dales? I will, however, before he could finish. No one even saw Parrot make any preparatory motion. There was no burst of energy, no flicker of an afterimage. In an instant, Parrot's figure appeared before Dales, mere inches away, without any forewarning. No one witnessed how Parrot moved, as if he had always belonged there. What? Everyone, including Vegeta, who had somewhat prepared himself, gasped in unison, their eyes wide, hearts nearly leaping from their chests. This mode of movement, completely transcending perception, was beyond their comprehension. Dales felt an icy chill enveloping him, as if his very soul were frozen. He wished to flee, but his body felt as if it were encased in cement, and he realized he could not move even a finger. This was not merely a pressure of spirit, it was a confinement of a higher order, acting upon the very fabric of space and rules. He gazed up at Parrot's figure, now so close, which appeared to him like an insurmountable mountain towering above, filling him with a suffocating sense of despair. Parrot made no extraneous movements, merely raising his right hand seemingly at random, his index finger lightly pointing forward. With a subdued yet profound sound, akin to a muted explosion deep within the soul, Dales's body stiffened. His vision suddenly bulged, blood vessels bursting, and the last image reflected in his pupils was Parrot's calm, unwavering gaze. Subsequently, a profound disbelief and a deathly sense of confusion filled him. The vitality in his eyes dimmed at a visible pace. He could not control the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his innards. Slowly, he lowered his head, only to see a terrifying hole penetrating his once proud chest, recently fortified by the fruit of the tree of might. There were no traces of energy beams. It was as if that portion of flesh and bone had simply vanished into thin air. The agony did not have the time to reach his brain. Life had already slipped away. His body could no longer support itself, staggering backward a few steps. His gaze fixed on Parrot, who stood calmly in place. The last remnants of color in his eyes were filled with boundless terror and an intense sense of deep-seated resentment for having lost everything he had yet to enjoy. Ultimately, the light in his eyes extinguished completely, and his body fell like a marionette with severed strings, plummeting from the heights with a mournful rush of wind. Parrot's expression remained as placid as ever, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He observed the falling body and then flicked his finger, sending forth a wave of energy that was not dazzling but refined to perfection. The energy wave, arriving after its source, accurately struck the descending Dales. With a sound that was not violent but exceptionally hollow, an explosion resonated. There was no fiery eruption, no clouds of dust. The moment Dales's body made contact with the energy wave, it was deconstructed, obliterated, transformed into the minutest particles, not even leaving behind ash, utterly dissipating into the air. No traces of existence remained. This scene rendered everyone present speechless, as if time had frozen at that moment. Klin, Wufan, and Jiaozi stood with their mouths agape. Wukong and Leitai stared without blinking. Vegeta appeared as if he had been struck by a paralysis spell. They widened their eyes, stunned in place, their minds blank, even forgetting to breathe. Instant annihilation. No, it was even more terrifying than mere annihilation. It was obliteration. A being who had just possessed a battle power of 2 million, brazen and ambitious, had been effortlessly dispatched before their eyes, only to be casually cleared away. The dual impact of visual and cognitive shock was unparalleled. Vegeta's reaction was the most intense. He trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat that soaked through his battle attire. His pupils quivered violently, filled with a nearly overflowing horror and profound fear. He had just personally felt Dales's strength, which was undoubtedly superior to his own. Yet, such a formidable Dales had been rendered powerless before Parrot, akin to an infant, meeting such a clean and swift demise. A mere flick, barely a gesture, had extinguished the life of a being whose battle power exceeded 1,000,000. The thought echoed in his mind, filled with inexpressible terror and an incredulity that he could not accept. Who exactly was this individual? How could he possess such unfathomable strength? Fear slithered through Vegeta's heart like a cold serpent, shattering the arrogance and confidence he had previously felt due to his surge in power. He began to reassess Parrot. The speculation regarding the Super Saiyan now weighed heavily and palpably. If Dales, who was slightly stronger than he, met such a fate, what would become of him? Resistance? The moment that thought arose, it was extinguished by an overwhelming chill. He had no doubt that before Parrot, he possessed not even the slightest chance of resistance. His end would be far more tragic than Dales's. After a brief silence, the Earth Warriors were the first to regain their senses. Incredible, Clint murmured involuntarily. His voice tinged with lingering shock, yet his eyes were filled more with astonishment and a sense of joy at having survived. Regardless of whether Parrot was a Super Saiyan or not, his allegiance to Earth was the greatest fortune. Wufan and Jiaozi instinctively nodded, their small faces radiating admiration and reassurance. Leitais was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of shock, his gaze towards Parrot becoming increasingly complex, filled with awe, confusion, and perhaps a tinge of bitterness, as he, too, was a Saiyan yet felt the insurmountable chasm between them. In contrast, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. Unlike Vegeta, who was gripped by fear, Goku was captivated by the extraordinary power Parrot had displayed, far beyond his imagination. Then, as if he had merely completed a trivial task, Parrot slowly shifted his gaze from the spot where Dales had vanished, turning his attention to the visibly terrified Vegeta, who was like a startled bird, frozen in dread. The moment Vegeta met Parrot's gaze, he trembled violently, feeling as if he had plunged into an eternal ice cavern, a chilling sensation rising from the depths of his soul. He was left with nothing but primal fear and horror, his thoughts seemingly frozen. He felt as if he could barely breathe, awaiting his own judgment. However, to everyone's astonishment, Parrot merely cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta. That gaze was calm and unperturbed, devoid of malice or interest, as if he were merely glancing at an inconsequential passerby. He then looked past Vegeta, focusing on Goku and Krillin, who were poised with curiosity, and offered them a gentle smile, saying, "All right, the trouble here has been resolved. The rest is for you to handle." His tone was casual, as though he were handing a toy to children. Before anyone could respond, his figure vanished from sight as mysteriously as he had appeared, without any spatial fluctuations or disturbance in the air, as if he had never existed. "Wait, Parrot." Krillin was the first to react, hurriedly calling out, extending his hand as if to retain him, but the space before him was already empty. Bewildered, he looked around, glancing at the equally stunned Goku and the still frozen Vegeta, utterly confused by the situation. Had he really just left? To dispatch the strongest enemy as easily as swatting a fly, then leaving them with a parting remark, entrusting them with the aftermath and another formidable foe? This carefree style was utterly bewildering. And what about Vegeta the Saiyan? What were they to do? Krillin's expression was one of bitter dismay. Chapter 98, Goku with a battle power of 1.8 million. Parrot's unfathomable departure rendered the atmosphere tense and delicate. It was over. Krillin observed the still menacing Vegeta, who, though shaken, was evidently regaining some of his ferocity, and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although the terrifying Dales had been effortlessly dealt with by Parrot, the Vegeta before them, having absorbed the power of the spirit tree's fruit and boasting a battle power nearing 2 million, remained an insurmountable threat. Parrot had simply walked away, leaving them to face this dilemma. Vegeta, too, was momentarily taken aback by Parrot's abrupt exit, perplexed. That divine existence had just disregarded him? Yet soon, a sense of relief washed over him, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. Why did he not kill me? Vegeta pondered, filled with questions. Given Parrot's display of absolute power, erasing him would have been effortless. If Parrot had chosen to strike, Vegeta knew he would stand no chance of resistance and would suffer a fate far worse than Dale's. This deliberate sparing left him with an indescribable sense of humiliation and unease. He could not comprehend Parrot's intentions, but he chose not to dwell on it. After all, this situation was advantageous to him. As long as that monster refrained from intervening, he, Vegeta, remained the strongest present. A thought flickered through his mind. Was he hoping for Kakarot and Leitais, these worthless beings, to confront me? Huh. You will be sorely disappointed, enigmatic figure. Vegeta chuckled inwardly, regaining his confidence. His battle power had surged exponentially, far surpassing both Son Goku and Leitais. In his view, no matter how much they struggled or what fortunate encounters they had, they could never match his prowess after consuming the Spirit Tree's fruit. At this moment, the Earth Warriors began to take action. With a determined gaze, Goku slowly advanced, looking at the still volatile Vegeta, and declared, "All right, Vegeta, let us continue the battle we left unfinished." His voice was not loud, yet it brimmed with undeniable combat spirit. Leitais, upon hearing this, stepped forward, positioning himself beside Goku, and protested, "Hey, Kakarot, that's not right. It's not your turn yet. Don't forget, my battle with Vegeta was interrupted by that tree, so I should be the one to continue." As he observed the two squabbling over who would meet their demise first, Vegeta's expression darkened considerably, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He seethed internally, filled with the fury of being underestimated. Two ignorant fools, still bickering over who would die first, even when death loomed so close. "I will ensure you pay the most excruciating price for this arrogance, making you regret ever stepping into this world." Goku and Leitais continued their fruitless debate, neither willing to concede. Finally, amidst Krillin's speechless gaze, they resorted to rock, paper, scissors to decide. This scene felt so out of place, yet carried a peculiar tenacity unique to them. "Rock, paper, scissors. Haha, I won," Goku exclaimed, looking at his fist against Leitais' scissors, a smile adorning his face. Leitais, somewhat disgruntled, shook his hand and muttered, "Fine. I'll let you have this one, but after you're done being trounced by Vegeta, I'll step in." Though he said this, his eyes betrayed a trust in Goku. Goku merely chuckled, unfazed by Leitais' words. He once again turned his gaze to Vegeta, his pure and fervent fighting spirit igniting, his aura beginning to stir. Seeing Goku's eager demeanor, Vegeta could no longer contain his roar. "Without that monster present, do you really think you stand a chance against me? Naive. Foolish," he bellowed. Then, to demonstrate the absolute disparity in power, he ceased to conceal his strength. A terrifying, tangible deep purple aura erupted from him, embodying the essence of dread. The immense pressure of his battle power, nearly 2 million, was unleashed without reservation, causing the air to hum under the strain, and the ground to crack once more beneath this sheer force. This overwhelmingly powerful aura rendered even those who had prepared mentally, like Goku and his companions, pale in shock. What an intimidating presence. Krillin's voice trembled involuntarily. He glanced at Goku, who was preparing to face Vegeta alone, and worriedly asked, "Goku, are you really all right? This guy's aura is much stronger than before." In response to Krillin and his companions' anxious gazes, Goku appeared remarkably calm. He replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? You only find out by fighting." His tone was as casual as discussing what to have for dinner. As his words fell, Goku's expression sharpened. Kaioken. He immediately activated the technique, amplifying his energy to its optimal state with a 15-fold increase. Boom. A terrifying crimson aura, rivaling Vegeta's, erupted from Goku's body. The color of his aura was as deep as blood, vast in scale, soaring skyward. It stood in fierce opposition to Vegeta's deep purple energy, painting the sky in a mesmerizing blend of red and purple hues. Upon consuming the magical beans bestowed by Parrot, Wukong not only healed his injuries and restored his stamina, but also, after enduring a series of life and death battles that transcended limits against the giant ape Vegeta, his latent potential was further unleashed. His combat power surged from over 30,000 to an astonishing 120,000, marking a monumental leap. Thus, at this moment, Wukong, unleashing the 15-fold Kaioken, exhibited a battle prowess exceeding 1,800,000. This placed him nearly on par with Vegeta, whose power, bolstered by consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, approached 1,900,000. Witnessing Wukong's sudden surge of terrifying aura, the malicious grin on Vegeta's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer astonishment. "What?" he gasped. "Quickly. This place is too dangerous. We must leave at once." Krillin, observing the impending chaos, understood the scale of destruction that would ensue and urgently addressed Gohan, Jiaozi, and Raditz. Gohan and Jiaozi nodded anxiously. Subsequently, the group activated their flight technique and sped away towards the distant mountains, escaping the core battlefield. Just as they departed, the battle erupted. With a piercing sonic boom, Wukong was the first to move. He attacked Vegeta with a speed so extreme that he nearly reached him before the sound of his movement arrived. The crimson figure left a long trail in the air, delivering a punch imbued with the strength to shatter mountains directly towards Vegeta's face. However, Vegeta was no pushover. Although astonished by Wukong's power increase, his innate talent for combat and pride compelled him to respond immediately. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a punch enveloped in deep violet energy, charging forth without hesitation. The collision produced a thunderous explosion, akin to two meteors colliding. The two fists, each containing nearly 2 million in battle power, collided fiercely without embellishment. The point of contact erupted with blinding light and terrifying energy turbulence, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and distort under the strain. Wukong felt a tingle in his arm, a faint ache in his bones, and was secretly astonished by the solidity of Vegeta's power. Vegeta, with widened eyes in disbelief, thought, "This guy's power is indeed real." He could distinctly sense the massive energy emanating from Wukong's fist, rivaling his own. How is this possible? He found it hard to believe that Wukong's combat power had surged to such terrifying heights in such a short span of time, reaching a level nearly equal to his own. This was utterly contrary to reason. Could this be the effect of the bizarre training methods of Earthlings? Yet, the battlefield left him no time for further contemplation. After one strike, Wukong pressed on relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of attacks like a torrential storm. Every part of his body transformed into a lethal weapon, executing intricate techniques with unparalleled speed, assaulting Vegeta from all directions. Vegeta roared defiantly, struggling to withstand the onslaught of relentless attacks. Yet the more he fought, the greater his sense of dread grew. Wukong not only displayed increased strength, but also superior combat skills, impeccable timing, and an indomitable fighting spirit that proved troublesome for him. Thus, two top-tier warriors of comparable strength engaged in a new round of even more intense and fearsome combat. The sounds of their clashes echoed through the air as their figures flickered in rapid succession, intertwining, separating, and colliding once more. Each encounter erupted with thunderous noise and dazzling bursts of energy. Their strikes were merciless, a pure contest of might and speed. They fought with such ferocity that the earth beneath them fractured and collapsed, trembling as if the apocalypse were upon them. In the distance, having retreated to a safe distance, Krillin and the others stood atop a higher mountain, gazing in awe at the mythic battle unfolding before them. "What a terrifying fight!" Krillin exclaimed, looking up at the two swirling orbs of red and purple energy that collided and separated in the sky. "The entire earth is trembling because of them." Gohan clenched his small fists, watching the familiar crimson figure amidst the fierce combat, silently praying for his father's safety. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and the giant ape Nappa were nearing the final stages of their struggle. Faced with a more frenzied Nappa, who, despite his injuries, was slowed by blood loss and excruciating pain, Piccolo understood the need to act decisively. He was no longer holding back. "Hiya!" Piccolo let out a deep roar, pushing the Kaioken multiplier to the limit of his control, unleashing a tenfold Kaioken. A magnificent dark red aura surged forth, elevating his battle power to over 200,000. While still inferior to Nappa at his peak, the tide had turned in Piccolo's favor due to Nappa's severe injuries. However, this state placed an immense burden on Piccolo's body, making it unsustainable for long. The violent energy coursing through him brought excruciating pain. Thus, his strategy was singular: to finish the fight swiftly. "Die!" Piccolo shouted, enveloped in dark red energy, transforming into a blazing fireball. He charged with incredible speed towards Nappa, who was now hindered by leg injuries. The barrage of heavy strikes rained down upon Nappa's massive form like a torrential downpour. Piccolo's fists struck like hammers, each aimed at Nappa's wounds, joints, and vulnerable eyes. The beginning of the Makenka Sappo technique flashed intermittently, forcing Nappa to divert his focus to defense. Nappa, overwhelmed and unable to retaliate, let out cries of agony and fury. He attempted to fight back, but Piccolo's speed and the angles of his attacks were too cunning. The already grotesque wounds on Nappa's body ruptured further, new blood gushing forth as he rapidly weakened. After a relentless series of blows, Nappa finally faltered, his massive form swaying unsteadily. His knees buckled like collapsing pillars, crashing to the ground and creating two deep craters that kicked up clouds of dust. He emitted a pitiful whine, struggling to rise, but his injuries were too severe. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha, who had been circling the periphery and waiting for the right moment, saw his chance. Now, he had gathered all his energy between his hands, forming a rapidly spinning and razor-sharp energy blade. Energy blade, go! Yamcha unleashed his prepared attack, sending it hurtling towards Nappa's exposed, thick tail base as he knelt. With a swift sound, akin to a hot knife cutting through butter, Nappa's tail was severed. A massive, furry segment fell to the ground, blood spraying forth. Nappa let out a piercing scream, the pain and disconnection from his blood's waves causing a sudden transformation within him. The massive figure rapidly shrank like a deflating balloon, its dense black fur fading away, and its fierce visage returning to a state of a tall and robust Saiyan, albeit now marred by injuries and degradation, gasping for breath. He collapsed amidst the ruins, his gaze vacant, exhaling but not inhaling, clearly on the brink of death. Yet, for this invader who had brought immense calamity to Earth, Piccolo and the others felt no compassion. With a swift motion, Piccolo appeared above Nappa, his eyes icy, as he concentrated a highly compressed sphere of purple energy in his palm. "It ends here," he uttered coldly, unleashing the energy wave downwards upon the defenseless Nappa. The blast struck with precision, resulting in a violent explosion that sent dust and flames soaring once more. As the smoke slowly dissipated, only a charred crater remained at the epicenter. Nappa's form, along with his last vestige of life, had been utterly extinguished in that devastating energy, reduced to nothingness. Thus, one of the Saiyan duo that had descended upon Earth, Nappa, had fallen. Watching Nappa vanish in the explosive aftermath, Yamcha finally relaxed his taut nerves. He exhaled deeply, wiping the blood-mixed sweat from his brow, and remarked, "At last, we've dealt with that troublesome foe." However, Tien Shinhan remained tense. His three keen eyes fixed on the distant battle where Goku and Vegeta clashed, his expression grave. "Do not let your guard down. The battle over there is intensifying. I wonder how they are faring." He could distinctly sense the two colossal energies, akin to prehistoric beasts, clashing violently, each impact quickening his heartbeat. Yamcha, upon hearing this, also subdued his smile, nodding thoughtfully, his voice laced with confusion and concern. Indeed, their power suddenly surged significantly just moments ago, becoming rather terrifying. What could have transpired? Could it be that Vegeta has employed some sort of tactic? Speculating here is futile, Piccolo interjected coldly, interrupting their dialogue. "Let us move and assess the situation immediately." Without delay, he soared into the air, racing toward the main battlefield, a dark red aura trailing behind him. Tien and Yamcha exchanged glances before promptly following suit, activating their energies to keep pace. Before long, guided by their familiarity with their comrades' energies and tracking the immense source of power, the trio arrived at a distant mountain peak where Krillin, Gohan, Dend, and Raditz were observing the confrontation. "Krillin, Gohan, Dend," Yamcha called out as he flew to Krillin's side, who appeared anxious. Piccolo and Tien descended gracefully beside them. "Yamcha, Tien, Uncle Piccolo." Krillin and Gohan's faces brightened upon seeing the trio arrive unscathed, their previously anxious hearts easing somewhat. "How are you? Are you all right? Has the battle over there concluded?" Krillin quickly assessed the trio, noting their tattered clothing and injuries, but finding their spirits intact. He turned to Yamcha with concern. Yamcha stretched his sore shoulder, smiling as he nodded. "We are fine. Not dead yet. That Saiyan named Nappa has been thoroughly dealt with by Piccolo. What about you? How is the situation?" His gaze instinctively drifted toward the distant sky, where thunder and light erupted. Hearing of Nappa's demise, Krillin felt a sense of relief wash over him. "We are all right. Paragus has handled another Saiyan named Dor, and he helped us regain our strength. Now, only that Saiyan named Vegeta remains, locked in a fierce battle with Goku." He briefly outlined the situation, relieved to see his friends safe. "By the way, here, take this." He recalled something and produced the surplus senza beans given to him by Paragus, tossing them to Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha, who had just emerged from battle. "Senza beans," Yamcha exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "These are lifesavers." Aware that the fight was far from over, they wasted no time and consumed the beans immediately. The soothing and substantial life energy coursed through their bodies instantaneously. In the next moment, their numerous wounds began to heal visibly, and their spent stamina surged back to its peak, even surpassing their prior state due to the fierce battle with the great ape. Each of them had experienced significant growth and breakthroughs at the edge of life and death. Upon hearing Yamcha confirm Nappa's demise, Raditz' brow twitched slightly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Nappa had once been his comrade. Despite their differences, the death of a fellow clansman stirred a ripple within him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and understanding one another's situations, they turned their full attention to the sky, where the epic battle unfolded like a mythological war. In the vast sky, a blazing figure engulfed in fierce crimson energy clashed with another emanating a profound lavender hue, resembling two distinct comets. They moved at a dizzying speed, colliding violently. Boom, bang, thud. Each unembellished collision sent tremors through the heavens and earth. The terrifying shockwaves surged forth like an invisible tsunami, shredding the clouds below. The howling winds sliced through the air like daggers, and even those standing on the distant mountaintop, like Krillin and the others, could feel the fierce pressure of the approaching winds. The direct collision of energies resulted in explosions that were faster than sound, unleashing more violent shockwaves. The sky was filled with fireworks that erupted continuously, resembling the most dazzling yet perilous display of a festival, casting the entire expanse in a flickering dance of light and shadow. Chapter 100. Goku's 20-fold Kaioken. The battle concludes. Both Goku and Vegeta bore the marks of their intense confrontation, their bodies covered in wounds. Goku's battle attire was in tatters, his exposed skin bruised and lacerated, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Vegeta, too, was in disarray, his purple bodysuit torn, with numerous charred spots and blood seeping from his injuries. Their breaths had become heavy and erratic, yet the fighting spirit in their eyes remained undiminished, intensifying with their pain and exhaustion. Amidst the fierce battle, the perceptive Vegeta noted the powerful auras of Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha approaching. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Damn it, has that fool Nappa been defeated by them as well? Vegeta thought grimly, overwhelmed by a sense of heaviness. This meant he had lost his last companion. Now he truly stood solitary. The trump card of his great ape transformation had been rendered ineffective with his tail severed, and he could not employ it again in the short term. After such an extended combat, with all his cards played, he still had not managed to subdue the tenacious Kakarot, and he sensed that he was being increasingly overshadowed by Kakarot's relentless momentum. If this continued, the situation would become exceedingly dire for him. The Earth Warriors were gathering around him, and while individually they might not match his strength, their collective assault could prove disastrous. Damn it all. A profound sense of humiliation and urgency surged within him. Never did he expect that he, the illustrious Prince Vegeta, would stumble so grievously on such a remote and primitive planet. His heart brimmed with resentment, fury, and an unprecedented gravity. No, he could not continue to fight with sheer force. He needed to devise a means to escape this place. A thought blossomed in his mind. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. If he could escape, with his exponentially increased power and the Saiyan ability to grow stronger when faced with adversity, he would surely return to exact 100-fold vengeance for this day's disgrace. However, at that very moment, as he was momentarily distracted in contemplation of his retreat, Wukong, who had been intensely searching for a flaw, caught a glimmer of opportunity in his eyes. In an instant, Wukong accelerated, unleashing a cunning uppercut that deftly circumvented Vegeta's guard and struck his chin with devastating force. Ugh! Vegeta groaned in pain, the tremendous impact leaving him dazed as his body uncontrollably flew backward, tumbling through the air. Nonetheless, being a seasoned warrior, he quickly endured the dizziness and agony, forcing his energy to stabilize his form. Gasping for breath, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead due to the excruciating pain and energy depletion. Blood uncontrollably seeped from the corner of his mouth, indicating his injuries were severe. Wukong, too, was not faring any better. Seizing the opportunity to attack had exposed him to a counterstrike from Vegeta, who instinctively retaliated, landing a blow to his ribs that sent a piercing pain through him, making it even harder to breathe. Both warriors were at their limits. Vegeta wiped away the bothersome blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling waves of weakness and pain coursing through him. His heart filled with an uncontrollable fury and frustration. How had he ever been reduced to such a pitiful state? He roared, "Damn it! How could I, the great Vegeta, be pushed to this extent by you lowly insects of a backward planet? It is an utter disgrace." He glared at Wukong, who was also gasping for breath and adjusting himself, his eyes filled with a madness that sought to annihilate everything. "Kakaluot, you may have won this time. but do not think you will emerge unscathed. You shall perish along with this damned planet." Before his words had fully escaped, Vegeta channeled all remaining energy within him, frantically converging it between his hands. An unprecedented, colossal purple energy sphere rapidly formed, pulsating with a heart-stopping intensity. Like Pow, he unleashed the most formidable technique he could muster at that moment. A terrifyingly thick purple energy wave, exceeding 10 meters in diameter and imbued with destructive power, hurtled downward towards Wukong, determined to obliterate him along with the earth beneath. Wukong sensed the lethal intent within that energy wave, his expression grave. He understood that this was the decisive blow. Breathing deeply, he suppressed the agony coursing through his body, gathering the remnants of his strength and the potential he had just squeezed from their fierce battle. Kapai Chigongbua. He assumed the classic stance, azure light converging at an unprecedented speed and brightness. With all his might, he thrust his hands forward. A nearly tangible, brilliantly radiant blue and white Kapai Chigongbua surged forth like a mighty dragon, roaring against the oncoming assault. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of all, a tremendous clash echoed through the air. The two energy waves, each containing nearly 2 million battle power, collided violently. The point of contact erupted in a blinding white light akin to a supernova, illuminating the surrounding area for miles. A terrifying shockwave expanded in a spherical formation, leveling everything within several kilometers. The immense energies clashed and annihilated one another, producing a deafening roar before falling into a brief stalemate. The blue Kapai Chigongbua and the purple Like Pow struggled against each other, neither willing to yield, as chaotic energy surged like wild lightning. Their strengths appeared evenly matched. Vegeta felt the tenacity of his opponent's resistance and let out a defiant roar, once again pushing his potential to the limit, injecting the last vestiges of his energy into the wave, forcing it downward. The Kapai Chigongbua bent backward, its blue light dimming slightly. Wukong felt the pressure intensify, his brow furrowing deeply, veins standing out on his face as he struggled against the overwhelming force, issuing low, strained growls. His arms trembled, and the bones creaked under the weight. As the blue Kapai Chigongbua seemed on the verge of being completely pushed back, he faced the prospect of being consumed by the destructive energy. In this life-and-death moment, a flicker of resoluteness crossed Wukong's eyes. There was no other option but to fight with everything he had. He threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar, 20 times, Kaioken. A terrifying aura, far surpassing the previous 15 times Kaioken, erupted from him, causing even his own body to begin to crack and bleed. The crimson energy enveloping him expanded dramatically, its hue deepening to a dark red. The edges of the aura twisted violently, demonstrating the ferocity and uncontrollability of this power. With the application of this limit-defying 20 times Kaioken, Wukong's battle power surged beyond 2 million, surpassing Vegeta. "Return to me." Wukong's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, his muscles bulging as he unleashed an even greater, more refined Kapai Qigong energy that surged forth from his palms into the energy wave ahead. The balance was instantly shattered. The blue Kapai Chigongbua, infused with newfound vigor, flared brilliantly, its size ballooning. It began to push back Vegeta's Like Pow inch by inch, resolutely reclaiming ground. What? How is this possible? Vegeta watched in shock as his ultimate technique was reversed, his face etched with disbelief and horror. He still has strength? Hidden power? The boost from the 20 times Kaioken exceeded all his expectations. No, hold it back. He let out a final, desperate cry, expending every last ounce of his strength to resist, attempting to halt the tide of his defeat. However, the disparity in power was already established. He could not stop the advance of the blue torrent, only watching in dread and frustration as the energy wave, brimming with destructive intent, drew ever closer. In the next instant, Vegeta emitted a heart-wrenching scream filled with pain, resentment, and despair. His figure was completely engulfed by the dazzling Kapai Chigongbua, which contained Wukong's entire will and power. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion, fiercer and more enduring than any before, erupted in the sky. A massive blue energy sphere completely consumed Vegeta's position. A terrifying energy storm swept through the entire sky, lingering ominously. On the distant mountaintop, all the Earth warriors held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the center of the explosion. This battle, pivotal to the survival of Earth and the pride of the Saiyans, seemed to reach its decisive moment. Moments later, the outcome hung in the balance. The earth-shattering explosion gradually subsided, yet the destructive energy's aftermath continued to ravage the air, stirring up clouds of smoke and remnants of dissipating energy. Atop the distant mountains, the hearts of the Earth warriors seemed to have ceased their rhythmic beating, all gazes fixated intently on the epicenter of the explosion. A deathly silence enveloped the battlefield, broken only by the whispering wind and the faint sounds of dust settling in the distance. Did we win? Clint's throat bobbed as he murmured, his voice dry and barely audible, as if fearful of disturbing something. Yamcha, equally tense, shook his head, his gaze unwavering, stating, "If that fellow survived such a violent explosion, it would indeed be terrifying." His tone was laced with uncertainty and a lingering dread. The potency of that earlier strike was palpable even from their considerable distance, and all present, Clint, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Baiku, Wu Fan, Jiao Zi, and La Tz, held their breath. Their eyes remained glued, unblinking, to the obscured sky shrouded in smoke and chaotic energy, awaiting the final outcome. Chapter 101. The Judgment of Vegeta. Before long, the density of the smoke began to gradually diminish, yet it remained thick. Suddenly, a blurred, uncontrolled figure emerged, akin to a kite severed from its string, helplessly descending. It traced a crooked trajectory towards the already battered earth below. This figure was not the familiar crimson hue they recognized. As Clint and the others beheld the silhouette, realization dawned that it was not Wukong, and their faces instantly lit up with astonishment. "Hooray! We won! Wukong has triumphed." The taut nerves of Clint, Yamcha, and the others instantly relaxed, a wave of immense joy flooding their hearts, unable to suppress a cheer. "Father has won." Wu Fan's small face beamed with a radiant and reassuring smile, his fist clenched tightly in triumph. La Tz gazed at the falling figure, a complex yet ultimately relieved smile gracing his features as he softly murmured, "You truly are remarkable, Kakaluote." His inner acknowledgement of Wukong deepened further. Bang! Vegeta's battered body crashed heavily onto the relatively flat, yet already cracked and charred ground below, kicking up a cloud of dust, and then lay motionless. "Let us go see." Clint subdued his excitement and spoke cautiously. Although they witnessed Vegeta's fall, the Saiyans' tenacious vitality compelled them to remain vigilant. Soon, they all harnessed their energy and flew swiftly, yet cautiously, toward the site of Vegeta's descent. Upon landing near Vegeta, the sight before them elicited a mix of relief and quiet astonishment. The fallen Vegeta had not perished immediately. The Saiyans' extraordinary resilience and will to survive allowed him to cling to life beneath the devastating Kamehameha. However, he bore grave injuries. His battle suit was nearly torn to shreds, revealing charred skin, gaping wounds down to the bone, and marks of energy-induced lacerations. His body was drenched in blood, mingling with dirt to stain the ground crimson. He struggled, moving his body with extreme difficulty, each minute motion etched with profound agony on his face. Even producing sound appeared to be a Herculean task, as he could only force out some hoarse, unintelligible gasps. What astonished Clint and the others even more was that even in such a dire state, the fierce desire to survive and the palpable humiliation in Vegeta's eyes remained evident. With great effort, he managed to retrieve a small controller from his chest with one of the few limbs still capable of movement, trembling fingers pressing a button on it. This was a call for his miniature spherical spacecraft. At this moment, Clint, Baiku, La Tz, and the others had gathered nearby, coldly observing the dying struggles of Vegeta. This guy endured such a tremendous attack from Wukong, and still hasn't he died? Yamcha stared at the still slightly writhing Vegeta, astonished and apprehensive. The Saiyans' vitality was indeed terrifyingly formidable. Vegeta, with blurred vision, spotted Clint and the others approaching, his eyes filled with sheer terror and profound despair. He was acutely aware of his current condition. He could not even muster the strength to resist, much less flee. He longed to escape, yet the weight of his grievous injuries rendered even crawling an arduous task, each breath causing excruciating pain in his lungs. Baiku's gaze was the coldest of all. He felt no compassion for this invader who had brought calamity to Earth and bore deep-seated hostility. He stated icily, "If he is not dead, then let us send him off properly and conclude this menace once and for all." With that, he raised his hand, gathering lethal energy at his fingertips, ready to extinguish Vegeta's life right then and there. to eradicate the root of the problem. This was Baiku's principle of action. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a somewhat weakened but resolutely firm voice resonated from above. Wait! The crowd looked up to see Wukong, dragging his severely injured and equally disheveled form, swaying as he descended slowly from the sky. The 20-fold Kaioken aura surrounding him had long dissipated, his face pale and stained with blood. It was evident that the previous ultimate clash and the forced use of the ultra-high multiplier Kaioken had exacted a heavy toll on him. He landed between Baiku and Vegeta, gazing at Baiku and the others, and implored, "Do not kill him." What? Klin and the others almost thought they misheard, exclaiming in unison, disbelief etched on their faces as they looked at Wukong, who had made this astonishing decision. Wukong, what did you just say? Klin was the first to react, incredulity lacing his voice as he questioned. Victory is within reach. This fellow has brought so much disaster to our Earth. He is associated with Frieza's minions, and that Dalai Sea. He just tried to destroy Earth. Why not kill him? Klin could not comprehend Wukong's reasoning. Wukong regarded the agitated Klin and his comrades, inhaling deeply, enduring his body's agony, and replied earnestly, "Because he is an exceptionally formidable opponent." His gaze shifted to the barely alive but still fierce and defiant Vegeta. Battling such an opponent has taught me much and made me stronger. If I were to let him die like this, it would be a tremendous loss. Wukong's tone carried the camaraderie of a warrior towards a worthy adversary deserving of respect. In Wukong's pure and fervent heart for battle, Vegeta's might and pride resonated with him in a peculiar way. Deep within, he truly could not bear to simply kill such a rare opponent. But Wukong? Klin was anxious, pacing in frustration. Have you considered this? If we let him go this time, once he recovers, with his haughty and ruthless nature, he will undoubtedly seek revenge on us. It might bring even greater calamity. He is far too dangerous. Klin's analysis was starkly realistic, echoing the sentiments of Baiku and the others. Though Yamcha and Tianjin Fan did not speak, their faces mirrored disapproval. The principle of letting a tiger return to the mountain is a wisdom understood by all. Wukong's face bore a hint of regret, yet his determination remained unshaken. "I'm sorry," he sincerely addressed his companions. "I know this is selfish and may cause trouble for everyone, but please, just allow me this one act of recklessness." He paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating how to better articulate his feelings. "I am also a Saiyan, although I grew up on Earth. Perhaps the same blood flows within me as theirs. When I see someone stronger than myself, I cannot help but feel exhilarated. I yearn to become stronger and challenge them once more. I desire to engage in a fair battle with him again, not in this life-and-death arena of today, but when we are both prepared." His reasoning was simple, direct, even somewhat foolish, yet it was imbued with Goku's unique, pure pursuit of martial arts and formidable opponents. Upon hearing Goku's explanation, the others furrowed their brows tightly. They understood Goku's thirst for powerful adversaries, but the risk of releasing Vegeta was simply too great. Piccolo cast a deep glance at the stubborn Goku, his green eyes flickering with complex emotions. He understood better than anyone the allure of power and the significance of formidable foes, yet he was also acutely aware of the harshness of reality. He slowly spoke. "Have you truly thought this through? Are you certain you wish to proceed? Release him, Piccolo." Goku's gaze fixed on Piccolo, devoid of the usual innocence and carefree demeanor, now carrying a rare, almost pleading determination. "I assure you, I will become stronger, strong enough that next time, I will never allow him to pose any threat to Earth." Piccolo's eyes met Goku's, a slight pause ensuing as an invisible confrontation hung in the air. After a long moment, it seemed Piccolo gleaned something from Goku's eyes, an almost obsessive confidence and absolute trust in his own potential. He slowly exhaled, saying, "Very well. Since you are adamant." He gradually lowered his hand, which had been gathering energy, the light at his fingertips dissipating. However, Piccolo's warning was not yet over. He reminded Goku coldly, "Just remember today's choice. In the future, no matter what happens, no matter what kind of retaliation he brings, you must not regret it. Because this is a decision you made." "I understand." Goku nodded vigorously, a relieved smile gracing his face. "I won't regret it. Next time, I will definitely not lose. I will become stronger than he is." At that moment, a low rumble echoed from the sky. The small spherical spaceship summoned by Vegeta had engaged its autopilot and was descending slowly onto a relatively intact patch of ground nearby, its door opening automatically. Seeing the arrival of the spaceship, Krillin realized that the situation was irreversible. He sighed in resignation and shook his head. Oh well, since you say so, Goku. He chose to respect Goku's decision, though concern still filled his heart. Tien's three eyes glanced between Goku and the spaceship as he solemnly stated, well, since it is decided, let it be so. However, we must not let our guard down. As Goku said, we need to grow stronger. Next time we meet, we must defeat him with our own strength, honorably. His words inspired everyone. Yamcha remained silent, merely patting Goku's shoulder to express his support. Raditz stood by, honestly sharing similar sentiments with Goku. As a Saiyan, he too longed for powerful opponents in battles, though his approach might lean more towards directly eliminating threats. Yet, since Goku had made his choice, and Vegeta's current plight stirred complex feelings within him as a former comrade, he remained silent. Thus, under the scrutiny of many complex gazes, they watched as the barely breathing Vegeta, using his remaining strength, painstakingly crawled towards the spaceship's door. The process was slow and agonizing, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Vegeta felt the weight of those gazes upon him, and part of him secretly rejoiced at having miraculously survived. However, he also experienced an unprecedented, deeply ingrained humiliation. He, the proud prince of the Saiyans, once a formidable warrior who instilled fear across countless planets, had never endured such disgrace. Like a stray dog, he crawled towards the escape vessel under the watchful eyes of his enemies. This opportunity to live, granted to him like a charity, was more unbearable than death itself. Finally, he managed to crawl into the cabin and, with his last bit of strength, pressed the button to close the door. As the door was about to shut completely, he peered through the gap, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred, glaring fiercely at the Earth warriors outside, especially Goku. A hoarse yet venomous voice emerged from the nearly closing door. You all wait for me. This matter is not over. Kakarot, Raditz, and you Earth insects. I, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, vow to return and repay everything 100-fold. He defiantly declared his final words, as if this vow would sustain his crumbling dignity and willpower. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others clenched their jaws in anger at his vengeful threats, their fists cracking. This guy, facing death, was still so arrogant. This bastard remained so insolent even after being spared. Yamcha muttered under his breath. However, they ultimately upheld their promise to Goku, making no move to stop or attack the spaceship. With a thunderous roar, the engine ignited. Vegeta's spaceship erupted with blue flames, soaring into the sky like a comet defying gravity, racing into the boundless cosmos. Soon, it diminished into a tiny speck, vanishing beyond the atmosphere. On the ground remained a desolate battlefield, marred and scarred, alongside a group of Earth warriors gazing up at the stars with complex emotions. The battle had concluded, yet new vows and shadows of the future sailed into the unknown depths of space alongside that spaceship. Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared in the direction of the disappearing spaceship, his eyes ignited with an even fiercer flame. Vegeta, when we meet again, I will certainly become stronger. Chapter 102. The Gains of the Z-Fighters and a Surge in Power. Vegeta's spaceship had completely vanished into the azure horizon, leaving behind a dissipating trail of clouds. The barren battlefield was engulfed in smoke, blood, and a peculiar silence following the great conflict. Once the taut nerves relaxed, exhaustion and pain surged forth like a tidal wave. Goku, are you all right? Krillin was the first to react. Concern etched across his face as he looked at the battered and barely standing Goku. He hurriedly rushed over to support Goku, who was on the verge of collapse, and immediately took out the senzu beans given to him by Paragus, offering one to Goku. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Goku's voice was strained as he leaned against Krillin. Looking at the senzu bean presented to him without hesitation, he consumed it in one bite. The warm and potent life energy surged into his limbs, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The grievous wounds, fractured bones, and damaged organs healed at a visible rate under the miraculous healing power of the senzu bean, regenerating swiftly. His depleted stamina replenished rapidly, as if a dried well had suddenly burst forth with a spring. After consuming the senzu bean, it was not long before Goku stood upright, as if reborn. He vigorously waved his arms and jumped in place a couple of times, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Wow, I'm fully healed, and I feel even lighter. Furthermore, when Goku inadvertently released a hint of his energy, a powerful and overwhelming aura radiated from him, far more substantial than before. This scene left Bic and Tianjin Fan utterly astonished. Krillin, positioned closest, felt the intensity of the atmosphere most acutely. With disbelief etched across his face, he stammered, "Yukong, your energy, how has it surged so dramatically?" He could distinctly sense that the fundamental energy radiating from Yukong had escalated several-fold since before the battle. What on earth is happening? Yukong, how did your energy increase so immensely? Are you still employing the Kaioken? Tianjin Fan, equally flabbergasted, fixed his 3 eyes upon Yukong, striving to discern the cause. However, the Kaioken typically exhibited a pronounced crimson aura, which was notably absent from Yukong at that moment. Bic's keen perception allowed him to arrive at a conclusion more swiftly. He asserted with certainty, his brow furrowed in confusion, "No. He no longer possesses the tumultuous energy characteristic of the Kaioken. This is an enhancement of his inherent combat prowess. But how could it increase to such an extent? This defies my understanding. While the Senzu Bean can heal wounds, I have never heard of it significantly augmenting one's fundamental strength." Faced with the bewildered gazes of his companions, Wukong himself was equally perplexed. He scratched his head and replied, "I'm not quite sure either. It just feels like, after healing, there is an overwhelming surge of power within me." He was unable to elucidate the transformation he was experiencing. At that moment, Raditz, who had also just completed his recovery, observed the confusion among the group and offered an explanation. "This is a characteristic of our Saiyan lineage." His tone was imbued with a mix of pride and resignation. After a brief pause, noticing everyone's attention, he continued, "Saiyans are a naturally combative race. Our bodies are designed for battle and evolution. In the heat of intense combat, particularly when teetering on the brink of death and then recovering through effective healing, our latent potential is significantly unleashed, often resulting in a dramatic increase in combat power. Moreover, the closer we come to death, the greater the potential for enhancement upon recovery." "What?" exclaimed Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi in unison, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. This ability seemed akin to cheating. "Is that so?" Wukong nodded, somewhat understanding Raditz's explanation. He recalled that indeed, every time he sustained severe injuries and recovered, he felt a surge of strength, but this time the enhancement was particularly pronounced. "So that's why?" Krillin exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. No wonder Wukong becomes significantly stronger after each near-fatal injury. It all makes sense now. He had always found it peculiar, and now he finally had an explanation. "But this feels a bit unfair, doesn't it?" Yamcha lamented, a sense of helplessness washing over him. "We toil tirelessly in our training, yet they seem to gain more from a singular near-death experience. Is there any fairness in that?" Tianjin Fan also reflected, his gaze a mix of envy and renewed determination. "It seems we must exert even more effort and dedication in our training if we ever hope to catch up with these formidable beings." Fire burned in his 3 eyes, fueled by an indomitable spirit. All right, regardless of anything else, we have emerged victorious this time, and the Earth is safe," Krillin declared, shaking his head to cast aside the complex emotions and sporting a renewed smile. "This must also mean we haven't let Parrot down, right?" He recalled Parrot's earlier demeanor, akin to a spectator at a play, and his final intervention to vanquish Dales, before floating away, making the term expectation seem somewhat peculiar. The others fell silent for a moment. Indeed, this hard-won victory was a result of their collective sacrifice. It was uncertain whether they had met Parrot's expectations. Just then, a familiar and tranquil voice seemed to descend from the heavens, resonating clearly in each person's ears. "You have done well. At least, in such a large-scale battle. No one was sacrificed." Parrot's voice echoed, tinged with a barely perceptible note of approval. The group immediately looked up. There, high in the sky, Parrot strolled leisurely, with Bulma gracefully wrapped around his waist. Beside them was Jine, her expression a blend of tenderness and concern, cradling the peacefully sleeping little Wutian. The 3 descended gently to the ravaged battlefield, now filled with a markedly different atmosphere. Parrot, Bulma, and Jine. The sight elicited smiles from everyone, who greeted them with enthusiasm. Seeing them safe, the last remnants of worry dissipated from their hearts. Parrot, accompanied by a Bulma still tinged with a hint of trepidation, but predominantly curiosity and excitement, landed securely on the ground. Wukong and the others gazed at Parrot with a mixture of curiosity, gratitude, and a hint of inquiry, eager to pose their questions. Parrot's gaze swept calmly across each individual present, akin to the most precise of scanners. In his perception, following this harrowing and extraordinary life and death battle, the intensity of each person's energy and their mental state had undergone significant transformation, reflecting considerable growth. His gaze lingered momentarily on a few individuals, particularly Wukong. This earnest and determined Saiyan, having endured numerous clashes with Vegeta, the extreme pressures of 20-fold Kaioken and near-fatal recovery, had seen his base combat power soar to an astonishing 380,000 points. This figure was formidable enough to dominate many regions across the universe. Next was Raditz. His prior injuries were even more severe than Wukong's, and his battle with Vegeta had been exceedingly brutal. Following the healing from senzu beans, his combat power had surged to 240,000 points, marking a significant increase. Following him was Bick. The potential and resilience of the Namekian were unequivocally showcased in this battle. His combat power had firmly surpassed the 30,000 point threshold, reaching a new echelon. As for the remaining four, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi, they may not possess the extraordinary recovery growth mechanisms of the Saiyans, but through the solid foundation of earth martial arts and the trials of life and death skirmishes, their combat powers had also exceeded 20,000 points, rendering them no longer weaklings in the vast universe. Interestingly, the youngest among them, Wu Fan, elicited a tinge of surprise from Parrot, due to the awakening of the Saiyan bloodline within him, coupled with the stimulus from previous battles and subsequent healing. His base combat power had astonishingly reached approximately 38,000 points, even surpassing the more experienced Bick, showcasing his immense potential.